A flash of golden-red light streaked across the sky, hurried and anxious, suddenly stopping straight at the door of an old rural house. The King of Hell sensed that familiar aura. Upon closer look, he saw that it was the soul of a familiar person in front of a newborn baby. Carefully, the King of Hell spoke. How Yuanyuan. The newborn How Yuanyuan trembled and, unable to speak, communicated through thoughts. Huh? Who are you? The King of Hell and How Yuanyuan exchanged thoughts silently. The King of Hell scratched his head nervously.
Sorry about that.
Our staff made a mistake again. How Yuanyuan remained silent for 2 seconds before suddenly screaming sharply. What? What does this mean? The King of Hell wore a fake smile filled with apology. Well, this person, he's a temporary worker, so he's not very familiar with the process. He mixed you up with someone named How Yuanyuan. How Yuanyuan demanded. Then tell me, what is my current background? The King of Hell felt genuinely guilty. This is in an ancient, poor family, How Yuanyuan despairingly exclaimed. Ancient and poor. The King of Hell felt a headache coming on, but what could he do? It was a mistake made by an employee, and only she could fix it. He suggested. How about I give you some compensation? What do you want? How Yuanyuan closed her eyes in despair. On the baby's face, there was a hint of hopelessness. The King of Hell, feeling compassionate, said, Maybe I can give this family some money, so you can live a better life. How Yuanyuan suddenly shouted in frustration. How is that possible? This is ancient times. No phones, no various vegetables, fruits, or foods, and most importantly, no toilets or bathrooms. You promised me a lifetime of comfort and security. And now? I strongly suspect you're scamming me. Playing tricks? The King of Hell scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless as a high-ranking official. Then, what do you want to do? How Yuanyuan's anger eased a little as she thought about her current situation. No matter how angry she was, she couldn't change it. She couldn't just commit suicide and reincarnate again, so maybe she could take this chance to get some benefits? Suddenly, her clever mind sparked, and she remembered her long-standing dream of building a town. Because she had spent money in the game, her dream town was now at max level. It had everything: fertile fields, chicken coops, duck pens, an ocean, a hospital, a police station, and more. How Yuanyuan thought for a moment and spoke. Can you turn my previous game, Dream Town, into a space for me? I read novels where people are reborn with special abilities. Yama, the King of Hell, was surprised.
What?
What is Dream Town? How Yuanyuan listened to Yama's voice and felt a bit disappointed. Is it not possible? Yama thought for a moment. It should be possible. So, the game, right? Just turning a two-dimensional world into a space? I can do that kind of magic. How Yuanyuan was very happy and said, That's really great. Thank you so much. Yama smiled helplessly. It was mainly our staff's mistake that caused your current situation. There's no need to thank me. Yama flicked his finger and tapped her forehead. A golden light entered How Yuanyuan's mind. All right, that's it. I've improved it a bit. Now your body can also enter the space. Consider it my gift to you. How Yuanyuan nodded happily, surprised by this unexpected good fortune. Yama continued, By the way, when your current body's life ends, come find me at the Yama Hall. How Yuanyuan nodded obediently, though she didn't know what he wanted from her. Then Yama disappeared quickly. Before leaving, he sent a blessing into How Yuanyuan's small body and gave her a healthy physique. Finally, he cast a dream for everyone in her family. In the dream, a divine-like person told them that a little lucky star from heaven had come to their home. If they dared to mistreat the star, the whole family would be wiped out, with no descendants left. But if they sincerely cared for the star, the family would flourish and prosper. How Yuanyuan didn't realize that Yama had also given her such a precious gift. Her consciousness sank into her mind, entering her own dream town. This was a game she played during college. She didn't like competitive or brain-intensive games, so Happy Match and Dream Town became her favorites. In Dream Town, she could heal herself and manage everything in her small town: farming, collecting eggs, gathering milk, and various processing factories. She could turn crops into different products like cakes, sweets, and dishes. Her dream town even had a hospital, post office, police station, trains, helicopters, and more. Hao Yuanyuan looked at her fully upgraded dream town and smiled happily. With this special ability, she could live very well in ancient times. According to Yuanyuan, if I can enter a special space, it would be very convenient for activities like bathing and using the toilet. Hao Yuanyuan happily patrols her territory. Suddenly, her stomach makes a gurgling sound. Hao Yuanyuan's awareness returns, and she feels something soft and tender pressed against her lips. Before she can think clearly, her body instinctively begins to suck. Her face flushes with embarrassment. This is
Oh.
shyness. But she can't control herself. Hao Yuanyuan finishes her meal amid her shyness. Nearby, a little boy's voice sounds. Hao Yuanyuan feels her face being poked gently. She tries to open her eyes wide, but only sees blurriness. Hao Junjun carefully pokes Hao Yuanyuan's face and says, "Mom, sister's face is so soft." Hao Yuanyuan's mother, Li, softly says, "Yes, sister is very delicate. Junjun must protect her well." Hao Junjun nods firmly. "Yes. I will learn martial arts from Dad. When I grow up, I will definitely protect Mom and sister." Li smiles gently and ruffles Hao Junjun's hair, saying, "Junjun is so good. Sister must really like her older brother." Hao Junjun happily kisses Hao Yuanyuan. Just before falling into a deep sleep, Hao Yuanyuan feels grateful. Her family sounds pretty good. She finally has a mother. Inside the thatched house, Li gently places the sleeping Hao Yuanyuan on the bed and covers her with a small blanket she had made earlier. Outside the door, Hao Lao Tai, Hao Yuanyuan's grandmother, enters carrying a bowl of hot egg drop soup. Second daughter's family, drink this soup quickly. Li Jing's eyes widen. "Mother, where did you get the eggs?" Hao Lao Tai waves her hand. "That's not your concern. Drink it while it's hot. You just had a baby, your body is weak. You need to nourish yourself." Moved, Li Jing almost cries but accepts the bowl from her mother, sipping it little by little. Hao Lao Tai walks over to look at Hao Yuanyuan sleeping soundly, smiling softly. "This girl looks really good. I've never seen a newborn look this healthy." Li Jing looks at Hao Yuanyuan with a smile. "Yes, this girl is very pretty." Then, Li Jing suddenly sighed. "It's a pity. I was born at the wrong time."
Now.
Sigh. Old lady Hao also sighed and comforted Li Jing. "You're the second child. Your body is weak now, don't think too much. The most important thing is to rest and recover." Li Jing nodded. "I understand, mother." Old lady Hao stood up. "All right, I'll go check outside. If anything happens, remember to call me." Li Jing nodded. When Hao Yuanyuan woke up again, it was already late, and everything around her was quiet. She waved her little hand and made a few sounds. Li Jing woke up and picked up Hao Yuanyuan. Softly, she asked, "Is my little treasure going to the bathroom? Or is she hungry again?" Hao Yuanyuan made a sound, and when Li Jing lifted her diaper, she peed, not getting it on her small diaper. Then she snuggled against Li Jing's chest. Li Jing smiled. "You little girl, you really know where to eat your fill." Then she opened her collar and placed Hao Yuanyuan's mouth on her breast. The sweet smell of milk filled the air. Hao Yuanyuan, familiar now, was no longer shy like the first time. After all, she couldn't just starve herself. Thinking this through, Hao Yuanyuan eagerly suckled a few times, filling her stomach. She fell into a deep sleep, rocked gently by Li Jing. Next to her, Hao Erling also managed to get by. He rubbed his eyes drowsily and said, "Jinger, put Xiao Bao's diaper aside. I'll wash it tomorrow when I go out." Li Jing smiled. "No need. Xiao Bao is a clean child." After a few whimpers, she didn't dirty her diaper at all. "Look," Hao Erling opened his eyes, reached over and touched her. "Really, Xiao Bao is so good." Knowing there's a drought now, she's careful not to dirty her diaper. Li Jing nodded. "This child is really good. Besides crying a few times when she was born, she hasn't cried since. If she's hungry or needs to pee, she just makes a sound. She doesn't cry or fuss." How Erlang hugged Li Jing's waist, leaned down, and kissed How Yuanyuan's little face, saying, "Our little sweetheart." Then, the couple cuddled up and went to sleep together. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The rooster's crowing continued, breaking through the darkness of night as the sun rose over the land. The Hao family also woke up from their sleep. Old Lady Hao, just getting up, hurried to Li Jing and Hao Erlang's room. She looked at Hao Yuanyuan, peacefully sleeping. Seeing Hao Yuanyuan's soft, adorable face, she fell into deep thought. Last night, she had a strange dream. Li Jing woke up feeling groggy and saw Granny Hao looking at her little treasure. Li Jing rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, "Mom, what's wrong?" Granny Hao looked up at Li Jing and pressed her dry lips together. "I had a dream about the second son's family last night." Li Jing paused and asked, "What kind of dream?" Granny Hao softly said, "I dreamed of a fairy who told me that our little treasure is a lucky star from heaven and we should take good care of her." Li Jing's eyes suddenly widened. "Mom, was that fairy wearing white and red clothes with a long beard?" Granny Hao gasped and tightly held Li Jing's hand. "Second son's family, you." Li Jing nodded seriously. "Mom, I also dreamed of that." Granny Hao took a deep breath and looked at her peaceful, sleeping granddaughter, Hao Yuanyuan. "It seems it's real." Li Jing picked up her little treasure, looking surprised. "Mom, I don't care about all that. Little treasure is my child." Granny Hao patted Li Jing's shoulder. "I know, but the fairy has already warned us. From now on, we must take good care of her and protect her from being bullied." Li Jing nodded firmly.
Yes.
"Mom, I will definitely protect little treasure." Granny Hao gently touched Hao Yuanyuan's small hand with her dry fingers and then went out to prepare breakfast. In the main hall, everyone was carefully eating porridge made from coarse rice, not daring to waste a single drop. Suddenly, De Lang Hao said while eating, "Last night I slept very deeply. I rarely dream, but I dreamed that our second son's little treasure is a little lucky star from heaven." I even laughed. Our little treasure looks like a chubby doll from a New Year picture, really like a little lucky star. As soon as De Lang Hao finished speaking, everyone at the table stopped moving. Granny Hao's hand trembled, and her chopsticks fell. She quickly bent down to pick them up, looking sadly at the 3 grains of coarse rice stuck to the chopsticks. Next to her, Hao De Lang's son widened his eyes. "I also dreamed. My sister is a little lucky star." Hao Junjun raised his hand. Me too, me too." Granny Hao looked at her children and grandchildren, noticing their expressions. Suddenly, she realized that maybe everyone in the family had dreamed the same dream. She put down her chopsticks and said to the nearby children, "Go quickly and close the door." Grandmother Hao's descendants watched her actions, feeling confused and unsure. They saw the door tightly closed. Grandmother Hao had Li Jing wrap herself up carefully and then appeared from the room, holding Hao Yuanyuan tightly. Grandmother Hao sat upright, looked at her children, and slowly spoke. "Just now, Daliang mentioned a dream, and I also had the same dream." Everyone was shocked, including the 3 daughters-in-law. They also dreamed about it last night. Grandmother Hao looked around at everyone and said, "I don't know what you all think, but since our whole family dreamed the same dream, it must be a sign from heaven. Everyone must not tell anyone, not even a little. If I find out someone reveals that little Bao is a lucky star, I will ask the clan leader to remove her from the Hao family." Everyone nodded seriously. Grandmother Hao looked at her daughters-in-law and said, "You all must keep this secret too. Don't tell anyone about little Bao being the lucky star, not even your own family." The daughters-in-law nodded earnestly. "Don't worry, Mother. We won't tell anyone." Grandmother Hao turned to warn her children, "You all must do the same. If anyone reveals that your sister is the lucky star, both she and our family will be in danger." The children nodded fearfully and choked out, "I won't tell. I don't want my family to be in trouble." Only then did Grandmother Hao feel at ease. Hao Yuanyuan snuggled in Li Jing's warm embrace, listening to their words. She suddenly realized, was this the work of the King of Hell? To make up for her? It was done very well. If she is the lucky star, then taking things from the space later will seem natural. Hao Yuanyuan blinked her eyes and listened to their continued conversation. After a while, She understood the basic situation of this family. Grandmother Hao's husband passed away when she was in her 30s. She raised her 3 sons alone. Daoyang's wife is Chen from the neighboring village. They have 3 sons, Hao Qiang, Hao Liang, and Hao Wen. Hao Erling, Hao Yuanyuan's biological father, has 2 children, Hao Junjun and Hao Yuanyuan. Hao Sanlang recently married Zhao Hua from the neighboring village, and they don't have children yet. The family structure is simple. Everyone seems kind and honest, with no signs of deceit. Hao Yuanyuan nodded happily. Family harmony is more important than anything else. Hao Yuanyuan, as the only girl in her family and recognized as a lucky star by the family, received the best treatment at home. She didn't know much about this. Every day, she just ate, drank, slept, and repeated. When bored, she would go to her mental space to gather grains and eggs. Luckily, she had previously spent money to upgrade her storage to the highest level, which had a large capacity. Now, the storage was almost full of grains. Hao Yuanyuan clicked to continue processing the basic grains into ready-made products. However, she didn't know how to take things out of the space. She had tried several times without success. As more items accumulated in her space, she felt frustrated because she couldn't eat them. She cursed the king of hell, calling him a trickster. Time flew by. Hao Yuanyuan was over 8 months old now. The scene before her gradually became clearer. She could see her mother, father, brother, and other family members clearly. She also learned about the era she was in. It was a dynasty not taught in history books, the Tianyuan dynasty of Tianyuan country. The land of Tianyuan was roughly similar to later Russia, but a bit smaller. However, Tianyuan had been suffering from a drought for 2 years. Due to water shortages and food scarcity and ongoing wars, the country was in chaos. The people were suffering greatly. Many had died from hunger. In summary, no food, no water, just hunger. Their village was located in the southern part of the country, so the river hadn't dried up completely yet. But if the drought continued, the riverbed would be completely dry in a few months. The village chief was very worried. Although the village was small, with over 200 people, they couldn't just wait to die if the river dried up. They couldn't just watch and do nothing. So, recently, the village chief called each family to send a representative to discuss the next steps. Hao's family village was very united. Everyone worked together and listened closely to the chief. This made Hao's village richer than nearby villages. Every household had some stored grains. At the meeting, everyone looked to Hao's village chief. The chief said, "We can't just wait to die. We must escape. Head south, where there's more water." Everyone nodded eagerly. "We'll follow the chief's orders." "Yes, whatever the chief says, we do." "Exactly, follow the chief. We're just simple folks who don't know much. We just need to listen and follow orders." Everyone agreed that we can't just wait and do nothing. We must move the entire village to a safer place. But trouble came all at once. While planning the village relocation, Hao Yuanjie, the son of the village chief Hao Jiwei from Xiahe village, ran back from town in a hurry. He looked panicked and was out of breath as he rushed into the village, shouting loudly, "Something's wrong. Something's wrong." Villagers nearby, who were drawing water, curiously asked, "Yuanjie, what's going on?" Yuanjie didn't have time to speak. He ran straight home. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. His family's door almost broke apart. The village chief frowned as he looked at his son. "Yuanjie, can you be more careful? You're a scholar now. Can you act like one?" Yuanjie, panting heavily, said, Dad. It's bad, it's really bad." The village chief sighed and poured him a glass of water. "Drink some water and tell me slowly." Yuanjie took the water and drank it quickly, then caught his breath. "Dad, I overheard something while I was in the study. A senior official was talking to our teacher. He said that Tianyuan kingdom has already been defeated, and the barbarians are starting to push into the central plains. They'll probably reach us in about 2 months. The court is recruiting soldiers everywhere, regardless of health, sending everyone to the front lines to fight the barbarians. Now, those crazy soldiers are even forcing 13-year-old children into battle. Dad, the world has changed. We can't just sit and wait. We have to escape. Hao Jiwei, the village chief, trembled and sat down heavily on a stool, muttering, "It's all over. The world is ruined." Yuanyuan grabbed his father's hand. "Dad, we must leave quickly. We don't have much time left. The barbarians will arrive in 2 months. Before that, the court soldiers will be here soon." I accidentally overheard it. Many people still don't know. We need to prepare quickly. The village chief Hao Jiwei rubbed his head and said, "Let me think. Where should we run to?" He then ordered, "Quick, Yuanyuan, go get the gong and call everyone in the village. We need to discuss this together. Hurry." Yuanyuan nodded and quickly ran off. Soon, everyone in the village gathered at the village chief's ancestral hall. Everyone was talking loudly, not knowing what the clan leader was about to announce. What's going on? What does the clan leader want to say? Why so urgent? I don't know. The clan leader stepped out, looked around at everyone with a sad expression, and said, "Everyone, I called you all here today because Yuanyuan heard from the town's library that the court has suffered a big defeat. The barbarians will arrive in about 2 months, and they will be here soon. Now the court is recruiting soldiers everywhere, leaving no way for us common people to survive." As soon as the clan leader spoke, everyone started to panic. Aunt Lee cried, "What should we do? Is heaven even willing to let us live?" Old man Han said, "It's over. How can we run away?" A young man also looked about to cry. "What can we do? On one side are the barbarians, and on the other are the court soldiers. They don't want us to live." Everyone was crying and shouting. Hao Lijing looked serious and said, "Clan leader, what should we do? We trust you. Let's run away together." Clan leader Hao Jiwei said, "We must escape together. Everyone quickly pack your things, keep it light, and remember to bring enough food. Now, some young men should take the money and go buy some food, while most people in the town still don't know about this. Be very careful. The court soldiers haven't caught up with us yet, but stay alert and hide when you see soldiers." Hao Yuanyuan stepped forward. "I'll go too. I know the town well. I can lead you there." The clan leader nodded. "Yes, everyone, gather your money and valuables. Don't worry about gains or losses. Those with money, give it. Those with strength, help out. We're in a life-and-death situation now. Let's work together to survive." "Good. I'll go." "Clan leader, I'll go too. I have the strength. And me." Hao Yuanyuan quickly gathered 10 people, while others in the village rushed to get their money. Soon, everyone in the village knew about the escape plan. They hurried to pack their few belongings. Old Lady Hao gave all her money to Hao Dalong, then collapsed onto the bed. Her eldest daughter-in-law, Chen Shui, exclaimed, supporting her, "Mother, what's wrong?" Old Lady Hao waved her hand, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. "Old Hao, I'm fine. I just can't accept this right now." You go quickly and tell everyone to pack up fast. The world is falling apart, the world is falling apart." Chen Shui saw that Old Lady Hao didn't have much to do, so she hurried out to call her sisters-in-law to pack their things quickly. Old Lady Hao took a deep breath and quickly walked into Hao Erling's room, tightly holding Hao Yuanyuan. "Little treasure, if you really are a lucky star, please bless everyone. Keep us safe and sound. I'm begging you, little one." Hao Yuanyuan blinked her big eyes, looked at the sad old woman, and gently nodded her head to show she understood. Old Lady Hao looked at her little treasure, nodded, her nose feeling sore, and hugged Hao Yuanyuan tightly. She muttered softly, "Thank you, thank you." Hao Yuanyuan also realized she had escaped hardship, and she was truly grateful. Why couldn't she just grow up peacefully? Most importantly, she was still a little baby who drank milk, so she couldn't help much. She even wanted to take a basket of eggs to her family, but she didn't know how to do it. No one had taught her. Control with her mind? Focus on the eggs. Put them on the bed? Suddenly, Li Jing, who was packing nearby, exclaimed, "Look. Mother, come quick. Look at this." Old Lady Hao looked up at Li Jing and saw her pointing at a basket on the bed. She walked over quickly. "What's wrong?" Li Jing pointed at the basket, looking amazed. "Mother, look. This is..." Old Lady Hao looked down and saw it was indeed a basket of eggs. A full basket, about 30 eggs in total. Old Lady Hao suddenly looked at Hao Yuanyuan, who was happily surprised because she hadn't expected it to work. It was so simple. Turns out, as long as she fixed her focus on one spot, she could take things out of the space. She was so happy. Hao Yuanyuan looked at Old Lady Hao and smiled with her toothless mouth. Old Lady Hao couldn't hold back her tears anymore, her eyes cloudy, and she muttered, "We're saved. Our family is saved." She kissed Hao Yuanyuan's head. "Thank you, little treasure." Li Jing saw everything and realized what was happening. She stepped forward, holding Hao Yuanyuan's small hand. "Mother, you mean?" Old Lady Hao nodded seriously. "No one can say anything." Li Jing nodded firmly. "Mother, I understand. I won't say a word. I'll protect little treasure." Hao Yuanyuan's action calmed Old Lady Hao's heart. They now had hope for their escape. So, Old Lady Hao, full of energy, ran out to call her 3 daughters-in-law and 2 sons, urging them to pack their things quickly. Except for heavy furniture like tables and chairs that cannot be moved, the family packed up all their pots, bowls, and utensils, leaving not even a tiny needle behind. Fortunately, they had a cart to carry everything. The process in Hao village was quick because there weren't many belongings, and most families were quite poor. When the grain sellers returned, the women in the village hurried back to their parents' homes to inform their families and help everyone prepare. By midday, 10 strong men who went out to buy grain had returned. Hao Yuanjie led the group, frowning deeply. The village chief approached and asked, "Yuanjie, how did it go?" Hao Yuanjie sighed and replied, "Father, we used all our silver to buy about 15 bushels of coarse rice. Prices have shot up. It used to be 75 coins per bushel, now it's 110 coins. I think many people already know the news outside. Most grain shops are no longer selling rice. I also bought some oilcloth and fire starters on my own." The village chief shook his head and said, "We can only do this for now." He turned and waved to everyone, saying, "Everyone, we just discussed, and since we are about 200 people, traveling in a big group might attract soldiers or guards. So, I suggest we take a small path heading south. The drought there is better than here, and it's far enough from the bandits." The others had no objections and nodded in agreement, saying, "We follow the village chief's plan." Seeing their cooperation, the chief waved his hand and said, "All right, go home now and make dry cakes from flour for easy travel. We will set out at the scheduled time this afternoon." Everyone dispersed quickly, busy preparing supplies for the escape. Old Mrs. Hao called Shin Shui and Zhao Huan to the kitchen to hurriedly make dry cakes from wheat and buckwheat flour. Long-lasting storage not only preserves food but also helps resist hunger. The 3 strong men in Hao family began making some self-defense tools. Although they had never experienced fleeing, they knew the journey would be tough. This time, they had to avoid fierce bandits, government soldiers, and be cautious of other escapees they might encounter on the road. Without any food, people can go crazy, and there might even be cases of cannibalism. They dared not gamble and could only prepare as much as possible quickly. They sharpened bamboo sticks into short weapons, which were easy to hold and quite powerful for attack. At the same time, she also sharpened the firewood and kitchen knives at home. The children of the Hao family all sat quietly together, knowing that something big had happened in the house and the village. They could no longer be mischievous. Hao Yuanyuan listened to the sounds at home and obediently curled up on her bed, organizing her dream town. Some eggs were stored in the warehouse, while others were used to make cakes. Milk was sent to the processing plant to be turned into pure milk, yogurt, and some cheese. She sprinkled a layer of seeds and planted her favorite fruits, lychee and hami melon, waiting for the harvest. It's a pity that her town only had beautiful things and no weapons. Otherwise, she would start making weapons now, pistols, grenades, sniper rifles, and more. Haha, just thinking about that scene is very exciting. Chun Ba's side would become the most famous arms dealer. Everyone moved quickly. At the right time, all the people gathered at the entrance of Hao village. After the clan leader finished giving instructions, he waved his hand without looking back and said, "Let's go." Everyone had been holding back tears. They walked while wiping their eyes, reluctant to leave. looking back at the place where their ancestors had lived for generations. They secretly prayed, hoping to return someday. In June, the sun was already very hot, and it was the dry season. The sunlight shone equally on everyone. Old Mrs. Hao took out a prepared straw hat and handed it to Li Jing sitting on the cart. Second child's family, put this on, and also give one to our little Bao. Li Jing took the hat, first covering Hao Yuanyuan's head to protect her eyes from the sun, then putting one on Hao Junjun. Chun Chui and Zhao Hua also put hats on the children first, then on themselves. Old Mrs. Hao walked with the main group, sighing, "Second child's family, you've really worked hard, taking care of such a small child, still nursing. How can your body handle this?" Li Jing smiled softly. "Mom, don't worry. You forgot I rested well for 3 months. My postpartum period was longer than others' wives. I'm in good health and have recovered fully." Old Mrs. Hao could only sigh and nod, her aged face showing more weariness. Next to her, Hao Erling looked at his sad mother and stepped closer. "Mom, don't think about other things. As long as our family is safe and together, that's the best. Our home is wherever we are. That's home." Hao Dalong nodded and said, "Yes, mother. Our family's safety and happiness are the greatest blessings." Hao Sanling agreed. "Yes, big brother and second brother are right." Old lady Hao slightly pulled at her mouth and nodded. Li Jing smiled and said, "By the way, mother, our little Bower doesn't have a name yet. You should think of one." How old lady heard this, and a genuine smile appeared on her tired face. "Yes, our little Bower is already over 8 months old. It's about time to give him a name. I don't know why we've delayed so long." Everyone started talking at once. Hao Junjun jumped up and said, "My name is Junjun. Shouldn't my sister be called Mimi?" Yuanyuan, who couldn't speak yet, shook her head gently, showing her refusal. Calling her Hao Mimi is too old-fashioned. "I'm a baby, I don't agree. I'm a clay pot, I don't agree." Hao Qiang raised his hand to share his idea. "Let's call her Nyonyo." "It's so cute." Yuanyuan, who couldn't speak, shook her head again. "I'm a puppy, I don't agree." Hao Liang also didn't want to be left out. He thought hard about his sister's name, then his eyes lit up. "Since my sister is so white, let's call her Hao Bye-Bye." Yuanyuan thought, "I expected him to come up with something big, but it turned out to be a big mess. Bye-Bye." How did he think of that? Wen, shaking her little head, spoke in a soft voice. "Sister, is it okay to call her Shui?" Yuanyuan thought to herself. It's okay, better than others. It's not easy for these uneducated kids to come up with names like these." She couldn't ask for too much. Hearing the children's suggestions, everyone's smiles deepened. Zhao Hua, the wife of the third family, thought for a moment and said, "Mother, sister-in-law, how about calling her Yuanyuan? Since we're wandering outside now, we just want our family to be together again." Old lady Hao's daughter-in-law, Chen Chui, brightened her eyes. "That's a good idea. A family reunion, safe and sound. That's perfect." Li Jing also nodded happily. Yuanyuan, Hao Sanling moved closer and said, "Why not change Yuanyuan to Yuanyuan? The character, Yuan, also means beautiful. We hope our little Bower will grow up to be beautiful and handsome." Hao Erlang clapped his hands. "Good idea. Third brother, you really did study in a private school. You're so cultured." Hao Sanling chuckled and scratched his head, feeling happy that his suggestion was accepted and proud to have named the little star. Old lady Hao clapped her hands and confirmed, "From now on, our little Bower will be called Hao Yuanyuan. A family reunion, beautiful and bright, excellent. Yuanyuan was very happy herself. She decided to keep her original name. It was good enough. She raised her little hand, grinning with her toothless mouth, and smiled happily. Li Jing gently touched Hao Yuanyuan's small face and smiled softly. "It seems Yuanyuan really likes this name." Everyone is happy and raising their hands. Hao Yuanyuan cooperated by waving her little hand. Everyone smiled happily, and the mood became very cheerful, leaving behind the worries of their journey. This brief moment of happiness did not significantly affect the rest of their trip. Many people have never left their village in their lives, so they could only follow the experienced clan leader and explore the way forward step by step. The hot weather made everyone uncomfortable, and soon some people started to complain loudly. Next door, Huzi suddenly cried out, "Wah wah, I'm so tired and hot. Mom, can't we go home? Why do we have to go somewhere else?" Huzi's heartbreaking cry affected those around him, and everyone started to weep. No one wanted to leave their home. Nobody was willing. But for survival, they had no choice but to leave their home and go away from here. The clan leader also sighed deeply. "Everyone sit down and rest a bit. If you need mats, take a couple. We must reach the fish cave before nightfall. Otherwise, in this wild mountain area, who knows what big bugs might appear." Everyone obediently nodded and sat down, panting heavily. The clan leader, Hao Yuanyuan and Hao Dalong, who had previously worked with the escort agency, sat down to discuss the route. They all agreed that they should take the small path, avoiding the main road and crowds as much as possible. At the same time, they needed to ensure there was a water source so no one would die of thirst. It would be better if the route was shorter to save time. Their goal was to reach Izhou, a land of water and rice, which had abundant water sources, high grain production, and was farthest from the capital, helping them avoid bandits and soldiers. Hao Dalong, who had experience with the escort agency, pointed at the map. "Clan leader, we just need to follow the corner of Heihu Mountain. Look, the area around mostly follows a river and the village isn't very close to here. This way we can ensure water and avoid losing our way. Plus, if bandits appear, we can hide inside Heihu Mountain." Hao Yuanyuan waved his hands in surprise. "Dalong, are we really going into Heihu Mountain? That's impossible. There are groups of big bugs living there. One swipe could kill someone, and even the best hunters wouldn't dare go deep into Heihu Mountain. We're just ordinary people without any means to fight back. How can we possibly survive and walk out of Heihu Mountain?" Hao Dalong frowned and said, "But Black Tiger Mountain is our only place to hide. If the soldiers catch us, it's a dead end, and hiding inside Black Tiger Mountain gives us at least a slim chance. The mountain is dark all year round, and the water source inside might still be there." The village chief was silent. Black Tiger Mountain was their last resort for escape. But there was no choice. They had to try their luck. The village chief slowly nodded. "Let's stick to the original plan. We might not encounter the pursuers, since we were the first to learn the news. They might not catch us." Hao Dalong nodded, hoping for the best. Once the decision was made, the village chief signaled everyone to continue their journey. Along the way, children got tired, so adults carried them on their backs. Elderly people, if exhausted, discussed with others and shared the cart. The residents of Hao Village were very united and listened well to the village chief. That's one reason why their living standards were higher than other villages. Everyone pushed on together and finally reached the fish cave before dark. There was a cave that could hold a few hundred people, and inside there was a small pond. Maybe because the cave was dark, the pond still had plenty of water, not all dried up. Everyone unloaded their luggage and went to fetch water, wash their faces. The cold pond water splashed on their skin, easing the heat from the long journey. They all murmured comfortably. Hao Yuanyuan, thinking, looked at the nearby pond and released about 20 fat carp from her space town. Next door, Huzi from Aunt Lee's house was the first to spot the fish. Huzi excitedly pointed at the pond and shouted, "Everyone look! There are fish in the pond." Hearing this, many adults gathered around, looking at the fish underwater, their eyes bright. "Really? There are fish. Quick, get the forks. Who has a fork to catch fish? I see plenty of fish underwater. I'll try." "I can do it." Hao Erlang and his childhood friend Hao Gang stepped forward, holding bamboo forks used for catching fish. The bamboo forks were very sharp. Hao Erlang looked at the big fish swimming in front of him, took a deep breath, and quickly stabbed into the water. With a splash, a large, lively fish was caught on the fork. Everyone cheered excitedly. "Wow! That fish is so big. It must weigh about 2 jin." The children jumped with excitement. "We have fish to eat. We can eat fish now." Hao Gang wasn't willing to be left out. "I'll try too." A big fish was caught. Hao Erling smiled as he continued fishing. The two of them seemed to be in a competition, quickly catching all the fish in Hao Yuanyuan's pond. Hao Yuanyuan grinned happily. Old Lady Hao leaned over and gently scratched Yuanyuan's small nose. You little one. Now you understand how to care for your family. Yuanyuan raised her hand and held Old Lady Hao's hand. Oh, Old Lady Hao smiled. They caught 20 big fish in total. Head Hao waved his hand, telling everyone to eat up. After all, the journey was tough, and they needed to eat more to have enough strength to reach Izhou. Everyone cheered, fetching water and preparing the fish. Soon, the cave was filled with the smell of fish soup. To reduce the fishy smell, Yuanyuan threw in some colorless, odorless seasoning that helped remove the fishy scent. Everyone drank happily, feeling very satisfied. It was as if they had tasted a delicious dish from the human world. Even Yuanyuan took a sip of the rich fish soup and ate a few bites of the tender, white fish meat. As night fell, Yuanyuan curled up and fell asleep in her mother's arms. Early the next morning, the villagers from Hao village continued their journey. They traveled all morning. At noon, while taking a short rest, a large group of people was seen approaching from afar. The village chief nervously called Hao Daliang. Daliang. Quickly, look, are those soldiers? Daliang climbed a few steps up a tree, squinting to look from afar. He sighed in relief and then jumped down. Chief, they're not soldiers. They're villagers, probably heading south after hearing the news. Chief Hao Zhihui finally relaxed. As long as they're not soldiers, that's good. It's normal to meet fellow refugees on the road, but everyone still needs to watch their food and luggage carefully. If they get too hungry, they might attack us. Everyone nodded obediently. The chief thought for a moment and then said, starting today, all young men and women will take turns on night duty. The world is becoming more dangerous. Not long after, the villagers from Chenjiagu, 2 kilometers away, slowly approached. Chief Hao frowned slightly. The people from Chenjiagu were not easy to get along with. They were often sneaky, dishonest, and tricky. The chief sensed that the upcoming escape might be more difficult. Chen Niu, the village head of Chenjiagu, recognized the Hao villagers and felt happy inside. Their village didn't have much grain, but everyone knew Hao village had more than others. It seemed they would have some security on the way. Chen Niu stepped forward with a big smile. Hey, I ran into a relative on the road. Brother, let's travel together. The village chief frowned slightly, then forced a fake smile and said, Village Chief Chen, it's good enough that you can take care of yourself on this escape route. Why travel together? Chen Niu's eyes flashed with displeasure, but he quickly replied, Chief Hao, you can't say that. Having a companion while escaping is helpful. Chief Hao snorted and said, No need. We might not be taking the same path. After speaking, Chief Hao turned and walked away. Everyone, we've rested enough. Let's get moving. The others stood up, though a few young wives who had recently married into the Hao family village hesitated and looked back at their families. They were from Chenjiagu. After seeing their loved ones still nearby, they relaxed and followed the Hao family village's pace. Chen Niu, feeling slighted, had a dark look in his eyes. Humph, old fool. He's just afraid of being tied to Chenjiagu. Chen Niu snorted coldly. Everyone, let's go. Chen Niu and the villagers from Chenjiagu shamelessly followed behind the Hao family village, like a persistent rash, really quite irritating. Hao Erling approached and whispered to Hao Dali. Brother, sister-in-law. Before Hao Dali could speak, Chen Shui spoke up. Second brother, don't worry.
I don't care about them.
When they sold me for a silver or 2, they weren't my family anymore. My family is only you all. Rest assured, sister-in-law isn't foolish. Hao Dali nodded awkwardly. Sister-in-law, as long as you're not upset. It turned out Chen Shui was from Chenjiagu. When she was 14, her family first tried to sell her to a widower in the village for 500 coins. Chen Shui refused fiercely and tried to jump into the river. She was saved by Hao Dali, who was passing by from a courier station. Hao Dali eventually paid a bride price of 1 or 2 silver coins and married Chen Shui. He also made her family sign a formal separation agreement. Chen Shui's family didn't care who she married. They only cared about how much money they could get. They had 2 younger brothers waiting to get married, and the bride price of 1 or 2 silver coins was enough for both of their marriages. Chen Shui's family happily threw her out, caring little about her life or death. Chen Shui was heartbroken, but Hao Dalong and the Hao family healed her and gave her a warm feeling of home. Seeing that Chen Shui was no longer sad, everyone finally relaxed and continued their journey. Everyone was out of breath, while Hao Yuanyuan curled up in her mother's arms, thinking about what kind of meal to prepare for everyone. After some thought, she initially wanted to give everyone wild rabbit. However, rabbits are mostly protein with little fat, so eating them would require using their own body fat to digest, which was not good. Eating rabbits would make everyone thinner, which was not ideal for those traveling. Foods with more fat. Pork? No, that wouldn't work. In Dream Town, pigs are all white and chubby, no wild boars. Lamb? Too gamey, and the target is too big, especially since Qinjiago is still watching them closely from behind. After thinking carefully, Hao Yuanyuan decided to give everyone 10 hens and 50 eggs to help everyone regain strength. But then, the moment of discovery arrived. This time, Hao Yangliang was the first to notice. "Dad, there are chickens." Hao Dalong quickly caught one with swift hands. Soon after, he found a nest of eggs near the hen. Hao Yangliang's mouth watered. He hadn't eaten eggs in a long time. In his memory, eggs were delicious. The others nearby saw the chicken in Hao Dalong's hands and immediately joined in catching chickens. The children all went to collect eggs. In the end, everyone caught 9 chickens and 40 eggs with great enthusiasm. 1 chicken and 10 eggs were left behind, which the people from Qinjiago quickly took. The Qinjiago folks stared greedily at the eggs and chickens in Hao village. Their eyes were sneaky. Hao Zhuzhong noticed this and told everyone to eat all the hens first. They couldn't afford to feed chickens anyway. Their own food was already scarce. Since the hens were fat now, they ate them to gain energy and also to prevent the Qinjiago people from getting any ideas. Soon, the smell of roasted chicken wafted over. Today, they left the fish cave. Although they had filled their water containers, they still needed to save water, just in case. So, they decided not to make chicken soup this time. Instead, they roasted the chickens. After plucking and bleeding the hens, they skewered the meat on sticks and roasted it over the fire. They simply sprinkled a thin layer of salt on the chicken. The roasted chicken was very tasty. Everyone received a small piece of chicken, which they ate with crispy flatbreads, feeling very satisfied. Many people in Haojia village feel emotional inside. On this escape journey, it feels better than usual meals. Yesterday fish soup, today roasted chicken. I don't know what we'll eat tomorrow, but I look forward to it. Next to us, people from Qinjiago are drooling with envy. Old Lady Chen's teeth are almost broken from biting, and she stands up angrily to approach Chen Shui directly. As soon as Old Lady Chen steps in, Hao Dalong, Hao Erlang, and Hao Samling stand up and block her way. Old Lady Chen's face turns red with anger. "What are you doing?" "I just want to talk to my daughter. Is that so wrong?" Hao Dalong sneers and says, "Who is your daughter?" "There's no daughter of yours here." Embarrassed and furious, Old Lady Chen scolds loudly. "Chen Shui, say something. Are you just going to watch your own mother be bullied like this? You're married now, so you've forgotten your family. I raised you with hard work, from nothing to now. Is this how you repay me? You little brat, I should have drowned you in a basin of water back then. Not that it would matter. At least I wouldn't have to see a heartless thing like you alive now." Chen Shui stands up, walks to Hao Dalong, and looks at him with concern. She gently shakes her head with a faint smile. Then Chen Shui speaks. "Now you realize I'm your daughter? Wasn't it you who sold me for silver or 2? If I remember correctly, we signed a separation agreement. I'm not your daughter anymore and have nothing to do with you." Old Lady Chen becomes frantic, pointing her finger at Chen Shui. You unfilial girl. I'll beat you to death." She tries to hit Chen Shui, but Hao Dalong quickly grabs her hand and pushes her to the ground hard. Old Lady Chen falls, feeling her but hurt, and glares with clenched teeth, then starts crying and wailing loudly. "Old Lady Chen, there's no justice. No law. My own daughter treats me like this, her own mother. I raised her with great effort. And was I wrong? Since she got married, she's never come back to see me. Now she's even ordering her husband to beat me. I sent her to this blessed cave, and she doesn't appreciate it. Now, in this situation, she'd rather see her own mother, brother, and nephew starve than let her family have a bite to eat. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live. However, Chen Chui shows no emotion and instead signals Hao Dalong and Hao Erlang to return to their camp. She leaves old lady Chen crying and shouting like a clown. Aunt Chen cried loudly for a long time, but no one paid attention to her. Instead, a group of people watched her like they were watching monkeys, staring hard. She suddenly stood up and turned around. Soon, from Chenjiago, came the sound of Aunt Chen's eldest son shouting angrily, "You can't even handle such a small thing. Your wife is pregnant, and if we don't get meat, we won't be able to protect our grandson." Aunt Chen's sad voice replied, "Oh, I know, mother." Hao Erlang listened carefully for a while, then softly said, "Sister-in-law, I think your mother won't give up easily. Your older brother's wife is pregnant." Chen Chui quietly bit into a dry cake and said, "Ignore them. They shouldn't expect to get anything more from me." Old lady Hao nodded and said, "That's right. You did the right thing."
Chen Chui smiled helplessly.
Hao Yuanyuan, held in her mother's arms, listened to the conversation and felt sorry for her aunt. She wondered what she could do. After thinking for a while, Hao Yuanyuan secretly took out small pieces of processed pork jerky from her pocket and put them all into the bundle that old lady Hao was holding. She waited for praise but didn't get any from old lady Hao. She looked at her grandma with her eyes moving around. Lying there and watching people was really uncomfortable. "That's good." Old lady Hao was getting a little sleepy, but didn't notice. Hao Yuanyuan raised her small hand and said, Oh, her soft, babyish voice caught everyone's attention. Old lady Hao shivered and quickly looked at her little star. Old lady Hao, "Oh, what's wrong with Yuanyuan? Does she need to pee?" Hao Yuanyuan still raised her hand and said, Oh, seeing Hao Yuanyuan reaching out her little hand, old lady Hao's face lit up with a big smile. She reached out to hold Hao Yuanyuan. After holding her, old lady Hao sat back down. Hao Yuanyuan's small fingers grabbed her, playing happily. Hao Yuanyuan. She didn't understand her grandma's meaning at all. So Hao Yuanyuan moved the pork jerky into her small cloth bundle, took out a piece with her tiny hand, and handed it to old lady Hao. Old lady Hao looked at the suddenly appeared piece of meat. Its honey color made it look very tempting, and its delicious smell was very attractive. Old lady Hao first looked around nervously to make sure no one was watching. When she saw no one paying attention, she finally relaxed. She leaned close to Hao Yuanyuan's ear and whispered, "Yuanyuan, you can't just take things suddenly like that. If someone finds out, you'll get into trouble. In the future, if you want to give something to grandma, just put it in her bag. She will definitely notice."
Hao Yuanyuan. Oh, really?
Helpless, Hao Yuanyuan could only nod, and Grandma Hao finally relaxed. Then, Hao Yuanyuan raised her hand and placed a piece of dried meat near Grandma Hao's mouth. Grandma Hao was touched but still thought about sharing the meat with her other little grandchildren. Hao Yuanyuan understood what Grandma Hao was thinking and took out another piece of pork jerky. Grandma Hao gathered everyone around. Hao Yuanyuan took out more than 10 pieces of pork jerky and handed them to Grandma Hao, who passed them to everyone one by one. The children all covered their mouths, and the family happily enjoyed the sweet, honey-glazed meat. This pork jerky was the tastiest they had ever eaten. After a simple lunch, Leader Hao called everyone to continue walking forward. People from Chenjiago followed behind like vampires. Soon, they arrived at the nearest small town. Leader Hao asked a few young men to go into town and buy some urgently needed items, and used the remaining money to buy grain. The people from Chenjiago looked longingly at the grain pushed out of Hao village in carts. Leader Hao saw this and his face darkened deeply. He pulled Hao Erlang and others aside and said, "Erlang, you and your third brother walk behind. You both have some skills, so stay alert for the people from Chenjiago. They are lazy and don't like farming, so they probably don't have much grain." I worry they'll see us buying grain and get very hungry and rush over. Hao Erling nodded seriously. Chief, I understand. Don't worry, I will watch out for them. Leader Hao patted Hao Erlang on the shoulder and went ahead to lead the way. Night quietly fell. Near a small grove, the Hao family put down their luggage, preparing to stay overnight. Everyone was exhausted and finally took a rest. Hao Erlang and Hao Sanling went into the woods to gather some dried grass and laid a tarpaulin on top, making it more comfortable to sleep. Every family lined up to get grain from Leader Hao. Since they bought it together, they divided it equally by person today. Adults received 2 jin each, and children under 10 received 1 jin each. Everyone agreed. They brought the grain home and set up small pots to cook porridge to soothe their empty stomachs. Night gradually deepened. Chief Hao called the strong young men in the village. Tonight we start patrol shifts, followed by Chen Jiago behind us. They're more dangerous than beasts. 5 people take turns watching, so our food is safe. This food is our future. You must take it seriously, the young men replied. Got it, Chief. As night deepened, the clouds drifted apart by the wind. In the forest, strange bird calls echoed now and then, making the dark night feel eerie. When everyone was sleepy, 4 sneaky figures quietly approached Hao's village. Just as they were about to reach the food bags, Hao Sanling opened his eyes. Who's there? The 4 figures froze, then grabbed a bag of food and ran away. Hao Sanling shouted loudly, Stop! Don't run! Wake everyone! Catch the thief! Hao Sanling's shout woke everyone. They all got up quickly. Hao Sanling and 4 others went after the thieves. Near Chen Jiago's camp, Hao Sanling caught one thief first. He pushed him to the ground from behind. The other thieves were also caught. They were weak from hunger, unlike the stronger people of Hao's village who could still eat well. The fire was lit again, casting a small light. Hao Sanling saw clearly who he had caught. It was Chun Chui's second brother, Chen Er. His grip tightened. So, you're the one stealing from our village. Chen Er struggled on the ground. Hao Sanling. We're relatives. Do you have to be so harsh? Hao Sanling spat on the ground. Bah. Who's your relative? Stop pretending. My sister-in-law is no longer related to you. Chen Er twisted and struggled. Even if we're not related, I'm still her brother. My mother is her mother. She's really not a good person. She's starving and doesn't help her own mother. Hao Sanling slapped him hard. I told you to shut up. I told you to shut up. His hand was merciless, hitting Chen Er hard. Soon, Chen Er was crying and begging for mercy. Chen's mother, hearing her son's cries, finally couldn't stay still. She rushed over. Stop. Why are you hitting my son? Stop right now. Hao Sanling's hand kept hitting, even harder. Why? He stole food from our village. He's a thief. Mrs. Chen tried to tear at Hao Sanling, but was stopped by other young men. The remaining 3 thieves were also caught. The cries of the 3 young thieves begging for mercy grew louder. The village chief of Chinjiago looked up with a grim face and muttered under his breath, Such useless people. Steal some food and get caught so easily. Reluctantly, he got up and walked over. Village Chief Chen Nyo of Chinjia village said, Everyone. Hao Zuzhong also came over and spoke to Hao Sanling. Sanling, stop now. Hao Sanling obediently released his hold, stood beside Zuzhong Hao, and the other 3 young men also let go of the thieves. Hao Dan was about to stand up with the stolen food, but the thief from Chinjia village held tightly to the bag, refusing to let go. Hao Dan frowned and said, Let go of it. The thief didn't loosen his grip or speak. Next to them, Zuzhong Hao said, Village Chief Chen, your people. Chen Nyo smiled softly and said, Zuzhong Hao, I can't control this. Maybe you should just take this person away and deal with him. Zuzhong Hao's face changed. You. Chen Nyo still looked fearless, like a pig unafraid of boiling water. Zuzhong Hao snorted coldly. Village Chief Chen, are you just going to ignore this? Allow your villagers to do whatever they want. Chen Nyo shook his head. Zuzhong Hao, times are chaotic now. I really can't control these people. I can barely feed myself, let alone manage others. Just do as you see fit. As I said, you can even beat him to make him hand over the food. Zhu Hao stared tightly at Chen Niu, his chest rising and falling with anger and frustration. He snorted again.
Fine.
Since you won't control them, don't blame us for being excessive. Zhu Hao ordered. Hit him. Make him give up the food. Hao Sanlang and the others stepped forward as instructed and started hitting the thief. The thief's cries of pain echoed loudly. Suddenly, a female voice came from Haojia village. Stop hitting him. Stop it. Hao Sanlang and the others paused and turned to look toward their village's direction. The speaker was Chen Zhaodi, Hao Erga's new wife from last year. Chen Zhaodi was crying and shouting. Stop hitting him. Please stop. Hao Ergu, standing beside her, pulled her to make her be quiet. Stop talking. Chen Zhaodi was still crying, struggling to break free from Hao Erga's grip, and walked over, looking at her younger brother, who was beaten and bruised, with concern. Chen Zhaodi cried as she looked up at head Hao and the others. Leader, my brother didn't do it on purpose. Please don't hit him. Hao Sanling glanced at Hao Ergu. We didn't want to hit him. If he returns the grain he stole, we won't lay a finger on him. Chen Zhaodi tearfully looked at her brother, feeling too sad to ask him to return the grain. She knew her family's situation. There was probably no food left. She couldn't just watch her parents and brother starve to death. What should she do? She looked at Hao Erga for help. Hao Erga frowned and stared at Chen Zhaodi, but didn't speak. Feeling helpless, Chen Zhaodi turned to Leader Hao. Leader, we still have some grain at home. Can we use our own grain? As soon as she spoke, Hao Erga stepped forward, pointing at her nose. Say that again. Chen Zhaodi looked at Hao Ergu with pity. Ergu, this is my brother and my parents. Hao Ergu was so angry he wanted to hit her. Chen Zhaodi, don't forget it was your parents who demanded a high bride price of 500 coins and asked for 5 pounds of pork. Our family has already spent all our money because of your marriage. Now you want to use our grain to pay back your family? Do you have a conscience? Chen Zhaodi could only cry silently. Hao Erga's mother also came over. Chen Zhaodi, I'll tell you clearly. This isn't normal times. We're fleeing from famine. Our family absolutely cannot allow this. Using our family's food to support your family isn't right. Grain is life. If you understand, come back. If you don't, go back to your family. We don't want you anymore. Chen Zhaodi was shocked by her mother-in-law's serious words, her eyes wide. Mother? You. Hao Erga's mother didn't say anything else. She turned around, tightly clutching her grain bag. Their grain must not be lost, or everyone in the family would die. Hao Erga looked at Chen Zhaodi quietly, waiting for her to decide. Nearby, Chen Niu watched the scene with interest. Interesting, very interesting. Leader Hao quietly watched Chen Zhaodi. She had thought many times there was enough food on the way to survive. But now, her family's food was almost gone. She needed this bag of grain to survive. The more Chen Zhaodi thought about it, the clearer she became. She looked up at Hao Ergu and said, I'm going back to my parents' house, but I want to take this bag of grain with me. Hao Erga's eyes nearly popped out in anger. Chen Zhaodi, how can you be so shameless? You go back to your parents' house, but why are you taking our grain? Chen Zhaodi stayed silent, just lowering her head. The situation became tense. The family of Aunt Li, whose grain had been stolen, grew anxious. Aunt Li stepped forward and said to village head Hao, village chief, what should we do now? Our grain. Village head Hao looked at Chen Zhaodi with a look of annoyance. He knew the current situation was difficult, but he thought that such a foolish and reckless person didn't deserve to be a villager of Hao's village. Finally, he spoke. Chen Zhaodi, have you thought this through? Chen Zhaodi shivered slightly and nodded very faintly. Village head Hao nodded back. All right, I decide. This bag of grain is yours. Aunt Li was anxious. Village chief, Hao head continued, but from now on, you are no longer a part of Hao's village. Even if you starve or tire yourself out, you are not allowed to come here asking for food. Do you understand? Chen Zhaodi cried silently, not speaking. Her mother loudly said, We understand, we understand. This bag of grain now belongs to us. Then she helped Chen Zhaodi's younger brother and started walking back. They completely ignored Chen Zhaodi, who was kneeling behind and crying. How Ergu was trembling with anger, but when he saw Aunt Lee nearby, he lost his anger. He looked helpless and said, "Village chief, this grain." Village head house sighed. "We'll give the grain to your family. It's okay. Losing someone like that in the village is also a blessing. Let's leave it at that." He turned and left. How Ergu sighed and took 2 jin of grain from his own bag to give to the village chief. "Village chief, this is the 2 jin that Chen took. I'm returning it to you." The village head nodded and looked at his villagers with satisfaction. "All right, go to sleep. Rest for a while. We need to keep moving soon." Everything was settled like this. Chen Zhaodi never imagined that her departure would lead her straight into hell. But no one seemed to care anymore. They had to keep moving. The Hao village people ate well enough and hurried quickly, trying to leave behind the people from Qinjiago. The effect was clear. The people from Qinjiago gradually fell behind Hao's village and slowly disappeared from the villagers' sight. Chief Hao finally let out a sigh of relief. However, before he could feel too happy, the completely dried-up river in front of them made everyone fall into despair. The weather was already very hot. Going a day without eating was okay, but going a day without drinking water was deadly. Chief Hao panted and asked, "De Lang, Yuanjia, what should we do?" De Lang frowned tightly, looking at everything around him. He thought quickly and examined the terrain. He sighed and said, "Chief, there are no other rivers nearby. If we want to survive, we have only 2 options. Either we take the pipeline route. There should be a village nearby, with wells and relay stations for supplies. Or we can only go into Black Tiger Mountain." Everyone's expression stiffened. Black Tiger Mountain was a place they absolutely dared not enter because it was full of dangerous wild animals. If they went in by mistake, they might lose their lives. Second House said, "Maybe we should take the pipeline route. Entering Black Tiger Mountain with 200 people, we probably wouldn't all come out." Chief Hao nodded as well. "Most of us are old, weak, sick, or disabled. Going into Black Tiger Mountain is really too risky." Everyone talked among themselves, mostly saying they didn't want to go into Black Tiger Mountain. Chief Hao thought for a moment and said, "De Lang, since we've already traveled a long way ahead of time, the soldiers might not catch up with us. And the bandits might not attack so quickly. I think we should take the pipeline route. It's a bit safer." De Lang couldn't act alone, so he nodded in agreement. In the end, they decided to change their route to follow the pipeline. It was 5 kilometers away, so they had to hurry and get there before dark. Everyone pushed on without stopping, with children and the elderly on carts, while others walked faster to make good time. On the cart, Hao Yuanyuan quietly added a little water to each villager's water bottle, trying not to be noticed. She also added some iced sweet herbal tea to her own water bottle to prevent heatstroke. On the way, Second Hao picked up his water bottle and carefully took a sip to soothe his throat. The cool, sweet water burst in his mouth, refreshing him. Second Hao's eyes widened as he looked at his precious daughter sleeping peacefully in his wife's arms. His heart softened completely. He gently pinched Hao Yuanyuan's small hand and softly told everyone to hurry and drink water. Yuanyuan gave them water, which was very tasty and especially refreshing. The Hao family members learned that Yuanyuan had water, so they felt a little more at ease and took a few sips. They continued their journey. Finally, before it got completely dark, they reached the nearest official road, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. They rested behind a withered old tree. As night fell and they looked at the desolate surroundings, some people started crying first, and their emotions affected the entire Hao village. Everyone sighed sadly. Before leaving, they didn't realize how barren the outside world had become. They thought that heading south would find more water sources, but after walking dozens of miles, they still saw only dry land. For a moment, everyone felt discouraged. But they had no choice. To survive, they had to keep moving forward. That night, Yuanyuan found a hidden, dried-up pond about a kilometer away. She poured a lot of water into it. Early the next morning, everyone packed their bags and hurried back on the road. 8-month-old Yuanyuan, after much practice, finally could say some simple words. Yuanyuan tugged at her father's collar. "Dad. Dad." How Erling shivered and turned sharply to look at his beloved daughter, exclaiming in disbelief. Yuanyuan. Yuan Bao, what did you just call me? Yuanyuan looked at How Erling and seriously repeated, Daddy. How Erling's face suddenly lit up with joy, and his eyes seemed to sparkle with stars. Yuan Bao called me Dad. He ran around excitedly, telling everyone, Yuan Bao just called me Dad.
Mom.
Yuan Bao called me Dad. Wife, Yuan Bao called me Dad. Brother, Yuan Bao called me Dad. How village chief, hearing the commotion behind him, turned around with a puzzled look. What's going on back there? Behind him, Aunt Lee smiled and said, How Erling's daughter, Yuan Bao, just called him Dad for the first time. The village chief smiled and looked up at How Erling, who was jumping around proudly, then shook his head helplessly. Erling is so old, yet he's acting like a child. Aunt Lee also smiled. That's true. How village chief thought for a moment. But isn't Yuan Bao only 8 months old? How can she start talking so early? Nearby, Aunt Lee and How Yuanjie looked surprised. Really? That's early for a child to speak. Usually kids start talking around 1.5 years old or maybe 2. Chief How did not say anything further and continued to turn his head and hurry on his way. Meanwhile, How Yuanyuan looked at her excited father and her jealous mother, feeling a slight headache. In the end, How Yuanyuan decided not to tell How Erling and quietly whispered, Mother. Li Jing's eyes widened with a hint of tears and she nodded firmly. Yes, my good girl. How Yuanyuan tilted her head, showing her 2 small teeth, and quietly said, Mother, ahead. Sleep. Li Jing looked confused and blinked. What? Yuanyuan, what are you saying? How Yuanyuan took a deep breath. Her mouth was still not fully tamed, and her tongue needed more practice. She spoke seriously again. Ahead. Water. How Jinjun understood immediately, his face excited. Mother. Mother. I know what my sister is saying. Li Jing looked around and exchanged a glance with How Erling. How Erling nodded and stepped in front of the 3. She gently asked, Jinjun, what did your sister say? Tell me quietly. Jinjun nodded, covering his mouth, and leaned close to Li Jing. My sister said, there's water ahead. Li Jing gasped, then looked down at How Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan. How Yuanyuan continued, words are 1,000 secrets. Li Jing looked at How Jinjun, the translator. How Jinjun covered his mouth. Along the road, 1,000 meters, Li Jing smiled and kissed How Yuanyuan's head. Good girl. How Jinjun was not convinced. Mother, I am also a good girl. Li Jing laughed and kissed How Jinjun too. Yes, Yuanyuan and Jinjun are both my good children. How Jinjun was satisfied and left happily. Li Jing pulled How Erling aside and told him the news. How Erling's eyes sparkled with joy, but he also knew this was very important. He ran a few steps forward to tell How Dalong and the others. The clan leader, hearing the news, asked How Erling with doubt, Erling, how do you know this? How Erling was stunned for a moment. How should I say this? Then he thought hard and blurted out, my father said it. How Dalong. How Samling. How Yuanyuan, the girl, didn't realize that her status had already become How Erling's father. The clan leader looked terrified. Erling, you can't talk nonsense. Your father. Isn't he dead? How Erling, with a wild imagination, scratched his head and smirked. My mother dreamed of my father and he told her. Chief How finally let out a breath of relief. By the way, what did your father say to you? How Daliang and How Samliang looked at How Erling together. They were curious too, wondering how their second brother and second elder would continue the story. How Erling spoke first. My father said he took a small official position below, and he's grateful for how everyone in How Village took care of him and his family before. So this time, he came to help our How Village safely reach a better place. Everyone can relax. Chief How was touched. His villagers were so kind and grateful. He patted Erling on the shoulder. Erling, if your mother dreams of your father again, tell her to pass on the message. We all thank him first. Don't worry. When we all pass away and go below, we will support him to become the new chief of How Village. How Erling, How Daliang, and How Samliang all looked surprised. They didn't expect Chief Hao to want to create a new Hao village in the underworld.
It was so strange.
Seeing Hao Erlang silent, Chief Hao patted him on the shoulder. Erlang, did you hear what I said? Hao Erlang quickly nodded. Yes, yes. I'll go tell my mother right now. He turned and ran away. Chief Hao, feeling encouraged by Erlang's father's words, felt more energetic. Hao Erlang ran a few steps back to his family's group, looking a bit uncomfortable as he held Hao Laotai. Hao Erlang hesitated. Mother, Hao Laotai was holding Hao Yuanyuan, feeding her water. She looked up at Hao Erlang. What's wrong? Hao Erlang leaned closer. The village chief asked me how I knew there was water. I didn't tell anyone about Yuanyuan. I made up a reason. Hao Laotai looked at Hao Erlang with approval. Good job. Hao Erlang looked at his mother and daughter, wondering if he'd get scolded after explaining his reason. Hao Laotai saw Hao Erlang's distracted look and felt a pang. Erlang, do you have anything else to say? Hao Erlang thought he couldn't hide it anymore. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, Mother, I told the village chief that it was my father who appeared in a dream and told me. Hao Yuanyuan suddenly spat out water, splashing Hao Erlang's face. He shivered, thinking he was about to get hit. Hao Erlang carefully opened his eyes. He didn't see his mother angry, but saw her gently wiping Yuanyuan's mouth. Hao Erlang tentatively spoke. Mother? Old lady Hao finally looked at second brother Hao. Why are you calling me? Second brother Hao asked curiously. Aren't you angry? Old lady Hao rolled her eyes at him. There's no need to be angry. Actually, your reason is quite good. It can help us hide Yuan Bao. Seeing that his mother didn't scold him but even praised him, second brother Hao couldn't help but smile foolishly. Old lady Hao said, Tell me everything you just said to the clan leader in detail. Second brother Hao obediently explained the reason he just made up. After hearing it, Old lady Hao nodded, and Yuanyuan also thought the reason was good, with little chance of being found out. Old lady Hao then said, Quietly tell the family about this, especially the children. Make sure they don't say anything.
Keep the story consistent.
Everything was done by your father from underground, with great effort. Second brother Hao nodded. He went to tell the family, and even warned the children so they wouldn't accidentally reveal anything. He scared the children like this. Listen carefully. You must say that Grandpa told you. If you mention your sister's name, the whole family will be in danger. The older children in Delang's family were fine and nodded seriously. But the two 5-year-olds, Hao Wenwen and Hao Junjun, were so scared they cried loudly. Second brother Hao hurriedly comforted the children. Oh, don't cry, don't cry. Please don't cry. Chen Shui and Zhao Hua ran over, each holding one child and trying to soothe them. Chen Shui asked, What happened? Why are the children crying like that? Second brother Hao nervously said, Maybe I said that Grandpa appeared in a dream, in the underworld. They got scared. Chen Shui looked at him disapprovingly. Second brother, the children are still young. Why are you telling them these things? Second brother Hao bit his lip and didn't dare to speak. Fortunately, the children soon calmed down. Second brother Hao finally let out a sigh of relief. Yuanyuan secretly slipped 2 pieces of milk candy into his hand. Second brother Hao looked down and asked, What is this? Yuanyuan spoke clearly. Tasty here for Gaga. Second brother Hao smiled, rubbed his daughter's little head, and then gave 1 piece of candy to Wenwen and Junjun. The 2 children immediately stopped crying, covering their mouths with their hands, and carefully savored the candy. Finally, everything was settled. Second brother Hao carried Yuanyuan and continued walking. Soon, about 1 kilometer away, in a dried-up water pool, they really found a lot of water. Chief Hao was overjoyed and clasped his hands together, saying, Thank you, Hao Peng. Don't worry, the people of Hao Village will never forget your great kindness. People nearby looked at the water pool and wanted to shout with excitement, but seeing Chief Hao's gesture, they hesitated and asked confusedly. Aunt Li said, Chief, what are you doing? Second Hao nodded and said, Exactly. Let's hurry to fetch water. Today, we can finally drink our fill. The villagers agreed. Yes, yes. Chief Hao turned around and loudly announced, From the moment we set out, I knew there was a water source here. Everyone gasped in surprise. Second Hao asked, "Chief, how did you know?" People looked at Chief Hao curiously. Chief Hao smiled and said, "It was from Delang's family. Last night, Hao Peng came to Aunt Hao in a dream. He said there was a water pool 1,000 meters away. Hao Peng is doing well. Even in the afterlife, he has a small official position. He also said he will do his best to help us reach safety." Everyone exclaimed in amazement. This was something they had never experienced before. Wang Andy nearby asked Hao Grandma, "Sister, did Hao Peng really say that?" Hao Grandma nodded with a smile. "Yes, but Hao Peng doesn't have much power now, so he can only help us as much as he can. Please be understanding if some things are not perfect." Seeing Hao Grandma speak like this, everyone cheered and cheered. Some even sat on the ground crying. "We are saved. We are really saved." Everyone came forward to thank Hao Grandma and the others. Tears in her eyes, Wang Annie said, "Big sister, our village really owes your family. With you, our escape route is now secure." Li Andy happily held Hao Grandma's hand. "Ching Ching, if you ever need help with tough or dirty work, just tell me. I'll do it for you." Other villagers also gathered around, expressing their gratitude. Hao Grandma was overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, but Chief Hao quickly ordered everyone to hurry and fetch water. Hao Da Lang and Hao Er Lang were about to pick up their buckets when Hao Er Go and Hao Er Dan cut in front of them. Hao Er Go and Hao Er Dan ran straight to the water pool without looking back, saying, "You two rest, we'll go. How can you just go ahead of us?" Hao Er Lang looked both amused and helpless. At noon, every household drank clean water, and even water used to soak dry bread tasted surprisingly good. The water tastes especially sweet and refreshing. After drinking it, I feel more energized. This is thanks to Hao Yuanyuan, who found a well in her small dream town. Hao Yuanyuan guesses that this must be the spiritual spring water from a novel. She took a small cup of water carefully and drank it. A warm feeling spread through her body, and all her tiredness disappeared. Hao Yuanyuan was dancing happily in her space, feeling very excited. Old King Yama is really kind to her. She felt so happy. So, Hao Yuanyuan poured a small cup of spiritual spring water into the pond to help everyone feel less tired. Seeing everyone happily drinking, Hao Yuanyuan also smiled happily. The villagers of Haojia village filled all their buckets with water, and their water jars and bags were all full. They looked at the remaining water in the pond and wished they could take it all, but they had no more containers to carry water. Village Chief Hao spoke, "Let's go now. The remaining water should be left for those with fate. It's also a good deed for Hao Peng." The villagers of Haojia village listened carefully and continued their journey with their backpacks. On the way, everyone's tiredness seemed to vanish. They felt as if they had endless strength. They talked and laughed, not like people fleeing from hardship, but more like they were going on a trip. They walked for a long time, and by late afternoon, saw an inn in the distance. Hao Dalong sighed in relief. "It looks like we've walked quite far. We're already over 20 kilometers away, in Qingzhou." Village Chief Hao patted Hao Yuanjia's shoulder. "Thanks to Yuanjia, we managed to act a bit earlier." Hao Dalong nodded. Village Chief Hao said, "We'll stay here overnight. Tomorrow morning, we'll leave for Qingzhou City. We need to buy more food because our supplies are running low." Hao Yuanjia sighed, "Dad, we've spent all our silver. We only have a few copper coins left." Village Chief Hao looked worried. "What should we do? We have so many people. How can we escape without eating or continue on?" Everyone fell silent. That night, a cool breeze blew. Luckily, it was summer, so sleeping outdoors didn't make them cold. They had to reach a safe place before winter, or they might freeze to death. The villagers didn't know that Hao Chief was worried about food and couldn't sleep. They were still happy about having a mountain of support from the underworld. During dinner, Hao Yuanyuan took a steaming small bun from her space and fed it to old Granny Hao. Small buns were very convenient, one bite at a time, and she didn't have to worry about being seen by others. Hao Yuanyuan relied on such feeding to nourish her entire family, leaving everyone well fed. At the same time, they added some spiritual spring water from their water bag to help restore their strength. The night passed quickly, and everyone continued toward Qingzhou City to gather supplies. However, outside the city, they saw many disaster victims. Each person looked pale and thin, clearly hungry for a long time. The wild vegetables outside Qingzhou City had mostly been pulled up. Seeing this scene, the Hao family members froze in place, all tightly packed together. Hao Yuanyuan had once imagined fleeing from disaster, but reality was much worse. Many faces looked waxy and yellow, with eyes almost popping out. They stared fiercely at the Hao family, as if anyone dared to approach, they would swarm and devour them. Hao Yuanyuan even felt someone was staring at her intently, drooling. She was a little scared. Head Hao called a few men, who carried sickles and walked ahead, wrapping the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled in the middle. They found a large tree and stood with their backs against it. Head Hao frowned and said, "This situation is strange. Why are there so many disaster victims?" Lang Hao frowned and asked, "Chief, should we go into the city?" The chief looked around and said, "Lang, you and Yuanyuan go ahead and check the situation. With so many disaster victims, something isn't right." Lang nodded and said, "Okay." Then the two men, holding machetes, cautiously entered Qingzhou City, followed by two more men also armed with machetes, watching the disaster victims carefully. At the city gate, they were stopped. The soldiers at the gate shouted sternly, "Stand there." Lang and Yuanyuan looked at each other. Yuanyuan crossed his arms and bowed slightly. "Officer, I am Hao Yuanyuan from Pingzhou, a scholar from the 13th year of Fengyuan. I came today to buy some supplies." The soldiers, hearing he was a scholar, looked a bit more relaxed. "So, Scholar Hao." The soldiers continued, "But, Scholar Hao, please go back. Currently, Qingzhou City is wary of disaster victims and won't let them in easily." Yuanyuan and Lang exchanged glances, understanding what the soldiers meant. Yuanyuan smiled softly, stepped forward, and handed his wallet to the soldiers at the gate. Yuanyuan said, "I wonder if the officer could do me a small favor?" At the entrance, the soldiers finally smiled and said, "It's always a pleasure to talk to a learned man. Please come in, Sir Scholar." Hao Dalong and Hao Yuanyuan were then able to enter Qingzhou City. They looked around and saw that a few shops were still open on the streets inside the city. Hao Yuanyuan led Hao Dalong into a general store. Seeing no one inside, Hao Yuanyuan shouted, "Shopkeeper." From behind the shelves, a voice responded, "Coming, coming." An old man with a white beard came out from behind the counter. Seeing the two strong men, Hao Yuanyuan and Hao Dalong, he asked, "Gentlemen, what would you like to see?" Hao Dalong looked around and asked, "Shopkeeper, we are from a courier company. Do you know what's happening to those disaster victims outside the city?" The white-bearded shopkeeper sighed and said, Those disaster victims at the city gate are all from Huangzhou. They've been there all year. Nothing to harvest this year. Most people from Huangzhou have fled because they can't find food. They've all left to escape the famine." Hao Dalong nodded. "Huangzhou is in the opposite direction from here, so it's normal they haven't met anyone from there." Hao Yuanyuan then asked, "Is the court not helping these people? Are there no relief supplies?" The white-bearded shopkeeper took a deep breath and stroked his beard. "Young man, you're still young. The court nowadays is not like before. Now, the court is busy just taking care of itself. They don't have the time or resources to help others." He lowered his voice and said secretly, "Honestly, the court has already been defeated. They're running from the barbarians. On the way, some people are being conscripted to fight on the front lines. You couriers, be careful when you travel. Don't get caught and forced onto the battlefield, where those barbarians might kill you." Hao Dalong nodded. "But, shopkeeper, why don't you leave too? Why stay here?" The white-bearded shopkeeper smiled and shook his head. "Look at me, I'm too old to run. Better to stay at home peacefully. If those barbarians really come in, I might as well drink poison and die. I'm old now and don't want to bother anymore." Hao Yuanyuan asked, "Shopkeeper, are there still people inside Qingzhou City?" The white-bearded shopkeeper shook his head with a smile. "Not many left. Everyone who heard the news left early. Even officials sold their property and ran away, leaving the common people behind." Hao Dalong asked, "Then why are there still soldiers outside the city? The old man with the white beard sneered. It's those officials. They're afraid the court will find out they left early, so they trick some soldiers into staying on duty, creating the illusion that someone is still here. But actually, Qingzhou City is now an empty town. Exiling and Yuanyuan stopped talking, their hearts filled with deep sadness. They realized that even the court and officials had abandoned their land. How could Yuan dynasty possibly win? A bunch of cowardly animals afraid of death could never defeat the brave barbarians. It's so sad and tragic. The old man with the white beard waved his hand. That's enough. You should leave quickly. If I remember correctly, the barbarians will arrive at Qingzhou City in 2 or 3 days. Remember to go south. There might still be a chance. Yuanyuan and Exiling nodded, clasped their fists, and bowed deeply. Old sir, we're leaving now. They turned and hurried out of Qingzhou City. They had received news that the city was now empty, so they needed to head south quickly. Yuanyuan went back to inform everyone. Everyone fell silent. Some cried. The court had given up on them. What should they do? If the court surrendered, it would be one thing, but the problem was the court refused to surrender, and they kept capturing civilians and throwing them onto the battlefield to die. It's madness. Long silence fell over the House family leader. Then he stood up. Everyone, we can't wait any longer.
We must leave now.
If what the old sir said is true, the barbarians will arrive at Qingzhou City in 2 days. They all have horses, so they'll be faster than us. We need to hurry. Before the villagers of Haojia village could feel too sad, a sudden sense of urgency shattered their calm. To escape, everyone grabbed their bags and hurriedly set out. They planned to head south as quickly as possible, aiming to reach Yizhou, where the city walls were the thickest, hoping they could withstand the barbarian flames. All they wanted was to stay alive. But they didn't know that they would soon encounter the soldiers directly. The people of Haojia village didn't dare stop for a moment, running with all their might. Yuanyuan also felt the tense atmosphere and silently clenched her fists. What should she do? Yuanyuan rummaged through her space, trying to find something useful. After searching back and forth, she finally found a police pistol and smoke bombs in the police station. An idea struck her. She grabbed her father and handed him the smoke bombs. Yuanyuan opened her mouth wide, trying to speak. Dad, pull this.
And
open it. Then there was smoke. And something else. Erlang scratched his head. Yuanbao, what are you saying? What is this thing? Yuanyuan looked at her silly father and silently shook her head. How could she explain this? She thought for a moment, pulled open the smoke grenade's bracelet, and then threw it forcefully outward. The smoke grenade landed far away with a bang, and thick smoke started pouring out continuously. The villagers of Hao village were startled. Seeing the sudden burst of dense smoke rushing out, they couldn't see clearly what was on the other side. Village head Hao shivered. This. Erlang stared in shock at his daughter's actions, almost losing his balance. He hugged Yuanyuan. Yuanbao, Dad knows how to use this. Why is the smoke gone now? Yuanyuan looked confused and unsure. She didn't know either. She scratched her head, then suddenly thought of a plan. She grabbed about 200 pounds of rice and threw it into the smoke. No one in Hao village dared to act rashly. Gradually, the thick smoke dispersed, and old lady Hao realized it was her granddaughter's doing. She loudly said, "Everyone don't panic. This was my husband's idea. He brought us some grain." Village head Hao hurried over. "Are you serious, Hao Peng's family?" Old lady Hao smiled. "Of course. He knew we couldn't buy grain and we're running out of food, so he used underground money to trade with spirits for some grain, but he's just a small official, and he doesn't have much money left. Plus, we can't burn paper money for him now, so he's basically broke." Tears welled up in village head Hao's eyes as he nearly kneeled. "Hao Peng's family, you truly saved the whole village. Thank you so much." Soon after, others behind him also knelt down, and everyone started crying. Old lady Hao looked touched. She quickly helped village head Hao. "Chief, what are you doing? Hao Peng is also from our village. Even though he's gone to another world, he would help us in times of trouble." Village head Hao cried with a sad heart. Hao Peng's family, everyone remembers your great kindness. If someday someone repays evil with good, I will definitely drive them out of the village. Old Lady Hao nodded. All right, Chief, let's not talk about this anymore. Isn't Manzi coming soon? Let's pack up and leave quickly. Chief Hao straightened his back and nodded, saying, Yes, yes, yes. Everyone, hurry up and pack our things. Let's leave quickly. If the soldiers come, we really won't be able to escape. Aunt Li wiped her tears and said, Yes, let's go quickly. Everyone who was carrying grain or pushing their belongings stood up hurriedly and ran. Just as they were about to reach the border of Black Tiger Mountain, they heard the sound of hooves behind them. They looked back in fear and saw a group of soldiers rushing toward them angrily from afar. How Dolly shouted desperately, Run! Run toward Black Tiger Mountain! People from Hao village gasped and turned to run toward the mountain. The inside of Black Tiger Mountain is full of tall trees, so few people go inside. There are really wild animals inside. Ahead was a bend in the path, just out of sight of the soldiers, so the soldiers didn't know there was a big village ahead. However, Hao Ergu and Hao Sanling, running slowly, were eventually caught by the soldiers. The soldiers laughed proudly. Look, we caught 2 strong men here. Our task is complete today. Another soldier said, Yes, I saw a few people running past earlier. Were they with you too? Hao Sanling didn't answer, his eyes full of despair. He might never see his family again in this life. Seeing that they didn't reply, the soldiers kicked them hard. Can't hear us asking questions? Ignoring us. Then they kicked them again. Hao Ergu and Hao Sanling groaned painfully, curling up on the ground. But the soldiers, still not satisfied, kicked them a few more times to vent their anger. The 2 men kept their mouths shut tight. It didn't matter if they died, as long as their family could stay alive. Then, the soldiers decided to rest for a while before taking these 2 captured men to the front line. Meanwhile, at Hao Village, when they could no longer run, everyone stopped, exhausted, leaning against a large hidden tree, gasping for breath. They heard no more horse hooves behind them and finally felt relieved. Hao Erga's mother, realizing her son was missing, burst into tears, crying out, Where's my son? Why is my son gone? Old Lady Hao nervously counted her family members, her hands trembling, unable to stand. Sanling. Where is Sanling? Zhao Hua, standing nearby, also cried, Mother, ergo, and Sanling broke away and stayed behind. They probably won't be caught by the soldiers, right? Old Lady Hao's legs went weak, and tears of cloudy water flowed from her eyes. She tightly clenched her fists over her heart. Sanling. My son Sanling. Hao De Lang and Hao Erlang wiped their tears and stood up. Mother. We will go save Sanling. Old Lady Hao cried and waved her hands. No. Mother has already lost Sanling. If you 2 go out again and get into trouble, I really can't go on living. Hao Erlang's eyes turned red. Mother. Big brother and I are strong. We can fight the soldiers and rescue Sanling. Hao De Lang also had tears in his eyes. Yes, Mother, now is still early. They haven't gone far. We still have a chance. Chen Shui looked at De Lang and knew she couldn't stop him. She could only wipe her tears silently with her eyes red. Li Jing also held back tears. She was very reluctant. The children were crying in a mess, sobbing quietly because they didn't dare to cry loudly. That was their most beloved Uncle San. Hao Yuanyuan raised her hand. Father. Smoke. Hao Erlang looked at Yuanyuan and the smoke grenade in her hand. His eyes lit up. Yes. Mother. Yuan Bao has this smoke grenade. Hao Erlang said, We can use this smoke grenade to rescue Sanling. Old Lady Hao's eyes were red, and she stared at Hao Erlang without blinking. Really? Can it work? Hao De Lang nodded. It can work. Mother, trust us. We will definitely rescue Sanling. Old Lady Hao finally nodded, with a look of reluctance in her eyes. You must come back safely. Come back safe and sound. Hao De Lang and Hao Erlang nodded strongly. Okay, then, Hao De Lang and Hao Erlang told clan leader Hao and hurried off to rescue Sanling. Hao Ergo's older brother wanted to go with them, but seeing Hao De Go's weak body, Hao De Lang refused. He also promised to bring Hao Ergo back with them. Hao Dalang and Hao Erlang each carried a firewood knife and hurried down the mountain. Old Lady Hao tightly hugged Yuanyuan, her eyes full of hope. She muttered, Yuan Bao, bless your father, uncle, and big brother. Bless them to come back safely. Fortunately, the two of them arrived just in time. The soldiers rested for a while and were about to set off again. They tied Hao Sanlang and the others with thick ropes and pulled them behind. Hao Dalang and Hao Erlang exchanged a glance, then ran to the front. Hao Erlang shouted, Hey, those two fools. Damn it. Two soldiers heard the noise and turned around quickly. Listening to Hao Erlang's curses, they became furious and angry. The chubby soldier said, These guys are really reckless. The bearded soldier was so angry his beard almost stood on end. Damn it. Two fools still dare to curse us? The chubby soldier shouted, Charge. Kill them all. The two soldiers drew their swords and ran toward the two men, getting closer and closer. Hao Erlang's palms were sweaty, but he quickly pulled the pin on a smoke grenade and threw it to the ground. The smoke burst out quickly, filling the air with fog. The two soldiers charged forward but ran into the smoke and lost their way. They couldn't see anything clearly. The chubby soldier panicked. What is this? The bearded soldier was also very scared. Why can't I see anything clearly? Hao Erlang used a machete to cut the ropes holding Hao Ergu and Hao Sanling free, then ran toward Black Tiger Mountain. Hao Dalong took advantage of the moment to strike each soldier with a knife. He didn't see exactly where he hit, only hearing their painful cries, then quickly retreated. In the chaos, he also stole some of the soldiers' food supplies. If the horses had been easier to control, he would have stolen those too. Hao Dalong met up with Hao Erlang and the others at the border of Black Tiger Mountain, and the four of them ran up the mountain. It went surprisingly smoothly. They caught up with most of the main group and saw their son safe again. Old Mrs. Hao cried uncontrollably, pounding Hao Sanlang's chest with her fists. You scared me to death. I thought I'd never see you again. Hao Sanlang's eyes also turned red. Mom, I'm back now. Don't be sad. Old Mrs. Hao sobbed, muttering over and over. It's good you're back, it's good you're back. Hao Sanlang comforted her and then looked at his wife, Zhao Hua. He stepped forward and hugged her. Sorry for making you worry. Zhao Hua sobbed and tightly hugged Hao Sanlang. You scared me to death. It's good you're back. Hao Sanlang nodded and held Zhao Hua tightly. Hao Ergu's mother wanted to kowtow to Hao's family with Hao Ergu, but Hao Dalong stopped her. After the joy of being reunited, they had to think about survival again. They couldn't take the official road anymore because soldiers had already reached this area. Soon, bandits might catch up too. Their only way out was the deserted Black Tiger Mountain ahead. The mountain was covered with dense, large trees that blocked out all sunlight. Inside, there were fierce wild animals, dark snakes and scorpions, and many poisons. This is also why many people, despite being near Black Tiger Mountain, still lack clothing and food. No one dares to venture into Black Tiger Mountain. Chief Hao looked at the dark, looming mountain and frowned. He couldn't think of any other way out. He turned to Hao Daliang and said, Daliang, we. Daliang looked at the trees in front of him and replied, Chief, we have no other options. If we don't go into Black Tiger Mountain, we will all die. Chief Hao silently sighed. It has to be this way. But none of us have ever entered Black Tiger Mountain, so we can't tell which way is correct. Daliang said, Chief, let's keep moving forward and see what we find. When the two soldiers behind realize it, they'll guess we've gone into Black Tiger Mountain. We can only try to go deeper into the mountain. Chief Hao didn't say anything else. He stood up and told everyone to move forward, trying to avoid the soldiers. Everyone continued cautiously, walking softly to avoid disturbing the fierce animals inside the mountain. Hao Yuanyuan sat on the cart, looking at Black Tiger Mountain. It looked like a tropical forest from later times, but the plants weren't the typical tropical species. Yuanyuan's mind sank into her space, where she used a computer in a room inside her space to check what to watch out for in the deep forest. She touched her chin and thought, watch out for fires? Watch out for bugs. Bring a GPS. None of these would work. How should I keep track of direction? Looking at stars, The sun or the moon wouldn't work because the mountain blocks the sky. In ancient times, maybe they relied on trees? The southern trees were more lush, but the trees here were tall and vast, making it hard to see the leaves clearly. Checking the smoothness of the bark, southern trees were smoother, but sunlight barely reached inside the mountain, so the trees couldn't be seen clearly. The only option was to look at the rings of the trees, which meant cutting them down. Yuanyuan whispered to Hao Erling, "Dad,
Cut.
cut the trees." To see the direction. Erling listened carefully and replied, "Okay, Dad, I understand." In the end, Yuanyuan's method wasn't used because Hao Yuanjia had a small compass, which was easier. They traveled all morning. Because the leaves blocked the sunlight, the temperature inside Black Tiger Mountain was cooler than elsewhere. The villagers from Hao's village found it easier to travel. Chief Hao led everyone to find a slightly larger open space to rest briefly. Everyone, after today's ups and downs, is very tired. They are all lying on the ground, exhausted, and without any energy. They are breathing heavily, taking small sips of water, and moistening their mouths. Some women also bring dry biscuits to share with everyone, simply making a quick lunch with water. In the evening, they plan to gather again, light a fire, and cook some porridge.
Living sits quietly beside Hao Yuanyuan, holding her ganti.
Hao Yuanyuan continues to feed everyone, this time with hearty pieces of meat. Hao Yuanyuan has fed everyone well, making their stomachs full, but she herself, as a baby of over 8 months, cannot eat much. Now she is much better and can eat some solid foods and eggs. Sometimes, she uses her mind to prepare her own food in her space. Old Grandma Hao lovingly kisses Hao Yuanyuan's small face. "Good girl, my little treasure." Hao Erling, while eating dry biscuits, quietly asks Grandma Hao, "Mom, when we were on the official road, why did you say that Dad didn't have much money to buy food for everyone?" Grandma Hao glances at him and softly replies, "What else could I say? That your dad has endless supplies of grain. Do you know there's a saying, great kindness like great enmity?" Although everyone in our village is quite kind, if I didn't say that, then if the villagers faced difficulties, they might come to us for help. 1 or 2 times is okay, but what if we can't help them the next time? How would they feel? Hao Erling nods. "Mom, I understand." Grandma Hao gives the other children a sharp look. "You all need to understand too. Don't think that just because Xiao Bao helps you, you don't need to try anymore. Xiao Bao isn't obligated to help you all the time. You need to stand on your own. You can't tie Xiao Bao down. She doesn't have to support our family. Do you all understand?" Everyone nods. "Yes, Mom, we understand." Hao Yuanyuan looks at Grandma Hao with shining eyes, secretly agreeing strongly. This little old lady's values are truly very right. Her words are so comforting. She declares she will be super nice to Grandma Hao. Hao Yuanyuan grins with her 2 little teeth showing. "Grandma, you're awesome." Grandma Hao smiles gently. "Oh, our little treasure says Grandma is awesome." Hao Yuanyuan nods happily. "Awesome." The whole family laughs. This little girl, Hao Junjun, also leans close to his sister. "Xiao Bao, big brother, is also awesome. When Xiao Bao grows up, I will take you to gather bird eggs. It'll be so fun." Li Jing chuckled and gently patted Hao Junjun's head. "Junjun, little sister won't go digging for bird eggs. Little sister is just waiting to eat the bird eggs you find, okay?" Hao Junjun nodded without hesitation. "Okay," Hao Yuanyuan grinned happily. Her family was really nice. She would do everything she could to help them reach a safe place. The happy rest time always felt too short. Head Hao urged everyone to hurry up and keep moving. They had just figured out that if they went straight through Black Tiger Mountain, they could reach Li Prefecture, not far from Izhou. They walked carefully, as summer insects were numerous, especially in the deep mountains. Soon, some screams broke out in the group. Head Hao had to stop helplessly and see what was wrong with the villagers. It turned out some bugs had bitten the children. The children's skin was delicate, and the insects in Black Tiger Mountain were poisonous, making their skin look dark purple, very serious. Head Hao frowned. "What should we do? We don't have a doctor in our village. What can we do?" Some children were crying from the pain, and some adults had also been bitten, but they could still bear it. Yuanyuan leaned in and quickly realized that they had been bitten by some toxic bugs. Although it hurt now, the injuries weren't life-threatening. However, in the dark black tiger mountain, there were many poisons, so she had to help everyone prevent further trouble. Yuanyuan ran to the space hospital, took out some ointments for itching and inflammation, as well as some essential oils. Fortunately, items taken from the space would turn into ancient-style packaging, or that would be quite troublesome. She brought the notes she had written in the space and showed them to Li Jing. "Mother, the white bottle is anti-itch and anti-inflammatory ointment, to be applied to the wounds. The green one is to prevent insect bites and can be applied to everyone's skin, comma." When the notes came out of the space, they also turned into traditional Chinese characters. Yuanyuan nodded happily. This space was amazing. She liked it so much. Li Jing read the note, then kissed Yuanyuan's little head. "Our Yuanyuan is truly a fairy." Yuanyuan giggled happily. Li Jing then carried Yuanyuan to Hao Erling, took out the white bottle, and first applied it to the children's wounds. Hao looked confused. "Erling's family, what is this?" Li Jing smiled softly.
How you don't know?
"My ancestors used to have a doctor. My maternal grandfather was a doctor, so I also know some medical skills. This ointment is something I usually make myself to stop itching and reduce inflammation. Erlang and Big Brother often go hunting in the mountains, so I made this for them to use." Li Jing's grandfather being a doctor is not just talk. She simply didn't learn the real skills. Chief Hao thought about it and agreed. Chief Hao sighed in relief and said, "This time, really thank you, Erlang's family." Li Jing smiled gently and then applied the ointment to the children and some adults who had been bitten. After applying the ointment, the children stopped crying and they no longer felt pain or itching. Next to her, Hao Erden's wife came over and said, "Li Jing, really thank you. My son Xuanzi was crying for a long time. Luckily, you were willing to give us the medicine. Thank you so much for your family." Li Jing waved her hand and said, "Don't be so polite. In our village, when we come out to escape hardship, we need to help each other to survive. We should all do our part." Everyone present was touched and motivated by her words. Yes, they must work together. They are sure they can return alive. Then, Li Jing took out a green bottle. "Chief Hao, this is some insect repellent liquid I made. Everyone, apply some on your bodies to prevent bites." Chief Hao smiled and first applied the liquid to the children. The remaining amount was carefully spread on the adults, who didn't want to waste even a little. Hao Yuanyuan also took a bottle of essential balm and applied it to herself, along with mosquito spray for double protection against bites. After applying the balm, everyone felt refreshed, and it seemed the number of bugs around them had really decreased. Hao Hua from the village smiled and said, "The mosquitoes around here are really fewer now." Hao Erden's wife also smiled and said, "Yes, I feel much lighter now." The children started running around happily, and the atmosphere was very lively. In the afternoon, they saw a patch of mushrooms on the ground. Hao Liang shouted happily, "Mom! Grandma! There are mushrooms! So many mushrooms!" Everyone looked at the mushrooms and smiled happily. They put down their bags and went to pick the mushrooms. These are good food. Although they are vegetables, they taste quite delicious, almost like meat. Plus, if they have leftovers, they can dry them and eat them for a long time. Everyone started working together, picking mushrooms from underground and putting them into baskets. The small, big, and old mushrooms were quickly collected, leaving the nearby area completely cleared of fungi. The sky darkened completely, making Black Tiger Mountain look even more frightening and gloomy. Headman Hao and some men gathered a lot of dry wood, lit a fire, and made 2 torches to hold together as a shield against any wild animals that might suddenly appear. Headman Hao called everyone over to share the food, following the previous rules: 2 jin per person and 1 jin for each child under 10 years old. When Headman Hao opened the grain bag, he was stunned by what he saw. His hands trembled as he looked at the food. Although it was already quite dark on Black Tiger Mountain, the glow from the nearby fire made it clear that this was fine rice. It was the kind of rice only the emperor could eat. The smell of the rice was so good that Hao thought it might even be better than what the emperor ate. The people in line saw Headman Hao staring in shock. "Chief, what's wrong?" they asked. He snapped out of his surprise and said, "Look, this is fine rice." Everyone gasped, "What? Fine rice?" Soon, everyone learned that Hao's mother's husband had exchanged for rice that only the emperor could eat. Everyone expressed their thanks, and Hao's family status rose again. People were very grateful to them. Originally, Hao's family could have kept the rice for themselves, but they chose to share it with the village. They knew they should be thankful. After thanking Hao's mother's family, Hao quickly divided the rice. Everyone carefully took their share. The women set up small pots, boiling water in them. Then they carefully scooped some fine rice into the pots, adding some coarse rice as well. They added a little salt and a few slices of mushrooms. This simple meal made everyone happy. They drank small sips, afraid to waste even a little. Hao Yuanyuan felt a bit sad inside, thinking about what else she could send them. She decided it should be some meat. Meat was the best way to fight hunger. After thinking for a while, Hao Yuanyuan decided it was best to release a pig. Whether it was a wild pig or a domestic pig didn't matter. No one would know it was her doing, and they would naturally accept it. Everyone finished their dinner and took turns on night duty. After all, they were now on Black Tiger Mountain, where many wild animals still roamed. Hao Yuanyuan gave Hao Erlang some snake-repelling powder and lime to spread around the village to protect against poisonous insects and snakes. The night passed without incident. Everyone gained some confidence, thinking maybe Black Tiger Mountain wasn't as dangerous as rumors suggested. It was just as they thought. But reality hit hard. As the villagers carried their bags and continued walking, they heard a few rustling sounds. Hao Dalong and Hao Erlang looked around cautiously. The villagers froze in place. Suddenly, from the grass on the left, there was movement. A large wild boar with brown fur, a big build, and prominent tusks charged into view. The boar's eyes shone with a fierce red glow as it stared at the people, without moving. Everyone's faces turned pale. They had never seen such a big wild boar before. They were doomed. They were completely finished. The boar observed for a moment and then suddenly charged at the crowd with great speed. Hao Dalong and Hao Erlang reacted even faster. They worked together, wielding their machetes and fiercely attacking the boar. The crowd quickly stepped back to avoid being hit. They couldn't let the two brothers be slowed down. Some other young men also grabbed their machetes and rushed forward to help. Hao Yuanyuan was so nervous her palms were sweating. This was a huge wild boar. She quickly rummaged through her bag and found a tranquilizer gun used for animals. Luckily, with progress, the gun had become small and portable, no longer the bulky device of the past. Taking advantage of the crowd's distraction, Hao Yuanyuan quietly moved closer, aimed carefully, and fired.
Puff.
The tranquilizer dart hit the boar's body. Soon, the boar started to get confused. Hao Dalong and Hao Erlang seized the chance and quickly slashed at its eyes and neck, a fatal blow. Everyone was still a bit shaken, but Hao Yuanyuan, seeing no one paying attention, slowly crept back. She looked at her small arms and legs and forcefully drank a bottle of spiritual spring water. She thought, "Hurry up. At least I can talk and walk now." The villagers looked at the fallen boar and finally calmed down. They had defeated the wild pig. Cheers erupted as everyone praised Hao Dalong and Hao Erlang as heroes. Chief Hao waved his hand and said, "We are eating pork today at noon. Everyone." Hooray! Hao Yuanyuan was happy too, but she also remembered to retrieve the anesthetic needle from her space. At the same time, she was worried. If she gave the pork anesthesia, would everyone fall asleep after eating? After thinking carefully, Hao Yuanyuan decided to add some medicine to keep everyone awake into the food, balancing it out. However, she didn't realize that she had added too much, causing the whole village to stay awake all night. Everyone was happy about defeating the wild boar and eating pork. They divided the meat and cooked it quickly. Remaining meat was taken home, and each family used salt to make cured meat so they could eat it for days. Hao Yuanyuan controlled her strong mind and sprinkled some salt, white wine, and MSG into each family's pot. She also added some 5-spice powder to her own stew. She didn't dare add colored seasonings, but these simple flavors were enough for a good meal. Everyone thought today's meat was especially tasty, with less fishy smell, and they ate happily. After a hearty meal, everyone took a short rest and then continued their journey. In the quiet forest, occasional bird calls sounded, making the dark environment feel a bit scary. How Yuanyuan had been giving her family's spiritual spring water these days. The biggest change was that everyone's strength had greatly increased. As for herself, she seemed to have gained better control over her limbs and spoke more clearly. Finally, on the fourth day crossing Black Tiger Mountain, how Yuanyuan learned to walk. Watching her take small steps back and forth like a cute little penguin, everyone was amazed. Aunt Lee said, "Wow, Yuanyuan learned to walk so early. Usually kids learn at about a year and a half." Aunt Wang nodded. "That's right. My little one didn't learn to walk until nearly 3. Second doghouse said, "Yuanyuan looks so cute, chubby, and adorable." How Yuanyuan, now plump and happy, was overjoyed. She could move on her own. This was wonderful news. Old How held Yuanyuan's little hand and smiled so much she couldn't stop. Second brother How proudly said, "That's because Yuanyuan is a genius." How Erling proudly added, "Of course. Who else's kid would it be?" Yuanyuan covered her mouth and giggled. "Yuanyuan is a genius." Li Jing smiled even more happily. "Yes, Yuanyuan is the smartest kid." How Yuanyuan giggled as she started walking back and forth. Suddenly, from the bushes nearby, a faint noise was heard. The lively atmosphere stopped abruptly, and everyone stared carefully around, afraid that a large wild animal might appear. How Erling quickly picked up How Yuanyuan and handed her to Li Jing. The men all grabbed their machetes. How Dalong stepped forward quietly, using his machete to part the bushes, trying to see what was making the sound. What he saw was a 5-year-old boy lying on the ground, with some blood on his head. The sound came from him. The boy looked dazed, trying hard to lift his hand. Weakly and with a hint of pleading, he said, "Help. Call the police." Then he fainted. How Yuanyuan was startled. What did he just say? Call the police? She struggled to get down from Li Jing's arms and slowly approached the little boy. The boy was very handsome, with smooth, white skin, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and delicate features that looked noble. His clothes were simple cotton, nothing special. How Yuanyuan was sure she hadn't misheard. This might be a traveler from another time, and she needed to save him. She pretended to be curious, and, when no one was paying attention, dropped 2 drops of spiritual spring water into his mouth. Li Jing stepped forward and gently took How Yuanyuan back, saying, "Yuanbao, don't run around. It's dangerous here." How Yuanyuan pointed at the boy on the ground. "Little brother."
Li Jing nodded.
"Yes, little brother." How Erling looked at the small boy lying on the ground, feeling a bit sorry for him, so he went over, checked his breathing, and picked him up. How Erling said, "Clan leader, this child isn't dead yet. He's fainted." The clan leader frowned slightly. "This child, I think he's from an important family. He fainted here, and he has knife wounds on him. It looks like he was chased." How Dalong thought the clan leader was right, but he also felt sad to see such a young child dying in the wilderness. How Erling said, "Clan leader, he looks about the same age as Junjun from my family." The clan leader looked at the children in the village and sighed helplessly. "Fine, if you want to save him, do so. But if he brings disaster to the village, I will definitely drive him away." How Erling nodded firmly. Then he carried the boy onto his cart. How Yuanyuan, very observant, quietly took out a bottle of hemostatic powder and handed it to her mother. Li Jing took out some medicine powder and sprinkled it on the child's forehead. His scar looked a bit scabbed over. This person was really lucky, lying in the bushes for so long and not being taken by wild animals. Everyone continued walking forward, unaffected by this small incident. Soon, the healing water seemed to work, and the little boy lying on the cart slowly woke up. He looked around in confusion, feeling dizzy and unsteady. His eyes first saw a large canopy of trees. Then he saw a chubby, rosy-cheeked face. How Yuanyuan bent down to look at the waking boy. "What's your name?" she asked. The boy blinked, trying to remember. He looked around and his face grew paler. What's going on? Why are these people dressed like this?
Wait.
He looked at his small hand and his body. He was confused. He wasn't supposed to be a young CEO at 27? How did he end up in this small body? He felt dizzy and everything seemed surreal, like magic. Could he have traveled through time?
He didn't want this.
His life was perfect. After facing many hardships, he was finally about to enjoy a peaceful life.
Why?
Why was this happening to him? Lu Xingxi looked at the group of clearly disaster victims with despair. Traveling through time was one thing, but what was this situation? At least let him end up somewhere he could eat enough. He felt like he was going to die. How Yuanyuan looked at the boy, who ignored her, and then at his panicked expression. She was convinced he was a time traveler. She poked him gently. Hey, what's your name? Lu Xingxi, with a hopeless expression, slowly replied, Lu Xingxi. My name is Lu Xingxi. How Yuanyuan murmured. Lu Xingxi? That name sounds familiar somewhere. She thought hard but couldn't remember where she had heard it. She didn't want to make it difficult for herself and continued. Are you from somewhere? Lu Xingxi rubbed his head. Shanghai. Suddenly he paused. He realized he was in ancient times and there was no Shanghai here. He started thinking about where he might be from. How Yuanyuan tightened her grip on his arm. You're from Shanghai? So rich? Lu Xingxi looked up sharply at the fair, delicate girl in front of him. He thought for a moment. He tentatively asked, is this a movie scene? How Yuanyuan smiled slightly. What do you think? Lu Xingxi felt discouraged, which was understandable since his body had become so small. He didn't know what this body looked like or if it was similar to his previous one. Suddenly, Lu Xingxi looked up sharply, eyes wide, and asked How Yuanyuan so. How do you know? How Yuanyuan smiled slightly and softly said, I used to work in Shanghai before. Lu Xingxi was confused, trying to process everything he had heard and seen. When he finally understood, his eyes welled up with tears like he was seeing a loved one. He quickly reached out and held How Yuanyuan's small hand tightly. He choked up. Family.
Family.
Lu Xingxi hesitated. How Yuanyuan comforted him. Don't get too emotional. Do you remember how you got here? Lu Xingxi sniffed and said, I was sleeping peacefully at home, and then I woke up here. Then someone kept chasing me from behind. I thought it was just a dream, but it really hurt when they cut me. I ran as fast as I could, then fainted in the forest. When I woke up again, I met you guys. How Yuanyuan nodded. Do you know who you were before in this body? Lu Xingxi tried hard to remember, but was still blank. He looked at How Yuanyuan curiously. No, I don't know. How Yuanyuan stroked her chin. That's strange. Usually in normal transmigration stories, there's some memory. Lu Xingxi tried to recall again, but found nothing. He looked at How Yuanyuan with curiosity. And you? How did you come to this strange place? How Yuanyuan, with a helpless expression, explained everything that had happened to her, receiving a comforting look from Lu Xingxi. Lu Xingxi sighed. I don't know who's worse off between us.
How Yuanyuan said, yeah.
Lu Xingxi then asked, by the way, can you tell me what dynasty this is? Where are they going on foot? How Yuanyuan sighed. Oh, you don't know. I've never heard of this dynasty. It's called the Yuanyuan dynasty. I didn't study history. Right now, they're losing a war, and the barbarians are coming soon. There's also a big drought in the Yuanyuan dynasty, and the people are suffering. They're just trying to escape famine. Lu Xingxi felt even more hopeless. I might as well just die. Fleeing famine. How Yuanyuan rested her chin on her hand and comforted him. Don't be so pessimistic. Since you've traveled here, maybe the heavens gave you some special powers, like a space ability or resourcefulness. Lu Xingxi felt even more hopeless and shook his head. I don't feel anything about space, or maybe it was given to me, but I don't know how to use it. Do you have it? How Yuanyuan thought for a moment. I don't have it from heaven, but the king of hell is watching over me. Lu Xingxi sighed.
Sigh.
I want to die even more. How Yuanyuan stopped comforting him. He had to accept reality himself. No one else could help him. Watching the two small figures chatting excitedly on the cart Li Jing softly chuckled. Yuanyuan really likes that little brother. Huh. This comment made Hao Erling and Hao Junjun unhappy. Hao Erling looked at the two kids talking together and said angrily, "Humph, I wish I hadn't saved that kid. He's so young but already trying to flirt with people." Hao Junjun also frowned. "Exactly. My sister is the closest to me. That person is a bad guy." Old Lady Hao laughed at both of them. "You two are such little jealous kids." Hao Erling still looked at Lu Xingxi with displeasure. Gradually, from dawn to dusk, Hao Yuanjie and the others ahead of them unexpectedly found a cave. They happily ran back to share the good news. Everyone was very happy, and their pace quickened a bit. Before it got completely dark, they reached the cave. The cave was very large and spacious, able to hold over 200 people. Chief Hao felt a little relieved, and then started dividing tasks. The men went out to gather firewood and dry grass. The women began cleaning the cave to prepare for resting later. Chief Hao, along with Hao Erlang and a few others, took out fire starters to check the cave for signs of habitation or large animal nests. Fortunately, after a quick look around, they found no animal droppings, and everyone slowly relaxed, feeling relieved. They started a fire and cooked food. Today, they finally had a place to rest, easing some of their fears. Li Jing, Chen Shui, and Zhao Hua skillfully started cooking. They made a thick rice porridge with chopped pork inside. Hao Yuanyuan stood nearby, adding some ingredients to make the porridge tastier. Old Lady Hao, along with some women, went around looking for edible vegetables. They found some bitter greens. People need vegetables to avoid constipation. They simply stir-fried the bitter greens, and dinner was ready. Li Jing even scooped a small bowl of porridge for Lu Xingxi, softly saying, "Child, eat quickly." Lu Xingxi hesitated a little before accepting the bowl. "Thank you." Hao Yuanyuan also sat next to Lu Xingxi, feeding herself with a spoonful of rice porridge. The rice porridge with her special seasoning tastes really good. Lu Xingxi also looked hungry and finished the porridge in a few bites. He watched Hao Yuanyuan still feeding herself spoon by spoon. He casually took her small bowl, scooped a spoonful of porridge, blew on it, and offered it to Hao Yuanyuan's mouth. "Eat up." Hao Yuanyuan was surprised and instinctively opened her mouth, drinking the porridge. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Xingxi handed her a second spoonful, not giving her a chance to breathe. Under the continuous feeding, Hao Yuanyuan finished the entire bowl of porridge. Lu Xingxi finally stopped, placing his bowl and Hao Yuanyuan's together. He slowly stepped down from the cart and went over to ask Li Jing, "Auntie, where do you wash these bowls?" Li Jing was surprised. "Oh, just leave them here." Lu Xingxi nodded, set down his bowl, and returned to the cart. Li Jing watched his actions, thought for a moment, and laughed. This little guy is quite well behaved, acting like a grown-up. Hao Erling nodded. "Yes, he seems thoughtful." Old Lady Hao said, "I just don't know if saving him is a blessing or a curse for us." Everyone stopped talking, finished their porridge, and began tidying up. On the cart, Lu Xingxi looked at Hao Yuanyuan curiously. "How old are you now? You look so small." Hao Yuanyuan pinched her tiny hand. 8 months, almost 9 months. Lu Xingxi looked shocked. "Wow. You're only 9 months." Hao Yuanyuan nodded. "Yes, so what?" Lu Xingxi was confused. "You're only 9 months. How can you walk? And you speak so well?" Hao Yuanyuan looked very serious. "So what? Don't you think I eat well?" Lu Xingxi fell into thought, muttering, "Can porridge really nurture someone like this?" Hao Yuanyuan was too lazy to explain, knowing she couldn't tell him about the spiritual spring water. Although they are from the same hometown, they are still strangers. She wouldn't reveal her secrets to someone she doesn't know, which is why she told him she was protected by the King of Hell. Lu Xingxi then asked, "How old were you before you crossed over?" Hao Yuanyuan replied, 24. "I just started working not long ago." "And you?" Lu Xingxi nodded and said, "I'm only 27 years old. I should be enjoying my prime, but..." Sigh. Hao Yuanyuan smiled and asked, "Oh? From what you're saying, you were doing pretty well before you came here." Lu Xingxi hummed and replied, "Not to brag, but I was a young CEO."
But...
Sigh, I won't talk about it anymore. Hao Yuanyuan nodded and said, "That's quite a big change." You're pretty adaptable. Lu Xingxi shrugged and said, there's nothing I can do. Things are what they are now. I just have to accept it. But I believe that there's a reason why fate brought me here. Hao Yuanyuan patted his shoulder and said, that's good. It's best that you've made peace with it. I was worried you might be desperate. Lu Xingxi shook his head and said, it's not that bad. If things go wrong, I can start over.
We have advanced knowledge.
I don't believe we won't do well in this ancient time. Hao Yuanyuan smiled and swung her little feet. After dinner, Hao Junjun ran over, looking alert as he glanced at Lu Xingxi. He asked Hao Yuanyuan, sister, do you want to come down and play with me for a while? Hao Yuanyuan shook her head and said, brother, you go play with the older brothers. I don't want to go down. Hao Junjun looked a bit disappointed but nodded and said, okay, I'll go then. Hao Yuanyuan nodded and said, go ahead. Hao Junjun left feeling disappointed and went to play with Hao Liang and others, tossing stones on the ground. He kept glancing at Hao Yuanyuan, worried that her little brother might take her away. Lu Xingxi couldn't help but laugh and say, it seems your family is pretty nice. Hao Yuanyuan proudly lifted her chin and said, of course. Lu Xingxi smiled. Time passed slowly, and everyone gradually fell asleep. A few men kept watch at the cave entrance. Suddenly, a rustling sound grew louder and closer. Hao Ergu, on guard, opened his eyes first and looked around. At that moment, a pair of green eyes appeared in the dark night. Hao Ergu's face suddenly turned serious. He tightly gripped his machete and shouted loudly, wake up! Wake up! There are wolves! The others were startled awake. The children looked confused and helpless. All the men rushed forward, clutching their machetes and sticks. But what they saw was terrifying. Outside in the darkness, one pair of bright green eyes appeared after another in the night. Hao Samling exclaimed, wolves. It's a wolf pack. Everyone looked at the scene before them, feeling so scared their legs almost gave out. This was a wolf pack. It was one thing for a few people to handle a single wolf, but facing a whole pack, they had no chance of winning. Everyone watched helplessly, full of despair. It's over. It's truly over. Many people started crying. They were suffering so much. They didn't want to die at home, but now they might be eaten by wolves. Among all the people, Hao Yuanyuan looked serious, while Lu Xingxi beside her looked confused. Lu Xingxi stepped forward, but just as he reached the front line, Hao Erling saw him and shouted sternly, what are you doing out here? Go back quickly. Lu Xingxi ignored Hao Erling and found a gap to slip out. He spoke to the large wolf pack outside. All right, you see me now. Just go, okay? You're scaring others, the villagers of Haojia village. Is this kid a fool? Why is he talking to wolves? But the real surprise was still behind them. The alpha wolf slowly stepped forward. Everyone tightened their makeshift weapons, ready to fight. The white-furred alpha wolf howled twice at Lu Xingxi. Lu Xingxi frowned. I don't need you to follow me. Do whatever you want. The alpha wolf kept howling. Lu Xingxi grew impatient. Stop talking nonsense. I don't agree. You all better leave now. If you don't, I won't be polite to you. To everyone's shock, after Lu Xingxi finished speaking, the alpha wolf surprisingly took 2 slow steps back, then turned around. It led the wolf pack away, glancing back every few steps. The villagers of Haojia village. What's going on? Hao Yuanyuan was also stunned. What's happening? Is Lu Xingxi the leader of the wolf pack? Hao Erlang looked confused. Kid, how can you talk to wolves? Lu Xingxi scratched his head. I don't know. When they appeared, I just heard them talking. Don't worry, they're just here to see what I look like. They won't hurt you. Hao Erlang still looked puzzled. Oh my god. No one had expected that a kind act would lead to saving a kid who could talk to animals. Lu Xingxi didn't say anything else. He quickly ran back to the cart. Everyone, don't worry. Go to sleep now. He lay down, still in disbelief. He really had a special skill talking to animals. Maybe he could even command them? This was like being the king of animals. Is he Simba? Hao Yuanyuan looked at Lu Xingxi, who was closing his eyes and refusing to face reality. She couldn't help but laugh. Haha, so you're Simba? That's impressive. Lu Xingxi covered his face with his hand. Hey, stop talking. Let's go to sleep. How Yuanyuan comforted him. But don't you think it's pretty cool? We're about to cross Black Tiger Mountain, which has many fierce animals. You can help us. You're amazing. How Yuanyuan suddenly realized something. Oh, so that's why no wild animals dared to attack you even after lying in the forest all day. I get it now. Listening to how Yuanyuan, Lu Xingxi suddenly felt that his special ability wasn't useless. If he could command animals, it was like controlling an army of thousands. He thought for a moment. Now, in ancient times, he had no protection and he was being chased. Having this ability was like holding a secret card. The more he thought about it, the more confident he felt. Lu Xingxi smiled happily, feeling blessed by fate. Next to him, how Junjun's expression changed from cautious to full of admiration as he looked at Lu Xingxi. He was really impressive. He could defeat a wolf pack with just a few words. Suddenly, Lu Xingxi became a hero in the village children's eyes. Not only was he the king of animals, but he also became the leader of the Hao family village children. Everyone wanted to go closer and see the little animal king's hand, but seeing Lu Xingxi lying down, they didn't dare bother him. A group of adults was confused and sat back into the cave, unable to believe what had just happened. What just happened? Village Chief Hao looked excited, with a bit of redness on his face. If he really can command the wolf pack, then we're pretty safe on Black Tiger Mountain. We don't have to worry about being eaten by fierce animals. Hao Yuanyuan nodded. After so long of tension, having this secret weapon made him relax. He suddenly felt like crying. Life is so hard. Boo-hoo. That night, everyone kept jumping between confusion and happiness. The sun slowly rose over the mountain, spreading light across the land. They had to keep moving and reach Yizhou before winter. On the way, everyone secretly looked at Lu Xingxi, curious about how this little kid was communicating with the wolves. But he didn't seem much different from other children, just a bit more handsome, with fairer skin and bigger eyes. People couldn't figure him out. Lu Xingxi was annoyed by being watched, so he covered his head with a cloth. But soon he started to feel hot, and quickly pulled the cloth down. Lu Xingxi gasped, Yuanyuan, why is it so hot here in summer? How Yuanyuan also scratched her head curiously and thought about the temperature a few days ago. Yeah, I think it wasn't this hot before. How Yuanyuan tugged at her grandmother's big hand. Grandma, do you remember it wasn't this hot a few days ago? Grandma How wiped the sweat from her forehead with a cloth and replied, yes, when we first started fleeing, it wasn't this hot. It must be because we're moving further south. Yuanyuan, you wouldn't know, it's much hotter in the south. I heard that when it snows here, the south is still like spring. When we get to Yizhou, Yuanyuan, you won't need to wear thick winter coats. Just a simple sure will do. Yuanyuan nodded. The same was true in later times. But wait, something was wrong. Yuanyuan looked at Lu Xingxi, and they exchanged glances. Then their small heads leaned together, whispering quietly. Lu Xingxi asked, how many days have you been walking? Yuanyuan thought for a moment. Probably 3 or 4 days. Lu Xingxi frowned. 3 or 4 days of walking with such a big group, you wouldn't get very far. Maybe not even out of the province. I woke up here at Black Tiger Mountain, so I don't know the temperature from a few days ago. How do you feel about it? Yuanyuan pondered carefully. No, this temperature is rising too fast. I remember I was only wearing a long coat before I left. Now, just 3 days later, I'm wearing a cool short jacket, but it's still very hot. The temperature is increasing too quickly. Lu Xingxi frowned tightly. This, Yuanyuan pinched her chubby face in worry, then suddenly had an idea. Her expression turned serious. Lu Xingxi, have you ever read apocalypse novels? Lu Xingxi looked confused. What? Yuanyuan rolled her eyes helplessly. As expected, kids from wealthy families don't read novels. What do you do in your free time then? Lu Xingxi obediently answered. Horse riding, swimming, skiing, golf. Yuanyuan quickly waved her hands. All right, stop. I don't want to hear those things. Lu Xingxi smiled helplessly. Yuanyuan then explained to Lu Xingxi, the apocalypse. Fleeing. Often it is accompanied by extreme heat, severe cold, earthquakes, insect plagues, tsunamis, and so on. How Yuanyuan said, Do you feel that the current situation is very much like a rising temperature? Lu Xingxi's expression became stiff. What should we do? This is too scary. High temperatures, just like in ancient times, with no air conditioning or ice pops. Isn't that like burning people alive? How Yuanyuan also looked worried. Yes, if that's true then. The situation is unthinkable, Lu Xingxi frowned. Is there no way at all? How Yuanyuan twirled her small braid and said, "Oh, why aren't we in a story? If we were, we could know the future and prepare in advance." Instead of being blind now, how Yuanyuan's knowledge mainly comes from apocalypse novels. She just likes reading stories about stockpiling supplies and how the female leads live comfortably. She has never read about ancient times or escape stories during the end of the world. How Yuanyuan took a thermometer from her small bag and checked the current temperature, 29 degrees Celsius. Lu Xingxi's eyes nearly popped out. Where did you get that? How Yuanyuan remained calm. Oh, the King of Hell gave it to me. My mountain is under the King of Hell's protection. As long as my requests are reasonable, he will grant them. Lu Xingxi's eyes lit up. He moved closer. Big boss, please protect us. How Yuanyuan smiled faintly. No problem. She looked at the thermometer. Today's temperature is 29 degrees. Tomorrow, at the same time, we'll measure again. If it rises more than 5 degrees, then our guess might be correct. Lu Xingxi nodded seriously. Hopefully not. If our guess is right then, how will ordinary people survive? And once the hot weather arrives, we can't go to Izhou. Izhou is in the south, and when the heat hits, it will be like a human steamer. We won't be escaping, we'll be sending ourselves to death. How Yuanyuan knew how serious this was and nodded solemnly. She silently prayed that all her guesses would not come true. But the world can be cruel. The next day, at the same time, when they checked the thermometer again, the needle pointed to 35 degrees. The two kids looked shocked. Oh my God, it's over. Their minds spun wildly. What should they do now? It's no use running away there either. How Yuanyuan and Lu Xingxi whispered together again, while some villagers from Hao's village had already started to faint. One by one, villagers, as weak as if they had lost water, collapsed. Village head Hao was also panting heavily, looking at the hot temperature around him, then glancing at the exhausted villagers, lying on the ground. Village head Hao. Everyone hold on. Daliang found a cave ahead. Let's go there to rest. Everyone nodded weakly, taking heavy steps to follow the group. The fainted villagers were carried on the backs of young men, helped along the way, heading toward the cave. Fortunately, the cave was not far away. When everyone was exhausted, they finally reached it. The cave was large, even bigger and deeper than the previous one. They hid inside, and the temperature inside was much cooler than outside. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. How Yuanyuan and Lu Xingxi exchanged a glance. Then how Yuanyuan tugged at Old Hao's arm. Old Hao looked weakly at her little bow. How Yuanyuan held a water pouch filled with spiritual spring water. "Grandma, drink some water," she said. Old Hao smiled weakly and took the water pouch. Our little Bao is so good, knowing to care for Grandma. Then Old Hao took a sip, feeling a coolness spread through her body, and she suddenly felt much more energetic. She looked at Hao Yuanyuan in surprise. Hao Yuanyuan blinked her eyes. Old Hao smiled and rubbed Hao Yuanyuan's small head. "Little Bao is so good," she said. Then Old Hao didn't dare to drink much and call the other children over, giving each a sip of spring water. She also gave a sip to each adult. The Hao family members gradually recovered, their spirits lifting. Hao Yuanyuan tugged at Old Hao's arm again, making her lean her ear closer. Old Hao lowered her head to listen. Hao Yuanyuan gently held her face and softly said, "Grandma, we can't go to Izhou anymore. The temperature now is too abnormal. It's probably extreme heat. At its worst, it can reach 40 degrees. It could be deadly." Old Hao's face, which had just recovered, suddenly turned pale. She clutched Hao Yuanyuan's small hand. "Yuanyuan, are you serious?" she asked. Hao Yuanyuan nodded. Lu Xingxi also came over. "Grandma Hao, I talked to the animals this afternoon. They're also worried about moving. Old Lady Hao looked more worried than before. She knew that sometimes animals are much more sensitive than humans. So, what could they do? For a moment, Old Lady Hao was unsure. If the whole country was very hot, where could they escape to? She softly asked Hao Yuanyuan, Yuanbao, where should we run to? Hao Yuanyuan thought for a moment. Grandma, we're not afraid of the fierce animals in Heihu Mountain anymore. The temperature there is much lower than outside. So, why don't we stay in this cave in Heihu Mountain first? Later, if things change again, we can run away then. Old Lady Hao considered this idea. It was a good plan, so they couldn't wait any longer. She held Hao Yuanyuan with one arm and pulled Lu Xingxi with the other, heading toward the Hao family leader. Old Lady Hao looked worried. Leader. Leader. The leader was fanning himself and looked at the anxious Old Lady Hao. He quickly asked, "What's wrong with Hao Peng's family?" Old Lady Hao looked tense. "Last night, I dreamed about Hao Peng again." Hearing Hao Peng's name, the leader hurriedly fanned her. "Don't worry, take your time to tell me." Old Lady Hao nodded. "Last night, Hao Peng told me in my dream that we can't go to Izhou anymore. There might be very hot weather soon, with temperatures reaching 40 degrees. The leader's face changed drastically. "What?" Old Lady Hao sighed and gave Lu Xingxi a look. Lu Xingxi also spoke. "Leader, I've talked with the animals too. They say the weather is getting worse, and they're also preparing to move." The leader's body suddenly collapsed to the ground. "What should we do? Is it all over?" Old Lady Hao thought for a moment. "Leader, I think we're okay now that we have Lu Xingxi. We're not afraid of the wild animals in Heihu Mountain anymore. The mountain is naturally cooler than outside. The cave here is even cooler. Why don't we stay here for a couple of days and see how things go before making any plans?" The leader hesitated for a long time, then nodded. "That's the only way. But our food might not last long." Old Lady Hao nodded. "Let's take a break first. You saw how hot it is now. Many people are fainting from heat stroke. If we keep moving like this, people might die." The leader understood. "All right, I'll tell everyone to rest for a couple of days, then we'll discuss what to do next." Old Lady Hao nodded and took the two children back to the main group. Soon, everyone knew about the 2-day break, and everyone was quite happy. After a sudden surprise, they finally had a chance to rest. The weather was very hot, so no one wanted to cook. They just drank some water and lay on the ground to rest. As evening approached, they lit a campfire outside the cave. Although with Roadstar and others, they didn't need to fear wild animals, the adults still felt a bit uneasy. They decided to light a fire to keep animals away and to help lower the temperature at night. However, they were wrong. The temperature at night started to rise quietly. Just after lighting the campfire, the villagers regained some strength. A few men discussed and took 2 torches to explore deeper into the cave. This cave was much larger than the previous one. When they first arrived, everyone was too tired to check inside. Now that they had energy, they decided to investigate, hoping it wasn't a place where wild animals lived. The cave was very big. Looking inside, it was dark and intimidating. But Hao Yuanyuan also wanted to go along. Hao Erlang, unable to persuade her, had no choice but to carry Yuanyuan on his shoulders and go on the adventure together. With the torchlight, the dark cave was gradually illuminated. Inside, it was even more spacious, really huge. Their voices echoed loudly. After a careful check, they found no signs of wild animals, and they finally relaxed. However, in a hidden spot, Yuanyuan discovered another entrance. She tugged on Hao Erlang's sleeve and pointed, "Daddy, look over there." He followed her finger and saw behind a large boulder a secret entrance. It looked strange and out of place, as if someone had moved it there to block the back of the mountain. Hao Erlang kept his mouth shut, held his breath, and slowed his steps as he and Yuanyuan entered the blocked cave. The first thing they saw was a long corridor. Hao Erlang swallowed hard and asked softly, "Yuanbao, should we go forward?" Yuanyuan looked at the man-made tunnel and nodded. "Let's go ahead." Hao Erlang silently encouraged himself. "All right, Yuanbao, hold tight to your daddy's neck." He stepped forward, walking through the long tunnel. Suddenly, the cave opened up into a bright, spacious area. Another large cave. This cave is much smaller than the open one. What surprised the father and daughter even more was that they found a treasure. A large box of jewelry, gold, silver, and more, all piled together like free stuff. The jewelry was stacked with trash, forming a small mountain. How Erling was stunned, wide-eyed. This. How Yuanyuan was also amazed, her eyes shining. Wow, so much money. We're going to get rich. How Erling nodded in confusion. How Yuanyuan focused on all the jewelry and treasures, then waved her hand to store everything in her space. Thinking for a moment, she took out a box of gold and placed it on the ground. How Yuanyuan said, "Dad, let's share this box with everyone. Carrying it won't be tiring, and each person can have a few bars of gold, enough to live on for a lifetime." She casually placed some food, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn into the cave, filling it up. These were the most needed items for the people of Haojia village right now. After being surprised, how Erling said nothing, checked around again, and confirmed there were no other exits before hurriedly rushing out. He happily called everyone. "Quick! There's gold and food here." The others exclaimed happily. "What?" Then, everyone followed how Erling into the small cave. They looked at the mountain of food and were overjoyed. Smiles of happiness filled the entire cave. Great! We're saved. We have food. These supplies are enough for us to reach Ijo." The three of them checked the food again and again, almost burying themselves in it. Finally, after confirming there was enough, they gently opened the large box, and the smell of gold hit them. They were overjoyed. It's really gold. Gold, wow. Someone picked up a gold bar, bit into it with their teeth, and saw a small tooth mark, smiling so wide it almost reached their ears. Then, one of the three ran to call the clan leader over, telling how Erling and the others to wait where they were. How Erling wandered around, letting the other two watch the food, while he went to see if there was anything else. He and how Yuanyuan walked around the cave a few times but saw nothing else, so they returned to the small cave. By then, the clan leader had arrived. He looked excitedly at the food, with joy in his eyes that couldn't be hidden, like seeing his own grandson. Chief Hao patted Hao Erling on the shoulder. "Erling, well done. You saved the villagers." How Erling shyly scratched his head and looked at Hao Yuanyuan in his arms. He had taken credit for saving his precious daughter again. Next to him, Lu Xingxi looked at the scene with curiosity, glancing at the piles of potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes nearby. He carefully examined the sweet potato variety. Isn't this the smoked sweet potato developed in later times? He remembered that many people online were promoting the smoked sweet potato, and his mother had bought some for him. He clearly remembered its appearance, just like this. And there was something strange that everyone might not have noticed. These sweet potatoes, and corn all looked the same. In other words, every potato looked the same. Every corn looked the same. Every sweet potato looked the same. Even every grain of rice was identical. How could this be possible? How could there be identical things in the world? That didn't seem right. Lu Xingxi looked at Hao Yuanyuan with suspicion. His intuition told him this probably had something to do with her. But everyone has their secrets. Whether she chooses to tell him or not is her own decision. Even if they are fellow villagers, he couldn't interfere. After thinking it through, Lu Xingxi joined everyone and took some food outside to prepare dinner. By the fire, everyone took out roasted sweet potatoes. They tore open the blackened skins, smelling the sweet, soft, and sticky aroma of the roasted sweet potatoes with golden oil. Lu Xingxi became even more certain. This was the smoked sweet potato. The people of Haojia village were excited all night. After all, food was their foundation. Without it, they would die. In these days of fleeing from disaster, having food meant having a chance to live. Hao Yuanyuan ate so much, she looked like a little kitten, while Li Jing gently and kindly wiped her face with a cloth. Li Jing said, "Yuanyuan, you naughty girl. Look at your face, it's all dark." Hao Junjun laughed and echoed, "Sister is a naughty girl. Sister is a naughty girl." Old lady Hao chuckled and said, "Yes, sister is a naughty girl." So, Junjun, You must watch over your sister from now on, understand? Junjun nodded seriously. I understand. Grandma. Old Lady Hao smiled happily, unable to close her mouth. Ha, such good children.
You are all so well behaved. Everyone laughed.
Unable to sleep all night, early the next morning, everyone, who had grown used to setting out early, suddenly found themselves with nothing to do. They didn't know how to pass the time. So, Hao Erlang and Hao Dalong called some young men to go hunting. The women and children stayed around the cave, looking for edible vegetables, since people need vegetables to avoid constipation. Hao Yuanyuan, with her short legs, also wanted to go pick mushrooms and gather wild herbs. She hummed a little tune. Picking mushrooms, little girl carrying a big basket, Hao Yuanyuan also tossed mushrooms and vegetables around, asking everyone to pick some. When they returned to the cave, each person had gathered a good amount of food. The village leader, Hao, looked at the big baskets full of harvest and was very happy, muttering, "Heaven is kind to us, heaven is kind to us." Food and shelter problems were now solved, so they started to focus on improving their quality of life. Hao Sanling knew some simple carpentry, so every family went out to find wood, hoping Hao Sanling could make them benches, since sitting on the ground every day was uncomfortable. Hao Sanling understood and carefully took out his tools, beginning to chop and hammer on the wood. Several strong men went out to cut trees, planning to make larger tables for the village, which could also serve as beds at night. Meanwhile, some women, including Li Jing and Qin Shui, gathered dried grass they found and wove it into mats. These grass mats were easy to carry and helped block the dampness from the ground at night, preventing colds and illnesses. Children ran around, laughing and playing. Inside the cave, everyone was singing and laughing, feeling that life wasn't so hopeless after all. However, outside the Black Tiger Mountain area, the temperature soared to 38 degrees Celsius. In this ancient time without air conditioning or fans, 38 degrees was extremely hot. Many people fainted and fell to the ground. Previously, Chen Jiago, which had briefly been with Hao's village, got separated from Hao's people and struggled to reach Qingzhou City, only to see the city gates closed. The people from Chen Jiago rushed forward. Open the gates. Open the gates. If they don't open, we'll all die. Help. But inside Qingzhou City, there was no response. After realizing the situation, some soldiers grabbed their belongings and ran away. The people of Chen village had been starving for 2 days, and their food was long gone. Desperate villagers with bloodshot eyes stared at those around them, but no one moved. The villagers of Chen village had no strength left to walk and had been stranded outside Qingzhou City for 2 days. During these days, they had no water or food, and the weather was extremely hot. Some children and women died one after another. People nearby looked at the bodies and swallowed hard, unable to hold back. When one person finally acted, they grabbed a child's body and bit into it fiercely, chewing mechanically and swallowing numbingly. Once one person started, others rushed forward to fight over the remaining bodies. But there weren't enough bodies for everyone. Those who couldn't get one looked at the living people around them with hungry eyes. Old Mrs. Chen and Chen Jiaodi were still barely breathing, but the 2 sons of Chen who hadn't managed to get a body fixed their eyes on Chen Jiaodi. After marrying into Hao village, Chen Jiaodi could eat enough and had gained some weight. So her body still had some fat and could hold on until now. The eldest son of Chen looked at Chen Jiaodi with increasingly fierce eyes, but didn't move. The second son of Chen, seeing this, whispered to his older brother, "Brother, she's married now. She's no longer one of us. Our family gave her a meal before, and now it's time for her to pay us back." The eldest son seemed convinced and slowly took a few steps forward, thinking about what to do. "You're right," he said. The second son also picked up a small axe, ready to cut off a leg to eat later. Chen Jiaodi saw her 2 brothers approaching and instinctively trembled. "You. What are you going to do?" The second brother grinned with yellow teeth. "Sister, look, in this world, we really can't survive anymore. A few days ago, we even fed you a meal. See, isn't it about time you repay us?" Chen Jiaodi trembled all over, her teeth chattering from fear. You're not human. The food was brought back from Hao village by me." The second brother of Chen didn't bother arguing and said, Since you're part of our Chen family now, it's our stuff. As a daughter-in-law from outside, what right do you have to claim it? The eldest son didn't speak, but moved closer steadily. Chen Jiaodi broke down and cried, looking at her mother. Mother? Mother? Say something. Mother? But Mrs. Chen didn't say a word and stood silently beside her, like air. Chen Jiaodi was completely hopeless. She struggled to stand up and said, You can't do this. I'm your real sister. Unfortunately, the eldest son of the Chen family didn't give her a chance to speak. He stepped forward and stabbed her hard in the chest. Chen Jiaodi, in pain and struggling, closed her eyes unwillingly. Old Madame Chen lowered her head, afraid to speak or act, worried that her two sons might harm her. The actions on the Chen side attracted many people's attention. Everyone's eyes turned to the helpless woman. Suddenly, cries, pleas for mercy, and screams filled the air. Scenes like hell on earth played out just before the escape from famine. Some couldn't stand eating raw food, so they lit fires, and the smell of roasted meat drifted outside Qingzhou City. Old Madame Chen was even given a roasted arm. Her hands trembled, and tears appeared in her eyes, but she couldn't resist her cruel hunger. She opened her mouth and bit down, silently praying, Jiaodi, this world is not good. If you leave early, you'll suffer less. It's for your own good. If you have a kind heart, please help everyone survive. Your death will then have meaning. Some common people, after being chased by soldiers, looked at the current world and chose to go to Black Tiger Mountain. There, they still had a chance for survival, could find some bark to eat, and wouldn't starve to death. Meanwhile, inside a mysterious building, a secret organization gathered. The leader sat on a tiger-skin chair, wearing a black mask that hid the upper half of his face. Below him, two people knelt respectfully. The masked man, with a low, hoarse voice, asked, How is the matter going? The two trembled all over. One replied, Lord, we cut the boy once. Although he managed to escape, he's badly injured. He won't survive long in Black Tiger Mountain. The other nodded. Yes, he might have already been eaten by wild animals. The hand beside the masked man clenched tightly, and his eyes looked dangerously at the two kneeling below. Oh, so you're not sure if he's dead or alive? The two kneeling men stiffened, sweat soaking their clothes. They lowered their heads and stayed silent for a long time. They knew the Lord was angry. They might be finished. The masked man looked deeply at the two people, a hint of bloodthirst in his eyes. His low, hoarse voice said, You have 2 days. Find that child for me. If alive, bring me a person. If dead, bring me a corpse. If we can't do it, then... Haha. The two people knelt on the ground. Yes. Lord, we will definitely find that child. Then they hurriedly left, narrowly escaping death, and quickly headed towards Black Tiger Mountain. They had to find the child's body within 2 days, or they would die. Inside the cave, Lu Xingxi shivered. It was very hot, and he felt like someone was watching him. As night fell, Black Tiger Mountain was shrouded in darkness, but the oppressive heat still kept everyone sweating. Because of the heat, no one had much appetite, and they didn't want to light a fire to cook. So, early in the evening, everyone lay down together, chatting softly. They moved from the outside cave to the large, open cave at the very back, which was cooler and had a slight breeze, probably because of the layout. How Yuanyuan found 2 large glow-in-the-dark pearls from her treasure stash. How Erlang pretended to carefully take them out of a golden box. She hung them above the cave, making the entire open space very bright. The children clapped and played happily, watching the glowing pearls with curiosity. How Yuanyuan pretended to go to the bathroom, slipping into her space. Luckily, she had tested this before. When her body entered the space, outside time froze. So, she leisurely walked into her big villa inside her space. She first ran a warm bath with some baby gold water to refresh herself. After bathing, she felt a bit hungry in the cool, air-conditioned room. How Yuanyuan took out a baby meal and carefully ate some rice. She patted her small belly and then, craving something sweet, took a small bite of ice cream. Then she exited her space. As soon as she stepped out, she was hit by another wave of heat. How Yuanyuan sighed helplessly. She climbed onto the cart, which was already covered with grass mats and some sheets, all laid out by Li Jing and others to protect her. How Yuanyuan lay on the cart, and Lu Xingxi also lay down, his sharp nose catching the faint scent of body wash. Lu Xingxi paused, resting his hands behind his head, and casually asked, "Did the King of Hell send you some shower gel?" How Yuanyuan paused, pretending nothing was wrong, and lay back casually. She replied nonchalantly, Yeah, so what?" How Yuanyuan pretended to notice the smell on herself. There was no smell. Her dog's nose was really sharp, just like a dog. Lu Xingxi smiled and said, "So, your special power is talking to the King of Hell." How Yuanyuan didn't want to talk about her special power, so she stayed silent. Lu Xingxi didn't know her little secret and didn't ask further. Instead, he said, "Can you lend me some toilet paper?" How Yuanyuan. Lu Xingxi looked at her seriously and said, "Really, please. I can tolerate other things, like not taking a shower or not having air conditioning. But without toilet paper, I really can't stand it. I feel so uncomfortable. Do you understand? The leaves don't clean well, and I feel like there's still stuff stuck on my bottom." Lu Xingxi wanted to keep talking, but Hao Yuanyuan covered his ears and interrupted him, looking like she was constipated. "Just shut up. You're getting more detailed. I can picture it now. How am I supposed to look at your face with all this?" Lu Xingxi pouted and looked at Hao Yuanyuan sincerely. Hao Yuanyuan rolled her eyes. Fine, I'll give you some. Do you want wet wipes too?" Lu Xingxi's eyes lit up. "Thanks, Sister Yuan. Of course, wet wipes would be even better." Thank you. Hao Yuanyuan scoffed and took a pack of wet wipes from her bag, handing a pack of tissues to Lu Xingxi. "Here, for you." Lu Xingxi respectfully opened his hands, eyes shining. "Thank you for your kindness. I'll use them right away." Then, Lu Xingxi grabbed the wet wipes and tissues and ran out. It took almost half an hour before he came back, looking refreshed. Hao Yuanyuan looked at his clean face and hands and asked in surprise, "Did you wash yourself?" Lu Xingxi nodded. "Yeah, I haven't taken a shower in days. I was so sticky. I thought I could use the wipes on my body, so I also used them on my face. I just did a quick clean. Honestly, I feel much better now. Without you, Sister Yuan, I don't know what I'd do. Luckily, I have a companion since crossing over. Otherwise, I feel like I want to die." Hao Yuanyuan couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. Thinking about it, this broken place wouldn't last without such a strong, golden finger. After some thought, Hao Yuanyuan climbed down from the cart, leaned close to Li Jing, and put her small, tender hand near Li Jing's mouth. She took out a small piece of chilled watermelon from her space and gently fed it into Li Jing's mouth. Li Jing's eyes widened instantly. A fresh, sweet aroma filled her mouth. She didn't know what it was, but she knew it was very sweet and very cold. Her mouth felt cool and refreshed. She felt much better now. Hao Yuanyuan continued feeding Li Jing, then went to feed the adults. She gave each of them a few pieces of chilled watermelon. She didn't dare give too much, worried they might not be used to it and get stomach upset. Everyone kept their mouths covered, enjoying the coolness all over their bodies. When it was the children's turn, Hao Yuanyuan gave them watermelon at room temperature. Since children have more delicate stomachs, she was careful not to give them too cold food. Hao Junjun covered her mouth, her eyes shining with excitement, wanting to jump around, but Hao Yuanyuan stopped her. "It's so sweet." That's what Hao family members are thinking now. When she reached Lu Xingxi, Hao Yuanyuan hesitated for a moment, but still gave him a small piece of room-temperature watermelon. Lu Xingxi didn't speak. He put it in his mouth and ate. As he ate, he couldn't hold back his tears. He choked out, "Yuanjia, I really want to go home. I don't know how my mom is doing. If she finds out I'm gone, will she be overwhelmed? And my grandma too. She's old. I wonder if she can accept that I'm in a different world now. I really want to go back." Hao Yuanyuan patted his shoulder, unsure how to comfort him. Although this era is tough, she, an orphan, has a good family now. Even though they are poor, she feels happy. Lu Xingxi sniffled for a while and then fell into a deep sleep. How Yuanyuan stared at Lu Xingxi's face. She wasn't sure if revealing her magic to him was the right choice. But her intuition told her that Lu Xingxi was someone she could trust. The next morning, the sun rose as usual, but the temperature was a bit hotter than yesterday. Hao clan leader went outside to check the weather and sighed deeply. His once straight posture gradually bent. Chief Hao, the world has really gone crazy. Chief Hao returned to the cave and spoke to everyone. Don't go out this morning. It's getting hotter outside. Let's wait until the afternoon, after the sun sets, to go out and move around. Everyone nodded, but they still had to keep working. The men went to help Hao Sanlang make small stools, and some men went to saw wood. The women who were cooking wanted to make sweet potato porridge, but they saw that the salt jar was almost empty. Everyone sighed. Aunt Li looked worried. We almost have no salt left. We can only last one more day. What will we do if there's no more salt after that? Aunt Wang looked sad. That's right. People can't eat without salt, and they'll lose strength. Aunt Yang said, we can't go to the town to buy salt now. What should we do? Hua Zhao listened to these words but didn't say anything. She finished making the porridge simply and went back to her cave. The Hao family gathered together. Hua Zhao told them what she heard. Now every household has almost no salt left. Aunt Li's family can only eat one more day. Chen Chui frowned. Our salt doesn't look like there's much left either. Li Jing pursed her lips. This salt is mostly controlled by the government. Now we can't go to the town. What should we do? Next to her, Hao Yuanyuan was about to speak but was stopped by Lu Xingxi, who gave her a look. Lu Xingxi slowly said, I know of 2 ways. Old Hao looked at Lu Xingxi. Xiao Xingxi, what do you have in mind? Lu Xingxi rubbed his chin. I know there's a kind of salt that grows on rocks, on stones. Many animals lick these stones to get salt. Another one is called salt barkwood. Its fruit's outer layer forms a salt frost that can be used as salt. Also, salt barkwood has medicinal value. It can stop bleeding, diarrhea, and soothe the lungs and relieve coughs. Hao Erling smiled. That would sound good. When the weather cools down a bit, we can go find it. Hao Dalong, who was more steady, asked, Xingxi, do such trees grow in our area? Lu Xingxi nodded slowly. There should be. These kinds of trees are found almost everywhere in the country, except maybe in Xinjiang. Hao Sanlang looked confused. Xinjiang? Where is that? Lu Xingxi looked a bit surprised. It's a very far place. Fortunately, no one argued about this and instead asked what Lu Xingxi's saltwood looked like. Actually, Lu Xingxi had never seen it before. He only knew it was a small tree or shrub. Everyone was not discouraged and said they would look for it to see if any fruits had frost on them. I can tell the difference easily, just by tasting if it's salty or not. Hao Dalong went with the whole family to talk to the village chief about this. The village chief patted Hao Dalong on the shoulder happily and said, Dalong, your family really saved the whole village. On behalf of the village, I thank you. Hao Dalong kept waving his hands and said it was Lu Xingxi's idea. The village chief nodded and said, This child has saved us many times. We should thank him.
But now,
we still can't do anything. Hao Dalong didn't say anything more. The village chief told everyone that at 4 p.m., they would go together to find the saltwood and look for salt. Everyone nodded excitedly. Aunt Li said, Xingxi is clearly well-educated. No wonder he knows so much. Aunt Wang said, That's right. I should send my grandson to school too. He could learn many useful skills. Aunt Yang said, Exactly. Xingxi is not an ordinary kid. I think he might be the child of some important family. Everyone kept thanking Lu Xingxi, who was pulling Yuanyuan towards a corner. Yuanyuan asked curiously, Why did you grab me just now? Lu Xingxi whispered, If I didn't hold you, would you tell everyone that you can bring out salt? Yuanyuan hesitated. Yes. Lu Xingxi hit his forehead and said, You can't think everything is so simple. I know you might have a lot of salt to help them solve many problems, but what about in the future? If they get used to your unconditional help, what will happen when you can't help them anymore? How disappointed will they be? Or even, will they blame you? Have you thought about that? I might sound harsh, but not just the village, your own family. When you keep giving and giving, they might, maybe, think it's just natural. When you can no longer contribute to your family, will they blame you? What will you do then? Yuanyuan was stunned by what he said. She thought carefully and said, "That's true." Lu Xingxi felt relieved that Hao Yuanyuan was easy to talk to. He was worried she might be someone who couldn't listen to others. Luckily, they could communicate. Lu Xingxi slowed his tone. "I'm not saying you shouldn't help your family or villagers. You shouldn't help them without limits. You need to set some boundaries." Hao Yuanyuan looked serious. "Boundaries?" Lu Xingxi nodded. "Yes. For example, you can tell the villagers and your family that you will exchange certain things with them. Let them decide whether to trade or not, and even how much to trade. Also, you can use what we've learned before to help them. Just like I do, give them a direction. After that, they need to work hard to get what they want. That way, they won't blame you in the future, and they'll always be grateful." Hao Yuanyuan looked like she was learning something new. "I think what you're saying makes sense." Lu Xingxi felt happy and nodded. He was worried Hao Yuanyuan might be someone who couldn't explain things clearly. He didn't want to have such a partner. If necessary, he might even leave. Fortunately, she wasn't. Hao Yuanyuan asked, "You know so much." Lu Xingxi puffed up proudly. "Of course. I was raised with a good education. We learned how to handle relationships and social skills." Hao Yuanyuan nodded. "I see. I should learn from you in the future." Lu Xingxi nodded again. Lu Xingxi said, "Don't worry. When I'm with you, I will help you and teach you little by little. You are often too naive and don't understand human nature. You only know to give without expecting anything in return." Hao Yuanyuan looked a bit down. "Maybe it's because of my personality." Lu Xingxi thought for a moment. "Maybe. Could it be that your family wasn't happy when you were young? That made you into someone who gives a lot. When you see a little kindness, you want to give everything." Hao Yuanyuan's eyes widened. "Can you really analyze that?" Lu Xingxi smiled and gently patted her head. "Yes, it's simple. I'll teach you more about it later." Hao Yuanyuan nodded strongly. "Okay," then she softly said, "In my past life, I was an orphan. No one loved me. I could keep going to school only because a kind lady kept helping me. That's how I finished college. At that time, I also thought that once I found a job and earned money, I would definitely repay that lady. Unfortunately, I was gone just like that." Lu Xingxi's expression softened even more. He hadn't thought about how tragic Hao Yuanyuan's background was. Although she spoke casually, there must have been many hardships only she could understand. Lu Xingxi comforted Hao Yuanyuan, saying, "Don't think like that. When that lady helped you, she never expected you to repay her. She just hoped that through your hard work in school, you could change your life. See, you found a job and support yourself. You're also someone who remembers kindness and gratitude. That is already the best way to thank her." Hao Yuanyuan felt like crying after hearing Lu Xingxi's words. She had never thought of it from this perspective.
It was so kind of him.
Hao Yuanyuan sniffed and said, "Thank you, but how do you know so much? How do you understand the thoughts of the person who helped me?" Lu Xingxi chuckled. It's nothing special. My mom is also helping a little girl who seems to be an orphan at the Yuanyuan orphanage. She told me about it. When she helped this girl, she never judged her grades. There were 2 suitable people to help at the time, but my mom accidentally saw a girl with better grades bullying another girl who didn't do as well. My mom thought if she helps the girl with lower grades, she wouldn't want to support someone with bad character. No matter how good her grades are, it wouldn't matter. But the girl my mom helped turned out to be quite promising. I heard she even got into college. My mom was so happy those days, even happier than I was about going to university." Lu Xingxi kept talking about his mother. When he finished, he saw Hao Yuanyuan stiffen in place. She stared at him motionless, tears welling up in her eyes, hanging there but not falling. Lu Xingxi was startled and quickly took his sleeve to wipe her tears. "What's wrong? I didn't say anything to upset you, did I?" Hao Yuanyuan choked and wanted to speak but couldn't. Her throat felt tight, and she kept crying. Lu Xingxi kept comforting Hao Yuanyuan, trying to make her smile. The commotion here quickly drew the attention of many children. Hao Junjun rushed to the front, looking at Hao Yuanyuan with red eyes, tears streaming down her face. Her eyes were wide open as she stared fiercely at Lu Xingxi. "Big brother, How could you bully Yuanyuan? Yuanyuan is so good to you. How could you do this? Hao Liang and the others also gathered around, all angry. Exactly. Yuanyuan is such a good girl. Why would you bully her? She's crying so hard. Hao Wenwen was also very upset. We should tell Grandma Hao. Let her teach him a lesson. Next to them, Huzi said, yeah. Big brother Lu, you're done for. Yuanyuan is Grandma Hao's favorite. Just wait. You'll get punished. Hao Qiang pursed his lips and looked angrily at Lu Xingxi. You call him big brother? He made Yuanyuan cry. How can he still be the big brother? The children nodded in agreement.
Yes.
Yes, Huzi said. I will never call him big brother again. Hao Wenwen added. He doesn't deserve to be our big brother. Hao Liang said. Our big brother wouldn't bully the weak. Lu Xingxi stood to the side with a dark expression, feeling like he had eaten bitter medicine. Truly hard to swallow. Yuanyuan looked anxiously at everyone. Seeing their misunderstanding of Lu Xingxi, she hurriedly waved her hands and choked out, No. Lu Xingxi didn't bully me. Hao Junjun said, Sister, stop protecting him. It wasn't him who bullied you. Why are you crying so hard? Hao Liang nodded. Exactly, sister. You can't forgive someone who bullies you. Yuanyuan was very anxious, waving her hands like a whirlwind. No, he told me a story. I was so touched that I cried. Lu Xingxi's pupils dilated. Wow, he's become a storyteller now? What kind of story was it? The one that made her cry like that? Hao Junjun and the others looked at Lu Xingxi with suspicion. Really? Is what Yuanyuan said true? Lu Xingxi. What could he say? Both options were bad. If he nodded, it meant he would tell a touching story. If he shook his head, those kids' clenched fists might start hitting him. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. Hao Liang asked again, did she really cry after hearing a story? Lu Xingxi closed his eyes and nodded. Yes, Hao Qiang wasn't so easy to fool. Then tell us too. Let's hear what story made Yuanyuan cry. Lu Xingxi thought. I knew it. Hao Yuanyuan considered for a moment, then tugged on Lu Xingxi's arm. Hurry up and tell them the story you told me. The one about the loyal dog, Hachiko. Lu Xingxi's eyes lit up, and he gave Hao Yuanyuan an approving look. Then, with deep emotion, he told many children a touching story about the loyal dog, Hachiko. As a result, one by one, the children started crying loudly. Please. No, little dog, little dog.
Sobi. Sniff, sausage.
Lu Xingxi watched as the children cried in a big group, feeling satisfied and nodding. Yes, this is exactly how this story should be. Lu Xingxi looked at Hao Yuanyuan beside him, who was once again crying in a big group. His eyes widened, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Yuanyuan, why are you crying again? Hao Yuanyuan cried breathlessly. Sniff, sniff. Hachiko was so pitiful. Lu Xingxi sighed helplessly. Sigh, you're too emotional. Then, he gently wiped her tears and patted her head to comfort her. The adults nearby were also drawn by the children's crying. After learning that Lu Xingxi had told a story that made the children cry, second brother Hao chuckled and said, Xingxi, tell it again, we want to hear. What story was it? Why is it so touching? Lu Xingxi looked at the curious adults and started telling the story again. This time, the whole village cried. Seeing the villagers crying so much, Lu Xingxi felt a little amused inside. It's rare to see nearly 200 people crying because of him. He had to admit, he felt quite accomplished. His storytelling was pretty good. Everyone was crying in a big group, but Lu Xingxi didn't try to comfort them. Instead, he turned around and softly asked Hao Yuanyuan, So, Yuanyuan, why were you crying just now? Hao Yuanyuan's eyes welled up again, and she slowly said, I am from the Young orphanage. I was also the kid who was bullied and didn't do well in school. Lu Xingxi looked confused. Wow, what a coincidence. Tears fell from Hao Yuanyuan's eyes. So, I really appreciate your mother, Ms. He. Lu Xingxi nodded blankly. Yes, my mother's surname is He. Hao Yuanyuan smiled, feeling grateful for the chance to repay Ms. He. Thank heaven. Lu Xingxi also heard his mother talk about the girl she sponsored. He didn't expect it to be the small girl in front of him. Thinking about his mother mentioning the times how Yuanyuan was bullied, a look of sympathy flashed in Lu Xingxi's eyes. How did she manage to get through those times? He gently rubbed her little head. So, you also heard what I just said. My mom never expected you to repay her. Growing up healthy and becoming an honest person is the best way to thank her. How Yuanyuan smiled. I was also planning to thank her son, to help him gain freedom of expression. But if there's no need to thank him, then forget it. Lu Xingxi's hand froze, and he looked helpless. Yuanjie, you're getting mischievous. How Yuanyuan giggled nonstop. Lu Xingxi turned his face and grinned. I thought about it, and you can also help her son in your own way. We can support each other and survive together in this tough place. How Yuanyuan smiled. All right, don't worry about your freedom of expression. I mean it. Lu Xingxi chuckled, clasped his hands together, and looked up to the sky. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Mom, for your kindness all these years. You've helped me achieve freedom of expression just like in ancient times. Good deeds truly bring good rewards. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's unclear whether He received Lu Xingxi's gratitude, but how Yuanyuan was almost laughing with joy. What a coincidence. From then on, Lu Xingxi no longer worried about his father not cleaning properly, and sometimes how Yuanyuan even brought him a big bucket of water to wash himself. Lu Xingxi felt deeply grateful, his mood soaring every day. Meanwhile, the villagers of House Village, after being touched by the sad story, took a long time to recover and then resumed their normal lives. In the afternoon, they set out as planned to find the salt-tolerant wood. But as soon as they left, everyone was awakened by the heat wave. It was so hot. They all broke into sweat as soon as they stepped out, and their clothes were soaked through. Lu Xingxi joined the main group. He was surprised to find he didn't feel particularly hot or cold, more like a constant temperature. He didn't want to wander aimlessly anymore. Although he could tolerate it, the other villagers couldn't handle such high temperatures. And since it was getting dark, it would be even harder to find anything after nightfall. Lu Xingxi found a sparrow and asked it about the situation. The sparrow didn't know much, after all. It didn't need to eat salt. Lu Xingxi followed the woods, leading the main group forward. Ahead, they found a small wolf. Lu Xingxi asked, Do you know where there are salt stones or salty-tasting plants? The little wolf excitedly yipped, Salty? I know. It jumped around happily. Lu Xingxi's eyes lit up.
Where?
Can you take us there? The little wolf nodded and said, Yes, I can take you. Lu Xingxi nodded and turned to the others, saying, The little wolf knows where the salt is. Follow it. Everyone smiled happily. Lu Xingxi had really helped. They followed the little wolf for about a kilometer. The little wolf suddenly stopped and barked a few times. Lu Xingxi gently patted its head and said, Thank you. You worked hard. Go home and find your mom. The little wolf jumped a few times and then ran off. Lu Xingxi had already found the salt-bearing shrub, which was a bush with ripe fruits covered in a thick layer of white frost. Carefully, Lu Xingxi touched some of the frost and tasted it. It was salty. He smiled and said, This is it. It's very salty. Everyone rushed forward, each picking some and tasting it. It's really salty. We're saved. Salty tastes so good. How Dalong smiled and said, All right, everyone, let's get moving. It's getting dark soon. Everyone nodded and quickly started collecting the salt-bearing fruits. Lu Xingxi looked around and found some salt stones. He paused silently and quietly left the group. Salt is a very important resource both in ancient and modern times. He didn't want to alarm everyone about the salt stones, so he joined the others collecting the fruits. Before it got completely dark, everyone returned to the cave. They gathered around happily, looking at the ripening salt-bearing fruits. They had hope. They had salt. That night, each family brought some food to the Hao family, mainly for Lu Xingxi. This child had saved them many times. Old Mrs. Hao initially refused, but the villagers learned to leave things behind without saying much, giving no chance for her family to refuse. Reluctantly, Mrs. Hao's family accepted everyone's kindness. Life returned to a peaceful routine. Today, there was suddenly some noise inside the cave at Black Tiger Mountain. They all lived in the innermost large cave, which had already been cleaned up. However, at the hidden connecting points between two entrances, Head How had each family send a man to guard the cave entrance in turns. Today, it was Hao Erlang who was holding Hao Yuanyuan and making her laugh. Suddenly, they heard some sounds, and both stopped what they were doing to exchange a look. They held their breath and listened carefully to the outside noise. If it was a wild animal, that was okay. If it was a person, the sounds grew closer. It was two people. Hao Erlang and Hao Yuanyuan quietly observed from their angle for a while. They saw two people in black clothes. The two were panting heavily and fanning themselves. The tall man in black complained, "Why is it getting hotter? I don't remember it being this hot before." The shorter man in black echoed, "Yeah, we've circled around here a lot, but we haven't seen that kid's shadow." The tall man in black said, "No choice. The Lord asked us to find him. Even if he's dead, we have to bring his body back." The shorter man in black cursed under his breath, "What a bother. That little kid, after being cut a few times, how could he survive in this deadly Black Tiger Mountain? Maybe he was eaten by wild animals and there's nothing left." The tall man in black shook his head helplessly. He didn't want to search either, but if he didn't, they might lose their lives. After resting for a while, the tall man looked around the cave and then stood up. His expression suddenly changed. "This cave feels like someone has lived here before." The shorter man in black waved dismissively, still panting. "Come on, there's no way anyone lives here. Even if someone did, it was probably some reckless hunter passing through for a short time." The tall man in black relaxed his expression. That's true. He wanted to go inside to investigate further, but the shorter man in black stopped him. "Hey, don't go in there. There are lots of bats in these caves. Don't let them out. Those things are disgusting and hard to kill. We don't want to stay here forever, especially since it's so hot outside." The tall man in black hesitated and sat back down. Hao Erlang and Hao Yuanyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and quietly ran into the cave. Hao Yuanyuan quickly took a large stone from the space and quietly blocked the entrance of the cave. Hao Erlang quietly carried Hao Yuanyuan back, telling everyone to speak softly. Hao Erlang, panting, still reminded everyone quietly. Clan leader, two people in black, came outside. They are the ones who killed Star Ci before. Now they're looking for Star Ci again, trying to kill him. The clan leader's face changed dramatically, and Lu Xingxi also looked serious. The clan leader thought quickly and ordered everyone, "Hurry, let the women and children run into the small cave inside. Remember, don't make any noise. All the men, pick up your knives and wait here. If they find us, we will fight them." Everyone agreed in a low voice, nodded, and moved in an organized way. Lu Xingxi felt a warm feeling inside. These villagers, who had nothing to do with him, saved his life. Facing the villains, they still decided to risk everything to save him. Lu Xingxi's eyes were a bit moist. Hao Yuanyuan moved close to Lu Xingxi and whispered, "Don't worry, they won't find us." Lu Xingxi didn't ask why and simply nodded, trusting her completely. Thanks to Hao Yuanyuan's big stone, the two people in black didn't notice the large mountain cave inside. Hao Yuanyuan took advantage of everyone's distraction and quickly slipped into her space. Her space could move and see outside. Hao Yuanyuan reached the cave entrance and saw the two black-clad figures sitting still on the ground, with water bags and dry biscuits beside them. She thought for a moment, then installed a listening device and a tracker on them. Next, she disguised herself at the cave entrance and then returned inside. Hao Yuanyuan leaned close to Grandma Hao's ear and whispered, "Grandma, bad people will be chased away by bats." Grandma Hao smiled and understood what Hao Yuanyuan meant. She held Hao Yuanyuan and walked to the clan leader, softly saying, "Leader, Hao Prung just told me that bad people will be driven away by bats. He will help us." The clan leader smiled when he heard this, feeling more at ease. "Your family from Hao Peng's side has once again helped our village," he said. Lu Xingxi waved his hand and said, "No, this has nothing to do with the village. Those people came to kill me. If anyone owes someone, it's me." Chief Hao smiled and gently rubbed Lu Xingxi's head. You silly kid, from the moment we saved you, you've become one of us in the village. And do you think that if we call you out, they will spare the villagers? No way. These people, who even kill children, will only become more ruthless toward us. So, this time, saving you is also saving ourselves. Lu Xingxi nodded, looking very touched. Suddenly, 2 screams came from outside the cave. Hao Yuanyuan released a swarm of bats, specifically blood-sucking bats, to make the scene more intense. Listening to the sounds, you can tell the 2 black-clad people are probably being bitten badly. Hao Yuanyuan chuckled quietly. Soon after, the sounds outside stopped completely. Hao Yuanyuan quietly withdrew the large stone blocking the entrance and retracted the bats into her space. Hao Dalong and Hao Erlang, holding machetes, slowly approached the cave entrance. They found 2 black-clad people barely conscious. Hao Erlang quickly tied them up. Chief Hao came out, examined the wounds on the 2, and confirmed they were bitten by bats, and the wounds were quite deep. Thank goodness. Thank heaven. Thank Hao Peng. The 2 unconscious men remained silent. Chief Hao asked Lu Xingxi, Xingxi, do you remember how you offended them? Why they want to kill you all? Lu Xingxi thought hard but couldn't recall anything and shook his head. I don't remember. I've forgotten everything from before. Chief Hao nodded gently. Wake them up and ask. Hao Dalong nodded, about to fetch a water pouch, but Hao Erlang stopped him. Hao Erlang grinned mischievously. Big brother, do we really need water to wake them up? That's a waste. We don't have much water left. Hao Dalong thought for a moment. That's true. So, what do we do? Wake them up. Hao Erlang's grin grew wider. Just pee on them. That'll wake them up. No need to be so fancy. Hao Yuanyuan. Lu Xingxi. Hao Dalong. Everyone else. Hao Yuanyuan slightly pinched her forehead, really not wanting to admit that her father was like this. Others were internally shouting. How could this person be so rough? There were children present, not paying attention, and risking corrupting the kids. Really? Finally, Leader Hao waved his hand in disgust, telling Hao Erlang and Hao Dog, who shared his bad smell, to urinate. They woke up the 2 men in black with a strong smell. The 2 men in black, overwhelmed by the foul odor, had already had yellow urine due to dehydration, and now, for them, it was a kind of cruel punishment. The 2 men in black woke up, smelling the strong stench, and saw the crowd in front of them, along with Lu Xingxi, whom they had been searching for a long time. They stared at the crowd with rage. You're alive. Lu Xingxi smiled slightly. Yes, I am alive, but you are about to die. The men in black tried to crush Lu Xingxi, but found themselves tied up and struggled wildly. Let us go. The tall man in black glared at everyone. You really aren't afraid of death. Do you even know who we are? And you dare to tie us up? The shorter man in black was also furious. Haha, I advise you to release us quickly and hand over Lu Xingxi. We might consider leaving you intact, or else you'll learn what it means to wish you were never born. As soon as they finished speaking, Hao Dog and the others hit them with sticks. Hao Dog scolded while hitting. Still? Want a complete body? You've got some nerve. Hao Erlang also hit hard. Haha, you're nothing. How dare you shout at us? Hao Dalong said. Honestly tell us, who are you, and why are you trying to kill such a young child? The shorter man in black couldn't hold it anymore and trembled with anger. This is our personal grudge with him. It has nothing to do with you. Hao Erlang struck him again. Now, he's our family's child. What does that have to do with us? The tall man in black sneered. You're not even worth mentioning. Hao Erlang casually hit him with a hammer. What? Forgot I hit you already? You're not even worthy. I'll beat you 100 times over, with twists and turns. The 2 of them clenched their teeth and said nothing more. Leader Hao saw they had been beaten enough and spoke. Enough. Stop hitting them. Hao Erlang and Hao Dog obediently stopped and stood to the sides. Leader Hao said, I don't care why you're doing this. In this world, chasing and killing a 5-year-old child is not right, don't you think? The tall man in black sneered. Old fool, I'll be honest with you. This is a royal matter, not something ordinary folks like you should interfere with. Some people are born unable to survive. We are just following orders from above. The short man in black also forced himself to speak arrogantly. That's right, this isn't your business. Do you understand? Head Hao's face changed. He had guessed that Lu Xingxi's background might be quite wealthy, but he didn't expect it to involve the royal family. For a moment, Head Hao was at a loss and looked at Hao Yuanjia. Hao Yuanjia also seemed unsure of what to do. At this moment, Hao Yuanyuan stepped forward. So what? He's not a royal anymore. Now he's one of us in the village. Second brother Hao nodded blindly in support of his daughter. Exactly. Now he has a new name. Let's call him Hao Tiantian. Yes, Hao Weiwei. Lu Xingxi looked unhappy. Huh. I don't like that name. Hao Yuanyuan also looked speechless. Dad, there's really no need. It's such a bad name. Li Jing laughed nearby. Second brother Hao scratched his head. Is it a bad name? Hao Dogwar also looked confused. Not bad at all. I think it's a nice name. Head Hao seemed to have found a kindred spirit, grabbing Hao Dogwa's hand. See? Such a good name. The two men in black watched everyone laughing and ignored them, feeling very angry. They continued shouting nearby. Hao Yuanyuan had already moved close to Grandma Hao's ear, handing her a drug she took from the space, which could make people become dull-witted. Hao Yuanyuan. Grandma, this is a medicine that can make people become simple-minded. Grandma Hao nodded, took the medicine, and handed it to Head Hao. Leader Hao, this was exchanged from the underworld by Hao Peng. He said these two are trouble, and must not be kept. If they take this medicine, they will become completely dull. Head Hao trusted Grandma Hao's family too much. He nodded and took the medicine, then ordered Hao Erlang and Hao Dogwa to feed it to the two. The two men in black were panicking. What did you give us? Hao Erlang chuckled sinisterly. Guess what? In less than 10 minutes, the expressions of the two men in black turned blank and silly. Everyone sighed in relief. They pushed the two out of the cave, untied them, and let them fend for themselves. Hao Yuanyuan also didn't retrieve the listening devices and trackers from them, deciding to do so after they died, just to be safe. Everyone was once again protecting Lu Xingxi, returning happily to the cave. What they didn't expect was that soon, the two men in black were eaten by a large swarm of ants outside. Hao Yuanyuan listened through her headphones, hearing only the rustling sounds. She frowned in confusion. Why was there no breathing sound at all? Had they died so quickly? No, that couldn't be true. Hao Yuanyuan and Lu Xingxi talked about this matter. The two decided to go out and take a look after dark. As the sky darkened, they took advantage of no one being around and went out to investigate. Hao Yuanyuan took out 2 flashlights. After walking a few steps, they saw 2 skeletons, white bones gleaming. Hao Yuanyuan's sharp eyes spotted a listening device on the ground. She exclaimed, This is the device from this morning's 2 people. Lu Xingxi pulled Hao Yuanyuan's hand and warned, Be careful, don't get too close. Hao Yuanyuan pursed her lips and remotely stored the listening device into her space. This doesn't seem right. How did it turn into bones so quickly? Lu Xingxi looked serious. Could it be that only tiny insects like termites or ants could do this? Hao Yuanyuan nodded, her face tense. This is too clean. It's not large animals eating, it must be small bugs. And there must be a lot of them. Lu Xingxi nodded. Just as they finished speaking, a rustling sound suddenly came from the ground. Hao Yuanyuan and Lu Xingxi's expressions froze. They shined their flashlights toward the source of the sound. A terrifying scene appeared, swarms of tiny white ants. They were coming toward them. Lu Xingxi grabbed Hao Yuanyuan and they frantically ran toward the cave. Hao Yuanyuan clenched her teeth. She took out 2 large bottles of ant insecticide from her space, 1 in each hand, and ran to the cave entrance, spraying wildly behind her. Lu Xingxi also took a bottle and carefully sprayed around the entrance of the cave, making sure not to miss any spot. The effect was quite clear. The ants stopped at the cave entrance, and many were killed by the insecticide. The 2 of them sprayed another round to be safe. Then they panted heavily, their hearts pounding with relief. How Yuanyuan patted her chest. Lu Xingxi, aren't you good at communicating with animals? Why didn't you tell them to go away? Lu Xingxi took a deep breath. Did you think I didn't try? I did, but they didn't respond at all. I guess that kind of low-intelligence creature can't communicate, and they probably don't have a language, he added. How Yuanyuan sat down heavily on the ground. It's too terrifying. These dense swarms of tiny creatures are just too frightening. Lu Xingxi nodded and sat beside Hao Yuanyuan, watching the termites gradually retreat. The thick layer of termite carcasses at the door looked especially frightening in the dark night. Hao Yuanyuan looked worried. What should we do? There's so many ants. If we go out, they could eat us all in less than 10 minutes. Now the water supply is also running low. We definitely need to find water, but the white ants are everywhere. Lu Xingxi remained silent, deep in thought. Let me think. The two children silently returned to the cave, lying on the cart, not speaking. They didn't sleep all night. The next morning, they woke up with big dark circles under their eyes. Li Jing gently touched Hao Yuanyuan's small face. Yuanyuan, what's wrong? Why are your eyes so dark? Hao Junjun also came over. Yeah, little sister, your eyes are really dark. Junjun turned to look at Lu Xingxi and exclaimed, Big brother, yours are dark too. Li Jing looked at Hao Yuanyuan and Lu Xingxi and asked, Tell me honestly, what did you two do last night? Hao Yuanyuan and Lu Xingxi exchanged glances. Hao Yuanyuan spoke first. Mother, we couldn't sleep because it was too hot. We went to the cave entrance to cool off, and then... Li Jing asked, And then what happened? Hao Yuanyuan replied, We found a lot of white ants, almost rushing into the cave, but they stopped at the entrance and didn't come in. Li Jing's face turned pale. She looked at Hao Yuanyuan and then at Lu Xingxi, checking carefully. Yuanyuan, you weren't bitten by the ants, right? Hao Yuanyuan shook her head. No. Neither Lu Xingxi nor I got bitten. Li Jing finally relaxed a little. Yuanyuan, you must not run off alone again. Do you hear me? Hao Yuanyuan obediently nodded. I understand, mother. Li Jing then looked at Lu Xingxi. Xingxi, what about you? Were you bitten? Lu Xingxi shook his head. No, I wasn't bitten either. Li Jing sighed in relief. That's good. She told the two children not to sleep anymore, but Hao Yuanyuan and Lu Xingxi couldn't fall asleep. They got up from the cart. Now, their most important task was to find water. The water in the pond was almost gone, even though they had been careful. Lu Xingxi started using his clever ideas again, trying to help the Hao family head. Lu Xingxi said, The plants around here are quite lush, so there must be a water source nearby. We just haven't found it yet. Lu Xingxi said, Maybe we can make a homemade water collector. Everyone was curious. A homemade water collector? Lu Xingxi nodded, holding a small stick, drawing on the ground. He explained carefully, We can dig a small hole in the damp land, put a bowl inside, and cover it with a piece of oilcloth. Then, press the oilcloth down with a stone, and place a small stone in the middle. Just wait. The water collected can be drunk directly. Hao Erden asked curiously, Will that work? It seems very simple. Hao Erden nodded. Yes, it feels too simple. Chief Hao thought for a moment and said, Let's do as Xingxi said. He reads a lot and knows many things, so it should work. By the way, women can handle making the water collector. A few men stay in the cave to guard, and the rest go out to find water sources. Lu Xingxi nodded. I'll go with them to find water. I can talk to animals. Maybe I can ask where the water is. Chief Hao agreed without thinking. Yes, Xingxi should go. Hao Yuanyuan quietly sprayed everyone with insect repellent before they left, to prevent encounters with termites. Everyone looked around in surprise. Hey? Did you smell anything? Hao Erga said. Yes, it smells quite nice. Hao Erling sniffed too. That's right, a fruity scent, it smells good. Lu Xingxi and Hao Yuanyuan exchanged glances, smiled at each other, and blinked. As soon as they left the cave, everyone saw piles of termite corpses. Chief Hao's face changed dramatically. He pointed at the termites on the ground. This thing. It's cannibalistic. Everyone exclaimed, Cannibalistic? Chief Hao, being older and experienced, nodded. These are white ants. When they gather in large groups, they can eat people. Everyone shivered in fear. Aunt Li asked, Chief, what should we do? We can't stay in the cave forever. Aunt Wang looked helpless. Yes, what's going on in this world? Why won't they give us a way out? Chief Hao waved his hand. Everyone, when we go out later, let's see if we can find some mugwort. Cut some and burn it to see if it can help prevent problems. Everyone trusted the village leader, Hao, and followed his orders. The lady and children stayed safely inside the cave. The men, following Lu Xingxi's advice, dug several large holes in a shady spot outside the cave. The women tore the oilcloth into pieces and gave them to the children, telling them to cover each hole with a piece. The men pressed the edges of the oilcloth into the ground with dirt, placing a small stone in the middle of each to help collect water. After finishing, the women led the village children back into the cave, careful to avoid the dangerous termites that could bite. Those insects were very harmful, and if hundreds came, they could seriously hurt people. Meanwhile, the men searched for water sources, moving through the forest. Hao Erlang carried Lu Xingxi to protect him from scratches from the bushes below. Lu Xingxi talked with the animals as he moved along. Just as he was about to ask the big-chested squirrels in the tree, he was distracted by their conversation. The big-chested squirrel danced and said, "You don't know how disgusting those humans are. They actually took over the water pond. I tried to go talk to Little Tiger, but I found out those nasty humans wouldn't let Little Tiger and his friends get close to the water. Even worse, they had big knives. Little Tiger got cut." On the other side, the squirrel's friend looked shocked. "What? How can humans be so mean? Why won't they let everyone drink water?" The big-chested squirrel nodded. "Exactly. Without water, how can we survive?" The two squirrels sighed deeply. Lu Xingxi waved to greet the squirrels. "Hi," hearing the voice, the squirrels looked down from the tree and saw Lu Xingxi's small face looking up. They were startled. "Ah, a human!" They immediately turned to run away. Lu Xingxi quickly called out, "Wait. I'm not one of those humans trying to take your water. I'm a good person." The squirrels hiding behind a branch whispered to each other. The big-chested squirrel complained, "Oh no, why are we so unlucky to meet humans?" The squirrel's friend said, "Yeah, they could hurt Little Tiger. If they wanted to, they could easily hurt us too." The big-chested squirrel closed his eyes and silently prayed, oh no, I told my mom I wanted to eat hazelnuts at noon. What should I do now?" The squirrel friend looked very sad and said, "It's over, everything is finished." Lu Xingxi listened to the two little squirrels talking and smiled softly. He spoke quietly, "We are just here to find water. We didn't meet any humans at the water source. And look, we don't have the big knives you mentioned." Some villagers hid their machetes behind their backs, staying still, so as not to scare the animals. The big-chested squirrel was surprised and asked, "Mimi, something's wrong. Why can he understand what we're saying?" Her best friend covered her mouth and whispered, "Hurry up and stop talking. Someone might hear us." The big-chested squirrel nodded quickly and tightly covered her small mouth. Lu Xingxi was amused and took out some roasted almonds from his pocket, the ones Hao Yuanyuan gave him last night when he couldn't sleep. He held out his hand and said, "Dear little squirrel ladies, look, I brought you a gift. We just want to find water, we mean no harm, and we can also help you get revenge for your friend, Xiaohu." Hearing this, the two squirrels peeked out from behind the tree branches and looked at the almonds in Lu Xingxi's hand. The big-chested squirrel drooled and said, "Wow, Mimi, that nut smells so good." Lu Xingxi looked proud. "Of course. Hao Yuanyuan gave it to me." Her best friend squirrel wiped her mouth and pulled on the big-chested squirrel. "Gigi, that's a trap. Don't you remember? Your mom told you about human traps." The big-chested squirrel pouted and said, "Wah, but I really want to eat it. It smells so delicious." Lu Xingxi added more charm. "Two adorable little squirrels, don't worry. You just need to tell us where the water is. You don't have to come with us. The nuts are still yours." The big-chested squirrel scratched her ear. "Mimi, listen, that human is pretty. She probably won't lie. If we tell them, we can get the nuts." Her best friend squirrel also scratched her ear. "Yeah, you're right. Let's tell them." The two squirrels peeked out from behind the branches and quietly said, "Just go straight ahead. When you reach the crooked tree, turn left and keep walking. You'll find it." The big-chested squirrel kindly reminded them, "By the way, humans can be very dangerous. Be careful, My best friend Squirrel said. Of course, it would be even better if we could avenge our friend Xiaohu.
Xiaohu is still very weak now.
It's all those humans' fault. Lu Xingxi nodded and said, Thank you all. Wait for good news from us. Then Lu Xingxi looked at everyone and spoke, first giving the water source's location, then adding, Currently, the water area has been taken over by a group of people, and there are many knives. Everyone's expression changed. There are knives too. Lu Xingxi nodded. Yes, and I heard they are quite fierce. They even injured a little tiger. Everyone looked a bit pale, feeling scared inside. Now, they weren't afraid of wild animals, but of humans. Sometimes humans can be more frightening than beasts. Lu Xingxi watched everyone, waiting for the tribe leader's decision. Chief Hao lowered his head and thought for a moment. We still have to go. We really have no water left. We have to fight them if we must. But we can first go check the area. When they relax, we can sneak out some water. We should try not to reveal our cave. Everyone nodded slowly. They knew they had to go. Soon, there would be no water, and they would die of thirst. Second brother Hao raised his hand. Chief, I think only 2 or 3 people should go. Too many will make loud noises and might scare them away. Chief Hao agreed. Yes, second brother is right. Find some skilled fighters to go and observe first. Once we know the situation, we can act, second brother Hao said. I'll go. I am pretty good at fighting. Dog Hao also said confidently, I can go too. Another little Hao raised his hand. Add me too. I'm smaller than them, so I won't be easily seen. Chief Hao nodded. All right, the 3 of you go. We'll wait here. Be sure to stay safe. Do you hear me? The 3 nodded. Yes, Chief. After speaking, the 3 headed toward the direction the little squirrel mentioned. They moved carefully, and soon saw the crooked tree. Then they turned left. Their steps became even quieter. Their eyes carefully watched everything around them. After walking quite a long way, almost 2 kilometers, they thought they might have gone the wrong way. Suddenly, they heard voices ahead. The 3 looked at each other, then scattered and hid behind tree trunks. Second brother Hao chose a big tree, quickly climbed up, and hid behind thick branches, watching the pond in front of him carefully. Hao Ergo glanced at Hao Erlang, trying to climb the tree as well. However, he couldn't get up and almost made a loud noise. Frightened, Ergo didn't dare to move again. Meanwhile, Hao Xiaonian was hiding behind the bushes, moving quietly among them, getting closer to the water pool and listening to their voices. The 3 of them held their breath and focused. Below, they heard the voices of the people. A bearded, rough-looking man spoke. Are you done? It's taken so long just to catch one wild bird? Next to him, a short man replied, who knows? The bearded man kicked the short man and said, Hurry up, check how well you've cleaned up. I've already set the fire, so move quickly. The short man rubbed his backside, muttering to himself, then walked away. Hao Erlang and the others didn't dare to act rashly. After exchanging gestures with Hao Xiaonian, they followed the short man, trying to see how many people there were. Hao Erlang kept his eyes on the bearded man and also checked the water pool. The water pool was located on the shady side of a cave, covered by many branches, so it hadn't completely dried up and still had some water. The pool looked quite large. If they weren't many people, they could sneak over tonight with buckets to get some water. After a long while, just when Hao Erlang thought Hao Xiaonian had gotten into trouble, Hao Xiaonian sneaked back. After signaling to the others, the 3 of them slowly retreated and left the water pool area. Hao Ergo ran out of breath and finally stopped about a kilometer from the water pool. Hao Erlang asked, Xiaonian, how did your scouting go? Hao Xiaonian took a few deep breaths before replying, There aren't many of them. Besides the bearded man, there are only about 5 people. Hao Erlang smiled and patted Hao Xiaonian on the shoulder, saying, Good job, Xiaonian. Hao Xiaonian tried to smile, though his face showed some change. Hao Erlang didn't notice and happily moved forward, soon rejoining the main group. He cheerfully said, Clan leader, we're lucky. There are only 5 of them, and the water pool is quite big. We can go collect water tonight. He also patted Hao Xiaonian's shoulder and praised him. Clan leader, Xiaonian really made a great contribution this time. All of this was thanks to his scouting. The clan leader smiled and praised Xiaonian. Xiaonian, you've really grown up. You used to be a troublemaker, but now, in the blink of an eye, you've become a strong young man. How Xiaonian forced a smile, and everyone thought he was just shy, so they all started to laugh. Only Lu Xingxi frowned slightly. Something felt off. He sensed something was wrong. How Xiaonian always seemed to be forcing his smile. Lu Xingxi didn't tell everyone but quietly watched how Xiaonian. They had already decided to sneak out tonight to fetch some water and have a good drink. So, they went back to the cave first. The weather was still very hot, but luckily, the forest on Black Tiger Mountain was quite dense. Otherwise, standing in the sun for a while would make anyone dizzy. At midnight, Leader Hao didn't go out himself this time. Instead, a few young men and middle-aged men took buckets to fetch water. Hao Xiaonian was among them. This time, Leader Hao didn't let Lu Xingxi go out again. They already knew the location. Taking a child out meant carrying fewer buckets of water. When Lu Xingxi's protest was ignored, he went to find Hao Yuanyuan. He pulled Hao Yuanyuan to a corner and said, "Listen, I have a feeling that Hao Xiaonian is acting a bit strange." Hao Yuanyuan scratched her head, thinking about Hao Xiaonian's appearance, but she couldn't remember clearly.
Why?
What did he do?
She asked.
Lu Xingxi thought for a moment. It's not what he did. It's how he made me feel. I just think something's not right with him. Hao Yuanyuan smiled and tugged his hand. Maybe you're overthinking it.
Lu Xingxi shook his head.
My instincts are usually accurate. Ever since Hao Xiaonian came back from the check, I've felt he was acting weird, like he was forcing himself. This time, Hao Yuanyuan also took it seriously and asked carefully, could something have happened while he was checking? Lu Xingxi nodded. Yes, that might be it. Hao Yuanyuan was a little worried. If Hao Xiaonian really had a problem, going out tonight to fetch water could be dangerous. Lu Xingxi also felt unsure. They looked too young. Many things adults didn't listen to them. Hao Yuanyuan held Lu Xingxi's hand. Maybe we should follow them. What if there's danger? Lu Xingxi nodded. Yes. Let's go see what's happening. Just as they finished talking, Hao Junjun suddenly appeared nearby. Are you guys going to see what's happening? Hao Junjun asked. Lu Xingxi hesitated. Oh no. The kid had found out they might get into trouble. Hao Yuanyuan held Hao Junjun's hand and said, Brother, let's play hide and seek instead. Hao Junjun's eyes lit up.
Great.
I'll call Wuwen, Liang, and Qiang too. Hao Yuanyuan smiled happily. Sounds good. Hao Junjun turned around and called someone over. Hao Yuanyuan and Lu Xingxi exchanged glances and blinked. Later, Lu Xingxi raised his hand, signaling okay. Ready. This time Hao Junjun would find someone first, while the others hid. Hao Yuanyuan and Lu Xingxi had clear goals and headed straight for the cave entrance. However, as soon as they reached the entrance, they were stopped by Hao clan leader who was guarding the door. You two kids, what are you doing? Hao Yuanyuan smiled and said cheerfully, Grandpa Hao, we're playing hide and seek. We want to hide behind that rock. Hao clan leader waved his hand. All right, go quickly. Be careful not to get caught. Hao Yuanyuan happily grabbed Lu Xingxi and ran. They reached behind the nearest rock. Lu Xingxi spoke. The clan leader is guarding the entrance now. If we go out, we'll definitely be seen. What should we do? Hao Yuanyuan was also worried. The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it could become. She didn't want to take any risks. Hao Yuanyuan rubbed her head and said, Let me think. Actually, if she were alone, it would be easy to get out. She could directly enter her space and use it to sneak out unnoticed. But now, she had Lu Xingxi with her, and she didn't want to reveal her space. Just as Hao Yuanyuan was hesitating about what to do, she heard someone inside the cave calling Hao clan leader. Hao clan leader turned around to respond. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xingxi grabbed Hao Yuanyuan's hand and ran outside. Luckily, Hao Yuanyuan drank spiritual spring water every day, so her body was very strong. Otherwise, it would be impressive for a child under 1 year old to learn to walk. They hadn't gone far when Lu Xingxi tried to recall the route they took during the day. Both of them were small, so Hao Yuanyuan picked up 2 sticks to clear the way. She also handed Lu Xingxi a night vision device. Lu Xingxi raised an eyebrow and took the device with his small hand. Wow. You have this too? How Yuanyuan rolled her eyes. With the night vision device, it was easier to find the right direction and they moved faster. Just as they were about to reach the pond, they heard muffled groans from inside. How Yuanyuan felt anxious and wanted to move a few steps closer, but Lu Xingxi held her back. He whispered, "Wait a little longer." They crouched down for a while listening, but no sounds came from inside. They were about to get closer when two people came out. It was the bearded, rough-looking man and the short man Hao saw during the day. The bearded man said, "Now leave two people here to guard. The rest grab two hostages and let's go search that cave. By the way, include that little guy. Haha, luckily we have him. Otherwise, we couldn't pull off this big plan. Our food is almost gone, so it's perfect, easy prey." The short man chuckled and went inside the cave to arrange guards. The two kids exchanged a quick look. How Xiaonian really isn't a good person. Soon, the short man led a group of more than 10 men out. The man at the front was still holding Hao Xiaonian by the arm, saying, "Let's go, lead the way." Hao Xiaonian looked very servile. Okay, you go ahead." The group moved forward loudly. Seeing Hao Erling being pulled behind, Hao Yuanyuan looked worried and wished she could rush over and help. Luo Xingxi frowned as he watched everything. He quietly moved closer to Hao Yuanyuan and whispered, "Let's go inside first and take care of the two people. Then we can head back together. That way, we have a better chance." Hao Yuanyuan nodded. She knew that right now, the two kids weren't strong enough to fight 10 big men alone. But she had a pistol in her space, which she could use later. They crept toward the cave, seeing the men from Hao's village lying unconscious on the ground, tied with ropes. In the distance, 2 guards stood. Hao Yuanyuan waved at Luo Xingxi and took out a tranquilizer gun from her space. She aimed and shot 1 dart at each guard. Whoosh, whoosh. Both guards fainted and fell onto the rocks. Luo Xingxi gave Hao Yuanyuan a big thumbs up and said, "Yuanyuan, you're amazing." Hao Yuanyuan smiled and tilted her chin.
Stop talking about that.
Hurry up and wake them up. Luo Xingxi went to the side and poured cold water from a bucket onto the unconscious people. They coughed and gasped, then slowly woke up, touching their sore necks, looking dazed, like they had just eaten spicy snacks. Hao Samling looked at the kids, and his eyes widened. Yuanyuan. Xingxi, what are you doing here? Hurry and leave. It's dangerous. Hao Yuanyuan smiled. Uncle San, it's okay now. It's not dangerous anymore. Let's go quickly. We saw many people pulling Dad toward our cave. Hao Samling was shocked. Oh no. He quickly stood up and was about to run outside, but saw 2 bandits who had fainted. Hao Samling called over Hao Yuanjia, took some rope, and tied the 2 men up, then pulled them along. Weren't they planning to take Hao Erling and threaten everyone? Now, they also had hostages. Humph. The group was dizzy, still feeling the effects of being hit with a wooden stick, and some couldn't even walk properly. Their pace naturally slowed down. When they were about to reach their cave entrance, they saw 2 groups of people facing each other outside the cave. A big, rough man with a stern face stood there arrogantly. "I told you. Hurry up and bring out the grain. Otherwise, we'll just stab these 2 guys to death." At the entrance, clan leader Hao stood in front, looking serious at the dozen or so men outside. Li Jing was behind, and seeing Hao Erling, who was unconscious and possibly dead, she suddenly broke down and cried, "Erling! Erling!" The big, rough man with a crooked smile looked cruel. "What? Old man, what are you still thinking? You see, all your people are in our cave. If you don't hand over the grain, we'll kill you all." He then looked back with a wicked gaze. "And then, we'll take the young lady behind you. She looks so tender." The smaller man beside him also grinned lecherously. "Boss, I want that woman behind you. She looks so young." Hearing their words, the people of Hao village shrank back in fear. Many had already started crying silently. Li Jing was lost and hopeless. Her own little daughter hadn't been found yet. What should she do? Old Lady Hao also looked anxious. Yuanyuan was missing, and she didn't know where that naughty girl had hidden herself. She was playing games and refused to come out. Clan leader Hao spoke, glaring fiercely at Hao Xiaoyan, who stood opposite him. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "So it's you. The villagers have been so good to you. How dare you? How could you do this?" Tears streamed down Hao Xiaoyan's face as she cried, tears and snot mixing. "Clan leader, please don't blame me. They caught me and said if I didn't give them grain, they would kill me. Really, it's not my fault. It's not my fault." Clan leader Hao's face turned red with anger. "So? You're afraid of being killed, so you let the whole village go to their deaths?" Hao Xiaoyan kept shaking her head. No, I just want to give them the grain. Just give them the grain. That's all." Clan leader Hao looked at her with disappointment. "Do you really think giving them the grain is enough? These people are far from satisfied. Didn't you hear? They want to humiliate our villagers and kill all the men." Chief Hao angrily said, "They will kill your father and older brother. Then they will hurt your mother and sister. Is that what you want to see?" Little Hao desperately shook his head. "No, it won't happen. They won't do that. If we give them the grain, they will leave us alone." Chief Hao looked disappointed and shook his head. Stubborn and unreasonable, soon, the bandits' actions proved him wrong. They viciously stabbed little Hao in the arm. He let out a loud, painful cry. His mother, Qin Lao Tai, screamed, "Ah, why are you doing this? Don't hurt our little Hao. Please don't hurt him." The bearded bandit grinned wickedly. "If you don't want him to die, hurry up and bring the grain." Quickly, Qin Lao Tai fell to her knees in front of Chief Hao, crying loudly, "Chief, please give them the grain. Little Hao will die otherwise." Chief Hao's eyes showed inner conflict. Should he give up the village's food to save this ungrateful person? Seeing their hesitation, the bearded bandit stabbed little Hao hard in the thigh. Little Hao's voice was tragic and loud. The few birds in the woods were startled and flew away, creating a commotion. His father also broke down and knelt with Qin Lao Tai before Chief Hao. "Chief? Chief." Chief Hao closed his eyes deeply. When he opened them again, a firm look appeared. "You see? These bandits won't let us go. We have no choice but to fight back to survive. Otherwise, little Hao's fate will be everyone's fate." Little Hao's father cried out, "Chief, we can't defeat them. We're all old, weak, and sick. The young men are trapped by them." Chief Hao glared at him fiercely. "So what? We must try. Save the people. If we do nothing, we all die anyway. We might as well fight for it." As he finished speaking, Lao Tai stood up first. "Yes. We will listen to the chief. If we are going to die anyway, let's fight them." Li Auntie also moved beside Lao Tai. "Yes, let's fight them." With the words of Old Lady Hao and the others, everyone else looked at the big bearded bandits with angry, hateful eyes and moved forward one by one. Some people had already prepared their knives, and at the command of clan leader Hao, they rushed to tear the bandits apart. The big bearded bandit heard their words about defeating them and sneered dismissively, laughing. "Ha! Did you hear that? These old, weak, and sick folks still want to beat us? Haha." A short-statured bandit also laughed loudly. "This is so funny. They are really overestimating themselves." Another bandit with long hair looked amused. "This is too funny. These people are so silly. Why not just tie them up and bring them back to the cave? We can have a big show every day." The big bearded bandit chuckled. "That's a good idea. We can enjoy the show every day." The bandits burst into loud laughter. Clan leader Hao and his group trembled with anger. Suddenly, a sharp sound of an arrow whistling through the air, narrowly missing the big bearded bandit's ear and piercing into the forehead of another bandit nearby. Bang! With a heavy thud, the bandit collapsed to the ground. Everyone was shocked. Clan leader Hao and his group spread their arms to protect those behind them, not daring to move. The bandits were stunned, watching their comrade die so suddenly and unfairly. Frightened, they huddled close together. The big bearded bandit touched the blood on his ear, his eyes fierce, but he spoke calmly. "May I ask which hero you are? We have no grudges or enmity with you. Why are you attacking us?" Hao Sanlang remained silent but spoke loudly, no grudges or enmity. Are you sure? The big bearded bandit was stunned. For a moment, images of his past burning, killing, and looting flashed through his mind. But he had always eliminated all threats completely, leaving no one behind, not even children. How could they have offended anyone? Hao Sanlang and Old Lady Hao's group clenched their fists tightly when they heard Hao Sanlang's voice. They were still alive. Still alive. However, Hao Sanlang and his group didn't waste time talking with the bandits. Instead, they carefully aimed their bows and shot arrows at the bandits in front of them, wary of accidentally hitting Hao Erlang and others. The bandits screamed and tried to run away, but they were quickly wounded by the short arrows. The bandit group was wiped out. Hao Sanlang and his group then rushed out, helped the unconscious Hao Erlang and another villager who had fallen to the ground, and splashed water on their faces. Hao Erlang woke up, confused, and opened his eyes to see everything around him. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he stood up quickly. He grabbed Hao Sanlang's arm.
Sanlang.
Bandits, Hao Sanlang held Hao Erlang's hand. It's okay now, the bandits have all been defeated. Hao Erlang looked confused. What? Hao Sanlang pointed to the bandits scattered on the ground. We already killed them. Hao Erlang stared in shock at what he saw and pinched his own face, unsure if he was dreaming. It hurts. The Hao family leader and others ran over, looking at Hao Sanlang and the others. He pointed at the weapons in their hands. Sanlang, these. Hao Sanlang smiled and explained, Leader, we found these in the bandit cave. These weapons are very powerful. They can kill from far away, with one shot. The leader looked happy. That's great. Now we have weapons too, which gives us more safety. Hao Sanlang nodded. Yes, we found 20 of them. We gave one to each young man in the village. They can also be used for hunting, and these bows and arrows can be reused. The leader was very pleased, smiling like a sunflower. That's wonderful. Truly wonderful. But he still looked curious and scratched his head. However, some of the bandits had weapons. Why didn't they use them? Why did they hide them in the cave? Hao Yuanyuan touched his head. Maybe they thought they wouldn't need such powerful weapons against us? The leader and Hao Erlang nodded. That makes sense. Hao Yuanyuan and Lu Xingxi exchanged glances and secretly covered their mouths to hide their smiles. The weapons and some food were placed in the cave by Hao Yuanyuan. Thanks to Lu Xingxi's excellent acting, he guided Hao Sanlang and the others to find the weapons in the cave. By the way, they accidentally discovered how the weapons were used. Li Jing, Hao Laotai, and the villagers ran out hurriedly. Li Jing tightly hugged Hao Erlang, tears streaming down her face. You scared me to death. Hao Erlang gently patted Li Jing's back. He also felt very scared. When he went to the bandit hideout, he was suddenly knocked out from behind with a wooden stick. Before fainting, Hao Erlang's mind flashed through his life. He was afraid Li Jing would be sad, worried that his children would lose their support in this dangerous world, and afraid that his mother would be upset. Fortunately, everything is safe and sound. Zhao Hua also cried, tears streaming down her face as she wept in Hao Sanlang's arms. While everyone was hugging and expressing their feelings, Hao Yuanyuan and Lu Xingxi, two little troublemakers, tiptoed from the side, trying to sneak into the cave. However, their plan failed. The two children were caught by clan leader Hao, who grabbed their collars and asked, "What are you two doing? How did you come back from outside?" Hao Yuanyuan smiled charmingly and said, "Clan leader, we were hiding outside." Lu Xingxi quickly nodded and added, "Yes, we were playing hide and seek outside." "Look, they didn't find us." Clan leader Hao looked at the two children with suspicion. Just as he was about to let them go, Hao Sanlang saw this and excitedly ran over, saying, "Clan leader, we managed to escape thanks to Yuanyuan and Xingxi. Don't underestimate these little ones. They're not even as big as a nose, but they dared to go into the bandits' cave and successfully rescued us. Otherwise, we'd be in real danger this time." Hao Sanlang didn't notice Hao Yuanyuan giving him a meaningful look. Hao Yuanyuan looked down, feeling hopeless. Meanwhile, the sound of the conversation attracted Li Jing, who was nearby with Hao Erlang, nervously searching for Hao Yuanyuan, unable to find her. Li Erling looked at Hao Yuanyuan and Lu Xingxi, who were being held by clan leader Hao, and pointed with a smile. Madam, look, Yuan Bao is over there. Li Jing turned her head and saw Hao Yuanyuan. Tears welled up uncontrollably, and she hurried over, grabbing Hao Yuanyuan and giving her 2 sharp slaps on the buttocks. Li Jing cried loudly, "Child, how can you be so reckless? Running around here? What if? What if?" She couldn't finish her words and hugged Hao Yuanyuan, crying. Hao Yuanyuan also felt guilty and hugged Li Jing back. Softly, Hao Yuanyuan comforted her. "Mother, don't be sad. Look, I'm fine now." Lu Xingxi watched the mother and daughter hugging each other tightly, thinking of his own mother. His nose also felt a bit sore, and he wondered how his mother was doing now. Clan leader Hao let out a deep breath and told everyone to quickly go back into the cave. Although it was cooler at night, Black Tiger Mountain still had many people and poisonous insects. If bitten, there was no medicine here. However, at the cave entrance, clan leader Hao stopped Hao Xiaonian and his family. His face was stern as he said, "You all go back." Hao Xiaonian and his family were shocked. Grandma Qin even kneeled down suddenly, trembling and kneeling on the ground. Grandmother Qin cried loudly, "Clan leader, how can we leave? Where can we go? Isn't this risking our lives?" Hao Xiaonian's father, Hao Chang, looked helpless and shocked. "Clan leader," the clan leader raised his hand firmly. Because Hao Xiaonian was so afraid of dying that he betrayed the entire village, even trying to give away the food that is vital to us all. Because of this, our Hao family village cannot keep him. I understand you didn't know, and you can stay in the village, but Hao Xiaonian, he is definitely not allowed. Decide for yourselves. When you're ready, pack your things." After speaking, the clan leader turned and went back into the cave. Hao Xiaonian's family collapsed on the ground in despair. Grandma Qin wanted to hit Hao Xiaonian a few times, but seeing his wounds, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Hao Chang also cried. "Xiaonian, you did wrong. You made a mistake." They cried uncontrollably. They loved their Hao family village and never thought about leaving.
Now,
what should they do? Hao Xiaonian's eyes flashed with stubbornness. How could they be so cruel? He only made one mistake, and he had no choice.
how could they do this to him?
Hao Xiaonian spoke heavily. "Mom and Dad, we're leaving." Grandma Qin wanted to say something. "Xiaonian," Hao Xiaonian harshly said, "we're leaving." Grandma Qin was startled, but Hao Chang calmed down and said, "Wife, let's go. The village definitely won't accept us anymore." Tears flowed again from Grandma Qin's eyes. The family of 3 entered the cave, packing their belongings quietly. Everyone watched silently, filled with hatred. They also hated the situation. If it weren't for Hao Xiaonian's guidance, they wouldn't have faced the mountain bandits directly. Although no one was hurt, it was a dangerous scene. Hao Xiaonian could have told the bandits threatening him, and they could have worked together to find a solution. They outnumbered the bandits, so they shouldn't have let the bandits bully them. But Hao Xiaonian, out of fear, almost caused the entire village to be killed. Everyone watched helplessly as Hao Xiaonian's family left the cave with their belongings. A deep sadness filled their hearts. After a night of ups and downs, everyone was exhausted. They exchanged a few words and then fell into deep sleep. Clan leader Hao pulled Grandma Qin aside and said, "Hao Peng's family, you must watch over the 2 children. They are really clever. She lied to me, saying she was playing hide-and-seek at the door, but she turned around and ran straight to the bandits' cave. Luckily, there were few people in the cave this time, and they woke up Hao Sanlang and the others. What if she had run into the bandits? What should I do?"
Tell me.
Old Lady Hao nodded repeatedly, feeling very scared inside. After talking to the village chief Hao, she pulled her whole family to gather in the mountain cave for a meeting. Old Lady Hao deliberately avoided the other villagers and looked serious as she spoke to Hao Erlang's family. Yuanyuan, you almost scared Grandma to death this time." Li Jing only then realized that Hao Yuanyuan dared to go to the bandits' cave with Lu Xingxi, both little kids. Li Jing's eyes turned red from fear, and her heart was pounding fast. Seeing that Hao Yuanyuan couldn't hide her feelings anymore, she exchanged a look with Lu Xingxi and sighed. Grandma, mother, father, don't worry.
I will be fine.
Old lady Hao sighed. Yuan Bao, Grandma knows you're different from others, so I won't say much.
You
must be careful and avoid getting hurt. How Yuan nodded seriously, yes. Grandma, I remember. Li Jing also sighed and didn't say anything more. After the family went to sleep, how Yuan tossed and turned. She had no parents before, so she didn't know what it felt like to be cared for by a mother. But today, she felt the warmth of family's concern. Thinking about her own actions, how Yuan put herself in her parents' shoes. If her own child, under a year old, was running around in dangerous places, she would probably be scared to death. Thinking this way, how Yuan felt she might have been a bit too much. She couldn't think with adult thoughts. She looked far at her still-awake father and mother, sighed, and got up to walk over. How Yuan moved closer and said, Mother, Father, I have something to tell you. How Erling rubbed her head and said, Go ahead, we're listening. How Yuan snuggled into Li Jing's arms and softly said, Actually, I come from the sky. I know some magic, and I have a space used by people from the sky. There are many, many things inside, and when I'm in danger, I can go into the space. So, don't worry about me, father and mother. This world, so far, no one can hurt me. Li Jing listened, surprised, and after a long pause, she gently rubbed her soft and warm How Yuan. Li Jing gently kissed How Yuanyuan's forehead. Mother knows that Yuanyuan is like a little fairy sent from heaven, but Yuanyuan, you still need to be careful. Otherwise, Mother will really worry. If something happens to you, how can your parents live on? How Yuanyuan's eyes also welled up with tears, and she nodded quietly. How Erlang hugged both of them. Yuanyuan, I may not be very capable, but I can still protect you. So, you can be a little girl and grow up carefree. How Yuanyuan nodded softly. She truly felt happy. In her past life, she had no parents and was all alone. So in this life, she was very lucky to have a loving set of parents. She also had a caring older brother and a happy family. She would be content. That night, How Yuanyuan did not sleep on the cart but curled up in a grass nest in the arms of Li Jing and How Erling, sleeping soundly. The next morning, when How Yuanyuan woke up, she saw How Junjun watching her nearby. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked softly, Brother, why are you looking at me? How Junjun smiled and poked her chubby little face. Father and mother told me to watch over you and not let you run around. How Yuanyuan. Last night, they had agreed that she just needed to be careful and safe, right? She got up and looked inside the cave, where only women and children were. She asked curiously, Where are they? How Junjun was curled up in the grass nest. Third uncle said they found a lot of grain in the bandit cave yesterday. They sent people to move the grain, and also to fetch some water. How Yuanyuan nodded. Now, no one is in the bandit cave. Why don't we just move there? It's close to the water source, and we wouldn't have to carry things back and forth so much. How Junjun scratched his head. You're right, little sister. Nearby, Lu Xingxi also came over. I think it might be because there are many wild animals near the water source that also come to drink. Our group is quite large, and there are many women and children. It might be dangerous. How Yuanyuan nodded, and the small tuft of hair on her head swayed. Yes, that makes sense. Thinking about their group, she remembered the bow and arrow she had left yesterday. Moving some grain wouldn't be too dangerous. How Yuanyuan thought for a moment, and then went to play with the children. She wasn't sure if it was because of her body, but she felt relaxed and happy. She is becoming more childlike and full of energy every day, feeling like she never runs out of strength. The group carrying the grain just arrived at the bandits' cave. How Sanling, relying on his memory, found the pile of grain they saw yesterday. Seeing so much grain, everyone's eyes widened with amazement.
How Ergo? Wow.
So much grain. How Erden drooled. Yeah. Everyone's faces were full of smiles. With this grain, they could stay in the cave for over half a year without any problem, and if they saved a little, they could even eat for a year. While they were thinking about this, How Erlang called everyone to start moving the grain. At that moment, outside the cave, they saw How Xiaonian's family, who had been driven out of the village yesterday. How Xiaoyan looked at the grain bags behind them, his eyes shining with greed. How Chang looked helpless. Seeing the villagers again today made him feel like it was a different world. How Dalong nodded and told everyone to start moving the grain outside. Suddenly, how Xiaoyan shouted, "Stop." Everyone heard his voice and looked at him. How Xiaoyan said, "This is our cave's grain. You're not allowed to take it." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stared at How Xiaoyan closely. How Samling stepped forward and chuckled softly. "This is your cave? How can you prove it? We found this grain yesterday." How Xiaoyan looked serious. "Since we live in this cave now, then the grain inside belongs to us." How Erden sneered. "Xiaoyan, are you so foolish that you got tricked by bandits? Who found the grain first? It's theirs. And those bandits? We defeated them. Besides, this grain belongs to the village. What does it have to do with you?" How Xiaoyan was so angry, he was trembling. How Chang then grabbed How Xiaoyan and had Grandma Qin pull him out. How Xiaoyan didn't want to go, but he was injured and couldn't move easily, so Grandma Qin easily dragged him out. After How Xiaoyan was pulled out, How Chang smiled helplessly and was about to leave. But How Dalong called him back. "Uncle How Chang, we will leave you 3 bags of grain. Enough for you to eat for half a year or a year. The rest, we will take away." How Chang heard How Dalong's words, his nose tingled, and tears welled up. He nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, Dalong. Thank you all." Everyone sighed, feeling how unpredictable life can be. Fortunately, everyone was young and quick, so the food in the cave was soon all moved out. Besides the food, they made 3 trips to fill water bottles and enjoyed a good drink. Everyone looked happy, smiling widely, and some might have thought they had just married. On the last trip, How Dalong took a box of healing powder from his pocket and placed it on the food bag before leaving quickly. He could only do so much and hoped they would survive. That noon, How Yuanyuan was very hungry, so she threw 5 plump wild rabbits at the cave entrance. When the group returning with the food saw this, a few young men quickly set down the food and rushed to catch the rabbits. The rabbits didn't try to escape much, and soon all 5 were caught. Everyone was excited. "Look, these rabbits are so fat. This one is even bigger. Today we're lucky to eat well." They hurried back, women organizing the newly brought food, and men killed 3 rabbits, leaving 1 male and 1 female. Head How assigned the children a task: go out daily to pick grass to feed the rabbits. Once the rabbits had another litter, there would be more rabbit meat to eat. The children jumped happily, and soon the rabbit meat was prepared. Everyone lit fires, boiled water, and threw the rabbit meat in. How Yuanyuan watched everyone cook the meat directly without processing, her eyelids twitching. She quietly added a lot of cooking wine and pepper to the pot to remove the smell, along with some salt, MSG, and 5-spice powder. The effect was good. The smell of meat filled the entire cave, and the rabbit meat cooked quickly. As the tribe leader, How distributed the rabbit meat to everyone, each getting a small portion, just enough. Even How Yuanyuan got a little piece. She took a small bite and thought, not very tasty. It wasn't gamey, just a bit salty. But everyone drank the broth happily, as if it were a delicacy. How Yuanyuan also fed some cooked braised beef to her family. Fortunately, in the meat-filled cave, the aroma of braised beef wasn't too strong, and everyone finished it quickly. She patted her belly happily. Gradually, everyone adapted to the hot summer days, and life became smooth and joyful. However, the black-clad assassin who came to kill Lu Xingxi did not return for a long time. The masked leader sat quietly on a lounge chair in the main hall, watching bucket after bucket of ice nearby. The leader smiled slyly and muttered, "It seems that killing Lu Xingxi is really difficult, but that was expected." He held a piece of ice in his hand, feeling the biting cold spread through his palm and into his body. He snapped his fingers. "Come in." 2 black-clad men entered the room. The leader grinned and said, "You 2, gather 5 more people and go into Black Tiger Mountain. Be sure to find Lu Xingxi. This time, I want to catch him alive. His bloodline is very intriguing, hee. The two men respectfully nodded, crossing their arms. Yes, sir. Then they left. It seemed that Lu Xingxi's peaceful days were about to end, but he still didn't know. He was just like a silly kid playing hide and seek every day. One day, while fetching water, Yuanyuan also managed to get a chance to go out. Sitting on her father's shoulders, she looked at the nearby bushes, teasing the chubby squirrel happily. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind swept through. Yuanyuan froze and looked around cautiously. They were close to the bandit cave's water pool. Everyone exchanged glances and carefully moved forward a few steps. When they were near the water pool, they heard a terrible scream. Sanlang and Erling took a few steps ahead, and Yuanyuan peeked through a gap. What she saw was a sudden, brutal scene. 7 black-clad men with large knives quickly slashed the necks of Xiaoyan and his family. Seeing the blood gush out and Xiaoyan's family, with terrified expressions, deeply hurt Yuanyuan's heart. This was her first time witnessing a scene of killing. Unlike being shot with a short bow, this was a neck being cut, with blood spraying out, a sight she, as a modern person, had never seen before. Yuanyuan was frightened and tightly covered her mouth, afraid to make a sound. But they were still discovered. They seemed to be professional killers, and perhaps the moment they approached, they noticed them. Erling looked at the black-clad men who were watching them. He spoke loudly. "Take out your weapons. Be ready at any moment." After everyone reacted, they quickly drew their bows and crossbows, aiming at the man in black. The expression on the black-clad man's face was unclear, but from his eyes, it was clear he looked down on this group of villagers with disdain. The black-clad man moved closer and closer. Erling said, "Stop. If you don't stop now, we won't be polite anymore." But the black-clad man didn't pause at all. In fact, he quickened his steps. Erling held his breath, focused, and pulled the trigger of his crossbow, firing. Whoosh! With a sharp sound, the short bow shot out very quickly and directly pierced into the shoulder of the leading black-clad man. The man in black was stunned, looked down at the arrow stuck in his shoulder, and his murderous intent grew stronger in his eyes. He quickly pulled out the arrow, saw the bright red blood on it, and drops fell to the ground. He raised his hand. The remaining black-clad men crazily rushed forward. Erling and everyone else aimed their bows and crossbows, then fired in unison. Whoosh, 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 bang, bang, bang. The black-clad men were all skilled at light-footed movement. Fortunately, the weapons had good versatility. As 2 of them charged forward, their large swords were about to be struck down hard. Yuanyuan quickly coordinated and used her space control to fire tranquilizer darts. With a soft pop, the darts entered their bodies. In less than 2 minutes, all the black-clad men fell to the ground. Yuanyuan quietly said to Erling, "Father, leave a few alive to ask who they are and why they came here to kill people." Erling nodded and helped everyone pull out the short arrows, also finishing off the remaining 2 black-clad men who still had vital signs. Erling said, "Big brother, you hold these 2 men in the bandit cave, then wake them up. Everyone else, hurry and fetch water to go back. For people are enough here." Dogwa said, "By the way, tell the villagers not to worry. We haven't encountered any big problems. We're just delayed for a little while. We'll be back soon." Erden and the others nodded. "All right, we'll go back first. Be very careful." They then went out to fetch water. Erling looked at the bodies of Xiaoyan's family, his eyes filled with mixed feelings. Although he had made mistakes last time, they didn't want to see them die. After silently sighing, Erling spoke. "Ergo, Sanlang, you 2 go outside and dig a pit to bury Xiaoyan and his family." Sanlang nodded and went out to dig the hole. Dalong looked at the unconscious pair and turned to Erling. "Erling, how should we question them?" He had never done this before. It felt a bit like being a prison guard. Erling was also a bit confused, as he had spent most of his life facing the ground. The 2 men exchanged silent glances with Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan, 2 grown men. "Why are you looking at me? Do I usually do this?" She helplessly rubbed her forehead. "First, ask them where they are from. what they do, and why they came here to hurt people. Hao Erling nodded in agreement. Yes.
Exactly.
Ask them how Dalong took out a water pouch and poured some water on their faces, but neither of them woke up. Hao Dalong looked at Hao Erling, who then took his water pouch and poured it on them. Still no response?
Hao Yuanyuan. Oh.
She forgot these two were knocked out with anesthetic, and they were still under its effect. Since the anesthetic was used, how could she make them wake up faster? There were no medicines available, and she didn't want to waste the good spiritual spring water on these people. Hao Yuanyuan rubbed her chin. Hit them. Make them wake up. Hao Erling smiled. Got it. The two of them started to beat the unconscious men. After a while, the two remained motionless like vegetables. If Hao Dalong hadn't checked their breathing, everyone would think they were dead. Hao Erling, panting, said, What's going on? Huff puff, these people. Why aren't they waking up? Hao Dalong also gasped nearby. This seems like they've been hit with a sleep powder. Hao Yuanyuan, eating a sweet little cake, looked at the two still like vegetables in black clothes. She helplessly said, Father, uncle, maybe we shouldn't bother with them for now. Hao Erling nodded. Maybe we should go get some water first. Hao Dalong, but if we go get water, what if they wake up? Hao Yuanyuan raised her hand. I have a rope. Let's tie them up. After saying that, she took out a modern rope from her small bag. Although I know that my girl/young niece is a little lucky star sent from heaven, I still find it very amazing when I see her take things out of her empty bag. Hao Erling took the rope, had a quick idea, and patted Hao Yuanyuan's little head. Hao Erling, Yuanbao, go outside and wait. The scene later isn't suitable for you to see. Hurry up. Hao Dalong looked at his younger brother curiously, not knowing what strange idea he had. Hao Yuanyuan was very curious, but she couldn't see anything. Seeing Hao Erling's determined expression, Hao Yuanyuan pouted, turned her head, and lowered her little head to leave. A few people stayed inside the cave. Soon, Hao Erling, with a mischievous smile, and Hao Dalong, looking helpless, came out of the cave. They carried water buckets, fetched several buckets of water, and took Hao Yuanyuan back. Hao Yuanyuan was so curious she fidgeted, and then directly entered the space. Time stopped. Hao Yuanyuan controlled the space to return to the cave, where she saw two men in black. No, they can't be called men in black now. Because Hao Erling and the others had taken off their clothes and thrown them outside. The two men were completely naked and tightly tied with ropes. No wonder they could leave the cave confidently. Without clothes and not bound, they probably wouldn't leave easily. Fortunately, it seemed that her uncle couldn't stand it and covered their lower parts with two cloths. Otherwise, Hao Yuanyuan, who hasn't fallen in love yet, would have wanted to gouge her eyes out, wishing for eyes that hadn't seen such scenes. But their abs are really nice, hee. After watching, Hao Yuanyuan returned to her original position beside Hao Erling, exited the space, and followed her father and others back to the mountain cave. After putting down the water, they went back to the bandit cave to fetch water again. On the third trip, the two men in black finally woke up. They looked at the four people in front of them, ready to say something, when suddenly a breeze blew over, bringing a coolness that didn't belong to them. The two men in black looked down. What are you doing? What do you want to do? Hao Erling quickly covered his ears. TSK, what are you shouting for? What can you do? Tell me, what can you do? The faces of the men in black turned slightly red as they stared at the four people fiercely, not knowing that they might think the four of them had done something wrong. Hao Erling raised his chin and stepped forward. Tell the truth. What are you doing here? Why are you killing people? The man in black's face darkened instantly. I'll tell you, don't pry into things you shouldn't. Hao Erling. Hey, you're threatening me now? Don't you see your situation clearly? You're tied up by us now. Just tell the truth, and we'll leave you alone. Otherwise, The two men in black looked indifferent. We won't say anything. Just kill us if you want. After saying that, they tilted their heads back and stopped talking. Hao Dalong looked at Hao Erling. Hao Erling and Hao Ergu exchanged a quick look, then mischievously took out 2 wild chicken feathers from their pockets. Haoerga chuckled mischievously. Hee hee, don't blame us for being rude now. They rushed forward, grabbing the men's dirty feet and tickling them with the feathers. The 2 men in black burst into uncontrollable laughter, trying to dodge wildly, but unable to escape. Because their bodies had been strengthened by spiritual spring water, their strength was several times that of normal people. At first, the black-clad men laughed loudly, but soon they grew tired, though their bodies kept twitching reflexively. They were about to beg for mercy. Suddenly, Hao Erling remembered what Hao Yuanyuan had specifically told him. Hao Erling stopped his actions. By the way, big brother, remember to remove their jaws. I heard some assassins hide poison in their gums. If something happens suddenly, they can bite open the poison and die from it. Hao Dalong suddenly understood. Second brother, you're right. He moved to try to remove their jaws. The 2 men in black said, Hey, do you want to be more professional than us? We don't have that kind of thing. Plus, putting poison in teeth is dangerous, you know? If you accidentally lick it, you're done for. They looked nervously at Hao Dalong approaching. The black-clad men grew anxious. One said, Hey, big brother. Think about it. If there really was poison in their teeth, we would have crushed it already. The other added, Exactly. Use your brains. Why would anyone think of hiding poison in their teeth? Hao Dalong thought for a moment. Second brother, they do have a point. Hao Erling shook his head, recalling Hao Yuanyuan's words with difficulty. Big brother, this is what Yuanyuan said. And these bad guys definitely won't tell us the truth. Hao Yuanyuan's words are like an order. If she says it exists, then it definitely does. Although, Hao Yuanyuan learned these experiences from TV dramas and ancient novels. A man in black with a mole on his face looked more and more nervous at Hao Dalang, and finally couldn't hold back, angrily shouting, Fine. We admit it. The small-eyed man in black nearby looked at the man with the mole and shook his head in disagreement, saying, How can you give up so easily? Don't you have any pride? The small-eyed man in black was then scratched on the foot by Hao Ergo, who was acting like a mischievous bird. The man with the mole in black looked at the small-eyed man and smiled painfully, feeling relieved that he had surrendered. Originally, since the boss was no longer here, what was the point of holding on? It was better to confess early and have a chance to survive. He didn't want to go back to the underworld palace. He was tired of training every day. He thought it was a proper job. They provided food and accommodation and even gave monthly pay, but who knew it was all about killing? When he realized he had been tricked, it was too late, and he could only tough it out. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him, and he had to seize it. The man with the mole in black spoke. I'll tell you everything I know, but you have to let me go. Hao Erling raised an eyebrow and said, Oh, you're bargaining with me now? Do you realize you're a prisoner? The man with the mole in black hesitated, trying to negotiate. If you ask us questions and then kill us, what's the point of telling you? You might as well just kill me now. Hao Erling looked at Hao Dalang and said, But how can we be sure that after we let you go, you won't go back and report everything or seek revenge? The man with the mole in black thought for a moment and said, Well, but he then added, Don't worry, I definitely won't go back and tell on you. Our mission failed, and our leader will just kill us all. Hao Erlang was shocked.
Wow.
Is it that strict? If we fail one mission, everyone gets killed. The man with the mole in black nodded with tears in his eyes. Hao Dalang raised his hand and said, All right, tell us. If you're honest enough, we'll let you go. Meanwhile, the small-eyed man in black, tortured by the mischievous bird, was laughing and saying, Haha, I surrender. I also surrender. Thus, the 2 men in black began to confess, one after the other. The black-clad man with the dark mole said, We come from the Yama Palace, a feared assassin organization known throughout the martial world. Yama Palace has branches everywhere. Our current mission is to assassinate a 5-year-old boy named Lu. Hao Erling asked, Why do you need to kill a 5-year-old child? The small-eyed black-clad man shook his head. We don't know. Usually, only the palace master knows the details of the orders. He assigns us tasks, but I overheard something. He paid 50,000 taels of gold to buy the child's life, so he sent 2 groups of people to kill him. Hao Erlang exchanged a calm look with Hao Dalong. Hao Dalong asked, "Do you know anything about your palace master?" The small-eyed man shook his head. "No, the palace master always wears a mask, so no one has seen his true face. But he should be a man," Hao Erlang said. "You think so?" The man with the dark mole nodded. "Yes, the palace master's voice is deep. We've heard it once, and it sounds like a man's." Hao Dalong asked, "Then how does your palace master know whether the mission is complete?" The black mole man looked at Hao Dalong with a helpless expression. "If no one has returned, then the mission has definitely failed." Hao Erlang rubbed his head. "But it's also possible that the mission has been delayed." The small-eyed man hesitated. Hao Erlang continued, "And I don't understand. If failing the mission means you get killed, why don't you just run away during the mission? Why risk your life?" The black mole man replied. That makes sense." Hao Erlang nodded. These two new killers, who had only joined a few days ago, seemed to understand what Hao Erlang said in just a few words. The small-eyed man thought more deeply. "The Yama Palace's master is very scary. If we run away, they will catch us no matter where we are, and will kill us." Hao Erlang asked, "So,
What will you do now?
don't tell me you're going to kill the child. You haven't even found him." The man with the dark mole looked down. The small-eyed man also remained silent. That was a hard truth. Hao Erlang asked, "Since your mission failed, will they send more people to Heihu Mountain to find him?" The dark mole man nodded. "Yes, especially since they paid a lot for this mission." Hao Erlang and the others understood the situation. Hao Dalong stopped asking questions. They had already covered everything they needed to know. Now, it was time to discuss how to handle these killers. Heiling mysteriously took out 2 pills from his pocket and quietly told Hao Dalong, "These were given by Yuanyuan. After you take them, people will become foolish." Hao Dalong took the pills and looked around. "Then let's give these to them." Heiling nodded, leaned in, and fed the pills to the 2 people. The 2 men in black looked panicked. "What did you give us?" Heiling replied, "Nothing serious, just a forgetfulness potion." The 2 men relaxed, but suddenly they felt dizzy and fainted on the ground. Hao Dalong glanced at them, took out a machete, and stabbed it into their hearts. Hao Sanlang and Hao Erga watched from behind. This was their plan. They couldn't leave these 2 in black alive. They didn't dare gamble. They didn't know if they would come back for revenge. Right now, Lu Xingxi was useful to them, and they liked this child. But it was unfair, because their kindness had brought disaster to this 5-year-old boy. So, they drew their weapons and finished the job. The 4 of them found a place to bury the 2 black-clad men, then tidied up and returned to the cave. Back in the cave, Hao Yuanyuan ran over happily and asked Hao Erlang, "Dad, how did it go?" Hao Erlang smiled, hugged Hao Yuanyuan and went into the cave, then called Lu Xingxi over. He repeated what he knew about the black-clad men. After finishing, Hao Erlang looked at Lu Xingxi. "Xingxi, what exactly is your identity? Why would someone pay 50,000 taels of gold to buy your life?" Lu Xingxi widened his eyes. "Oh my god, is my life really worth that much?" Hao Yuanyuan nodded. "Yes." Lu Xingxi pounded his head in frustration. "Since I woke up that day, I remember nothing. I only know my name is Lu Xingxi." Hao Erlang nodded disappointedly. "Alright, but maybe you should disguise yourself. What if someone who knows you reports you?" Lu Xingxi thought for a moment and nodded. Then Hao Erlang left, leaving Lu Xingxi and Hao Yuanyuan looking at each other. Lu Xingxi quietly asked, "Sister Yuan, do you have any medicine that can restore memory? I feel terrible being in the dark while others are in the light." Hao Yuanyuan thought for a moment. "I don't think so. I haven't heard of such a medicine. Maybe I can give you 2 jars of walnuts? To boost your brain?" Lu Xingxi helplessly said, "Forget it. I'm allergic to nuts." Hao Yuanyuan stroked her chin, her eyes spinning with curiosity. "Your situation is quite rare. In crossing novels I've read, most people inherit the memories of the original owner." Lu Xingxi sighed. Hao Yuanyuan continued, "And look, since you have no memories, maybe the original Lu Xingxi has already died, and your soul is attached to his body?" Lu Xingxi shivered, feeling goosebumps. "Hey, stop talking. You're scaring me more and more. It feels like I've taken over his body. If he's dead, he's just a corpse. I'm just attached to him. Sister Yuan, stop, you're scaring me to death. How Yuanyuan smiled. It's just a guess. Lu Xingxi shook his head. I don't understand. I really don't understand what's going on. I just slept here, and now I'm like this. Do you think if I sleep again I might go back? How Yuanyuan didn't know. Days seemed to return to peace, but beneath that calm, bigger waves were hidden. A few days later, villagers on patrol at the entrance noticed a large group of disaster victims slowly approaching. Villagers from Haojia village hurried into the cave to tell the village chief. The village chief's face changed. What? The villagers looked anxious. Chief, it's true. I saw a large group of people far away, heading this way. It looks like disaster victims. The village chief's face tightened. It seems the outside world has fallen into deep trouble. Even Heihu Mountain, which everyone fears, people are daring to come in. De Lang, the eldest son, frowned. Chief, what should we do? How Yuanjia pursed his lips. As long as they don't bother us, let's just leave it at that. The village chief thought for a moment and nodded. That's all we can do. Hopefully everyone will stay safe. De Lang nodded, but he didn't agree. They had enough food so they could avoid trouble. But the disaster victims didn't. Once they were starving, it didn't matter if they could fight back or not. He was worried that more and more disaster victims would come, and they might not be able to handle it. No one dared to say for sure. More villagers on duty at the cave entrance watched as the disaster victims got closer. Everyone was sweating nervously. From afar, the disaster victims saw Haojia village. They looked pale and thin, their eyes full of hunger, staring fixedly at the villagers. The disaster victims stopped at the cave entrance. Two groups stood still, and men from Haojia village stepped forward. Someone among the disaster victims shouted, "Look at them. They have food." Chief Hao's face changed, and he stared fiercely at the displaced person. The displaced people also started to cause trouble because of this, many trying to rush forward to steal food. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Several short bows shot arrows through the air, hitting the feet of the frontline displaced people. How Erlang loudly shouted, I dare anyone to try. Those who are reckless can come on. The displaced people hesitated and looked at the villagers of Hao's village. Some of the displaced people began to cry. We just want some food. We can't go on like this. My children are starving. You have food. Why won't you give us some? How can you stand by and do nothing? Faced with these accusations, Chief Hao stood at the front, looking a bit shaken. But he couldn't help. Protecting his villagers was already difficult enough. Chief Hao said, We don't have extra food. Please leave. There are so many resources on this mountain, enough to fill everyone's stomachs. One man among the displaced people stood up and pointed at Chief Hao and the others. We are all displaced people. What's wrong with helping each other? Black Tiger Mountain is so dangerous. You want us to go out and find food? What if wild animals eat us? Besides, we haven't eaten enough. How can we go hunting? You are murderers. You refuse to help in a time of need. As he shouted, many displaced people, hungry and desperate, had red eyes filled with anger at the villagers for not helping. The man looked fierce and stirred everyone up further, shouting, Everyone,
Come on.
let's take their food. They are not worthy of eating if they won't help us in our time of need. If we take from them, it's only fair. Many others echoed his call. Let's go. We're taking it. Charge. If we beat them, we'll get food. Charge, charge, charge. Seeing the scene, the villagers of Hao's village grabbed their bows and arrows and aimed at the angry, rushing displaced people, pulling the triggers. Swish, swish. Thud, thud. The arrows flew quickly, but since there were so many displaced people, the arrows soon ran out. Watching the crowd rush forward, everyone grabbed their machetes and charged in without hesitation. War was about to break out. The displaced people were all so hungry they were dizzy, and they were no match for the villagers of Hao's village. However, the number of displaced people was just too large, and the villagers of Hao's village clearly started to tire and fall behind. However, the disaster victims had become desperate, each rushing forward with whatever tools they had. knocking down one after another. How Yuanyuan watched nearby and sensed danger. She quickly took out a tranquilizer gun from her space bag and shot it at the victims. With Hao Yuanyuan's help, the fierce battle gradually turned in favor of Hao's village. Lu Xingxi whistled and called 3 wild wolves to help. The 3 wolves stood face to face with the victims, and for a moment, no one dared to move. The victims looked terrified. These were wild wolves. Village head Hao loudly announced, "Everyone, we didn't want to fight you. The food we have comes from Black Tiger Mountain. So, if you attack, you won't go hungry." The victims dared not to act and slowly retreated, disappearing one by one from Hao's village. Lu Xingxi secretly took out 2 pieces of pork jerky he hadn't eaten and gave them to the wolves inside. The wolves tasted the delicious food, their eyes bright and clear, and they wagged their tails happily. Lu Xingxi nodded and said, "Let's go back." The wolves, after a soft whimper, turned and ran away, quickly disappearing from sight. Hao Yuanyuan ran over, grabbed Hao Erling's hand, and looked up with a worried face. "Dad, are you hurt?" Hao Erling took out his clean hand and gently rubbed Hao Yuanyuan's small head. "Dad's fine. The blood on me is from others." Hao Yuanyuan nodded in relief. The people of Hao's village looked at the blood and mess on the ground and sighed silently. Village head Hao directed everyone to count the people. Some moved the victims' bodies farther away. Although they had Lu Xingxi and weren't afraid of wild animals, they still wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. Soon, the cleanup was finished. The blood on the ground was covered with dirt, but a faint smell of blood still lingered in the air. At this moment, a woman's crying voice was heard. "Son, what should we do now?" Everyone looked over. An elderly woman was holding her son, who had a cut on his arm from the recent fight. A bloody wound was clearly visible, with the flesh peeled back, revealing red bones and muscles inside. Village head Hao frowned and went over. How did he get hurt so badly? The young man weakly and gently smiled. Village head, "It's okay. I don't feel pain." Hao village head looked worried and turned to Li Jing. "Erling's family, do you have any wild medicine?" Chief Li nodded. "Patriarch, wait for me. I'll go get it." Chief Hao's expression softened a little as he comforted the young man. "Dedong, it's okay. We have medicine." Dedong's mother, an older woman, finally burst into tears. "Son, you're saved. You're going to be all right." Taking advantage of the chaos, Hao Yuanyuan sneaked a quick glance ahead and was shocked by the injury she saw. She had never seen such an open wound without any covering before. If only using healing powder, it could stop the bleeding but had no other effect. In this era, there was no tetanus, so this kind of wound could become infected and cause death if not treated properly. Yuanyuan thought to herself and quietly dropped 2 drops of spiritual spring water onto Dong's wound and mouth corner, hoping it would help him. As Dedong felt the moisture at his mouth corner, a warm feeling spread through his body. But then, Dedong's mother wiped his mouth and looked very sad. "Son, hold on." Lang went to get medicine. "Stay strong." "Why are you drooling, Yuanyuan?" Really? Such a waste." Fortunately, the spiritual spring water on the wound was not wiped away. Li Jing quickly returned and carefully sprinkled healing powder on Dedong's wound. A sharp pain made Dedong grit his teeth and stay silent. Soon, Li Jing bandaged his wound. Yuanyuan, helpless, dropped 2 more drops of spiritual spring water on Dedong's mouth corner. Luckily, this time, Dedong quickly licked his lips and was not wiped away by his mother with a cloth. Everyone had some minor scrapes, and Li Jing treated each person with medicine. At noon, everyone gathered to eat a big pot of food. Yuanyuan added several drops of spiritual spring water to the porridge, hoping everyone would stay healthy. Chief Hao called the village men together to discuss again. Hao Yuanjia looked worried. "Dad, now many refugees are coming here. I believe soon we won't be able to stay." Hao Erden nodded in agreement. "Yes, although we are strong, we can't handle so many refugees," but Hao Ergu and others thought differently. "Erden Yuanjia, we still have Xingxi. He can control wild wolves and help us." Chief Hao shook his head. "Ergu Yuanjia, we can't rely only on Xingxi. And the more people know about his ability, the more dangerous we all become. The principle that an innocent man can be harmed because of his talents you all need to understand. Everyone fell into silence. We didn't come up with a plan at all. At night, under the dark sky, the bright moonlight shines on the ground, and the stars above are especially bright. Inside the pitch-black Black Tiger Mountain, there are some rustling sounds. Inside the cave, Yuanyuan is still sleeping deeply, dreaming sweet dreams. Yuanyuan is holding a little brother, smiling foolishly, when suddenly she hears a strange yet familiar voice. Well, you're quite the little flirt. Yuanyuan quickly turns her head and sees a familiar face. She raises her eyebrows and says, "Oh, who is this? Isn't that the famous King of Hell?" The King of Hell raises an eyebrow. "You really remember me after all this time?" Yuanyuan releases the little brother's hand and sits on a lounge chair. "What are you doing in my dream?" The King of Hell pouts. "I came with good news, but you're giving me this attitude?" "I really came with good intentions, but you treat me like this." Yuanyuan blinks her big eyes. "What do you mean?" "What news?" The King of Hell snorts and sits in a nearby chair. "I don't want to tell you right now." Yuanyuan pouts silently and shakes her head. Then she looks up with a flattering little smile and bounces over happily. "Oh, our wise and mighty King of Hell." Yuanyuan laughs softly. "Why are you arguing with a little girl like me? Think about it. I've had a hard life all because of you." The more she talks, the angrier she gets. The King of Hell also feels a bit guilty. He raises an eyebrow and scratches his head. Well?" Yuanyuan blinks and looks up at him with big eyes. Thinking about how he succeeded in his recent evaluation, he smiles a little, grateful that Yuanyuan didn't cause trouble. The King of Hell says, "That's it. I was just thinking that your current cave isn't safe anymore, so I came to check on you. Oh, I almost forgot what I wanted to tell you." His expression turns serious. "Girl, you can't stay in that mountain cave anymore." Yuanyuan scratches her head. "Why not?" The King of Hell explains, "Because there's going to be an earthquake soon. When it happens, your cave will collapse and bury you all." Yuanyuan's face falls. "Oh no, this is the end of the world. Is this place even safe to live in?" The King of Hell looked at her with sympathy and suddenly felt that giving her this space couldn't fully make up for what he owed her. It seemed he still needed to come here often to check on the little girl and share any news with her in advance. The King of Hell said, "So, since there's no earthquake now, you should run quickly. Run to a wider plain." Yuanyuan felt a headache coming on. How many days until the next earthquake? The King of Hell calculated with his fingers. More than a week. Yuanyuan looked at him, touching her chin.
How do you know that?
Is this world still just a script? The King of Hell poked her little head. You little girl have a really big imagination. Think about what I do. I am the King of Hell, in charge of the dead. I basically know exactly when and how many souls will come to the underworld during different times. Yuanyuan suddenly understood. Oh, I see. So, how do you know it's because of the earthquake? The King of Hell rolled his eyes at her. With a quick calculation, I knew why those people died. I am the King of Hell. The King of Hell, Yuanyuan chuckled. All right, with you around, everything is so perfect, the King of Hell snorted. It's good that you know. I only care about you. Thinking you're not doing well here, so I come to check on you now and then, secretly sharing some information. Don't be ungrateful. Yuanyuan smiled brightly, leaning over to tug at the King of Hell's sleeve, swinging it back and forth. How could I not be grateful? I am so grateful. The King of Hell sighed. Just remember what I said. From now on, whenever I have news, I'll find time to tell you. I promise you'll live safely and healthily until old age. Yuanyuan grinned widely. Thank you, King of Hell. The King of Hell nodded. Yuanyuan rubbed her little head. By the way, what's going on with Luciny? He's a modern person. How did he suddenly come here? The King of Hell looked a bit embarrassed but spoke calmly. Who is Luciny? Yuanyuan, a short girl, couldn't see the King of Hell's expression clearly. He's the boy next to me, Luciny. We come from the same place. He shouldn't be mistaken for a wrong soul, right? The King of Hell quickly refuted. Nonsense.
How could that be?
The only mistaken soul in the underworld is you. How Yuanyuan couldn't understand. The king of hell slowly explained, some people have their own fate. When they come here, it's because they have a reason to come. How Yuanyuan nodded blankly. The king of hell gently rubbed her little head. All right, I can't stay out too long, so I should go back now. If you ever face a problem you can't solve, just think of me, and I'll come. How Yuanyuan blinked her bright, sparkling eyes. Thank you, Lord of Hell. Love you, love you. The Lord of Hell smiled and turned to leave. He then patted his small chest with a twist of his body. What he didn't tell How Yuanyuan was that Lu Xingxi was actually her soulmate from her past life, a match made by heaven. Lu Xingxi's appearance here was also because of How Yuanyuan. They were destined to be together. It was a task given by heaven, a special project by the matchmaker. Both of them fit perfectly in every way. Due to a careless mistake in soul connection, a chain of events was set off. Fortunately, he and the matchmaker quickly thought of the solution. The Lord of Hell sighed quietly. Sigh. These two are very happy in the modern world. Wealthy, handsome, free from disasters, but because of a small mistake, they ended up in this dangerous place. Thinking of this, the Lord of Hell flicked his finger, and a streak of golden light shot out, quickly disappearing into Lu Xingxi's forehead. The Lord of Hell thought, this was probably a kind of compensation for the child. How Yuanyuan slept until the sun was high, then finally woke up. Looking at the busy people around her and recalling her dream, she rubbed her little head. What is all this about? She had hoped to stay in this cave a little longer, to enjoy a peaceful day, but alas. How Yuanyuan didn't notice that Lu Xingxi, standing nearby, looked shocked, his face changing color. How Jinjin ran over, looked at How Yuanyuan and poked her soft, chubby face. How Jinjin, sister, you're finally awake. How Yuanyuan tugged at her loose hair. I slept very well. How Jinjin's voice interrupted Lu Xingxi's train of thought. He looked at How Yuanyuan. Next to her, Lu Xingxi skillfully approached, grabbed How Yuanyuan's hair, and neatly tied two small pigtails. How Yuanyuan looked at Lu Xingxi behind her, her eyes brightening as she thought of a good idea. She pulled Lu Xingxi into a corner, leaving How Jinjin standing alone and lonely. How Jinjin sobbed. Wah wah, sister only likes Lu Xingxi now. She doesn't like me anymore. Wah wah. How Yuanyuan was about to speak when Lu Xingxi spoke first. I have something to tell you. How Yuanyuan looked at him, closed her mouth, and said, All right, you go ahead. Lu Xingxi spoke seriously. This morning when I woke up, I suddenly realized I was a little different. How Yuanyuan looked him over from head to toe and asked, Nothing different. Lu Xingxi was speechless. Let me finish. How Yuanyuan nodded obediently. Go ahead. Lu Xingxi continued. I can now sense the people and animals around me. I can clearly tell how many there are. Do you understand what I mean? How Yuanyuan shook her head blankly. What do you mean? Lu Xingxi thought for a moment and said, It's like there's a heat sensor inside my head. I can see everyone and know what animals are nearby. You can think of it as sensing all living creatures that breathe. How Yuanyuan's mouth opened wide. Wow, you've evolved? That's so impressive. Lu Xingxi smiled a little. I feel it's amazing too. But in this world full of disasters, this skill is really useful. How Yuanyuan nodded. Exactly. Lu Xingxi let out a deep breath. This morning, waking up really scared me. My mind was full of people, and I knew where everyone was within 100 miles, and I can see images. It's different from heat vision, which only shows blurry figures. I can see exactly what they look like. How Yuanyuan covered her mouth. Wow, that's even more awesome. Seeing How Yuanyuan cheer for him, Lu Xingxi's eyes curved into a smile. After he finished speaking, How Yuanyuan said, By the way, I want to tell you what I know. Lu Xingxi nodded. Go ahead, How Yuanyuan whispered. We need to persuade everyone to leave the cave quickly. Last night, Lord Yama told me there will be a big earthquake in about a week. The cave we're living in will collapse immediately. If we stay, we'll all be buried. Lu Xingxi's expression changed. Another earthquake? How Yuanyuan nodded with a serious look. Yes, Lu Xingxi sighed deeply, his brows furrowing. We need to think of a way to get everyone to leave. How Yuanyuan continued. I think since everyone knows you can communicate with animals, and generally animals are more sensitive to the environment than humans, we can tell the clan leader that animals warned us about an upcoming big earthquake and that we should leave immediately and run to the plains. What do you think? Lu Xingxi thought for a moment. That's fine. I think it's a good idea. After they agreed, they quickly decided to act. How Yuanyuan didn't notice Lu Xingxi's hesitant expression and hurried to find the clan leader. Lu Xingxi sighed. Forget it. I'll talk to Hao Zhuzhong first, then tell Hao Yuanyuan. The two small children happily ran to find the clan leader. Hao Yuanyuan called out, Clan leader. Grandpa clan leader. Hao Zhuzhong was chewing on a piece of food and quickly swallowed it before speaking. I'm here. Hao Yuanyuan pulled Lu Xingxi over. Grandpa clan leader, we have something to tell you. She looked at Lu Xingxi. Lu Xingxi nodded and said, Grandpa clan leader, this morning I heard animals talking. Hao Zhuzhong's face became serious. He sat up straight.
Xingxi, go on.
Lu Xingxi continued, I heard them say that a big earthquake will happen soon and the caves on Black Tiger Mountain will collapse. It's best to leave now and go to the plains. Hao Zhuzhong's face turned pale, and his hands trembled.
What?
Hao Yuanjie, who was nearby, also heard Lu Xingxi's words and frowned. A big earthquake. What should we do? Hao Zhuzhong paused for a moment and then sighed heavily. Xingxi, did you hear where the animal said to go? Lu Xingxi blinked and slowly said, head south towards Ningwa. Hao Zhuzhong was surprised. Ningwa? Lu Xingxi nodded. Yes, Ningwa has flatter land, mostly plains, and is a bit to the south. It's also closer to us. Hao Yuanjie frowned and shook his head. But Ningwa and Izhou are in different directions. If we go to Ningwa, how will we live there?
We're from Tianyuan.
Lu Xingxi said, Uncle Yuanjie, this is a critical moment. Our lives are more important. Plus, Ningwa is stronger and more capable of protecting its people during disasters. Hao Zhuzhong listened and nodded slowly. You're right.
Escape is the most important now.
If Ningwa will take us in, this route is good. Hao Yuanjie didn't insist anymore. As long as their family was safe and alive, that was enough. They made the decision. Hao Yuanyuan and Lu Xingxi returned to the back of their cart. Hao Yuanyuan asked curiously, Why are you so determined to go to Nanning Kingdom? Lu Xingxi gently smiled, Because I am the king and queen of Nanning Kingdom, and I am their only son. Hao Yuanyuan paused, then quickly looked up at Lu Xingxi with a shocked expression. Lu Xingxi slowly said, Last night, I suddenly remembered the memories of this body. Now I remember everything. I am from Nanning Kingdom, the only heir to the throne. My father and mother are very loving, so they only have me, their only child. This time, I was taken from Black Tiger Mountain in Tianyuan Kingdom by my good second uncle, who is also my father's brother, and he planned to kill me to cover his tracks. Hao Yuanyuan's eyes widened. He wants to inherit the throne? Lu Xingxi nodded. Yes, he is not willing to be a prince forever, so he made a move against me. Lu Xingxi sneered. He probably didn't expect that I am so lucky, Hao Yuanyuan said, but actually he succeeded, because you're not the original Lu Xingxi anymore. Lu Xingxi nodded. That's true. Hao Yuanyuan thought for a moment. So, you want everyone to go to Nanning Kingdom? Can you offer some protection? Lu Xingxi nodded. Yes, since we are all going to a safe place, Nanning Kingdom is stronger. My father and mother are very kind to the people, and the citizens live peacefully. So, I think this is a good place. Hao Yuanyuan agreed. That sounds good too. Lu Xingxi said, Actually, I have some personal reasons too. In my mind, my mother and father look like my modern parents. I want to see if they are really. Hao Yuanyuan was silent, then smiled slightly. That's great. If it's true, that's wonderful. I can also thank Auntie. Lu Xingxi happily smiled. I told you, my mom doesn't need you to thank her. Hao Yuanyuan smiled but didn't say anything. Soon after, Hao Yuanyuan pouted. Lu Xingxi curiously leaned in and looked seriously at Hao Yuanyuan. What's wrong? You were fine just now. Why are you suddenly unhappy? How Yuanyuan angrily rubbed her clothes and said stubbornly, I really can't take it anymore. How Yuanyuan said, why is it that after you all travel through time and rebirth, you're princes or crown princes, but I'm just a village girl? I'm really not convinced. I just can't accept it. How Yuanyuan pouted her little mouth in anger, but Lu Xingxi smiled and gently rubbed her head. Little ancestor, so what if we are the prince and princess? You also have to think about how strong your backing is. King Yama, whose backing is King Yama. Besides, you have King Yama's secret weapon. In this disaster story, it's basically a winning hand. How Yuanyuan listened to Lu Xingxi's words, turned her head, chuckled, and stopped being angry. That's true. Lu Xingxi smiled helplessly. Soon, Patriarch Hao called everyone to a meeting. Patriarch Hao looked at everyone with a serious expression. Everyone, heaven is not giving us a break. Xingxi and the animals say that in about a week, there will be a big earthquake here. Everyone's faces changed. Aunt Li's face turned pale as she covered her chest. What? The Hao brothers looked shocked, silent for a long time, just staring blankly. The Hao family, especially the elders, couldn't hide their shock, and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. An earthquake. It's a real earthquake. Patriarch Hao sighed deeply. Everyone, we don't have much time left. We must leave quickly. When the earthquake comes, the mountain caves will collapse, and none of us will survive. We have 7 days, so let's head to the plains. After speaking, Aunt Chen collapsed to the ground, crying and pounding the earth. Oh heavens! Give us a way to survive. Please. Other women wiped tears with their sleeves, feeling lost and unsure of what to do next. Second brother Hao stepped forward. Everyone, we need to pack up and leave quickly. Don't get too emotional. Second brother Hao continued. We'll go south from Black Tiger Mountain to Nanning, which will take about 4 days, day and night nonstop. He added, so everyone start packing now. Share the grain with each other to lighten the load and save yourselves. Rest assured, as long as we don't give up, we'll find a way to survive. Everyone was already panicked. They nodded at whatever second brother Hao said, not paying attention. He was talking about heading to Nanning, not Izhou. The villagers of Hao village quickly packed their things. Second brother Hao and Yuanjia Hao divided the grain into individual portions. They looked at the wooden tables and benches inside the mountain cave, which had been their home for a few days. Tears welled up as they bid farewell and turned away. Hao village hurriedly set out on their journey. Along the way, everyone hurriedly moved forward under the hot sun, but the heat didn't stop them. Recently, everyone had been eating well, so they had more energy. Some elderly people with weak legs were carried on carts, and the children were obedient and quiet. Hao Liangliang, Hao Jinjing, and Hao Qiangqiang huddled together, while Hao Yuanyuan sat at the back. Hao Wenwen timidly asked, Brother, are we moving again? Hao Qiangqiang, who was 12 years old, looked at his younger sibling with a hint of moisture in his eyes and said, Yes, this time we are moving to a better home. Hao Wenwen nodded happily, full of hope. Hao Yuanyuan and Lu Xingxi exchanged a silent glance and sighed quietly. Hao Yuanyuan took out a bag of Wangzai milk candies from her bag and handed them out one by one. Hao Wenwen held a round, white candy that smelled sweet and rich with milk. She swallowed hard and was about to eat it when Hao Yuanyuan pressed it into her mouth, saying, Eat quickly, don't just look at it. Hao Wenwen and Hao Liangliang's eyes widened. They were so delicious. Indeed, sweet things can lift spirits. Hao Yuanyuan gave each of the adults in her family 2 candies, which also helped replenish sugar and energy. When the group passed by a cave, the villagers at the entrance saw them and crouched down cautiously. Watching this group silently pass by, the villagers scratched their heads and whispered, Where are they going? I don't know. Could it be that no one is living in their cave anymore? Yes. We can go there. Quick, let's go. The people from Hao's village didn't understand the thoughts of those villagers and couldn't care less. They continued walking silently, each step firm. Over the past few days, the villagers of Hao's village had been traveling non-stop, only stopping at night to sleep. During the day, they ate only dry biscuits to save time. Along the way, how Yuanyuan used her special abilities to throw many hens, eggs, and her own white pig from Mount Heihu. She wanted to give the disaster victims a way out. Of course, most of all, she was saving food for her own village. They kept finding opportunities to gather supplies, killing white pigs for cured meat, cooking hens on the spot for chicken soup, and boiling eggs to eat. As a result, their food supplies didn't decrease. They actually grew. On the fourth day, they finally left Mount Heihu. There are only 3 days left, and it will take 2 more days to reach Nanning Kingdom. They don't have much time left. How Yuanyuan placed a lot of spiritual spring water in everyone's water bags, which is why they can keep going. Everyone pushed forward quickly, but suddenly, on an empty road, 2 groups of people appeared and started fighting. Leader Hao signaled everyone to stop and quietly observed. The 2 groups fought fiercely. Some even drew large knives. Soon it became a bloody scene. Leader Hao was shocked and told everyone to turn back and hide around a corner. Hao Dalong looked serious and asked, "Leader, what should we do?" Hao Leader frowned deeply and said, "If we change our route now, we definitely won't reach Nanning Kingdom in 2 days." Hao Yuanjie frowned, unsure what to say. After waiting a while and hearing no more sounds outside, Hao Erling said, "I'll go see what's happening." The leader nodded. "Erling, be careful." Hao Erling nodded, cautiously sneaking out. After a while, he saw a large group of people lying in a pool of blood, all wounded by big knives, with bright red blood flowing out. Hao Erling looked around but saw no one, so he turned to leave. Soon, he returned quickly and ran to the leader. Hao Erling took a deep breath and said, "Leader, no one is here." They all fell to the ground. The leader nodded. "Hurry, let's keep moving. Time is running out." Everyone nodded and got up to continue. After walking a while, they saw a distant blood pool with many bodies inside. Everyone looked away sadly and hurried to catch up with the group. Suddenly, as they passed by, a delicate hand grabbed Li Jing's ankle. Li Jing screamed in panic. Hao Erling ran over and held Li Jing. "Jing, what's wrong?" Frightened, Li Jing clung to Hao Erling's arm and pointed at the ground, trembling. "Erling, someone is grabbing my ankle." Hao Erling looked down and saw a woman at the edge of the blood pool. She had very pale skin, looking unhealthy and ghostly, and was holding a small baby in her arms. Was his memory playing tricks on him? He remembered that when he first came to look, there were almost no women, especially not a woman with a child. Did he remember incorrectly? Hao Erling fell into self-doubt. At this moment, the woman was holding Li Jing's ankle, struggling to lift her head to look at Li Jing and the others, her eyes full of plea. She opened her small mouth weakly and said, "Please, save me. Save my child." Li Jing pulled her ankle away from the woman's hand and grabbed Hao Erling. The noise here attracted everyone's attention. Hao Dalong came over and asked, "Erling, what's wrong?" Hao Erling pointed to the woman on the ground, still gasping for air. "Big brother, this woman is still alive." Hao Dalong frowned. "We can't handle other people's problems now." Hao Erling nodded, just about to step away, when the baby in the woman's arms let out a weak cry. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Chen Shui pursed her lips, looking at Hao Zhuzhang and the others with pity, and said, "Zhuzhang, the baby is still alive." Zhuzhang sighed silently. "We can't even save ourselves." In response, the baby's cry grew more urgent. Zhuzhang sighed deeply. "Take her along." Chen Shui nodded, called Xiaohua nearby, and had them put the woman on a cart to continue their journey. Just as Chen Shui was about to check the woman's wounds, she sat up weakly and said, "Thank you, big sister." "I'm fine, I wasn't hurt." Chen Shui was surprised. "Huh? Then you." The woman lowered her eyes. "The situation was serious at the time. I had to pretend to be dead and hide with the child, so I escaped." Chen Shui comforted her. "You're doing the right thing. Why did you and your group fight so fiercely earlier?" The woman shed tears. "Our village was heading south to Nanning. On the way, we encountered people stealing grain. We really had no food left, but they still attacked us and hurt everyone from our village." "Boo-hoo." Chen Shui's eyes showed sympathy. She patted her back gently and said, "Oh, you're all so unlucky." You must hold on. You have such a big child to take care of. The woman nodded, feeling embarrassed. Big sister, do you have any grain?
Can you lend me some?
Don't worry, I will pay you back later. I haven't eaten anything, and the child has no milk. My poor child hasn't had much milk today, boo-hoo. Chen Shui nodded and clapped her hands. Big sister, you sit here. I'll get you something to eat. The woman gratefully looked at Chen Shui. Nearby, on the cart, Lu Xingxi and Hao Yuanyuan exchanged glances. Hao Yuanyuan spoke. I don't know why, but I always feel this person is strange. Lu Xingxi also nodded. Just now, when I used my mind to look over there, it was like this woman suddenly appeared out of nowhere. And I couldn't see where she came from. Hao Yuanyuan was shocked. You can't see her at all. Lu Xingxi frowned slightly and nodded. Yes, like, she just appeared out of thin air. Hao Yuanyuan sighed softly, her gentle face serious. We need to watch this person carefully. I think she's suspicious. We can't let her cause trouble. Lu Xingxi nodded again. Hao Yuanyuan looked at her family members. Thought for a moment. Annie is a bit too kind-hearted, probably because they've been well protected on this journey. They seem to have no sense of danger. Saving people in this dangerous world is a big mistake. In the apocalypse, the first rule is to eliminate the saints. But as a child, she couldn't say much. Still, she wanted to see what this woman was up to. Chen Shui quickly took out a water bag and handed it to the woman. Drink quickly. Inside is some rice porridge we cooked yesterday. It's a bit watery, but it tastes good. The woman gratefully looked at Chen Shui, tears in her eyes. Thank you, big sister. After saying that, she took the water bag and gulped down the porridge. Soon, the bag was empty. The woman's eyes flashed with surprise. This porridge was different. Why did it feel warm and comforting after drinking it? She felt more relaxed, and her internal strength seemed to grow stronger. When she took the last sip, she leaned close to the child's mouth and fed a few bites to the baby wrapped in cloth. The weak baby seemed to enjoy the delicious taste of the simple porridge. With its little mouth open, the baby kept drinking the bland rice porridge. Once the baby was full, the woman shyly handed the water bag back to Chen Shui. Chen Shui looked at her baby and smiled as she asked, Hey, how old is your little one? The woman smiled. 6 months. But I don't produce much milk, so the baby looks smaller. Chen Shui nodded and pointed at Hao Yuanyuan. Same here. Your baby looks about 4 months old. Our Yuanyuan is 8 months, and she's already this big. The woman followed Chen Shui's finger and looked at Hao Yuanyuan on the other cart. The woman opened her mouth in surprise. Is your child 8 months old? Chen Shui proudly nodded. Yes, just 8 months, and he's already starting to talk. The woman nodded in amazement. That's impressive. Li Jing, walking nearby, heard her praise the girl and puffed out her chest with pride. Yes, very impressive. She's ours, Chen Shui continued. By the way, big sister, what's your name? Where are you from? The woman lowered her head, gently touching the baby in her arms, and softly said, My name is Yanqing. I'm from Wangjia village. Chen Shui nodded. Wangjia village? I haven't heard much about it, but your name is pretty. Yanqing, Yanqing. The woman smiled softly, but didn't say anything more. However, a shadow of gloom flickered in her eyes, something that the villagers of Haojia village didn't notice. The rest of the journey went smoothly without any trouble, making the trip a bit easier. Yanqing and Chen Shui grew closer. As Yanqing looked at her baby with more energy, she felt even more grateful to Chen Shui. Holding her child, Yanqing asked, By the way, Sister Chen, why are you heading south to Nanning country? Chen Shui, being clever, didn't mention Lu Xingxi's abilities. She replied, Oh, Nanning country is quite prosperous. Our great dynasty has become chaotic, and now even barbarians are coming in. We're just looking for a safe place to survive, so we decided to go to Nanning country. Yanqing discreetly glanced at Lu Xingxi and nodded lightly. I see. Nanning country is indeed a good place.
Chen Kui chuckled.
Exactly. Yanqing's face showed a subtle, intriguing smile. Lu Xingxi's sharp eyes looked at Yanqing. He was now convinced that Yanqing had some deep connection with Nanning country. But he had to stay calm.
He had Sister Yuan.
With his combination of Yuan and himself, they were invincible. Humph. The rest of the journey was smooth. They didn't encounter grain raiders or any disasters. However, just as they approached the open space near the city gates of Nanning country, a deafening sound like the sky collapsing and the earth splitting erupted. The villagers of Haojia village looked terrified, squatting down and remaining still. Yanqing was also startled by the sudden earthquake. What was happening? An earthquake? Was the earth dragon turning over? The ground was shaking violently, as if a giant hand was grabbing the earth and shaking it with force. Deep, beast-like sounds came from underground, making everyone feel chills all over. The ground beneath their feet seemed to be playing a tricky game, rising and falling like waves, making it impossible to stand steadily. The sky was covered with dust, and everyone screamed and cried, trying to use their voices to calm their fear, but it was useless. Everyone felt hopeless as they watched the buildings on the city gate collapse and listened to the screams inside the city. How Yuanyuan, How Junjun, and Lu Xingxi were tightly held in the arms of Li Jing and How Erling. How Yuanyuan's lips turned pale. It was her first time experiencing such an event, her first real feeling of an earthquake. It was truly terrifying. It felt like the world was being reopened, and she realized how small humans really are. Fortunately, the earthquake didn't last long, and they were on flat ground nearby without buildings. As the ground gradually calmed down, Hao Zhuzhong was slowly helped up by Hao Yuanjia. Hao Zhuzhong looked around and was relieved to see there were no casualties, only some minor scrapes on a few people. He let out a sigh of relief, looked at Lu Xingxi with gratitude, and gently patted his little head. Then came a wave of fear. Luckily, they listened to Lu Xingxi's advice and quickly packed up to leave. Otherwise, on the mountain, their entire village could have been crushed. Hao Zhuzhong spoke. Let's stay outside for a day. Nanning State just experienced an earthquake, and things are probably very chaotic now. Everyone nodded and sat on the ground, still shaken, slowly calming down. How Erling released his hold and looked at his wife and 3 children, whose faces were a little pale. He felt distressed and softly said, "It's okay now, it's okay. Don't be afraid." Li Jing nodded, kissed the foreheads of the 3 children, and said gently, "Yes, it's over. No need to be scared, no need to worry." Hao Laodai was helped down from the cart by Zhao Hua and Hao Sanling, then hurried over to Hao Yuanyuan, picked her up, and asked anxiously, "Yuanyuan, are you all right?" Hao Yuanyuan shook her head and hugged Hao Laodai.
Grandma, Ivy fine.
"Don't worry." Hao Laodai finally relaxed and patted her shoulder. "That's good. Don't be afraid." Not far away, Yanqing looked at the family with suspicion, feeling confused. What's wrong with this family? Why do they care more about a girl than their own grandson? What is so special about this girl? Things are becoming more and more interesting. Yanqing holds the baby. A playful smile flashes in her eyes. This is truly amusing. The people of Haojia village have set up camp outside. After they regain their composure, Haojia villagers start cooking rice porridge, adding a few slices of preserved pork. The aroma becomes even richer. After an earthquake, drinking a bowl of hot rice porridge makes everyone feel calmer and more at peace. Hao Yuanyuan playfully tosses a piece of braised pork into her family members' mouths. This is a new skill she recently learned. She can throw food into people's mouths from a distance. It's safer than letting the smell spread and makes feeding her family easier. How Erlang and the others feel the large piece of meat in their mouths, quickly close their mouths, and chew happily. A few children also happily enjoy the braised pork. How Yuanyuan finishes her meal and keeps feeding her family more. Meanwhile, Yanqing, smelling the faint aroma of braised pork in the air, frowns in confusion, looking around. Why does she smell the delicious pork? Has she been eating plain broth for so long that she's craving it? Later that night, she secretly asks her subordinates to bring her a plate of braised pork. Good idea. Haojia village remains peaceful, but inside Nanning Kingdom, chaos has already erupted. Houses in the city have collapsed, trapping and killing many people. The streets are in chaos, but the court is too busy to care. Everyone is crying and shouting, but the royal family is slightly better off. The emperor of Nanning Kingdom, furious, slams his hand on the table. What is going on with this heaven? I just took the throne recently. How could there be an earthquake? This makes it hard for me to rule. Those rebellious ministers didn't even agree with my ascension. I finally suppressed them, and now such a big earthquake happens. They will definitely impeach me again. Damn it, damn it. The emperor slams everything on the table to the ground. The palace maids and eunuchs kneel on the floor, avoiding the falling objects that cut their skin, not daring to make a sound. No one dares to speak, fearing they might offend the emperor and be killed. Clearly, the current emperor of Nanning Kingdom is no longer Lu Xingxi's father and mother. It is Lu Liangde, who has been hiding for a long time, Lu Xingxi's second uncle. After Lu Liangde kidnapped Lu Xingxi, the king of Nanning Kingdom, Lu Liangxiong and Queen Yangshuya were extremely anxious. Uncle Lu Liangde began spreading rumors in Nanning that Lu Xingxi was already dead. His mother, the queen, fell seriously ill and couldn't recover. Meanwhile, Lu Liangxiong, the king, was overwhelmed trying to manage officials and care for the queen. During this chaos, Lu Liangde took advantage of the situation. Lu Liangde used Yangshuya's life to threaten Lu Liangxiong and told them that if he obediently abdicated and passed the throne to him, he would return Lu Xingxi. Lu Liangxiong looked at his somewhat obedient younger brother and was shocked that he would do such a thing to seize power. He fell ill from anger and stress, but still issued a royal decree of abdication. Lu Liangde saw this and gave Lu Xingxi a chance to survive. However, after taking the throne, Lu Liangde did not bring Lu Xingxi back. Instead, he kept Lu Liangxiong and Yang Shuya's under house arrest. Whenever officials disapproved of him, he used this as an excuse to torment them. Lu Xingxi didn't know about these events. He was only focused on returning to Nanning and finding his father and mother. A group from Hao village waited outside for about 2 days, hoping the situation would stabilize before entering Nanning's territory. Outside Nanning, at Liang City, the city gates were already unguarded, probably because of the earthquake. The group cautiously moved forward and saw that, apart from the main road, many buildings near Liang City had collapsed. The streets were filled with the sounds of crying and sobbing from the people. Village leader Hao frowned as he looked at the scene and softly said, "Compared to our mountain cave, I feel like Nanning isn't much better." Hao Daliang nodded in agreement. "I think so too. The people of Nanning are overwhelmed, so how could they pay attention to us?" Hao Yuanyuan thought for a moment. "Maybe we should discuss our next move?" Hao Daliang nodded. The adults gathered in an open space to plan their next steps. Lu Xingxi and Hao Yuanyuan whispered in a small corner. Hao Yuanyuan scratched her head and asked, "What should we do now? It looks like we can't go into Nanning." Lu Xingxi was also troubled. He couldn't let Hao village people risk their lives with him. The current situation in Nanning was not suitable for living. He sighed and said, Maybe I should go alone." Hao Yuanyuan frowned and said, "What are you talking about? How can you go alone? Besides, with your face, if you're exposed, your second uncle won't let you go easily." Lu Xingxi looked at Hao Yuanyuan and said, "Yuanjie, I know all this, but I really need to see the parents of this world. I always feel that some force is guiding me to find them." Hao Yuanyuan sighed. "Can you wait a bit? Maybe we can find a chance to go together. Don't forget, I have the king of hell to deal with." Lu Xingxi smiled, but his expression became serious again. "Yuanjie, I can't wait any longer. You know my second uncle would kidnap or even kill me for the throne. During this time, if I don't show up, he'll think I'm dead. That might make him take the next step." Hao Yuanyuan stopped talking and started brainstorming. Meanwhile, the Hao brothers studied the situation and decided to keep moving along the border of Nanning Kingdom, avoiding entering the country itself. They planned to walk straight until they reached Qingzhou, a place comparable to the rice and fish-rich land of Yizhou. After hearing this plan, Hao Yuanyuan pulled Lu Xingxi by the sleeve. "Don't worry." Before she finished speaking, a crying citizen's voice interrupted her. The person was so angry that he collapsed to the ground, clutching his dead son. With a sad and angry expression, he shouted, "Damn it! It's all because of that new emperor." When the old emperor was in power, There were no such natural disasters. Now that this emperor is in charge, it's droughts and earthquakes all the time. Damn it all. A nearby citizen grabbed him and said, "Don't be reckless. How dare you speak like that about the emperor? Let's go. We need to leave quickly." They pulled him into an alley. Lu Xingxi couldn't hear what the others were saying anymore. His mind went blank. What did they mean? A new emperor? What about his father and mother? How Yuanyuan tightly held Lu Xingxi's hand and whispered anxiously, "Don't get too excited. Stay calm." His mind was getting more and more confused, harder to understand. He desperately wanted to go to the palace and ask questions. How Yuanyuan pulled him and thought hard. She came up with a plan. She said to Lu Xingxi, "Lu Xingxi, I have a way to get to the palace quickly." His eyes widened as he looked at her. "What's the plan?" she replied. "Close your eyes and you'll find out soon." Lu Xingxi obediently closed his eyes. How Yuanyuan took a deep breath and decided to reveal the space ability to him. After spending so much time together, she decided that Lu Xingxi was a trustworthy friend. She also genuinely wanted to see if Lu Xingxi's mother was the kind woman who had sponsored her. How Yuanyuan had a sudden thought, and Lu Xingxi felt a wave of dizziness as he entered a different space. How Yuanyuan spoke, "Open your eyes." Lu Xingxi slowly opened his eyes and saw a modern city scene. He was stunned. "Wow. Are we back?" How Yuanyuan laughed. "Actually, not really." Lu Xingxi grabbed an ice cream from a nearby convenience store and looked at How Yuanyuan. "This is ice cream. And you said we're not back." The cashier nearby saw Lu Xingxi taking the ice cream and was about to speak. But seeing How Yuanyuan, he stayed silent and continued working. How Yuanyuan helplessly said, "Big brother, we are my space." Lu Xingxi's expression froze again. He had been dazed all day. After finally processing her words, he looked around in disbelief and then at How Yuanyuan. You mean this city is your space?" How Yuanyuan proudly replied, "Yes, as you see, this is a gift from the King of Hell." Lu Xingxi took a bite of his ice cream. "Wow, Yuanjie, you're really incredible. My heat vision skills are so weak compared to yours." Lu Xingxi looked around excitedly. "Oh my god, this city looks exactly like ours." Lu Xingxi asked, "Yuanjie, how big is your space?" How Yuanyuan thought for a moment. "I don't know, I haven't measured it. But it should be quite large, about the size of a country." Lu Xingxi was shocked. "Oh my god, Yuanjie, please take care of me." How Yuanyuan smiled and waved her hand. Sure. Lu Xingxi looked at How Yuanyuan, who suddenly started crying with emotion. Wah, Yuanjie, you really trust me so much. The space that can bring me in is amazing." How Yuanyuan saw Lu Xingxi's emotional state and kindly warned him, "Don't get too excited. If you cry and laugh so much, you might have a mental breakdown." Lu Xingxi's face stiffened. How Yuanyuan waved her hand, projecting the outside scene silently. Lu Xingxi curiously leaned in. He pointed at the scene outside and asked, "Yuanjie, why are the people outside so still?" How Yuanyuan introduced him, saying, "Once I enter this space physically, everything outside will freeze. I can only leave when I decide to come out." Lu Xingxi clapped exaggeratedly, saying, "Wow, that's amazing. Really impressive." How Yuanyuan said, "So, let's hurry to the palace and see what's going on there." Lu Xingxi nodded and asked, "How should we set out?" How Yuanyuan smiled, waved her hand in the space, and the map of this world appeared in front of them. She directly asked the map, "Is that the direction of the palace?" Lu Xingxi looked carefully and pointed to a spot on the map, saying, "It's over there." How Yuanyuan nodded, pointing her finger at that location. Suddenly, the scene outside the invisible projection changed. It became a busier, more lively street, though some parts were collapsed. Lu Xingxi looked excitedly at everything, exclaiming, "Wow, that's incredible." Again, following Lu Xingxi's guidance, How Yuanyuan quickly found the palace. Because of their space connection, they could pass through the palace walls directly and soon found Lu Lianda inside, acting wildly. Seeing a man dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe, with a fierce expression, holding a teacup and pretending to throw it, but time was frozen. Somewhat amusing. Hao Yuanyuan pointed and asked, "Is this your second uncle?" Lu Xingxi thought for a moment and replied, "Probably. He doesn't look anything like me." Hao Yuanyuan touched her chin and said, "Indeed, he's not very handsome." "Does your dad look like that?" Lu Xingxi retorted, "No way. My dad is quite handsome." Hao Yuanyuan looked doubtful. Seeing Hao Yuanyuan's skeptical expression, Lu Xingxi decided to quickly find his father to have him prove his good looks and give her a good slap. Lu Xingxi said, "Let's look around quickly." Hao Yuanyuan nodded, controlling the space to shuttle between various palaces. After a round, she asked, "Nothing here?" Lu Xingxi's expression grew serious. "Let's check one more time." Hao Yuanyuan nodded. "Okay." They circled the palace again, but unfortunately found nothing. Lu Xingxi's face started to look grim as he imagined the worst possible outcome. Hao Yuanyuan asked him, "Are you sure we've checked all the places in the palace?" Lu Xingxi was about to nod when suddenly he remembered something, his face turning pale. "No, there's one more place we haven't been to," Hao Yuanyuan asked. "Where?" Lu Xingxi looked serious and said, "The prison dungeon." Hao Yuanyuan widened her eyes and looked serious. "Let's go now." Lu Xingxi nodded. The two small figures, after passing through two palaces, found the prison cell in a remote corner. Hao Yuanyuan continued to control the space, walking forward. She felt hopeful, but also hesitant about finding them here. Unfortunately, soon, a scene appeared before Lu Xingxi and Hao Yuanyuan. At the deepest part of the dungeon, Lu Liangxiong and Yang Shuya were hanging there, covered in terrible whip wounds. They hung with blood, their heads drooping, looking like two dead bodies. Lu Xingxi's eyes instantly turned red.
"Dad."
"Mom," Hao Yuanyuan, coming out of shock, pulled the two into the space. Seeing their chests still rising and falling, she quickly poured half a cup of spiritual spring water into their mouths. Then she sprinkled some on their wounds. The terrifying whip wounds on the two began to heal visibly fast in Lu Xingxi's eyes. Tears at the corner of Lu Xingxi's eyes suddenly stopped, and he opened his mouth, unsure what expression to make. He didn't know whether to cry or to laugh. Lu Xingxi had already been overwhelmed today. If you told him Hao Yuanyuan was the old emperor's wife, he would believe it. After Hao Yuanyuan finished all this, she found a house decorated in ancient style. She put the two inside and set up barriers outside to prevent anyone from entering or leaving. Looking at Lu Xingxi's mother's face, Hao Yuanyuan's eyes also grew moist. She was the aunt who supported her. She looked exactly like her, only younger. Lu Xingxi's parents looked exactly like his parents from the previous life. What about hers? Would her parents from this life look the same as her parents from the last? She didn't know. She had never seen them. Hao Yuanyuan asked Lu Xingxi, "What should we do next?" Lu Xingxi looked at Hao Yuanyuan. "Right now, I just want to save my parents. This world is just a disaster story. I don't want revenge or hatred anymore. I just want them to survive. After the disaster, I'll think about revenge. And let Lu Liangda suffer first when the disaster comes. If I take his life now, it would be too easy for him to die." Hao Yuanyuan nodded. Her eyes twinkled, and she chuckled. "I'm too lazy to deal with Lu Liangda now, but we can still gain some benefits." Lu Xingxi grinned mischievously. "How do we do that?" Hao Yuanyuan chuckled. "I have space. I'll take all his belongings. Leave nothing for him. What do you think?" Lu Xingxi smiled and said, "I think it's pretty good." The two little foxes exchanged glances and decided to go ahead. Next, Hao Yuanyuan began her one-sided looting, wandering through the palace and taking all the valuable items. She collected all the exquisite decorations, fine fabrics, and beautiful porcelain. The room was filled with rosewood ornaments and tables. She also took the jewelry boxes of the concubines, which contained many gems, pearls, and jade scepters. When she reached the queen's palace, Hao Yuanyuan also took all the queen's special items. The large, beautiful phoenix crowns sparkled brightly. On the display shelf nearby, there was an elegant phoenix robe, along with embroidered shoes. Anyway, the main idea was that they came to take everything. Hao Yuanyuan was collecting wildly, putting all the tables, chairs, and stools into her space. Except for items that couldn't be moved, everything else was stored away. However, Yuanyuan kindly left the rooms of the palace maids and eunuchs, leaving some essentials for their safety. Next, she went to the kitchen, looking at the piles of fragrant rice and white flour. Yuanyuan chuckled and emptied everything. She opened the pot and found braised pork and bear paws inside. She had never seen steamed bear paws before. Then, she collected all the food, pots, and utensils, including the large water jars outside. After finishing in other areas, Yuanyuan and Luciny went to the emperor's office. Yuanyuan grinned and started working. The white marble table? Collected. The golden Nanning table? Collected. The murals on the wall? Collected. Famous paintings? Collected. Yuanyuan went wild, even taking the imperial seal, the dragon bed, and the dragon throne. Finally, she collected the plaque hanging in the middle of the hall where court was held. With a mischievous smile, Yuanyuan also took all the emperor's clothes, leaving the bad person Lu Liangda to run around naked. Playing out the story of the emperor's new clothes from ancient times, the entire palace, Lu Liangda could only wear eunuch's clothes or palace maid's clothes. Just thinking about it makes her laugh. After finishing, Yuanyuan flicked her little hand, and she and Luciny prepared to leave. Luciny grinned mischievously. Luciny said, "Yuanjia, don't worry, there's one more place we haven't taken yet." Yuanyuan blinked her eyes and asked, "What is it?" Luciny chuckled and said, "The treasury." Yuanyuan clapped her hands and said, "Oh no, I almost forgot about this. Come on, let's go, I'll lead the way." Luciny smiled and pointed at the road. After turning left and right several times, they finally arrived just as Yuanyuan was about to faint. Outside, the guards stood still, and Yuanyuan easily entered through the wall of the treasury. As soon as she entered, her eyes were dazzled by the shining gold and gems inside. Yuanyuan's eyes lit up with excitement, and she quickly gathered everything. There were all kinds of jade sculptures, precious pearls, red coral, turquoise, and more, piled on the ground as if they were free. Valuable jewelry worn by women was also stored in her space, clearly gifts for the women in the palace. Yuanyuan swept through like a swarm of locusts, leaving the treasury empty. She kindly said, "Luciny, don't worry. I'm just holding these for you temporarily. After the disaster is over, I'll return them to you." Seeing Yuanyuan's slightly distressed expression, Luciny smiled and said, "No need. I'll give everything to you. You helped save my parents. I don't know how to thank you. Take all of these. As long as you like them." Yuanyuan's mischievous expression showed. She was a little greedy. I like them a lot." Yuanyuan said, "All right, we've taken what we need. Let's go back, okay?" "Let's go," Luciny nodded. "Let's go." Yuanyuan marked a spot on the map and returned to the village, where house villagers were. Inside an empty house nearby, she released Luciny's parents and gave each of them a cup of spiritual spring water. She also left some food nearby. Yuanyuan said, "Later, when your parents wake up, we'll leave the space, then let your parents bring the food along, and we'll head outside." Luciny nodded. "Okay, thank you, Sister Yuan." Yuanyuan smiled and waved her hand. She took out 2 spicy fried chicken legs from her space and handed one to Luciny. Yuanyuan said, "Here, eat quickly." Luciny took the chicken leg, smiled, and took a bite. "In the past, I always went to the gym to stay in shape, so I rarely ate fast food. Now, after not smelling this for a long time, it tastes even better." Yuanyuan laughed. "Right? When I was a kid, I always envied other children who could eat KFC with their parents. So, after I grew up and earned money, I rewarded myself with KFC every month. But unfortunately, I didn't get to eat it for long before coming to this terrible place." Listening to Yuanyuan, Luciny took another bite and said, "Sister Yuan, actually it's better now. No more stress from life, and I can enjoy modern living." Yuanyuan smiled and replied, "That's right. I feel like I've finally made it. From now on, I can eat whatever I want. There's plenty of food in the space. They chatted while eating fried chicken legs, waiting for Lu Xingxi's parents to wake up. After finishing, Lu Xingxi's parents also woke up, looking around in confusion at everything in front of them. Then they stood up, ready to go out and see what was happening. How Yuanyuan returned to her mother's side and pulled Lu Xingxi out of the space. Time returned to normal. No one noticed the two little children. Only Yanqing looked at the children with curiosity. She remembered that the two kids had been next to the cart just a moment ago. So, how did they suddenly appear beside the adults? She couldn't understand it. How Yuanyuan looked at her father and mother, then at Lu Xingxi. At this moment, Lu Liangxiong and Yang Shuya came out of the house, staring at the broken street. They looked around in shock. Then, they saw Lu Xingxi's face and made eye contact with him. Yang Shuya was stunned. Wow. Old Lu, that kid looks exactly like our Xingxi when he was little. Lu Liangxiong was also confused. My goodness, that little brat must be messing around outside. Could he be an illegitimate child? Yang Shuya looked around and asked, What's going on? Is this a movie scene? Lu Liangxiong shook his head. I don't know. We woke up here out of nowhere. Lu Xingxi, standing nearby, had been expecting a heartfelt reunion. But instead, his parents just stood there in shock, looking at him. They seemed surprised but didn't move. What's going on? Did they not want him anymore? Or did they have amnesia? Wait, amnesia? That's possible. It's a common plot in TV dramas. Oh my god. Lu Xingxi sighed helplessly, pinching his thigh hard. Tears welled up in his eyes as he trembled and said emotionally, Dad. Mom. Then he ran toward them crying, tightly clutching Yang Shuya's legs. Yang Shuya and Lu Liangxiong were stunned. What's happening? Lu Liangxiong asked. I don't know. Lu Xingxi's tearful face looked up sadly, and she looked at her parents with pity. Yang Shuya was once again very shocked. She looked at Lu Xingxi, who was only as tall as her thigh. Yang Shuya thought of something and angrily glared at Lu Liangxiong, shouting, Old Lu.
Damn.
Is this your illegitimate child outside? Lu Liangxiong exclaimed. How is that possible? I only have you as a woman. Yang Shuya pointed at Lu Xingxi. Then tell me, how do you explain how much this child looks like you? Lu Liangxiong was about to cry, feeling helpless. Falsely accused. How would I know? And he even looks a bit like you. Yang Shuya was panting heavily. Lu Xingxi. So that's how it is. Mom and Dad didn't stop loving him. They just didn't know what was really happening. Lu Xingxi lifted her small face, smiling happily. Mom and Dad. I am Lu Xingxi. Yang Shuya's hand froze. She looked down at Lu Xingxi, who had just spoken.
Lu.
Xingxi? Lu Xingxi nodded seriously. Lu Liangxiong looked stiffly at Yang Shuya. Wife, something's wrong. Something's not right. You. How could you? Yang Shuya also looked up stiffly at Lu Liangxiong. She had been so shocked and angry that she hadn't looked carefully at him before. Now, upon closer inspection, Lu Liangxiong looked much younger than before. How is that possible? They were nearly 50 years old, and even if they took good care of themselves, they only looked like 30. But now, in each other's eyes, they looked like young people in their 20s. Yang Shuya stood still, touching her face, and suddenly felt a bit happy. So, now I also look very young? Hee am I 22? Lu Liangxiong. Wife, your adaptability is really good. Shouldn't you ask what's really going on? What happened?
Yang Sui happily grinned.
Oh, being spoiled on both sides. In the end, it's better to travel back to 20? Ha ha ha. Oh, too bad I don't have a mirror now. Otherwise, I'd take a good look at myself. Lu Xingxi. Is no one going to pay attention to her? How can her mom still care about vanity? Lu Xingxi struggled again, not believing it. Dad, Mom. Yang Shuya heard the voice, looked down at Lu Xingxi, and suddenly realized. She smiled and squatted down, pinching Lu Xingxi's small face. Oh, so you really are Lu Xingxi, and you look so obedient, just like when you were a kid. When I grew up, I spent every day stuck at the company, and I hardly went home anymore. Now, things are so much better. I'm still small, and I have to follow behind you and Dad begging for food, haha. Lu Xingxi. He's not a dog. He doesn't follow behind people begging for food. Lu Liangxiong also came over, rubbing Lu Xingxi's head and tugging at his small arms and legs. Yang Shia also joined in, touching here, pulling there. It's unbelievable. Lu Xingxi couldn't take it anymore. He lowered his eyes and said, Yang Shia, Lu Liangxiong, can you be a bit more serious? Yang Shia paused, stopping her hand from touching his face. She suddenly grabbed Lu Xingxi's ear and lifted him up. Hey, you little brat, are you causing trouble? How dare you call me and your dad by our names? Lu Liangxiong added happily, teasing. Yeah, little brat, you think you're a big shot now. You're just a little pudding. Lu Xingxi grimaced, pulling away from Yang Shiu's hand, jumping like ice skater ballet, and glancing at Yuanyuan and the others nearby. He softly begged, Mom.
Mom.
I was wrong. Ouch, I was wrong. Yang Shia looked proud and triumphant, giving Lu Xingxi a pinch on the ear. Lu Xingxi covered his ears and chuckled softly. Yang Shia took a deep breath. Phew, feels so good. It's been a long time since I scolded you, kid. That was so satisfying. Lu Xingxi was speechless. Don't you want to ask what's really going on? Lu Liangxiong clapped his hands. Yeah. What's happening now? Why has our whole family become so small? Yang Shia nodded. Do you know? Lu Xingxi rolled his eyes. When did you guys realize you had changed into this? Yang Shia touched her head. Just now. Lu Liangxiong nodded. Yes, I was sleeping peacefully at home, and suddenly I woke up here. What's going on? Lu Xingxi rubbed his small ears and sighed. Don't you realize? Our family has traveled through time, and I got here earlier than you. Did I die in real life? Or what? Yang Shia blinked her eyes. No, I called you a couple of days ago, and then you went to work. We haven't contacted each other for just 2 days. Son, you haven't contacted us these 2 days. And maybe you've died. Yang Shia looked worried and anxious. She wondered, could it be true? Had her son died without her knowing? Lu Xingxi thought for a moment and said, No, I've been here for several days now. What's going on? Yang Shia and Lu Liangxiong sighed in relief. Lu Xingxi scratched his head and said, I can't figure it out. Never mind, listen to me first. Time is tight, and the task is urgent. I'll explain more on the way. Yang Shia and Lu Liangxiong nodded. Okay, what should we do now? Lu Xingxi told them to first move the food left by Yuanyuan inside the room. Yang Shia and Lu Liangxiong obediently turned around and went to move the food. Just then, the scene of a family reunion was seen by the people in Hao village. Li Jing was confused. Xingxi's mother. Why did she pinch his ear? Chen Chui nodded. Exactly, after the child went through life and death and escaped, how could they still hit him? This family. Zhao Hua added, shaking her head. That's not right. Everyone nodded in agreement. However, the most shocked person was Yan Qing. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Yang Shia and Lu Liangxiong. How is this possible? Weren't they imprisoned in the dungeon? Even if she went to break into the dungeon, she wouldn't come out unscathed. But now, both of them were standing here perfectly fine. How could that be? Moreover, the Nanning Imperial Palace was tens of thousands of miles away. Even if they had light skills, it would take more than a week to get here. They too. Yan Qing was completely stunned. It seemed she couldn't figure out what was happening. Lu Xingxi turned around and ran back, speaking to Head Hao. Grandpa Hao, can we bring my parents? They have their own food. Don't worry, our family doesn't eat the village's food. We just want more people to travel with, for safety. Yan Qing hugged the child. What was she being pointed at? Was this meant for her? Saying she ate the village's food? Yan Qing subtly shot a glance at Lu Xingxi. This kid was really clever. Even she, as the villain, felt a bit guilty about eating their food. Head Hao thought for a moment, considering Lu Xingxi's cleverness, then reached out and patted his head. All right, more people are better. Call your parents to join us. Lu Xingxi grinned happily. Thank you, Grandpa Hao. Then he winked at Yuanyuan and turned to help his parents move the food. Fortunately, Yuanyuan thoughtfully brought out a cart, filled with a full load of grain. Lu Liangxiong pushed alone, which was quite strange. After waking up, he felt full of strength. Not only could he push the cart easily, but he also felt light enough to lift it effortlessly. A family of 3 came over. Lu Liangxiong and everyone nodded and smiled. Hao Erling smiled and said, "You're Xingxi's parents." Lu Liangxiong nodded and said, "Yes, thank you so much for taking care of Xingxi these days. We really appreciate it." Hao Erling, hearing this polite speech, scratched his head and looked at Hao Sanlang with a pleading expression. Hao Sanlang smiled and said, "You're welcome. Xingxi has been well behaved on the way and has helped us a lot." Lu Liangxiong smiled. After Yang Shuya entered, she saw Hao Yuanyuan sitting steadily on the cart. Yang Shuya's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on her face. "What a cute little kid." Hao Yuanyuan grinned and said, "Auntie, hello." Yang Shuya became even more excited. She had been thinking of having another daughter. However, Lu Liangxiong almost had serious bleeding when she gave birth to Xingxi, so he strongly disagreed. Without Lu Liangxiong's cooperation, Yang Shuya couldn't have a little girl. So, having a girl had become a big wish of hers. Now, suddenly seeing a pretty, adorable, chubby little girl looking at her and calling her auntie melted her heart. Yang Shuya's eyes shone as she looked at Li Jing beside her. "Is this your child?" Li Jing nodded with a smile. "This is my daughter." Yang Shuya's mouth watered with excitement. "Can I hold her?" What does she want to do? Why is she drooling? Li Jing desperately refused inwardly. She might be shy. Before Li Jing finished speaking, Hao Yuanyuan stretched out her little hand. "Auntie, hold." Yang Shuya's smile was so bright her eyes disappeared, and her mouth was almost at her ears. "Oh, this child is so well behaved. Looks like she's not shy around me." Yang Shuya gently held Hao Yuanyuan's soft little body, swinging her happily. Hao Yuanyuan buried her head tightly in Yang Shuya's neck, with tears in her eyes. When she was 6 years old, Yang Shuya had held her like this too. But at that time, she was too scared, so she didn't dare to lift her hands to hug back. In her previous life, she rarely experienced the warmth of a mother's love, and most of it came from Yang Shuya. It's no wonder Yang Shuya didn't recognize Hao Yuanyuan. When she first saw her, Hao Yuanyuan was already 6 years old. At that time, Hao Yuanyuan was in an orphanage, often hungry and very thin. She was also quite shy and didn't like to talk much. Compared to now, when she is chubby and always smiling, there is a huge difference. Watching the two hugging each other, Li Jing felt a bit jealous. She just said Hao Yuanyuan was shy, but then she ran over to hug her. Why doesn't she usually hug others? Hao Erling smiled as he held Li Jing. Long Zuzhang looked at Lu Xingxi's family joining the group and loudly said, "Let's go, everyone. Keep moving forward." A large group of people marched toward the city gates of Nanning. They planned to continue along the border of Nanning. Yanqing quietly and secretly followed Lu Xingxi's family as they slowly entered. This family had many secrets, but she wasn't loyal to Lu Liangda, so she didn't bother to share their news. She hoped things would get more complicated. She loved a good show. On the way, Lu Xingxi quietly explained everything to his parents and to Yang Shuya. Lu Liangxiong was shocked. "I'm the king." Yang Shuya was even more surprised. "And I'm the queen." Lu Xingxi made a shushing gesture and looked helpless. "Keep your voices down." Yang Shuya and Lu Liangxiong covered their mouths. Okay, quiet down," Lu Xingxi told them. "You two should know enough now. Remember to smear some dirt on your faces, so you won't be recognized." Yang Shuya nodded. "Yes, we should do that." Lu Liangxiong nodded too. "Right." However, when they saw a pile of yellow dirt, both of them hesitated. Neither wanted to cover their faces with such dark mud. In the end, it was Lu Xingxi who used his hands to pile dirt on their faces. Soon, their faces looked completely different, and with their clothes smeared with dirt, they looked like members of a band of beggars, experienced in begging for 100 years. Yang Shuya looked speechless, but she understood this was for their safety, so she kept quiet. On the way, Lu Xingxi also told his parents everything he knew, including the story of Lu Liangda kidnapping and killing him. Yang Shuya was heartbroken and tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing her son so small and hearing about what he had gone through, she felt so sad she wanted to go and hug him. Lu Xingxi pushed away the small hand and refused, saying, "Mom, I'm still pretty clean." Yang Shuya asked. Lu Xingxi looked at Yang Shuya's face and said, Mom, you have tears on your face, leaving 2 dark streaks." Yang Shuya remained silent. Her anger meter increased by 1. A big chestnut fell on Lu Xingxi's head, looking so sad that anyone who saw it would feel upset and want to cry. Lu Xingxi covered his head and dared not speak because his mom was too fiery. Yang Shuya snorted in anger. "You little brat, can't you just care about me? I want to hug you because I feel sad, but you think I'm dirty. Children don't dislike their mother's ugliness, and even dogs don't dislike being poor. You little bunny, you're even worse than a dog. I've fed you with my own hands through thick and thin." Lu Xingxi raised his hand to protest. "Mom, I didn't grow up eating dirt and urine." Yang Shuya clenched her teeth and hit him at the other side of his face, where the other bump was. "Very good." Lu Xingxi now had a hairstyle like Neza's, but Neza's hair was styled, while Lu Xingxi's was made from 2 bags sewn together. How Yuanyuan giggled secretly, watching Lu Xingxi. Haha. If anyone asked who imitated Neza best, she would definitely vote for Lu Xingxi. Li Jing, next to Hao Yuanyuan, couldn't help but laugh. These mother and son were really funny, bickering like that. The atmosphere on the road also became much happier. By noon, everyone sat casually on the dirt road. Lu Liangxiong and Yang Shuya adapted quickly and sat wherever they wanted. Then, looking at the yellow earth on the ground, they exchanged glances. Lu Liangxiong spoke. "Want to eat roasted sweet potatoes?" Yang Shuya nodded wildly. "Yes. I haven't had them in a long time." Lu Liangxiong smiled and stood up. "I remember there should be some sweet potatoes in the grain pile." He then went to rummage through the grains. Soon, he really found some. Holding a sweet potato, Lu Liangxiong waved to Yang Shuya and said, "Look, there really are some." Yang Shuya jumped over happily. Let's go. To roast sweet potatoes. Lu Xingxi watched his parents fussing around, feeling helpless and rubbing his forehead. These two didn't seem at all like they were fleeing. Instead, it felt like they were on a picnic. Hey, this isn't right. Yang Shuya didn't care about that. At over 50 years old, she still wanted to be lively and cheerful like a young person. She grabbed Lu Liangxiong and went to gather firewood. They simply stuck sticks into the sweet potatoes and placed them over the fire. Soon, a sweet, fragrant aroma filled the air. Everyone's craving inside was finally satisfied, and they kept glancing toward Lu Xingxi's house. Aunt Li poked the old man beside her. "Old man, look at how they eat sweet potatoes. Maybe we should roast them too." The old man nodded. "Yes, let's roast them. Smells so good." Aunt Li chuckled happily. "We happen to have a small bag of sweet potatoes, just right." The old man didn't say anything else, but started to light a fire quickly. Many families in Hao village saw their actions, smelled the sweet aroma of roasted sweet potatoes, and couldn't help but join in roasting. Soon, the street was filled with the delicious smell. The sweet potatoes, roasted over high heat, turned black on the outside, with cracks revealing the golden flesh inside. You could see the shiny honey-like syrup dripping down. Hao Yuanyuan also got hungry and leaned over. Yang Shuya blew on the roasted sweet potato a few times, then carefully peeled off the charred skin. She blew on the steaming sweet potato flesh to cool it down. Then she held it close to Hao Yuanyuan's mouth. "Yuanbao, come and bite the sweet potato inside. Annie tells you it's really tasty." Hao Yuanyuan happily bit into it. Yang Shuya looked at her expectantly. "How is it? Delicious, right?" Hao Yuanyuan exaggeratedly placed her chubby hand on her cheek, holding her little face, and excitedly said, "It's so good." Yang Shuya smiled and tore off another piece of sweet potato to feed her. Lu Xingxi remained silent. "Is he leaving?" Li Jing also looked surprised. "Is she leaving too?" Li Jing watched her daughter with a helpless smile. She was happy to have more love for Yuanyuan, but for some reason, she felt a little sour and jealous. Old Mrs. Hao also felt the same. Seeing Yuanyuan almost full, she called out loudly, "Yuanyuan, come here. Grandma's sweet potatoes are ready too. I baked a big one for you." Yuanyuan looked up and happily ran toward Grandma Hao. Grandma Hao tore off a large piece of golden sweet potato, blew on it to cool, and handed it to Yuanyuan's small mouth. Grandma Hao said, "Yuanyuan, blow on it carefully so you don't burn your tongue." Meanwhile, after Yuanyuan left, Yang Shuya put a piece of roasted sweet potato into her own mouth. Lu Xingxi sighed sadly. "Mom." Yang Shuya shivered and quickly turned her head with a smile. "Oh, I'm here." While speaking, she handed over another roasted sweet potato that was a bit burnt. "Mom knew. She left one for you. Eat it quickly." Seeing the burnt sweet potato handed over, she didn't peel it or feed it to him. Lu Xingxi. No love anymore. No love. He won't eat. He wants to set the world on fire and kick the earth away. In the end, Lu Xingxi still took the roasted sweet potato, split it open, and bit into it. He, a 27-year-old CEO, shouldn't be jealous about food. He's too childish, which doesn't match his character. He specifically told the author he wanted a cool and distant personality. Stay calm, stay calm.
He is a cold CEO.
Lu Xingxi holds his own young face, maintaining his cool persona, like a prince. After lunch, everyone ate more sugar and starch from the roasted sweet potatoes, gaining some strength. Head of the Hao family spoke. "Everyone, work hard. Let's speed up a little so we can reach the foot of Winshan before dark." Everyone encouraged each other. Hao Ergo said, "Yes, everyone push a bit harder. There are elderly who can't walk far. Come to me. I have a cart here." Gao Gang also said, "Right, and let the children come too. Watch out. Don't get lost." Gao Dalong's family was strong and even helped carry things for a lonely elderly person and her grandson near the village. Lu Liangxiong observed quietly and whispered, "Wife, the village atmosphere is really good." Yang Xiaya nodded. "Yes, everyone is very united and kind." Lu Liangxiong smiled, "And it reminds me of the old days, when we ate from big pots. We worked together and helped each other." Yang Xiaya smiled. "That's true. However, even the happiest atmosphere started to fade under the hot sun." Yang Xiaya panted heavily, struggling to keep up with the main group. Lu Liangxiong pulled her along. Lu Xingxi was about to go over and give his mother some water when he suddenly glanced around and saw Yanqing not far away. His gaze froze. His sharp eyes swept over. Something was wrong. Yanqing had walked so far, yet there wasn't a single drop of sweat on her face. How is that possible? She was a breastfeeding mother, with less stamina to begin with, and she was holding a child. How could she walk so far without sweating? Moreover, her walking pace hadn't changed at all. Just as Lu Xingxi was about to look away and think carefully, he suddenly made eye contact with Yanqing. Yanqing, with a gentle smile, looked at Lu Xingxi with a meaningful expression. Lu Xingxi was momentarily stunned, realizing there was indeed a problem. He didn't make a fuss or alarm anyone. Instead, he acted as if nothing had happened and handed water to Yang Shuya. The water in the pouch contained some spiritual spring water. Yang Shuya took a sip and immediately felt much more relaxed and comfortable, as if cool water had washed over her entire body, making her feel a bit more energized. She smiled and nodded, saying, "Mama's finished drinking. Xingxi, give some to your dad." Lu Xingxi nodded and handed water to Lu Liangxiong, watching him gulp down 2 large sips. He looked refreshed. Yang Shuya said, "It's really from an untouched water source. The water is sweeter than what we have in later times. After drinking, I feel so cool and refreshed. It feels like I could run another 3 kilometers, haha." Lu Liangxiong nodded, smiling. "That's right, this water is naturally sweet." Hao Yuanyuan, who knew the truth, raised an eyebrow and smiled secretly, keeping her skills hidden. Lu Xingxi quietly moved closer to Hao Yuanyuan, exchanging a glance with her. Hao Yuanyuan leaned in and asked, "What's up?" Lu Xingxi said softly, "Can we talk inside?" Hao Yuanyuan paused for a moment and nodded. "Okay, let's go." Suddenly feeling dizzy, the two appeared inside a space. How Yuanyuan sat down heavily on the sofa in her air-conditioned room. What's going on? Why so cautious? Lu Xingxi also sat down opposite her, feeling the cool air from the air conditioner. His cute face looked serious. That Yanqing is acting strange. How Yuanyuan was curious. Lu Xingxi explained carefully. Just now, when I turned my head to look back, I saw that after walking such a long way, all the men were panting and exhausted. But Yanqing didn't sweat at all from start to finish, and she was walking fast at the beginning. Even after so long, she's still moving at the same quick pace. How Yuanyuan's face tightened. If that's true, she has a big problem. Her stamina is so good. Lu Xingxi scratched his head. A woman with such stamina, unless she practices martial arts. What do you think? How Yuanyuan nodded. That makes sense. But if she has martial arts, why was she hurt by the bandits? No, that's not right. That's not right. She has martial arts. She could have escaped alone, but instead, she looked so helpless and was walking with us. Lu Xingxi's eyes darkened. I remember, she wasn't in the emotional range back then. It's like she suddenly appeared out of nowhere. How Yuanyuan looked upset. If that's the case, then it's pretty clear she came specifically for us. Do we have anything that attracts her? Why else would she do this and even become an undercover agent? Lu Xingxi responded in a deep voice. Most likely, it's me. I've been targeted for assassination, and it's very possible that Yanqing is the same. How Yuanyuan nodded. That makes sense. Lu Xingxi nodded as well. How Yuanyuan looked at him. So, what should we do now? Lu Xingxi rubbed his small hands. Honestly, I don't really know what to do. These ancient martial artists are very powerful and dangerous. We might not be able to handle them. Plus, didn't the TV show say? They can hear everything we say. That's why I asked you to bring me in to discuss. How Yuanyuan said, are you sure you're not just trying to stay cool in the air conditioning? At this moment, Lu Xingxi was lying lazily on the sofa, feeling a cool breeze. He stiffened, sat up quickly, and loudly argued. Yuanjia, what do you think I am? I'm just worried she might hear us. How Yuanyuan smiled slightly and didn't argue back. She took a cold milkshake from the fridge. How Yuanyuan said, Here, have some milkshake. No cola, we're still young. Lu Xingxi took the milkshake, took a sip, cool and refreshing. He sat upright and leaned closer. But, Yuanjia, you said Yanqing is hiding in the team, but why hasn't she acted yet? How Yuanyuan also looked confused. I don't know. It's really strange. If she wanted to kill you, she could just do it directly. Why go through all this trouble? Lu Xingxi stroked his chin. Could it be that she's trying to find out what's strange about me? Maybe about controlling animals. How Yuanyuan's eyes lit up. Oh? That's a real possibility, she smiled. I have to say, Director Lu, you're really clever. Lu Xingxi chuckled. Haha, Yuanjie, you flatter me. Outside, Yanqing didn't realize that because she was a bit particular about cleanliness, she didn't create a messy scene, so she attracted attention. Actually, Yanqing's main goal this time was to kill Lu Xingxi directly and complete her mission. But unexpectedly, a series of events on the way made her feel incredibly curious. The water that affected her internal energy, the earthquake and natural disasters she avoided, the former king and queen of Nanning she met. Each thing was so interesting that she decided to keep following to see if there was any fun to be had. Her life is really very boring. Along the way, she pretended to be a poor person, carrying a smelly little child in her arms. When she leaves here, someone plans to kill her because she ate from her chest. How Yuanyuan said, let's stay calm and not act rashly. Just keep watching her. If she makes a move, we will eliminate her. Lu Xingxi nodded. Okay, then How Yuanyuan pulled Lu Xingxi out of a space. Time returned to normal. In the afternoon, the two secretly watched Yanqing and secretly added some spiritual spring water to the villagers' water from a distance. Of course, Yanqing didn't drink any. She already has martial arts skills. If she drinks more spiritual spring water, she would become too powerful and they wouldn't be able to fight her. Thanks to How Yuanyuan's continuous feeding, everyone soon reached the foot of Liangshan Mountain, looking at the trees in various places. Chief Hao finally relaxed, happy they hadn't taken the wrong path. Everyone sat on the ground to rest, and Hao Yuanyuan started using her big golden finger again. She secretly pointed her little finger, and more than a dozen hens ran out from the forest, clucking loudly. Hao Yuanyuan, who had just sat down, saw the hens rushing over and excitedly grabbed Lu Erling to catch chickens. "Oh my, where did so many chickens come from? I caught one.
Ha ha ha.
Another one is coming. Quick, block it." Everyone scrambled to catch the hens. Soon, all 18 hens were caught, and they were all plump, even fatter than usual farm hens. Everyone was very happy. The children ran toward the forest and found about 30 eggs, probably laid by the hens. Chief Hao smiled happily. "Tonight, we'll kill a few chickens and eat the eggs." Everyone cheered together. Great. Some elders were reluctant at first, but seeing the kids' drooling eyes, they just smiled softly. "Forget it, if the kids like it, then let them eat." Yan Qing squinted her eyes. She was very sure that there were definitely no hens on the mountain at that time. But where did these hens come from?
Could it be that?
Yan Qing glanced at Lu Xingxi. Yes, she had heard he could communicate with animals. She looked as if she understood. However, before she could figure out more, Chen Chui, Zhao Hua, and others pulled her away to roast chickens and eggs. Soon, the smell of roasted chicken filled the air. Hao Yuanyuan sprinkled some salt and MSG from a distance. The roasted chicken was crispy and tempting on the outside, tender and juicy inside. Many children were already drooling with hunger. After the chicken was cooked, everyone was given a small piece to eat, and Hao Yuanyuan and her friends also got a chicken leg. Hao Yuanyuan took a bite and said, so delicious. It's really fresh, farm-raised chicken." Hao Junjun also ate and nodded quickly, unable to stop. Hao Wen leaned close to Hao Yuanyuan and said, "Sister, be careful, it's hot." Hao Yuanyuan giggled and put a piece of chicken into Hao Wen's mouth. She stopped eating the chicken herself and just enjoyed some fresh food. The roasted chicken was much better than the ones from the supermarket, which had fewer seasonings. Despite that, everyone was eating the chicken very cleanly and enjoying the sweet taste. They were curious about why this chicken was so delicious and had a light, salty flavor. Hao Yuanyuan started feeding her family meatballs made from fresh beef in Chaos Han style. She thoughtfully cut the meatballs in half to prevent the hot broth from burning anyone. Old Madam Hao held Hao Yuanyuan gently and asked softly, "Yuanyuan, isn't it bad for your health to take out these things? If it's not good, you must never bring them out again, understand?" Hao Yuanyuan hugged her grandmother's arm and said, "Don't worry, Grandma. These are given to me by a wise old man. They won't harm my health." Old Madam Hao finally relaxed and said, "That's good. Be good." Early the next morning, everyone set out on their journey. Over the next 2 days, the Hao family members traveled quickly. However, today some women suddenly fell to the ground while walking. People helped them up, thinking they might be tired from walking. But the situation worsened. More women fainted, and some men also collapsed weakly. Seeing this, Head Hao sat down with a worried look, his legs trembling. "What's going on? Why is everyone falling? Haven't they eaten enough?" A woman who had fallen down tearfully said, "Chief, no, we've all eaten.
But
I don't know why, we just feel weak all over and can't lift any strength." "Yes, Chief, I feel like I'm falling apart, very exhausted." Lu Liangxiong looked at everyone and thought for a moment. "Clan leader, everyone is missing salt. Without salt, people feel weak all over. Some might faint or swell up, and in serious cases, they could die." When everyone heard Lu Liangxiong, their eyes widened in shock. "Is it that serious? Oh my, without salt, we could die? Really? I feel weak all over and a bit dizzy." Everyone started talking at once. Hao Yuanyuan was also surprised. She often sprinkled some salt into their meals, right? Plus, they had some cured meat and salt, enough to replenish their salt. And she was also giving everyone some spiritual spring water. Although it was a bit diluted and tasteless, it was still very useful. Clan leader Hao asked everyone, "Do you usually not eat salt?" The villagers looked at each other, unsure. Clan leader Hao frowned. "Speak up," Aunt Chen sighed and slowly said, Leader, we didn't dare eat much salt because it was so little. We wanted to save it. Another woman, Yuanyuan, nodded. Yes, leader. Once it's gone, we won't have any more. We're no longer on Black Tiger Mountain, so we can't afford to waste it. Clan leader Hao looked at the others, seeing their guilty expressions and feeling disappointed. He gritted his teeth. Everyone, are you all so confused? Haven't you heard? Not eating salt can be deadly. We're already on the run, trying to survive. We need to replenish our energy as soon as possible. If you keep saving, you'll end up losing your lives. Everyone looked scared and worried. Yuanyuan started crying. Leader, we understand. We'll eat now, right away. Chen also nodded.
Yes.
We'll eat now. Clan leader Hao sighed helplessly. All right, everyone get ready. We need to replenish some salt. In half an hour, we'll set off again. Everyone nodded, looking regretful as they ate the cured meat that had been salted earlier. Hao Dalong came over and said, Leader, in 2 more days, we'll reach Wensui City. Should we go into the city to buy more salt? We're running out. Clan leader Hao nodded. Good idea. Let's exchange more. Salt will be hard to find later. Hao Dalong nodded in agreement. Soon, on the afternoon of the 3rd day, they arrived at Wensui City, another town in Nanning State. The others waited outside the city. Hao Dalong, Hao Erlang, and Hao Gang went into the city to buy salt. At the city gate, there was an old, broken gate with 2 guards standing at the entrance. Seeing the 3 raggedly dressed people, they stopped them with serious expressions. Guard. Who are you? Hao Erlang chuckled and stepped forward, holding out half a gold nugget. Official, please help us out. We're just passing through Nanning Kingdom and want to exchange some salt. The gatekeeper, seeing the shiny gold, was amazed. He took it, bit into it, and looked at the teeth marks, smiling broadly. Guard. Oh, brother, you're so polite. Just exchanging some salt, no problem. Then he and the other guard opened the city gate. They also reminded Hao Erlang and his friends, hurry up and go. By the way, you must come out before the evening, or the gate will close. Hao Erlang smiled. Got it? Thank you, sir. The 3 quickly entered the city. The 2 guards at the gate happily touched the gold nugget. Wow, we're rich now. The 3 hurried inside, looking at the damaged streets. They took a deep breath. With the current situation, could they still exchange for salt? It was already 5 p.m., and they only had 2 hours to exchange salt. But now almost no shops were open. What should they do? Hao Dalong suggested, let's split up. I'll go north, Erlang east, and Gingzi west. Hao Dalong said, everyone must be back here in 1 hour, understand? Hao Erlang nodded. Got it. Gingzi also agreed. Understood. Then the 3 split up. Since they were not from Nanning Kingdom, they couldn't buy salt from the officials. They could only trade with the common people. Hao Erlang headed toward a merchant area. He knocked on several doors. Is anyone there? Anyone. After knocking on 4 or 5 shops, someone finally responded at the 5th. A short woman opened a small door and peeked out nervously.
Do you
need something? Hao Erlang paused, speaking kindly. Big sister, can we exchange some salt with you? The woman hesitated, shook her head, and said nothing. Hao Erlang was a bit anxious. This was the only shop open. Big sister, please help us exchange some salt. Whatever you want. I'll trade everything I have. The woman looked at Hao Erlang and thought for a moment. Do you have medicinal herbs? Hao Erlang was surprised. No, can I pay with money? The woman looked serious and said, no need, we only want the medicinal herbs. After speaking, she slammed the door shut. Erlang Hao got dust on his nose and frowned, asking, what does that mean? Are you hurt? He continued knocking on doors, going from house to house. Everyone refused to open the door or said they needed different herbs. Confused, Hao couldn't understand what was happening. As time was running out, he hurried back to the city gate. De Lang Hao and Gang Hao were already waiting there. Seeing Erlang Hao arrive, they quickly pulled him aside. Erlang, you're finally here. The city gate will close soon. They hurriedly ran toward the gate and finally managed to leave the city. Erlang Hao asked, Big brother, how did it go with the exchange? De Lang Hao shook his head with a worried look. I didn't get anything. Everyone's doors were closed and they wouldn't open. Gang Hao also shook his head. I didn't get anything either. But it's strange. Those who could exchange all wanted herbs. Erlang Hao stared wide-eyed. Me too. It's really strange. Are there many injuries in each household? Why do they all want herbs? Delang Hao felt something was wrong and frowned, lost in thought. Gang Hao asked Erlang Hao, what about you? How did your exchange go? Erlang Hao, feeling down, said he didn't get anything. Suddenly, he felt his basket sink. Curious, he took it off and found a big bag of white salty salt inside. His eyes widened. What was going on? But he quickly calmed down. This was a gift from Yuan Bao. His expression softened. Gang Hao was almost stunned.
Wow.
Erlang, you got so much salt? Erlang Hao nodded. Yeah. Delang Hao looked at Erlang Hao and immediately knew these weren't his. It was clear that it was his adorable niece who had given it. Gang Hao was shocked and took a small amount of salt, licking it happily.
Wow.
Just salt, but I didn't expect the salt from Nanning to be so pure and good. Look at this salt, white and shiny and very salty. No wonder Nanning is so rich. Erlang Hao chuckled quietly but didn't say anything. Delang Hao said, all right, let's go. The clan leader is probably waiting anxiously. Gang Hao nodded excitedly, pulling Erlang Hao up. Let's go. The clan leader will be so happy when he hears we got so much salt. Erlang Hao nodded, carrying his basket, and the three of them headed back. From afar, I saw some anxious people watching the city gate. When they saw three people come out, they finally relaxed and took a deep breath. Li Jing hugged Hao Yuanyuan. Dad is back. Hao Yuanyuan nodded happily. Luckily, she cleverly put down the salt bag and stored some gold into her space. That way, her smart dad should know what to say now. Hao Erlang stepped forward, playfully winking at Yuanyuan. Hao Yuanyuan smiled with a small grin. Hao Erlang went to the clan leader, took out the salt bag from his basket, and said, Leader, look, this is the salt we exchanged. Hao Gang scratched his head and smiled. It's not just us. Erlang exchanged it. I kept knocking on the door, but no one wanted to trade salt with me. The clan leader touched the white salt grains and smiled, patting Hao Erlang on the shoulder. Erlang, good job. Everyone gathered around, smiling happily. Aunt Chen said, now that we have so much salt, we don't have to save it anymore. Aunt Li nodded. That's right. Not having salt would be deadly. Luckily, we have salt, so we won't die. Hao Yangliang clapped around happily. Salt. We have salt now. The clan leader still followed the old rules, dividing the salt by head. 2 big spoons for each adult, 1 big spoon for each child. Lu Liangxiong, Yang Shuya, and Yan Qing, who joined halfway, also got some salt grains. Yang Shuya carefully looked at the salt bag in her hand and asked curiously, Hey? Looks just like the salt we used before, all white and shiny. Lu Liangxiong looked down and nodded. It really does. Yang Shuya frowned. That's strange. According to ancient salt-making methods, how could they extract such pure salt grains? After saying that, she took a tiny bit of salt and tasted it slowly. Old Lu, it tastes just like before. This is iodine salt, not ancient sea salt. Lu Liangxiong thought for a moment, but couldn't figure out why. Hao Yuanyuan and Lu Xingxi, who overheard, looked surprised. Hao Yuanyuan pulled Lu Xingxi's arm quietly and whispered, Oh my god, what is your mom's mouth made of? She can taste that? She can tell if it's iodine salt. Lu Xingxi looked proud. Of course. My mom's favorite hobby is cooking. She can tell how a dish is made and what seasonings are used just by tasting it. Isn't that amazing, Hao Yuanyuan? Wait, why are you so proud? Your mother has such a good mouth. If she eats a little something in the future, won't everything be exposed? Lu Xingxi suddenly fell silent. That's true. Hao Yuanyuan rolled her eyes at him, thinking he's so silly. He's even proud of it. My mom's words are sharp. Lu Xingxi awkwardly smiled, feeling embarrassed. On Hao Zhuzhang's side, he was asking about the situation inside the city. Hao just finished saying, I don't know why, but the people in the city only want medicinal herbs to exchange for salt. Hao Zhuzhang's face changed drastically when he heard this, and he tightly grabbed Hao Gang's arm. Hao Zuzhong's eyes widened as he stared at Hao Gang. "Gongzi, what did you say?" Hao Gang looked at Hao Zuzhong in surprise and repeated, "It's just the people in the city. They only exchange medicinal herbs for salt." Hao Zuzhong muttered, "Medicinal herbs, medicinal herbs." Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and Hao Zuzhong suddenly collapsed to the ground, his face turning very pale. Everyone was startled and hurried forward to help Hao Zuzhong. Old Lady Hao also trembled all over, her legs feeling weak as she supported Hao Dalong nearby. Hao Dalong tightly supported Old Lady Hao. "Mother, what's wrong?" Tears welled up in Hao Zuzhong's eyes, cloudy and hot, as despair filled his heart. "When will these days end?" Hao Zuzhong trembled as he spoke softly. "Earthquake, casualties, medicinal herbs." Everyone was stunned. Hao Zuzhong hopelessly said, "Earthquake, so many people died. There will definitely be a plague after the disaster." "It's a plague." Everyone shivered and stared at Hao Zuzhong, then looked at the three people exchanging salt. Some women had already started crying. "Chief, what should we do?"
Chief.
"Think of a way." Other women hugged each other tightly. "A plague. That's a plague. There's no saving it." The men looked on with moist eyes, helpless and standing still. Old Lady Hao's family looked at everything with pale faces. A plague. They couldn't escape it. Hao village fell into complete silence. Even Yan Qing's expression looked grim. She quietly moved away from the crowd. Damn it. How did they catch the plague? What if it spreads to her? Damn it. Meanwhile, Lu Xingxi's family also looked heavy-hearted. Lu Liangxiong was hugging Yang Shuya's shoulders. They, as modern people, knew very well the consequences of catching the plague in ancient times. Lu Xingxi leaned close to Hao Yuanyuan. "Sister Yuan, you should have antibiotics in your space, right?" Hao Yuanyuan nodded gently. "Yes, I do." "Don't worry. The problem now is how to give it to them." Lu Xingxi thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it's a gift from the gods." Hao Yuanyuan touched her chin and suddenly remembered her grandfather, whom she had never seen. She leaned close to Grandma Hao's arm and whispered secretly, "Grandma, I have a special medicine from the gods that can cure the plague." Grandma Hao trembled all over and looked at Yuanyuan in surprise. After a long pause, she finally found her voice. "Yuanyuan, are you serious?" Yuanyuan nodded seriously. Grandma Hao was overwhelmed with emotion and hugged Yuanyuan, crying. Meanwhile, no one paid much attention to the commotion because everyone was crying. Yuanyuan took some antibiotics from the pharmacy in her space and quietly handed them to Grandma Hao. "Grandma, these are individual pills. How should I distribute them to everyone?" Grandma Hao asked, confused. "Yuanyuan, can I grind the medicine into powder for everyone to take?" Yuanyuan thought for a moment and said, "I wouldn't recommend that. Grinding it into powder might upset the stomach and could reduce the medicine's effectiveness." Grandma Hao hesitated. "Let me think about it." Suddenly, she remembered something. She leaned close to Yuanyuan's ear and whispered a few words before walking outside. Soon, Grandma Hao was kneeling at the edge of the crowd, crying out loud, "Hao Peng, open your eyes and look. There's no way out for the village now. Please think of a way. Everyone's caught the plague. What can we do?" Everyone was crying loudly, placing their last hope on Grandma Hao's family. After all, Hao Peng's late father was supposed to have brought a lot of grain from underground. Grandma Hao shouted, "Please think of a way. Otherwise, our family will soon be reunited." At that moment, right in front of Grandma Hao, suddenly appeared a large bag of medicine, along with a note. Everyone stared in shock, as if they couldn't believe what was happening. That big bag. It just appeared so suddenly and perfectly. "Oh my goodness." Grandma Hao pursed her lips and smiled, then said, "Hao Peng, I knew you wouldn't let us down, even if it meant risking everything for the village." Then Grandma Hao ran to the bag, squatted down, picked it up, and held up the note. It was probably written with words. "Yuanjia, take a look at this and tell your uncle what it says." Hao Yuanjia nodded blankly, then walked over as if in a dream, taking the note from Grandma Hao's hand. The paper felt smooth. Was this paper from the underworld? It was so slippery. Hao Yuanjia looked seriously at the words in front of him. The characters seemed familiar but also a little strange, and he didn't recognize them well. He frowned. Lu Liangxiong and Yang Shuya were stunned by this scene. It was a huge shock for them. They were firm materialists. So how did this big bag suddenly appear? Oh my goodness! Lu Liangxiong moved closer and glanced at the paper. In an instant, he froze in place.
Wait!
Something's wrong. He moved closer again. Dear villagers, I am Hao Peng. Hao Yuanjia turned his head in surprise and looked at Lu Liangxiong. Uncle Lu, do you recognize these characters? Lu Liangxiong nodded. Hao Yuanjia handed him the note. Take a look. Lu Liangxiong ran his finger over the paper. It was torn from an A4 sheet. The writing.
Was it
ballpoint pen handwriting? Or Chinese characters? Lu Liangxiong was completely confused. What's going on? Wasn't this sent by the underworld people? How come? Is the underworld also managed by China? He stared blankly, while old lady Hao pushed him gently. Child, read it out loud. He snapped out of his daze.
Oh.
Right. He began reading the note aloud. Dear villagers, I am Hao Peng. I understand everyone's situation. This is medicine I borrowed money to buy for everyone. It can effectively treat the plague. Just take 1 pill each, then get a good sleep and drink more water. Currently, our underworld hasn't been paid wages, but I will do my best to help everyone survive safely. I also hope everyone can help take care of my wife. I worry about her the most in the underworld. Well, I have to get to work now. Goodbye. After reading the note, everyone was moved to tears. They were saved again, thanks to Hao Lao Tai's family. Such great kindness and grace left them at a loss for what to do. Then, one person knelt down. Uncle Dapeng. Don't worry, I will take good care of Aunt Dapeng. Help take care of everyone. I owe you my life. We are grateful. One person knelt, and the rest followed, all kneeling down. Aunt Li cried uncontrollably. Dapeng, rest assured, we will do our best. Aunt Chen was also touched. Dapeng, thank you. Thank you all. Everyone knelt together, feeling grateful to Hao Peng. Seeing this, Lu Liangxiong and Yang Shuya were deeply shocked and also knelt down. Otherwise, they looked too out of place standing there. Next to them, Yan Qing also looked confused and knelt down as well. Oh my goodness! What's going on? Is there really a ghost? This is unbelievable.
And
even the most skilled doctor in the underworld palace can't cure the plague?
who are these people?
Yan Qing, whose worldview was shattered, silently processed what he had just seen. Old lady Hao wiped her tears and thought to herself, why did this dead child write such a touching story? It made her miss Hao Peng a little. She wondered how Hao Peng was doing now. Old lady Hao spoke. Everyone, don't be like that. Get up quickly. Get up. Hao Peng is helping his own village. Don't be so polite. If Da Peng has the ability to help everyone, he definitely will. Everyone cried loudly, gradually helping each other to stand up. They secretly vowed to take good care of old lady Hao's family in the future. This was the only way to repay their life-saving kindness. Old lady Hao carried a big bag and took out one porcelain bottle after another, handing them to everyone. Everyone, 1 piece each. Share among yourselves. They carefully held the porcelain bottles like treasures and divided the medicine tablets carefully. Lu Liangxiong looked at the yellow tablets wrapped in sugar coating in his hand. His mind was even more confused. Yang Shuang also sat next to Lu Liangxiong, bewildered. Wow, what's going on? Lu Liangxiong shook his head. I want to ask the same. Lu Xingxi watched his confused parents and secretly covered his mouth to laugh. Their expressions were too funny. Hao Yuanyuan was boiling porridge for everyone in a large pot, adding some spiritual spring water to strengthen the protection. Actually, Hao Yuanyuan wasn't worried about the villagers catching the plague from drinking the spring water. They just didn't know. She thought her village was fine, but along the way, they would meet more people.
What should they do then?
Hao Yuanyuan sighed and tugged Lu Xingxi's sleeve. Lu Xingxi, scan the area within 100 miles for densely populated places. Lu Xingxi nodded obediently, focused, and after scanning, spoke. At the 7 o'clock direction to the left, about 9 kilometers straight line distance, there are over 300 people. Hao Yuanyuan nodded, clicked to send supplies and medicines, and noted that they were for treating the plague. She even wrote it in traditional Chinese characters to make it easier for them to understand. At about 1 o'clock south, 5 kilometers straight line distance, there are over 200 people. Yuanyuan clicked to send the supplies. To the right, at 8 o'clock, about 18 kilometers away, there is a crowd of over 500 people. Yuanyuan clicked to deploy. With this, the two worked together smoothly. Yuanyuan sent out many supplies stored in the warehouse. She is not a hero and cannot help everyone, but she tries to help as many as she can. Lu Xingxi asked, Yuana, you just asked me to scan. What is it for? Yuanyuan looked confused. I finished talking, and now you ask me what it's for. Lu Xingxi nodded. Yuanyuan said, aren't you afraid I might do something bad? Lu Xingxi laughed. Haha, don't worry, Yuanyuan. I support you unconditionally. If you want to do something bad, I'll help hide it. If you want to cause trouble, I'll help set it up. Yuanyuan's mouth twitched. No need for that. Yuanyuan added. Actually, it's nothing much. I just gave some medicine and supplies to help the victims recover from the plague. Lu Xingxi nodded. Kind-hearted Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan was speechless. Can you stop saying that? It gives me goosebumps. So cheesy. Yuanyuan watched everyone take the medicine, their faces showing relief and smiles. She smiled softly. Life in Haojia village was peaceful. But elsewhere, people were still suffering in chaos and disaster. Countries around the world, shattered by the earthquake. Nobles and royalty ignored the common people. The survivors looked at the wreckage and their buried loved ones, crying out in pain. Death seemed to hang over everyone. Parents lost their children, children lost their parents, the elderly lost their spouses. Some people kept crying and digging through the rubble, trying to rescue their children. After 2 days, the world was silent. Everyone stared numb at the tragic scene before them, at the bodies buried under the collapsed houses. The government offered no help. Meanwhile, the hot weather baked the ground, and some of the dead began to rot. A terrible smell filled the air, the stench of decomposing bodies. Some people started to feel feverish and weak. The illness spread from person to person. More and more people fell ill with fever and discomfort. A sense of despair returned. Some elderly people knew exactly what this was, an incurable plague. There will definitely be a plague after the disaster. Everyone was lying down, feeling hopeless and waiting for the end. However, that very night, a man went out to find a convenient spot and saw a large bag suddenly appear. He was so scared he trembled and collapsed to the ground, but no other sounds were heard. The man cautiously approached and poked the large bag with a wooden stick. There was no sound. He carefully opened the bag. Could it be a steamed bun? The man swallowed hard and gently reached in to pick it up. It was real. He hurriedly stuffed the bun into his mouth, the rich smell of wheat filling his mouth. He ate while crying a little. This was a steamed bun, made of white flour. Was he dreaming? Maybe. Only in dreams could things be this wonderful. His movements attracted some people's attention. Seeing him eat, others rushed over.
Steamed bun.
It's a steamed bun. And what is this? It smells so good. This thing smells amazing. Sniff, sniff, I can finally eat something. Let's enjoy a good meal. Soon, someone found a large number of medicines. He picked up a note, but it was too dark to read the writing clearly. The man shouted, "Does anyone have a fire starter?" The others ignored him, busy stuffing things into their mouths: bread, cake, flatbread, dry biscuits, taking bites after bites. Seeing no one responded, the man hurriedly grabbed 2 white flour buns and a strange-looking cake that smelled sweet and delicious. Soon, everyone was full and sat on the ground, catching their breath. The man who was also full remembered the note he was holding. He felt it might be very useful. The tall, thin man poked the man next to him and asked, "Hey, do you have a fire starter?" The man who was full and in a good mood handed him his fire starter, saying, "Here, use it and give it back to me." The tall, thin man carefully opened the fire starter, using its small flame to read the note's contents. Suddenly, he was shocked. The tall, thin man exclaimed, This is... The man next to him sneered, Hey brother, what's wrong? Are you seeing ghosts? The tall, thin man's face lit up with excitement, turning bright red with joy. The tall, thin man muttered inside his mouth, "We are saved. We all have hope now." The man beside him didn't hear what he said. He reached out and took back his fire striker from the tall man's hand, then carefully covered the lid and placed it back in his pocket. The tall, thin man, excited, pulled over a large bag filled with medicines. He rummaged inside and took out a porcelain bottle, pouring out a pill. Without hesitation, he directly put the pill into his mouth.
Ah,
So bitter. Even more bitter than herbal medicine. The tall, thin man grimaced and clenched his teeth. There was no water nearby to drink. He was reluctant to spit out the medicine given by the divine being, so he swallowed the bitter water and tried to get it down. The man beside him, under the bright moonlight, watched the tall, thin man's actions with curiosity. He asked, "Brother, what are you eating?" The tall, thin man took out another porcelain bottle from the bag and handed it to him. "Here, this is medicine from the divine being. It can cure the plague." "We are saved," the middle-aged man next to him shouted excitedly. "What? The medicine to cure the plague?" The tall, thin man nodded. "Yes, the one you have. Take 1 piece each. After 3 days, you'll be fine." The middle-aged man hesitated and asked suspiciously, "Will this really work?" The tall, thin man forced a helpless smile. "Whether it works or not, we'll find out by trying.
we've all caught the plague.
Anyway, we're all going to die. Better to try a last-ditch effort and hope it works. Maybe we can live a few more years." Everyone nodded in agreement. They eagerly wanted to take the medicine. After distributing the medicine, the tall, thin man stood up and said, "Let's go, everyone. The divine being's note is very clear. We need to give these to those in need. We'll work hard and distribute the food and medicine to everyone." The middle-aged man hesitated a bit and said, "Why should we? Food is already scarce. We can split it among ourselves and eat for a few more days." The tall, thin man paused, then turned to look at him. "This is what the divine being gave us. We have to listen to the divine. If we disobey, the divine might get angry and could even cause us to die." The middle-aged man shrank back and didn't say anything more. He had seen the package suddenly appear. The group, exhausted, helped distribute the medicine and food to everyone. Luo Xingzi scanned everything with his mind and relayed it to Hao Yuanyuan. Hao Yuanyuan nodded with relief. It seemed they hadn't helped them in vain. Hao Yuanyuan chuckled softly. At that moment, the small town in the space suddenly rang with a loud notification bell. Hao Yuanyuan paused, and her awareness returned to the space. She saw on the notification board inside the space that it was displaying a mode for accumulating virtue and merit. Hao Yuanyuan was confused. "What is this?" Suddenly, a deep, heavy voice came from inside the space. "Hello, Hao Yuanyuan." Hao Yuanyuan was stunned.
You.
"Hello. Who are you?" The deep, steady voice replied. "I am the way of heaven of this world. I have come to your small world today to ask you for a favor." Hao Yuanyuan scratched her head, puzzled. "The way of heaven," the calm voice explained. "Yes, every world has a way of heaven. It maintains the basic balance of this world." Hao Yuanyuan was even more confused. "So, what do you want from me?" The steady voice continued. "I sense that this world is becoming more broken and chaotic, with frequent natural disasters and many people being taken away. This situation is unusual. It might be caused by some factors that have disturbed the channel of this world, leading to the disasters. At the same time, I also sense that you have saved many people. So, I came to your small world to discuss something with you." Hao Yuanyuan understood a little. "All right, just tell me. How can I help?" The calm voice said gravely. "I have specially created a mode for you to accumulate virtue and merit. You can save people to gather virtue. Of course, I won't let you do it for nothing. I will also give you some rewards." Hao Yuanyuan's eyes lit up like a little rabbit. "What kind of rewards?" The steady voice said. "You can exchange your virtue and merit for some luck." "Luck. Yes, you can exchange it for good fortune, wealth, happiness, longevity, or even bad luck, and so on." Hao Yuanyuan smiled mischievously. "Who would exchange for bad luck?" "That's too funny," the calm voice explained. All kinds of luck can be used by you to target specific people. For example, if you use bad luck, you can attach it to a bad person. Then, they will become very, very unlucky. Unless you exchange good luck to cancel out the bad luck. How Yuanyuan understood and nodded excitedly. That sounds fun, the steady voice added. By the way, how Yuanyuan, besides saving people, your task is also to fully accumulate your virtue and merit. The current disasters are not my intention. When you accumulate enough merit, you will be able to eliminate the disasters and bring peace to the world. How Yuanyuan listened excitedly. Okay, Heavenly Way. I understand. The calm tone of the Heavenly Way became gentler. Good, I trust you and believe in you. I look forward to your good news. In the future, if you want to call on me, you can use 1 merit point to speak directly. How Yuanyuan nodded, surprised. All right, I will definitely save people passionately, like a saintess saving everyone with great dedication. After saying this, the calm Heavenly Way left. Only how Yuanyuan remained, looking at the merit box that suddenly appeared in the corner. She stepped forward. This merit box looked just like the one in temples. It was a large glass-like box, but inside weren't banknotes, only small golden dots. It seemed these were merits. The golden color was quite pretty. How Yuanyuan lay on her big sofa, thinking about what the Heavenly Way had said. Due to some reasons, disasters happen often in this world, and she needed to gather merit. Thinking about the grain she threw to the people in various places, she realized that this act probably helped her gather merit. She pondered how to do more to save more people. Although throwing grain to help is good, the common people might become dependent on her. With this thought, how Yuanyuan sank into her big sofa. She couldn't figure out how to save more people, so she decided to stop thinking about it. Her consciousness left the space and snuggled back into her mother's embrace. In the grand scheme of things, sleep was the most important. She decided to think about this profound problem tomorrow. At night, everything was silent. Even the birds' sounds had diminished. In the quiet of the night, Yanqing opened her eyes quietly. After glancing around, she silently got up, still holding her peacefully sleeping baby. Then she floated away gracefully, unnoticed by anyone. She quickly arrived at her residence, opened the door, and entered. The people inside hurried to greet her. Older sister, older sister, older sister. Yanqing waved her hand, tossing the sleeping child onto a girl nearby. Yinging approached with concern. Sister, what happened to you? Are you hurt? Yanqing waved her hand and gently rubbed Ying's small head. It's nothing, just that I walked a lot, and the ground outside is quite muddy. Ying still looked worried. Other girls gathered around and chirped. Big sister, how have you been lately? Are you tired? Big sister, don't go out to work anymore. We're grown up now and can earn money outside. Yes, big sister, stay at home. We'll go out and earn money to support you. Yanqing's face was expressionless, but a faint smile appeared. She said, All right, don't worry. I'm fine and not tired. Just focus on yourselves. By the way, Ying, are you okay after the earthquake? Ying shook her head. It's fine. Our house is very sturdy. Except for a small side room in the south that collapsed, all the other houses are fine. Yanqing nodded. That's good. Hua Hua, standing nearby, also came over. Big sister, are you hungry? Hua Hua will make you something tasty. Yanqing thought for a moment and smiled softly. I want to eat braised pork. Hua Hua clapped her hands. Okay. Big sister, wait a moment. I'll start cooking right now. Yanqing nodded. Ying pulled Yanqing. Big sister, I'll run some hot water for you. Go take a shower. After Hua Hua finishes cooking, I'll come and call you. Yanqing shook her head. No need. I'll be leaving soon anyway. Also, it's quite chaotic outside. Please don't go out. Stay safe at home. I'll arrange for someone to bring you food. Be careful. Ying nodded, tears in her eyes. She hugged Yanqing and choked out, Big sister. Thank you. Yanqing gently rubbed her head. It's nothing. Don't be so sentimental. Ying buried her face in Yanqing's embrace. After a while, she let go, her small nose red. All right, big sister, rest for a bit. I'll call you when the food is ready. Yanqing nodded. Okay, I'll lie down for a while. Ying left the room. Yanqing lay on the soft bed, taking a deep, comfortable breath. It was so nice to lie on the bed. Looking at the mansion she had bought, Yanqing fell into a peaceful sleep. In her dreams, she returned to her childhood. At 7 years old, she was the legitimate daughter of a small official. Her life wasn't particularly easy, but it was better than most. However, her happy life was cut short quickly. An accident happened when she was 7. Her father was suddenly taken away, and his family was destroyed. Her parents were killed, and she and other helpless women were sold into slavery. Young Yanqing was sold to a trafficker. Some women in her family couldn't handle the shock and took their own lives. Others fell ill and died on the way. Yanqing was very lucky to survive. She followed the trafficker to the capital city, where she met Ying and others. Yanqing was sold to a small tavern. Unlike other entertainment venues, this place was specially for high officials and wealthy people to provide young girls. Yanqing looked around with confused eyes and saw a shocking scene. When she realized what kind of place it was, she desperately tried to run outside. But a 7-year-old girl, still hungry and weak, couldn't outrun an adult. She was caught and taken to a storage room. Inside, there were many other young girls, all scared and trembling, hugging themselves tightly. Yanqing was afraid too, but she refused to cry. She clenched her fists and bit her lip hard. She had to escape. She must escape. The stubborn little girl was harshly whipped with a bamboo stick by the tavern's caretaker. Yanqing stayed silent, gritting her teeth. When the caretaker finished and left, a group of girls gathered around Yanqing, tending to her wounds. One girl wiped away tears and took out half a bread bun from her pocket. "Big sister, here, eat. If you eat enough, it won't hurt anymore," she said softly. Yanqing listened and looked at her, smiling gently. "I'm not hurt." The girls started crying and hugged each other, as if this could make them less scared. A determined look appeared in Yanqing's eyes. She was determined to save all of them. She kept looking for a chance. One night, the strong man who brought food to them got drunk. He staggered and opened the door, throwing in some bread, and looked at the lively little girls. His eyes flashed with evil, and he stepped toward them. Hee. But before he could act, Yanqing was already hiding behind him. She grabbed a wooden stick and struck him hard on the back of his head. The man was stunned for a moment and fell to the ground. Yanqing ran over and kept hitting him with the stick, pounding his head. The other girls also joined in, hitting him with sticks. Seeing the blood pouring from the back of his head, the girl's hands trembled with fear. Yanqing was scared, but she forced herself to stay calm. Yanqing glanced at the big man and took a dagger and a set of keys from him. She said, "Let's go, quickly." The young girls seemed to find their confidence and followed Yanqing closely. Yanqing remembered the way they came and found the exit through the complicated small building. Carefully, she tried each door lock with the keys, one after another, sweat dripping down her face. Finally, the lock clicked open. The girl's eyes lit up. Yanqing gently opened the big wooden door, but it made a noise when opening. The noise alarmed the guards inside. "Who's there?" The children shivered at the sound. Yanqing shouted, "Run." Quickly. She ran out of the gate with everyone, leading them fast. One by one, the children ran outside, but the guards also rushed out. 2 very young girls were caught in the chaos. Their loud, frightened screams hurt Yanqing's heart, but she knew they couldn't stop. If they did, they would all be caught or worse. Yanqing ran as fast as she could, running for a long time until they reached an old, abandoned house. They all hid inside. That night, none of the young girls slept. They looked outside in fear, worried they might be caught. Luckily, they made it through the night safely. The next day, everyone was hungry, stomachs aching, but no one dared to say they were hungry. Hearing their stomachs growl, Yanqing thought for a moment and said, "Wait here for me. I'll go find some food." Ying grabbed Yanqing's sleeve, eyes full of fear and tears. "Big sister, don't go outside. It's dangerous." Yanqing looked at the small girl with the scared eyes and softly said, "It's okay. Don't be afraid. I will protect myself." Huahua came over and said, "Big sister, I'll go with you. Yuanyuan shook her head. Hua, your job is to protect everyone here. I'll go find food. Be good. Hua held back tears and nodded. Don't worry, big sister. I will definitely protect everyone, Yuanyuan nodded. Despite everyone's reluctance, she carefully stepped out of the door. She walked cautiously on the street, first smearing some mud on her face, then lying in the dirt and rolling around. When she finally stood up, she looked like a small beggar. Yuanyuan slowly walked along the street, observing the surroundings and smelling the delicious aroma of meat buns and steamed bread. She swallowed hard. The shop owner looked at a little kid and impatiently waved his hand. Go away, don't block my business. Yuanyuan pouted and stepped aside for a while. When the shopkeeper wasn't paying attention, she quickly reached out her dirty hand and stole 3 large steamed buns, then ran away. By the time the shopkeeper turned his head, 3 large buns were missing from the steamer, and some dirt was on the nearby buns. The shopkeeper suddenly looked up, saw Yuanyuan running away, and shouted angrily, You little beggar who deserves 1,000 cuts. If I catch you, I'll beat you to death. Yuanyuan didn't hear him at all. She felt her legs go weak, but her mind was very excited. She ran back to the old, shabby house. As soon as she entered, the children inside, hearing the noise, were too scared to make a sound. Hua looked out the window. Seeing it was Yuanyuan, she sighed in relief and happily said, It's sister. Sister is back. Everyone happily ran outside to greet Yuanyuan at the door. Sister, you're back. Sister, are you okay? Yuanyuan smiled and took out 3 buns, each about the size of her face, and broke one in half. There were 6 of them, so each person got half a bun. They smelled the sweet aroma of the white buns and drooled at the corners of their mouths. Yuanyuan said, Eat quickly. She bit into one, and it was so fragrant. Everyone ate the buns eagerly, feeling full. Thus, while carefully avoiding the pursuit of the small shop, Yuanyuan began her life of petty theft. She started by stealing buns and steamed bread, then moved on to stealing money to buy more buns. Sometimes, the bun shop owner, feeling sorry for Yuanyuan, would throw her an extra bun. One day, while stealing a purse on the street, Yuanyuan was accidentally caught. The person was dressed in black, with a cold, aloof face. When Yuanyuan's small hand reached out to him, he grabbed her hand forcefully. His grip was so tight it seemed like he wanted to break her tiny arm. Yuanyuan clenched her teeth and tensed all her muscles. Her eyes, like a wolf cub's, stared at the tall man in front of her. The man raised an eyebrow, looking at Yuanyuan with a playful glint in his eyes. He said, Interesting. Yuanyuan desperately tried to pull her arm free. But the man's hand was as strong as a big clamp, gripping her tightly. Yuanyuan gritted her teeth and shouted, Let go. The man softly chuckled, just like a little wolf cub. Yuanyuan was still struggling. The man spoke, Hey, kid. Why don't you come with me? I can teach you martial arts. Yuanyuan's body stiffened, and she looked at the man with wide eyes. Martial arts? The man nodded. If you follow me and learn skills, I'll feed you. Then you won't have to steal anymore. Yuanyuan hesitated and said, If you raise me, you also have to take care of my sisters. The man raised an eyebrow. You're bargaining with me? Yuanyuan snorted coldly. The man sneered. Fine, I agree. So, Yuanyuan followed the man into the underworld palace and became a killer. The man had seen Yuanyuan's sisters, but none of them had the same strength as Yuanyuan. The man shook his head regretfully. Luckily, the girls didn't eat much, so it was like feeding dogs. Yuanyuan began her life as a killer. The man was right. Yuanyuan's stubbornness and fighting spirit quickly made her stand out. One night, after learning some skills, she left the organization and went to a small restaurant. She saw the owner of that restaurant, and with one strike, she killed her instantly. Then, everyone inside the restaurant was killed by Yuanyuan, avenging her 2 sisters who had tried to escape with her but failed. Yuanyuan avenged her family and became even more loyal to the underworld palace. She used all her money to buy a mansion for her sisters. The man was the leader of the underworld palace. As Yuanyuan grew up, her beautiful face and hot figure made his evil thoughts grow stronger. One dark and windy night, the story continued. The old leader of the underworld palace entered Yanqing's room. Yanqing, who was sleeping, suddenly opened her eyes. Her hand reached for the dagger beside her pillow. When the old leader leaned in, Yanqing quickly elbowed him, drawing her dagger and aiming to stab him fiercely. The old leader sneered, turning his hand to block her attack. Yanqing was stunned. Adoptive father? The old leader smiled. No wonder I raised you myself. Your reaction and speed are incredible. If I didn't know your skills, I might have been stabbed. Yanqing's face showed a moment of surprise, but her eyes flashed with a cold light. Adoptive father, why are you here tonight? The old lord's smile grew wider as he took a few more steps forward. Qing'er, what do you think of your adoptive father? Yanqing took a step back and lowered her head. My adoptive father has shown me great kindness. I am very grateful. The old lord stepped closer again. Really? Have you thought about how to repay his kindness? Yanqing looked up at the old lord. If there's anything you need me to do, I will do it without hesitation. The old lord's smile deepened as he waved his hand. No need. It's not that serious. I just think, Qing'er, you haven't married yet, right? Such a good time in life shouldn't be wasted.
But
Giving Qing'er to someone else to take care of, I can't rest easy as a father. Yanqing silently stared at the old lord, saying nothing. The old lord leaned in, placing his hand on Yanqing's head. So, I have a perfect solution. Would you like to hear it? Yanqing still said nothing, but a cold and sick feeling grew in her heart. The old lord exhaled happily, smiling brightly. Why not marry me? I raised you myself and you know my character. It would be a perfect match. Before he finished speaking, Yanqing suddenly raised her hand and interrupted him. She held a dagger and fiercely stabbed it into the old lord's heart. Blood splattered onto Yanqing's face. In the shock of the old lord, Yanqing appeared like a demon from hell. Beautiful, yet evil. The old lord hurriedly used his powers to protect himself, but it was too late. Yanqing stepped forward again, delivering a final blow, even breaking his limbs. The old lord spat out a mouthful of blood. Yanqing. You. Yanqing smiled and patted his face. Father, say something. Why are you silent now? The old lord panted heavily, blood constantly flowing from his mouth. Yanqing sat quietly, watching him slowly take his last breath, 1 second at a time. She looked at him for a long time. She was grateful to him, but when she accidentally saw the many small shops behind him at that time, she felt an intense disgust. Every second, she found him more and more repulsive. So, she had secretly practiced a different kind of martial art as a backup. She had already sensed the change in his gaze toward her, but she couldn't act impulsively. She had to wait and observe. When the time was right, she would deliver a fatal blow. Otherwise, she would have been like the two sisters who didn't run away at that time, forever staying there. They became her inner demons. She still clearly remembers how they gently blew on her wounds, as if the pain was still there. If only she had been more careful back then. Yanqing smiled sadly, a bright yet sorrowful smile. Her life has fallen apart. Yanqing slowly stood up, looked at the corpse of the old hall master, then turned and left. From that moment on, Yanqing put on a mask on her face. With swift and decisive actions, she quickly took over the Yama Hall, using harsh methods to silence others. She also closed all the small shops behind the old hall master, told the children inside to leave, and used the list of visitors to the shop to eliminate everyone involved. After many people had come and gone in the Yama Hall, only the old man knew that Yanqing was a woman. Everyone else thought Yanqing was a man, and few had seen her true face. Yanqing woke suddenly from this dream. She sat up and rubbed her head. She hadn't dreamed of the old hall master for a long time. His appearance was still the same. At this moment, the door was gently opened. Hua peeked in and saw Yanqing awake, happily walking over. Big sister, you're awake. Perfect timing. I've finished making braised pork for you, she said. Yanqing shook her head, trying to clear the dream from her mind, then smiled and patted Hua's head.
all right, let's go eat, she said.
Hua held Yanqing's hand and led her to the dining hall. On the table was a big bowl of braised pork, along with stir-fried cabbage and stewed eggs. At this moment, such a meal was very precious. Yuanyuan sat down and called everyone to sit together. "Eat up," she said. The 5 girls giggled happily, sitting around. Someone scooped rice for Yuanyuan, others handed her chopsticks, and some poured water for her. It was lively and warm. Yuanyuan took a bite of Huahua's braised pork and couldn't help but praise, and so delicious. Huahua nodded happily. Tonight, Yuanyuan finally enjoyed a good meal. In the past few days, while fleeing and hiding among the group, she could faintly smell the aroma of braised pork, ribs, and meatballs, making her very hungry. But when she looked around, everyone was eating potatoes and sweet potatoes. She felt like her senses were off. She couldn't figure it out, so she decided not to think about it anymore. Tonight, she finally got to eat a proper meal. After finishing their late-night snack, everyone sat around the table. Yuanyuan glanced at them and asked, "Do you have anything you want to say?" Huahua and Yinging looked at each other. Yinging spoke first. "Big sister, we are all 20 years old now. We just want to go out and earn some money." Yuanyuan's face darkened. She said, "Don't even think about it. Do you know how dangerous it is outside right now? What kind of work can you find?" Huahua also spoke, "But, big sister, we don't want to stay at home every day waiting for you to earn money. You're working so hard." Yuanyuan closed her eyes and sighed. "It's too dangerous outside." Yinging hurriedly said, "But, big sister, you are working outside too. You could live well on your own, but you still have to support us." Yuanyuan waved her hand. "No more talking. If it's not possible, it's not possible. Your safety is more important than anything else." She stood up, hugged a nearby baby, and left quietly using her light skills. Huahua and Yinging looked at each other and sighed softly. Next to them, Ting Ting moved closer and said, "Why do you bother? You know big sister won't agree." Huahua and Yinging didn't say anything further. Meanwhile, on the road, Yuanyuan's eyes showed determination. She was already broken inside, so the 5 of Huahua and Yinging were her only pure place in her heart. Seeing them was the only thing that gave her some motivation. Otherwise, she would have given up long ago. Living alone and without support was too hard. Therefore, she had to protect this pure part of her heart. She wouldn't allow anyone to hurt these 5 sisters. Yuanyuan moved quickly. Late at night, just before dawn, she returned to the fleeing group. At that moment, Luciny, with his back turned to Yuanyuan, slowly opened his eyes. Sure enough, there was a problem. Luciny silently closed his eyes again. Dawn broke. The fleeing group continued their journey. How Yuanyuan and Luciny worked together, sending some medicine, water, and grain to the disaster victims from afar. This was all they could do now. Listening to the system's notifications of merit points, how Yuanyuan smiled and squinted happily. One day, while on the road, they saw distant black smoke billowing again. Everyone stopped and looked toward Hao clan leader. Hao clan leader frowned and asked, "What is going on? Why is there so much black smoke?" Hao Erling also stepped forward and looked into the distance. "I don't know. Could it be a flood?" Chief Hao frowned and nodded. "Let's keep moving forward, avoid this place, and not cause trouble." Everyone agreed. Only Luciny looked serious as he stared at the thick black smoke. Luciny's mother, Yang Shuya, noticed that he looked upset. She lowered her head and softly asked, "Xingxi, what's wrong?" Luciny's face was grim. His father and Hao Yuanyuan also hurried over. Luciny slowly said, "There are people burning the city." Yang Shuya's face turned pale. "What?" Lu Liangxiong also frowned deeply. "Xingxi, are you sure about what you saw?" Luciny nodded. "Yes, because of the plague. Now, this village has been sealed off and burned." How Yuanyuan's serious face remained still as she looked at the ground. In fact, she knew that in ancient times, the way to treat a plague was to burn down an entire village or even a town to prevent the disease from spreading again. Watching all this happen, she couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness inside. How Yuanyuan didn't speak. Lu Liangxiong sighed deeply. "Let's go. Now, we can't even protect ourselves. He turned and caught up with the group. Hao Yuanyuan bit her lip and moved forward. As she got closer to the black smoke, the strong smell of smoke hit her nose with the wind. Everyone covered their mouths and noses. Ahead, they saw soldiers setting fire. Each one looked serious, wrapped in thick cloth masks. Hao Yuanyuan heard crying from inside. Her eyes widened, and then she controlled her space. Above the black smoke, she poured water from her space into the air, creating a small rain. The fire inside the village was extinguished by the water, and the crying seemed to stop. Hao Yuanyuan still felt it wasn't enough. She took out a Bluetooth speaker, avoided the crowd, and used a small voice changer to turn the volume to the maximum. She spoke from above. I am a young immortal under the Bodhisattva's guidance. The Bodhisattva knows the suffering of the world and is very sad. I am sent here to save the people. Then, she dropped a lot of grain, diluted spiritual spring water, and some medicines below the village. Hao Yuanyuan continued, this water is the Yangji spirit spring brought by the Bodhisattva. I brought it specially for everyone. Each person can have 1 cup. If I see anyone taking more, I won't hesitate to send them straight to the underworld. Also, inside the large black bag below are medicines specifically for treating the plague. Everyone gets 1. Food is given to everyone out of the Buddha's kindness. I hope all people can help each other and work together to resist natural disasters without harming one another. After speaking, Hao Yuanyuan took back the speaker. There was silence below. Then, the soldiers reacted first, kneeling on the ground and loudly saying, Thank you, compassionate Buddha, for your protection. Thank you, compassionate Buddha, for your protection. Leader Hao and his people also knelt, with hopeful and grateful eyes, saying, Thank you, Buddha, for saving us from danger. We will follow your guidance, help each other, and fight the disasters together. We will follow Buddha's guidance. After sincere worship, everyone knelt quietly, their hearts filled with hope. A gentle breeze blew by, as if spring had arrived, bringing new hope to the land. Yan Jing listened blankly to what was happening, feeling confused inside. How could there really be ghosts and gods?
And she
had killed so many people. Would she go to hell? Yan Jing smiled softly. It didn't matter anymore. Anyway, she didn't want to be human in her next life. Whether her soul scatters after death, or she falls into the 18th layer of hell, it's all the same. Meanwhile, Yang Shuya and Lu Liangxiong were initially confused, but after thinking about it, they realized. If they could travel through time, then having immortals isn't so strange. Yang Shuya sighed regretfully, saying, It's a pity. We only heard the little fairy's voice, but didn't see what she looked like. Lu Liangxiong replied, She's a fairy. Do you think she'd show us her true form? Yang Shuya nodded. That's true. Lu Xingxi turned to look at Hao Yuanyuan. She winked playfully, and Lu Xingxi smiled with pursed lips. He knew it was Hao Yuanyuan behind all this. Hao Yuanyuan listened to the system's continuous sounds of merit and smiled widely. Completing the tasks was so easy. Everyone set out on their journey. The villagers looked back at their damaged home, holding the things given by the Buddha, with a mixture of reluctance. They wiped tears and started fleeing. They had to leave. The Hao family village led the way. Leader Hao sighed and reminded everyone to cover their noses and mouths, even in the heat, and not to take their masks off. Soon, they reached the foot of a mountain. There was an abandoned village. It seemed the people there had also fled. No wonder everyone had left. Just looking at the withered wheat in the field showed they couldn't survive. Hao Yuanyuan's family found a thatched hut and went inside. Grandmother Hao touched here and there, looking around the room. Grandmother Hao said, Let's rest here today. At least we have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Li Jing held Hao Yuanyuan and looked at her. Mom, this is already good. No need to worry about the wind or dust. Second brother Hao hugged Li Jing and nodded quickly. That's right. Everyone looked at each other and smiled, then put down their things to prepare dinner for the evening. Hao Yuanyuan giggled and pulled grandmother Hao into the room. Then she waved her hand, and 8 dishes and 1 soup were set out on the bed. Stir-fried pork with green peppers, tender and fresh, with a light, spicy taste. Kung Pao chicken, a mix of sweet, sour, and a little spicy, with peanuts adding a special touch. Fish-flavored shredded pork, sweet and sour, suitable for all ages. Tomato scrambled eggs, a perfect dish to go with rice. Stir-fried green beans, crispy and tasty, good for everyone. Braised pork, tender and flavorful, not greasy, with a hint of sweetness. Stir-fried beef with yellow peppers, fresh, spicy, and tender. Oyster sauce lettuce, rich in vitamins and good for digestion. A pot of plain cabbage soup, fragrant and clear. Grandmother How opened her mouth wide, staring at the scene before her.
Although she should be used to it, she was still amazed every time.
How Yuanyuan brought out a big bowl of rice and held Grandmother Hao's hand. Grandma, call everyone to eat. If we don't, the smell might attract others. Grandmother Hao finally came to her senses. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll go call them now. Soon, the whole family gathered neatly in a room, staring in shock at the 8 dishes and 1 soup. The rich aroma of the food filled the air, drifting into their noses. The children swallowed their saliva. How Yuanyuan said, "Time to eat." "What are you waiting for?" Everyone snapped out of their surprise and happily went over, scooping rice from Grandmother Hao. Chopsticks reached for the dishes.
Wow.
This is so delicious. Look at this bright red one, it's also tasty. Oh my, what kind of meat is this? It's spicy. Wow. After finishing the meal, Hao Yuanyuan looked at the plates, where not a drop of soup was left, and couldn't help but smile quietly. Then she took out a big, chilled watermelon. Grandma Hao cut the watermelon open. The fresh scent of watermelon tempted everyone, and the juicy, refreshing taste was very enjoyable. Hao Jiejun leaned over and asked, "Sister, what is this called?" "It's so delicious." Hao Yuanyuan thought, "There's no watermelon here?" Then she replied, "This is called watermelon." "Isn't it very sweet?" Hao Junjun nodded wildly. "Yes, it's really delicious." Everyone ate happily, each leaning on their stomachs and lying motionless on the Kong. Hao Yuanyuan put the used dishes into the space and handed them to the dishwasher. Then she curled up in Li Jing's arms and fell asleep leisurely. The night was quiet and still. In Yuanyuan's dream, the King of Hell appeared again. The King of Hell scratched his head. "Yuanyuan, in 2 days, locusts will fly over. When that happens, the land will be barren and the people will suffer." Yuanyuan nodded calmly. "I understand. I will tell the villagers right away." The King of Hell didn't say anything more and turned to leave. He had been very busy lately. After becoming a model unit, many forms, records, and endless explanations awaited him. Yuanyuan woke up from her sleep. Looking at the withered crops outside the window and the distant drooping plants, she felt a dull headache. How can we deal with these locusts? There's no effective solution. Even in later times, fighting locusts required cooperation from many places. But Yuanyuan had a sudden idea. She remembered the snacks from Yunnan. They eat all kinds of fried insects there, and locusts are similar to grasshoppers. Wouldn't it be easier to just roast the locusts directly? Not only could this help control the locust disaster, but it could also provide food. Excited, Yuanyuan hurried to find Hao Laolao because she needed Hao Laolao's help for the next steps. She approached Hao Laolao and said, "Grandma, in 2 days, the locusts will arrive." Hao Laolao's face changed and she nearly fainted. "What?" Yuanyuan grabbed Hao Laolao's arm. "Grandma, don't worry. I have my own way." Hao Laolao sighed in relief and asked Yuanyuan, holding her tightly, "Yuanbao, listen to me." Yuanyuan spoke. "Grandma, we can eat locusts." Hao Laolao frowned as if trying to understand. "We eat locusts?" Yuanyuan nodded. "Yes, we can eat locusts. They are really tasty when fried, crispy and fragrant." Hao Laolao thought about the locusts and suddenly felt her teeth soften. Her little granddaughter was really brave. But Hao Laolao's famous saying was, "Unconditionally support and trust Yuanyuan." So, Hao Laolao hugged Yuanyuan and hurriedly went to find the head of the Hao clan. They entered the thatched hut, and Hao Laolao loudly announced, "Clan leader." "Clan leader." Chief Hao's head was buzzing as he got up and came out. "What's going on at Hao Peng's house?" Why are they shouting so early in the morning? Old Lady Hao sat down holding Hao Yuanyuan. Chief, Hao Peng visited me in a dream last night. He said that in a few days, locusts will come. Chief Hao, who hadn't sat down yet, trembled and suddenly fell off his stool. Old Lady Hao was startled and quickly put down Hao Yuanyuan to help Chief Hao up. Chief Hao's eyes went black, and he started crying.
Ah.
What should we do? We might lose our lives. Old Lady Hao. Hao Yuanyuan. Honestly, watching Chief Hao cry and shout like that, Hao Yuanyuan almost wanted to laugh. She stifled a laugh.
Ha ha ha.
Old Lady Hao, being strong, pulled Chief Hao up from the ground and carefully sat him on the stool. Old Lady Hao said, Chief, don't worry. Since Hao Peng could tell me, he must have shared how to avoid the locusts. Chief Hao's crying suddenly stopped. His eyes moist, he looked at Old Lady Hao.
What?
What method? Old Lady Hao forced a smile, feeling a bit guilty, and said to Chief Hao, Hao Peng told me that locusts can be eaten. Just roast them and eat. They're delicious. Chief Hao took a moment to understand, eyebrows trembling in surprise. Are you saying Hao Peng told you that locusts can be eaten? Old Lady Hao nodded quietly. Chief Hao sighed silently. My goodness, I never thought I'd live to see the day we eat locusts. Hao Yuanyuan found this all very funny, but held back her laughter tightly. After agreeing with Chief Hao, Old Lady Hao pulled Hao Yuanyuan, who was trying not to laugh, back into the thatched hut. Back home, Old Lady Hao let Hao Yuanyuan play. Hao Yuanyuan was pulled by Hao Junjun and her brothers to find her good friend Lu Xingxiai to play. Lu Xingxiai had just gotten out of bed, having slept outside. It was rare for him to sleep inside a house with a roof. He wanted to cherish this moment. The bossy CEO Lu Xingxiai would never imagine that one day he would feel especially satisfied just because he had a roof over his head. Hao Junjun pulled Hao Yuanyuan into the room. Lu Xingxiai, are you awake yet? Lu Xingxiai rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked at the children holding hands. He blinked, stared at Hao Wenwen and Hao Junjun, then held Hao Yuanyuan's small hand. I don't know why, but I feel a little upset. Lu Xingxi got off the bed, went over, and grabbed Hao Yuanyuan's small hands, pushing aside Hao Wenwen and Hao Junjun with his bottom. Hao Yuanyuan, Hao Wenwen, Hao Junjun. What's going on? Hao Junjun was about to protest, wondering why his hands were being let go. Lu Xingxi spoke. What's the matter with you guys coming over? Hao Junjun chuckled. Let's go play. How about hide and seek? Lu Xingxi. So childish, Hao Junjun. Hao Wenwen suggested. Then how about playing eagle catching chick? Lu Xingxi raised an eyebrow. Oh, you know that game too. Hao Wenwen proudly lifted his chin. My sister told me about it. Lu Xingxi looked at Hao Yuanyuan. Seeing her chubby little face, he reached out and pinched it, feeling the soft skin just as he imagined. Lu Xingxi smiled mischievously. So soft, Hao Junjun pouted and rescued Hao Yuanyuan from Lu Xingxi's hands. Then, what do you want to play? Lu Xingxi thought for a moment, his eyes brightening as he said, how about we play Bang Bang Chicken? Hao Wenwen and the others. Bang Bang Chicken? Lu Xingxi nodded. Yes, for people represent stick, chicken, and bug. The game involves hitting the chicken eating the bug, and the bug biting the stick. The loser gets a tap on the head. How about it? Do you want to play? Hao Junjun clapped enthusiastically. Yes. We'll play. Hao Yuanyuan looked at him with a speechless expression. Isn't this a game for drinking parties? Lu Xingxi's lips curled into a smile. Soon, Hao Junjun and Hao Wenwen had several big bumps on their heads from Lu Xingxi's playful taps. Hao Junjun and Hao Wenwen pouted, but didn't dare to cry. They were boys. Boys shouldn't cry. Lu Xingxi laughed brightly and happily. Hao Yuanyuan couldn't take it anymore and patted Lu Xingxi's arm. You've had enough. You're too old for this. You're bullying kids. Lu Xingxi looked at her with a grievance. What's wrong? I'm only 5 years old, in my prime. Hao Yuanyuan shot him a sidelong glance. It's scary how uneducated you are. In my prime describes people aged 20 to 40. You're more like a little kid who eats dirt. Lu Xingxi, that was a really dirty insult. Hao Yuanyuan quietly came over and whispered, By the way, I came to tell you that the king of hell told me that in 2 days, locusts will arrive. Luo Xingxi's expression grew serious. The locusts are coming, which means that the people who are already struggling to find food will have even less to eat. This reminded him of the Great Famine in Hunan starting in 1942. It began with a drought, followed by locusts, leading to a complete crop failure. On the way to escape, many refugees went hungry, and some even resorted to eating each other. Dead bodies could be seen everywhere along the roadside. Millions of people died. Even in modern times, he couldn't imagine how many would have died in ancient times under similar circumstances. How Yuanyuan noticed Luo Xingxi's worried face and walked over to hold his hand. Luo Xingxi, don't worry. We will do our best to save many people. Luo Xingxi nodded and tightly held Hao Yuanyuan's hand. Soon, a small rescue team was quickly formed. In the village, the villagers hurriedly wove nets from dry grass to catch the locusts. The village chief said that Hao Peng had already sent them a message. Locusts can be eaten. Although they were skeptical at first, they followed the chief's instructions, hiding all their grain inside their houses to keep the locusts away. Everyone also started preparing tools to catch the locusts. The whole village was excited, as if they were about to have a big harvest instead of facing a disaster. Meanwhile, Hao Yuanyuan and Luo Xingxi used a space glitch to appear in different places, disguising a realistic dummy as a little fairy under the bodhisattva seat. They spread the news about the locust disaster, bringing food, water, and nets to the villagers. As a result, the reputation of the bodhisattva grew stronger. The people cried out, bowing and worshipping the dummy as if it were a deity. Hao Yuanyuan and Luo Xingxi smiled quietly. Over the past few days, they had traveled all over Nanning, the kingdom of Tianchao, and nearby countries. When the locusts finally arrived, they used the space glitch to teleport back home. Li Jing silently approached, saying nothing, and hugged Hao Yuanyuan tightly. Yuanyuan, don't run around. Hao Yuanyuan kissed Li Jing on the cheek. Mother isn't afraid. Li Jing nodded silently. Soon, from a distance, the peaceful village was visible under a dark, yellowish cloud of locusts. Some elderly villagers looked out with frightened, cloudy eyes. They're here. They're really here. The locusts are coming. This was a terrifying sight. Everyone trembled, and although Chief Hao said everything would be fine, deep inside, they were still afraid. The locusts drew closer and closer. The buzzing sound of the wings rubbing grew louder, even stirring the air with a sense of danger. Locusts are very destructive. Their teeth are as strong as steel, and wherever they pass, no grass remains. Some elders were already crying out, "This is divine punishment. This is divine punishment." Hao Yuanyuan and Lu Xingxi exchanged a quick look, held each other's hands, and instantly entered the space. Hao Yuanyuan easily controlled the space to arrive in front of the locusts. She grimaced and said, "These locusts look really disgusting." Lu Xingxi smiled and patted her head. "Come on, let's get moving." Hao Yuanyuan nodded, then released a large, fine mesh steel net outside the space. The net's holes are very small, and since it's made of steel wire, the locusts won't be able to struggle free. They packed several big bags of locusts, catching all the locusts in the sky. Next, Lu Xingxi sensed the area around 100 miles, capturing any locusts in the sky. Any place with locusts, bring them all in. The big nets, filled with locusts, were placed next to the disaster victims. They thoughtfully left notes nearby, telling the victims to roast and eat the locusts. After finishing all this, the two happily returned to their parents. Hao Yuanyuan snuggled back into her mother's arms. Time began to pass. Li Jing, holding Hao Yuanyuan in a different position, looked down at her and asked, "Yuan Bao, you went out to do something big again." Hao Yuanyuan covered her mouth and giggled. Li Jing shook her head helplessly and kissed her on the head. "Mommy can't help you, so be careful." Hao Yuanyuan nodded firmly. Soon, the people outside, fully equipped and ready to catch locusts, suddenly saw a large net appear out of nowhere in the sky, wrapping around a huge swarm of locusts. Then the net and locusts started falling. The iron wire net, packed with locusts, dropped to the ground. The locusts inside the net buzzed loudly, making people's scalps tingle. Everyone stared in shock at what was happening, unsure how to describe it. What kind of situation was this? How Yuanyuan took out a modified drone from the space, still looking like a little fairy. Then, it made a sound from the sky. Compassionate Bodhisattva, knowing the suffering in the human world, has helped to subdue the locusts. Locusts can also be used. After speaking, the drone flew outward. Wherever they went, they played this recording to let everyone know that locusts can be eaten. They can be roasted, fried, or stir-fried. When Haojia village recovered from the shock, everyone kneeled down and kept thanking, "Thank you, Bodhisattva, for your protection. Thank you, Bodhisattva, for your protection." Unknowingly, how Yuanyuan had gained many followers, though they didn't realize they were following her. Lu Liangxiong was confused at the scene. If he was only surprised that there were immortals in this world before, now he was starting to doubt everything. A drone flew overhead and he recognized the sound. So, is the fairy child a drone?
But
A drone? Lu Liangxiong was stunned. What's going on? If this world has drones, then what else is possible? Is he dreaming? He was left alone, thinking about life, while the other men went to catch locusts from the big net, skewered them on sticks, and roasted them over fire. The Bodhisattvas said they could eat locusts, so they definitely could. Everyone endured their disgust and watched the locusts roasting on sticks, but soon, the smell became irresistible. A strong aroma filled their noses, mouths, brains, and chests. Hao Gang was surprised. It turns out what the Bodhisattva said is true. Roasted locusts smell so good. Hao Ergu closed his eyes and stuffed two into his mouth, his eyes instantly shining. Wow, this is delicious. It tastes like roasted meat. Hao Erling also came over. Really? Let me try. Everyone enjoyed tasting the locusts. Surprisingly, they were very tasty, with a flavor similar to roasted meat and roasted eggs. Yan Qing didn't speak. She really couldn't stand eating bugs, especially since the locusts looked so disgusting. Today, everyone ate their fill of locusts. How Yuanyuan closed her eyes, and Hadley Jing put one into her mouth, then chewed mechanically twice. Her eyes widened in surprise. Actually, it was quite tasty, although it looked a bit scary. They didn't expect the people from Yunnan to be such good eaters. Roasted bugs and poisonous mushrooms. In many parts of this small world, people were eating roasted locusts. Those with conditions sprinkled some salt, and those without just roasted them plain. They were delicious too. The locust army never imagined that their fierce arrival would be mistaken for stored food. They had truly lost both their wives and their soldiers. Haojia village had been there for 2 days, and everyone started to feel more settled. After experiencing the chaos of fleeing, this peaceful life felt very precious. But these thoughts were soon dismissed. The army of soldiers has come again. This time, it is the soldiers from Nanning, not for battle, but to repair the destroyed royal palace of Nanning. Inside the village, a group of people are roasting locusts. From afar, a group of young and middle-aged people are hurriedly running toward them. Hao Erlang and Hao Dalong exchange a quick glance, silently signaling everyone to stay away from the village entrance, then instructing Ergo and others to notify their families to stay silent. As the group gets closer, Hao Erlang hides behind a large stone at the village entrance. When they are almost at the village, a young man among them speaks. "Uncle, what if we hide inside this village?" The young man's older relative replies sternly, "Wenkong, you're foolish. This place isn't far from the city. They are capturing people to rebuild the royal palace and border walls, so they will surely search nearby villages. Hiding here will be caught soon, and if that happens, it could be deadly. Listen to Uncle. The farther we go, the better. Now there's a big drought, and locusts have come. The world is in chaos. Since the new king took over, there have been continuous natural disasters. I think it's because he's not fit to rule. Heaven is punishing us." When Kong nods, "That's true. I also heard that overnight, everything in the palace disappeared." The older relative nods. "Yes, I heard that too from the palace maids. They say the king was so angry he died, and many people were killed. During that time, the king didn't even have a teacup. It was almost embarrassing. Wen Kong nods again. The older relative urges everyone. All right, let's go quickly. If the nearby soldiers catch us, it'll be trouble. The group hurriedly moves forward. Hao Erling's face is serious as he watches the fleeing crowd, then quickly runs to find Hao Zuzhong. Hao Zuzhong is inside a room with a few people, all silent, afraid of fighting. Hao Erling rushes in, panting, "Clan leader, something's wrong." Hao Zuzhong's legs tremble slightly. What happened? Hao Erling says hurriedly, "I just heard them say that Nanning is heavily repairing the royal palace and border walls. They are now capturing people everywhere. Soon, soldiers will come here." Hao Zuzhong takes a deep breath and looks at everyone. "Everyone, you've heard it too. We must leave quickly." The others nod obediently. Though they feel reluctant, they follow orders, packing their things and even taking the locusts with them. Adults and children are all holding some belongings and hurriedly heading south on the road. While tidying up, Hao Erling suddenly remembered something and softly said, "Oh yes, I remember those people also mentioned that the soldiers have already reached Wensi City. I heard it's pretty bad. Men are taken to the city walls. Women are also captured to cook or become courtesans." Li Jing shook her head and said, "Such suffering. Natural disasters are bad enough, and now the royal family is also unkind." Just after Li Jing finished speaking, Yan Qing suddenly rushed over from nearby, grabbing Hao Erling's arm tightly and staring at him intently. "What did you just say?" Hao Erling was startled, and the people around him also looked surprised. Yan Qing spoke sternly, "Speak quickly." "What did you just say?" Hao Erling hesitated for a moment, then replied, "The people I mentioned said that the soldiers have already reached Wensi City." Before he finished, Yan Qing put down her belongings, then quickly ran out using light skills, flying away swiftly. Everyone was shocked. What is going on? This girl Yan Qing. Can she fly? Hao Dalong watched closely where Yan Qing flew off. Chun Chui came over, looking worried. That girl Yan Qing has martial arts skills. Old lady Hao also frowned. She has martial arts. How could she lose to those mountain bandits? What is this person's real purpose? The crowd didn't understand what was happening, only feeling that something was strange about this event. Lu Xingxi and Hao Yuanyuan exchanged glances. Lu Xingxi. Indeed, it seems she still has some connection to Wensi City. Hao Yuanyuan nodded, but we don't know if she's an enemy or a friend. Suddenly, a crying sound broke the silence. The baby Yan Qing left behind was crying loudly. Everyone looked at the bundle and suddenly realized a problem. They had never heard this baby cry before. Li Jing, feeling compassionate, went over and picked up the baby, gently rocking him. The baby kept crying nonstop. Li Jing thought for a moment. Maybe he's hungry. Old lady Hao also came over, peeled back the blanket, and saw that it was a chubby little boy. Old lady Hao looked at Chen Chui. "Old Chen, do we have any millet? Let's cook some and give it to this child." Chen Chui nodded. "Yes, mother. I'll go right now." Hao Yuanyuan also came over to look. The chubby little boy was quite adorable. Hao Yuanyuan used her space magic to feed him some milk. The little boy immediately stopped crying and kept licking his lips happily. Hao Yuanyuan smiled and said, "It's quite fun." So Hao Yuanyuan, Lu Xingxi, and a few children played with a chubby little kid nearby. After feeding the little chubby kid nearly half a bottle of milk, the child grinned happily. Hao Yuanyuan chuckled. "Let's give him a name, shall we?" Hao Junjun looked puzzled. "But he's not our child. He has a mother, though she abandoned him," Hao Wenwen said. "Then he's an orphan. We can take care of him." Hao Chongchong thought for a moment, but what if his mother comes back for him? The children scratched their heads in confusion. Hao Yuanyuan smiled. "We can give him a nickname, something we call him normally." Everyone nodded. Lu Xingxi interrupted. "Since he's so chubby, how about calling him Little Chubby?" Hao Yuanyuan didn't quite agree. Little Chubby isn't a nice name. Hao Wenwen thought for a moment. It sounds good. Little Chubby, Little Chubby. A few boys nearby nodded in agreement. In the end, the child was called Little Chubby. Everyone started packing up. Chun Chui quickly cooked millet porridge and poured it into a water bag. They packed their belongings and left with the main group. On the way, Chun Chui brought the dried millet porridge close to the child's mouth. The little kid ate a few bites and then stopped, quietly closing his eyes. Chen Shui held the child, looking sad and helpless. Such a young child. Why did that young lady Yanqing abandon him? Zhao Hua spoke nearby. Young lady Yanqing has hidden skills. She probably had her own plans to join our team. Li Jing nodded. Yes, we need to be careful in the future. We can't be soft-hearted and let anyone join anymore. Old lady Hao agreed. From now on, we just need to walk our own path. Over at Yanqing's side, she hurried into Anxi City, where the streets were in chaos. Many shops had their doors wide open, filled with crying and shouting. Yanqing's heart tightened again, and she quickly headed to her purchased residence. But what she saw made her eyes widen in anger. The door of her house was wide open. From outside, she could see everything scattered on the ground, with signs of struggle. Yanqing's breath caught, and she slowly stepped inside. Yanqing called out, Hua Hua, Ying? Are you there? Hua Hua,
Ying?
Ting Ting? In response to Yanqing, the echoing, spacious sound inside the house lingered like music. Yanqing controlled her breathing. But she soon couldn't hold back and ran out wildly, grabbing an old man on the street. Her tone was fierce. Where did they take the people? The old man's shouting suddenly stopped. He looked up at Yanqing. Yanqing couldn't hold back anymore. Quick, tell me. The old man was startled and trembling as he pointed in a direction. There, they took the people to the border of Wenxi City. Yanqing released the old man and quickly headed in that direction. On the way, she kept reassuring herself that they might have just taken Ying and the others away to help with cooking. It wasn't dangerous. Everything would be fine. It would be okay. Soon, Yanqing caught up with a group of soldiers pushing civilians. She saw a soldier whip a woman on the back. Her eyes widened as she rushed forward, pulling out a small flying dagger, aiming straight at the soldier's head. Thud! The sound of the dagger hitting the head, muffled with a splash. The soldier didn't react and fell straight down, startling the soldiers ahead. The leading soldier turned his head and saw his subordinate collapsing with a dagger in his forehead. The leader shouted, "Who are you?" Before he finished, more than 10 small daggers flew into the soldier's head. The civilians stared in shock at what they saw. Yanqing ignored everyone else. After scanning the area and seeing no sign of Hua Hua and the others, her brow furrowed tighter. She tiptoed forward quickly. After encountering 2 groups of enslaved people, Yanqing arrived at the main camp building the city wall. Her emotions grew more difficult to bear. Reaching here, it was harder to find them. She shouted loudly, using her internal strength. Hua Hua? Ying? Ting Ting? Yanqing's voice, infused with her inner power, echoed across the main camp. The soldiers outside saw Yanqing standing there and hurried out with frowns. Who are you? But as soon as they spoke, Yanqing's small dagger ended their lives in a brutal way. They died in a cruel manner. While calling out for her sister, Yanqing fought off the soldiers rushing toward her. Some soldiers raised bows and shot a dozen arrows at her face. Yanqing drew her soft sword from her waist, moving so fast that she knocked down all the arrows. Then, inside a tent, a voice called out, "Sister." Yanqing paused, dodging the arrows, and quickly rushed into the nearby tent. When she rushed in, she saw 5 or 6 girls looking helplessly at Yanqing, their clothes torn into pieces, barely covering their bodies. Their eyes showed despair. Yanqing saw Hua Hua and rushed over. She saw Hua Hua lying on the ground, half naked, her body covered in wounds. Scenes like this tsuji her nerves. Hua Hua, with tears in her eyes, weakly said, "Sister, don't look, it's dirty." Yanqing's eyes turned red. Her chest heaved with anger. She tremblingly tore off a piece of clothing nearby and covered Hua Hua. Grinding her teeth, Yanqing asked, "Hua Hua, where are the others?" Hua Hua's tears kept flowing as she choked out, "Ting Ting and Ying are in the next tent. Wenwen and Exiling. Wenwen and Exiling. Yanqing stared at her tightly. What happened to them? Hua Hua closed her eyes, afraid to look at Yanqing's face. They're outside being bullied by those soldiers until they died. Yanqing punched the ground hard, tears streaming down her face. She stayed silent for a long time. Softly, she said, "Hua Hua, wait here. Sister will be back soon." Hua Hua choked out, "Sister, please find Ying and Ting Ting. And Wenwen and Xion's bodies. They might have been thrown at the mass grave." Yanqing nodded forcefully. "I will find them. Don't worry." Then she turned and stormed out, her eyes bloodshot, looking at the archers waiting outside. As soon as she stepped out, countless arrows shot toward her. Yanqing used her flexible sword to deflect them one by one. Quickly, she threw hidden weapons at the soldiers. The sound of stabbing and piercing filled the air. Yanqing was clearly furious. Her beloved sisters, her precious sisters, were being bullied like this. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Yanqing fought fiercely, killing one soldier after another in the camp. Within half an hour, all the soldiers were dead. Yanqing looked at the blood-stained ground. Tears finally spilled from her eyes uncontrollably. She didn't stop. She turned inside the tent, searching for Ying and Ting Ting. Soon, she found their battered bodies in a nearby tent.
They,
like Hua Hua, were covered in wounds. Yanqing didn't know how to help them, afraid she might hurt them further. Yanqing lowered her head, tears falling to the ground. She felt so useless, unable to protect her sisters. She shouldn't have left the 5 of them at the mansion. She should have taken them somewhere safe. It's all her fault. All her fault. This scene was seen by Lu Xingxi, who quietly closed his eyes in silence. Hao Yuanyuan stepped closer and asked, "What happened? Where did she go?" Lu Xingxi hesitated to speak, looked at Hao Yuanyuan, and sighed deeply before saying, "Yanqing." Her 5 sisters were taken by the soldiers. Hao Yuanyuan's face changed. In this era, women captured by soldiers often faced a grim fate. Lu Xingxi continued, "Yanqing. She has 2 sisters who have already died from the abuse, and 3 others are barely alive." Hao Yuanyuan took a deep breath. The soldiers in this world were not like the People's Liberation Army of modern times. Sometimes, they were even more terrifying than enemies. Hao Yuanyuan grabbed Lu Xingxi's hand and said, "Let's go." Lu Xingxi was surprised. "You want to help her? But we don't even know her situation." Hao Yuanyuan thought for a moment. "Since we know, let's go save her. Other girls are innocent too, and Yanqing cares so much about her sisters. If we save her sisters, even if she's an enemy, she might consider repaying kindness with kindness." Lu Xingxi pursed his lips and finally agreed. "All right, let's go." After informing their parents, Hao Yuanyuan and Lu Xingxi disappeared from the spot amid their parents' surprised gazes. Time seemed to stand still. Hao Yuanyuan controlled space and arrived at the location Lu Xingxi had pinpointed. It was a scene of chaos, with corpses scattered everywhere. The ground was covered with the bodies of soldiers. Yanqing was among a pile of graves, digging through the bodies of her sisters. Hao Yuanyuan and Lu Xingxi emerged from the space at this moment. Yanqing didn't notice them. She was focused on searching through the corpses. Hao Yuanyuan silently sighed. "Aunt Yanqing." Yanqing paused, suddenly turned around, and saw 2 small children standing nearby. Her brows furrowed. "You too. How did you get here?" Hao Yuanyuan smiled brightly. "Of course, we're here to help you." Yanqing remained cautious. She had suspected before that these 2 children might have some hidden secrets. Now it was confirmed. How could 2 tiny children, just babies, run from a place more than 10 kilometers away from Wenxi City in such a short time? Lu Xingxi, holding back nausea, used his perception to search among the pile of corpses for her sister's body. He had seen it with his perception when Yanqing returned home. Soon Lu Xingxi spoke. "Below the 3rd level on the left side, there is your sister. There is also one on the 5th level on the right side. You. Be prepared." Yanqing was stunned and did not move. Hao Yuanyuan spoke. "I think you should trust us." Yanqing did not reply but turned her head and, following Lu Xingxi's instructions, went to the left to dig. Sure enough, on the 3rd level, she saw Wenwen's arm, still wearing the bracelet she had given them. Yanqing's eyes filled with tears as she carefully moved aside the corpse on top, revealing Wenwen's battered face and body. pale and blue, with signs of decomposition on her skin. Yuanyuan gently touched Wenwen's small face, cautious not to hurt her. Carefully, she moved Wenwen's body out, wiped her tears, then stood up and went to the right side. There, she saw Xinxin's body. Xinxin's corpse looked even more heartbreaking. Both arms were deformed and twisted, covered in wounds, with not a healthy spot left. She was completely naked, with no flesh intact. Yuanyuan silently and carefully carried out Xinxin, placing the two sisters on her prepared blanket. Hao Yuanyuan listened to Lu Xingxi's words, ready, but was shocked to see such a cruel scene. Her eyes turned red, and tears fell. Lu Xingxi came over and tightly held Hao Yuanyuan's small hand, silently comforting her. Yuanyuan carefully carried the bodies of the two sisters into the tent. Inside the tent, Huahua, Yingying, and Tingting were also lying on the bed, barely alive. Hao Yuanyuan never imagined she would see such a brutal scene. Many girls, half naked and curled up together, with numbness and despair on their faces. Yuanyuan knelt beside Huahua and the others, her hands trembling, unsure where to touch them, afraid of hurting them. Yingying, weak and hoarse, spoke, "Sister, it's so good to see you again." Tears welled up in Yuanyuan's eyes as she nodded repeatedly. "It's all my fault. All my fault." Tingting tried to wipe Yuanyuan's tears, but was too exhausted to lift her hand.
She slowly said, "Sister, if we are gone someday,
you must take care of yourself. Don't skip meals anymore." Yuanyuan's eyes were bloodshot as she frantically shook her head. "No, I won't allow it. You can't die." Huahua slightly forced a difficult smile. "Sister, we know our situation." I am too tired." Yuanyuan kept shaking her head. Hao Yuanyuan stepped forward and tugged at Yuanyuan's sleeve. "Aunt Yuanyuan, I can save these ants." Yuanyuan suddenly looked up, turned around, and tightly grabbed Hao Yuanyuan's small body. "You can save them? Are you really able to save them?" Hao Yuanyuan cried out in surprise. Outside, Lu Xingxi, who couldn't easily enter, heard Hao Yuanyuan's voice. Ignoring the inconvenience, he rushed into the tent. Lu Xingxi frowned and pulled Yuanyuan's hand away. "Yuanyuan, you're hurting Yuanyuan." Yuanyuan was stunned, quickly releasing her grip, looking helpless. Sorry, I didn't mean to." Lu Xingxi was still checking if Hao Yuanyuan's hand was hurt. Hao Yuanyuan shook her head at Lu Xingxi. "It's fine, don't worry." Hao Yuanyuan looked back at Yuanyuan. "I can save them." These 3 words seemed like a comforting potion, calming Yuanyuan's anxious heart a little. At this moment, Huahua spoke, tears streaming down her already tear-streaked face. "Sister, I don't want to live. Don't save me anymore." Yingying and Tingting also silently nodded. Yuanyuan felt angry and stood up shouting, "No, I won't allow it. I won't allow it." Suddenly, Yuanyuan fell to the ground, tears hitting the ground hard, muttering, "No, if you're gone, what should I do? I have no home anymore." Huahua and the others heard this, tears uncontrollably streaming down their faces. Hao Yuanyuan stepped forward, gently holding Huahua's hand. "Andy, I am so young, but I know that this kind of thing is someone else's fault." "Why is it someone else's fault? Yet you all lost your lives." Yingying was stunned and didn't speak. Hao Yuanyuan continued, "This world is already hard enough. Do you really want to leave Yuanyuan all alone?" Yingying couldn't hold back anymore and burst into loud tears. "Child, you don't understand. You don't understand. We have no way to live anymore." Yuanyuan stood up again. "You can't abandon me. If you all die, I won't live either. No one cares anyway. Wenwen and Exiling are gone, and you are my family now. If you all are gone, I will go with you." Tingting choked and said, "Sister, why bother like this?" "Yuanyuan, living is much harder than dying. If you're not afraid of death, what are you afraid of? Anyway, I have already become a bad person. Living or dying makes no difference. I just wish I had taken revenge to avenge myself. Don't you hate the ones responsible? I don't hate the instigator, nor do I hate the king of Nanning who gave the orders. You are dead, but they are still alive and well." A deafening voice spoke out, and in response, weak little hands reached out. A girl with big eyes raised her hand first, I hate them. I want revenge.
Please, save me.
Another thin girl also raised her hand, speaking through clenched teeth. I want revenge too. I want that king to die. Why is he still alive and well? I want revenge too. Me too. More and more girls, from their confusion and despair, found new hope. They wanted revenge. They wanted revenge. Hua Hua and the others were inspired. The hopeless, hollow eyes slowly filled with the light of hope. Ting Ting nodded. Sister, I want revenge. Ying also nodded. Me too. I want to kill that king. Hua Hua looked at them and smiled softly. Then I'll go with you. Yanqing smiled brightly, her face especially sweet. Her home was still there, although damaged, it was still her home. Yanqing looked at Hao Yuanyuan. For some reason, she now believed in her very much, believed in this little girl, who was not even as tall as her leg. Yanqing softly spoke. Yuanyuan.
You.
Hao Yuanyuan took out 3 porcelain bottles from her arms and handed them to Yanqing. Aunt Yanqing, each of them should drop 3 drops. The medicine will cure everything. Yanqing carefully took the bottles, her eyes filled with doubt. Is this really possible? But she didn't speak. She first dropped 3 drops for Hua Hua and the others, then in each girl's mouth, 3 drops. Each girl's mouth was wide open. This was their last hope. Within less than 5 minutes, the girls' wounds began visibly healing. Yanqing's eyes widened in shock, almost speechless with amazement. The girls were also stunned by their recovery, feeling a warm flow spreading inside their bodies. They felt so comfortable they wanted to sing aloud. Ying raised her arm and looked at her scarred arm, which was now as white and flawless as before. Hua Hua sat up, tears in her eyes, and looked at Yanqing. Sister, I don't hurt anywhere anymore. It doesn't hurt at all. Ting Ting smiled through her tears, then threw herself into Yanqing's arms. Sister, we're okay now. Our bodies are really better. Yanqing no longer paid attention to her own shock, holding them tightly. The whole tent was filled with exclamations and joyful crying. After a long while, Yanqing looked at Hao Yuanyuan. Gratefully, she said, Yuanyuan. This precious medicine. Hao Yuanyuan smiled softly. Medicine is meant to save lives. Since it saved someone, it means the medicine wasn't wasted. Hao Yuanyuan was proud. It's pure, concentrated spiritual spring water. Yanqing pursed her lips and suddenly knelt down with a thud. Today's gratitude, Yanqing cannot repay. From now on, if you need my help, I will do my best. Even if it costs me my life, I won't say no. Hao Yuanyuan gasped and stepped back in shock, patting her chest. Aunt Yanqing, are you kneeling to shorten my life? Yanqing felt awkward. No, that's not it. Hao Yuanyuan smiled gently. All right, I understand. You all should rest well now. We need to go back, or Mother will worry. Yanqing nodded. Hao Yuanyuan thought for a moment, then waved her hand, leaving 3 sacks of grain for Yanqing and her group. Yanqing was surprised and stood up. Yuanyuan, Hao Yuanyuan raised her hand to stop Yanqing. Aunt Yanqing, consider these as my loan to you. Live well, and if there's a chance, we'll meet again, and you can return it to me. Tears welled in Yanqing's eyes, and she nodded heavily. Everyone else looked on in shock at the scene, standing up in surprise, then kneeling with Yanqing. Is this person a fairy? Hao Yuanyuan softly spoke. Little brother, my mother will watch over you. You should take care of them first. Yanqing nodded. Hao Yuanyuan was pulled out of the tent by Lu Xingxiai, holding her small hand. Hao Yuanyuan took Lu Xingxiai into the space, while a corner of the tent remained undisturbed. Just before time seemed to freeze, Yanqing saw Hao Yuanyuan and Lu Xingxiai disappear in an instant. Her eyes were stunned, and time stopped. Inside the space, Lu Xingxiai asked, now that our parents know we disappeared, how do we explain it? Hao Yuanyuan thought for a moment. My parents probably won't ask me. Lu Xingxiai scratched his head. The problem is, my dad and mom are such curious people, they will definitely ask me. Hao Yuanyuan. Then just tell the truth. Lu Xingxi paused and asked, huh? You seem so indifferent. This is a special ability after all. Sister Yuan, Hao Yuanyuan waved her hand casually, smiling. You can say whatever you want. It's okay. I know and trust your parents' character. They probably won't hurt me. Lu Xingxi shook his head helplessly. Soon, Hao Yuanyuan and Lu Xingxi arrived at the main group, and she jumped into a quiet corner that didn't attract much attention. After coming out of the space, she happily ran over. Hao Erge turned his head and saw the two children. He said, Lang, you need to watch the kids carefully. Such a young child sitting on a cart. What if she gets lost? Lang chuckled and patted Hao Erge on the shoulder. Got it. Don't worry. Hao Yuanyuan playfully stuck out her tongue at her mother. Li Jing smiled helplessly. Meanwhile, Lu Xingxi was pulled aside by Lu Liangxiong and Yang Shuya. They asked, Xingxi, what's going on? What's the situation with Hao's little girl? Yang Shuya nodded. Yeah. Why did they suddenly disappear? Lu Xingxi thought for a moment, but didn't want to reveal Hao Yuanyuan's special ability. Although he had told Yan Qing today, it was out of necessity. The fewer people who knew, the safer Hao Yuanyuan would be. So, Lu Xingxi started making up a story. It's a very amazing thing. I have superpowers, as you know. But what's really amazing is that whenever I get close to Hao Yuanyuan, I gain another kind of superpower. That is, I can instantly disappear, become invisible. Yang Shuya's eyes widened. Really? Is that true? Lu Xingxi raised his chin. Of course it's true. Think about it. If we've traveled through worlds, what's impossible? Lu Liangxiong thought for a moment and nodded. That really makes sense. Yang Shuya was very curious. Xingxi, how do you become invisible? Can you pass through walls? Can you fly into the sky? Lu Xingxi nodded. Yes. That's really possible, Yang Shuya exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Oh my gosh. So, what's the difference between you and a ghost? Can you fly into the sky and go underground? Lu Xingxi was speechless. Wow, his imagination was running wild. Yang Shuya was still excited. Xingxi, does your ability change when you get close to your mom? Do you have a different power for each person you approach? Oh my gosh. That would make you invincible. Lu Xingxi looked at Lu Liangxiong helplessly, who chuckled. Yang Shuya looked at Lu Xingxi, who hadn't responded to her. She nudged his small arm and asked, Xingxi, are you going to talk? Lu Xingxi firmly shook his head. No, only when I get close to Hao Yuanyuan do I have special powers. Others don't. Yang Shuya was surprised and opened her mouth wide. Then, a series of questions came quickly. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Wow, this is amazing. Oh wow. So, Hao's daughter is so special? Only near her can you have superpowers? Wow. That's so romantic. Lu Xingxi looked very annoyed. Dad, can you control Mom? Look at her. I'm only 5 years old, you know. Lu Liangxiong chuckled happily. I can't control your mom. Yang Shuya giggled. Don't talk about being 5. You're over 20, and you're pretending to be young. But after she said that, she suddenly changed her mind. She quickly shook her head. No, that's not good enough. You're not like someone who pretends to be young by painting himself green and yellow. Yuanyuan is actually just 1 year old. Although I really like Yuanyuan, for a man in his 20s like you, I think that's not appropriate. Lu Xingxi. Him? An old man? Bah. Luckily, he didn't tell his mom that Yuanyuan was also from a different world and in her 20s. Otherwise, he didn't know how she would matchmake him. After asking, Yang Shuya pulled Lu Liangxiong to keep moving. During these days of traveling, Yang Shuya had suffered a lot. Her body was pampered since she was young, with delicate skin. After walking for so long, her feet had blisters. They rested for a few days in that village. Lu Xingxi and Hao Yuanyuan borrowed some diluted spiritual spring water to put on her feet, and she felt much better. But they had to keep moving. Lu Liangxiong cut some of his clothes and patted her shoes with them. Used to comfortable modern sneakers, Yang Shuya still felt a bit uncomfortable. But she stayed optimistic, secretly happy that this era didn't have the foot-binding tradition. Nothing unusual happened on the road. Hao Yuanyuan was singing for Hao Laotai and the others while sitting in Hao Laotai's arms. Her playful little voice eased everyone's tense mood a little. Everyone was walking quickly and stopped by a nearby forest. Head Hao said, "Let's rest for a bit, get organized, and eat something. If we don't eat, we won't walk fast." Everyone paused. The reason Hao Erlang's family often drank spiritual spring water was that others were out of breath, but they still felt okay. Hao Yuanyuan usually took out some cooked food from her space and carefully handed it to her family. They covered their mouths and ate the pork head meat that Hao Yuanyuan gave them. It smelled so good that their tongues almost drooped. Old Lady Hao held Hao Yuanyuan and said, "Yuanyuan, in the future, try to take out less of such good things. You can keep some for yourself to eat. Grandma and your uncles and aunts already have plenty of food." Hao Yuanyuan shook her head happily. "Grandma, you should eat well. Yuanyuan has a lot, enough to eat." Old Lady Hao smiled and kissed Hao Yuanyuan on the forehead. Suddenly, a sound of vomiting drew everyone's attention. Hao Yuanyuan peeked out from Grandma Hao's embrace. She saw Hao Sanling's wife, Zhao Hua, gently covering her mouth, with some moisture in her eyes. Grandma Hao put down Hao Yuanyuan and hurried over 2 steps. She looked worried and asked, "Sanling's wife, what's wrong? Are you sick?" Hao Sanling also hurried over, worried. "Huar, what's wrong? You looked fine today. Why are you suddenly dry heaving?" Zhao Hua covered her mouth and, after a moment, shook her head. "Mother, I'm fine. I think I was just in a hurry on the road." Hao Sanling was anxious. "Huar, don't hide it. If you're uncomfortable, you must tell us." Zhao Hua smiled and shook her head. "Sanling, really I'm fine. I just suddenly felt a little dry heaving." Old Lady Hao was stunned. "Dry heaving?" Chen Chui's voice was the first to speak. "Sister-in-law, could it be that you're?" Chen Chui's words made everyone pause. Zhao Hua was confused, covering her stomach with her hand. Chen Chui continued, "Sister-in-law, how long has it been since your last period?" Zhao Hua looked blank. "Usually it's around the 2nd. Chen Chui smiled. "That makes sense. It's now the 15th, so probably you were pregnant before fleeing." Zhao Hua looked up at Hao Sanling. Hao Sanling's lips slowly curled into a smile. "Huar, are we going to have a baby?" Zhao Hua wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. Tears dropped down her face. Hao Sanling hurriedly wiped her tears and asked, "What's wrong? Who are you?" Zhao Hua's tears and her tight nerves made her choke as she spoke. This child came at the worst time." Everyone fell silent after hearing this. Yes, now disasters and troubles happen constantly. They didn't know how long they could survive, especially with a pregnant woman or a newborn baby. Hao Yuanyuan happily trotted over on her little legs and touched Zhao Hua's belly. With an innocent look, she looked at Zhao Hua and said, "Third aunt, don't worry. With me here, the baby brothers and sisters will be fine." Zhao Hua cried even harder and hugged Hao Yuanyuan tightly. "Thank you, Yuan Bao." "Third aunt thanks you, Yuan Bao." Hao Yuanyuan smiled. She was finally surrounded by family, and she would protect them well. Suddenly, a soft laugh came from the space. Hao Yuanyuan was stunned. What was that sound? That male voice seemed to cross thousands of years, echoing inside the space.
How could that be?
How could her space have such a sound? Hao Yuanyuan couldn't understand. She quickly hugged third aunt and secretly took out a water pouch from the space. It was half-diluted spiritual spring water. She handed the water pouch to Zhao Hua. "Third aunt, hold this. If you're thirsty, drink the water inside. It's good for the baby in your belly." Zhao Hua carefully took the water pouch as if it were a treasure. Third aunt remembers. Because Hao Yuanyuan, the little lucky star, was here, Zhao Hua felt much happier about having a baby. Old Lady Hao even specially roasted an egg for Zhao Hua to eat. Old Lady Hao said, "Third family, take this and eat it. You need to replenish your nutrients now." Zhao Hua took the egg without hesitation and smiled. "Thank you, mother." Old Lady Hao beamed with happiness. "As long as you all stay safe, I'll be happy." On the way to escape the famine, no one stopped just because someone was pregnant. Everyone packed their belongings and pushed their carts. Zhao Hua and Hao Yuanyuan happily sat on a cart pushed by second brother Hao. The sun was scorching hot, and the air seemed to freeze in the sky. As the drought worsened, the sky looked covered with a yellow haze sandstorm. The ground was cracked like old, dry skin, with deep fissures showing endless suffering. Lao Yangxiong and the others walked, becoming more and more breathless, and the water pouch was almost empty. Everyone could only sip carefully, moistening their mouths, afraid to gulp down water. Clan leader Hao coughed with a dry throat, shook the empty water pouch in his hand, and looked helplessly at the distant desert. Hao Dolly spoke up, "Clan leader, we are out of water." Chief Hao stopped walking and silently looked around at the nearby trees, which appeared somewhat yellowed and drooping. Chief Hao tugged at his mouth and said, "The drought is getting worse, Darren." Darren Hao nodded. Hao Yuanyuan frowned tightly and said, "Our water will run out in less than half a day." Everyone fell into a silent, tense atmosphere. Seeing this, Hao Yuanyuan thought about taking some water from the space and putting it into the water pond. She decided to tell her father to just go to that place directly. She started to act, focusing on the lake water inside her space, ready to pour it out. Suddenly, a severe headache struck her brain, as if many needles were stabbing her head. Hao Yuanyuan lay stiffly on the cart, startling Zhao Hua nearby. Zhao Hua looked at Hao Yuanyuan, who was sweating coldly on her forehead and was very frightened. She hugged Hao Yuanyuan and anxiously shouted, "Yuanyuan! Yuanyuan! What's wrong with you?" Hao family members heard the noise and looked toward the cart, seeing Zhao Hua holding Hao Yuanyuan and calling out anxiously. Li Jing's nerves suddenly snapped. She ran several steps in a panic and took Hao Yuanyuan from Zhao Hua's hands. Her anxious, choked voice said, "Yuanyuan, Yuanyuan, what's wrong? Are you uncomfortable?" Hao Erlang tightly hugged his wife and child, his eyes full of panic. "Yuanyuan, Yuanyuan." Old Madam Hao also rushed over, frantically grabbing Hao Yuanyuan's drooping little hand. Tears streamed down old Madam Hao's face as she looked at Zhao Hua and asked anxiously, "Third family, what just happened to Yuanyuan? Why did she suddenly act like this?" Zhao Hua also shook her head anxiously. "Mother, Yuanyuan was fine just now, sitting on the cart, and suddenly she was like this." Old Madam Hao was overwhelmed. She was fine. How could she suddenly be like this? The children nearby didn't dare speak, watching this scene nervously, tears welling up in their eyes. "What happened to my sister?" Li Jing tightly held Hao Yuanyuan, trembling uncontrollably. Seeing the chaos, Lu Xingxi felt a sharp pain in his heart and hurried over. He saw Hao Yuanyuan covered in sweat, lying tightly closed-eyed in Li Jing's arms. Lu Xingxi's breath caught, and he ran over to pull at Li Jing. "Aunt Jing, let go of Yuanyuan quickly." Li Jing was so panicked she didn't know what to do, still holding Hao Yuanyuan tightly. Lu Xingxi shouted anxiously, "Let go." Hao Erlang was the first to react, pulling Li Jing to release Hao Yuanyuan. Lu Xingxi's mother also came over, having learned some first aid. Yang Shuya gently laid Hao Yuanyuan flat and checked her pupils, finding no issues. Then she felt Hao Yuanyuan's forehead. Yang Shuya frowned. No fever or convulsions. Such a young child. While her mother examined Hao Yuanyuan, Lu Xingxi ran back to their cart, took out the water pouch filled with spiritual spring water that Hao Yuanyuan had given him earlier. He had been reluctant to drink it before, worried about wasting it. Lu Xingxi's mind was a mess, but he tried to stay calm. He couldn't collapse. He couldn't panic. His hooves were almost smoking from running so fast. After reaching the cart, he handed the water pouch to Yang Shuya. Breathing heavily, he said, "Mom, give Yuanyuan some of this. It works." Yang Shuya trusted her 20-something-year-old son unconditionally. She lifted Hao Yuanyuan's head and poured some spiritual spring water into her mouth. At first, Hao Yuanyuan's teeth clenched tightly. Lu Xingxi carefully pried her teeth open, not afraid of being bitten. After giving her some water, Hao Yuanyuan's forehead no longer sweat, and her brow relaxed. Old Mrs. Hao finally broke down crying. "It works, it works." Li Jing, holding Hao Erliang, also let out a deep breath, her tense heart finally easing a little, and she cried uncontrollably. Hao Yuanyuan's consciousness floated in a void, rising and falling as if everything was fake. She could hear sounds outside and was anxious to get out, but she kept bumping around, searching for an exit. Yet there was none. It was as if she was inside a giant egg before Pangu opened the sky and earth. Ha! A faint light laugh. Hao Yuanyuan's alarm immediately sounded. She looked around cautiously, but there was nothing. Who's there? No one responded. Suddenly, a dark golden light appeared in the void and shot into Hao Yuanyuan's body. She was shocked and wanted to struggle, but her body felt like a mummified statue, completely immobile. She felt a powerful force spreading through her, as if inspecting her territory. Hao Yuanyuan shouted, "You damn thing! Get out of my body!" But no one answered her. Soon, the force disappeared, and Hao Yuanyuan floated in the void like a dried-up leaf. She didn't notice any strange changes in her body. Gasping for breath, she felt herself moving, her body gradually settling into place. Suddenly, she became fully alert. Hao Yuanyuan suddenly opened her eyes, and a circle of black and golden light appeared in her pupils. Everyone saw that Hao Yuanyuan was awake, and Yang Shuya and Lu Liangxiong let out a sigh of relief. Lu Xingxi, who was closest to Hao Yuanyuan, looked into her eyes and was momentarily stunned. Perhaps it was just his illusion, but when Hao Yuanyuan looked at him, it felt like a powerful force locked onto him. Li Jing and the others moved closer. Li Jing gently touched Hao Yuanyuan's small face, but didn't dare to touch her too much, worried she might be uncomfortable. Tears in her eyes, Li Jing asked Yuanbao, "How do you feel? Did it hurt a lot just now?" Old Madame Hao also wiped her tears and said, "Yuanyuan, you scared Grandma so much." Second Hao's eyes were also red, and he looked at Hao Yuanyuan closely. Hao Yuanyuan blinked, and the black and gold edges in her pupils disappeared. She looked around confused. She raised her little hand and wiped her mother's tears. "Mommy, don't cry." She also touched old Madame Hao's hand. "Grandma, Yuanyuan is fine." Looking at Second Hao, who was also weak but smiling, she said, "Daddy, don't cry, don't be shy." Hao Yuanyuan's sensible behavior made everyone around feel a sharp ache in their hearts. Lu Liangxiong whispered to Yang Shuya, "Wife, what's wrong with Yuanyuan? Why did she suddenly become like this?" Yang Shuya frowned and shook her head. "I don't know. It could be a heart problem or a brain hemorrhage. But since Yuanyuan woke up and showed no other symptoms, I think maybe she has a congenital heart disease." Lu Liangxiong gasped and looked at Hao Yuanyuan with pity. Such a small child. Congenital heart disease, even in modern times, requires careful care. Even then, it might not be possible for her to live long. And now, they are in ancient times, in a time of fleeing famine and constant disasters. In such an environment, this soft, adorable child, Yuanyuan, how can she survive?
Sigh.
What a pity. Yang Shuya also felt her nose sour. She really liked this child. After Hao Yuanyuan's incident, everyone took a short rest before continuing their journey. Lu Xingxi gently held Hao Yuanyuan's small hand and asked softly, "Yuanjia, what just happened to you?" Hao Yuanyuan whispered, "I don't know. It's like I was trapped in a space with nothing in it, and I couldn't do anything." Lu Xingxi frowned. "Trapped in a space?" Hao Yuanyuan nodded. "I also heard a soft laugh, but I didn't hear anything else. I felt a strong force enter my body." Lu Xingxi widened his eyes. "A strong force?" Hao Yuanyuan nodded again. Lu Xingxi fell into deep thought, scratching his head. "Sister Yuan, I feel like something's wrong." Hao Yuanyuan agreed, her cute face showing confusion. "I feel the same, but I inexplicably feel like I can't control this situation at all." Lu Xingxi sighed and patted Hao Yuanyuan's head. "Don't think too much. Rest well. You really scared everyone today." Hao Yuanyuan smiled apologetically. "I'll make it up to you all later. Do you want some big pork knuckles?" Lu Xingxi pursed his lips, swallowed, and honestly nodded. "Yes, I want some." Hao Yuanyuan waved her hand. "Okay, I'll arrange it." Next to the cart, Li Jing tightly held Hao Yuanyuan's small hand, not daring to let go for a moment. Even the usually mischievous Hao Junjun and others gathered closely around the cart, watching Hao Yuanyuan constantly, afraid she might have another accident. Hao Yuanyuan smiled sweetly at Li Jing and suddenly remembered she was supposed to use her space to send water to everyone. Thinking of the sharp, piercing pain in her head, Hao Yuanyuan didn't dare to use her space anymore. She took a deep breath, encouraged herself, then mentally entered her space. Seeing that everything inside was intact, Hao Yuanyuan breathed a sigh of relief. This was her confidence to live well in this world. She thought for a moment, then tried to set a fixed point farther outside and lock onto a small green oasis in her space. She moved. Succeeded? Hao Yuanyuan felt no discomfort and puzzledly scratched her head. Could it be that she didn't rest well recently? But she sleeps very well every day. Could she have a congenital illness? Thinking about this possibility, Hao Yuanyuan quietly slipped into her space when no one was paying attention. She hurried to the hospital in her space town and quickly did a full set of tests: blood routine, urine test, stool test, liver function, kidney function, blood sugar, blood lipids, X-ray, electrocardiogram, thyroid function, immunology tests, genetic tests, ophthalmology exam, otolaryngology exam. Strange, everything was fine. She was almost perfectly healthy, and she drank spiritual spring water every day, making her body as strong as an ox. What is going on with her sudden headache? Hao Yuanyuan couldn't figure it out, and finally thought of something. She paid a merit point. She summoned the way of heaven. The merit point turned into a golden streak and flew toward the sky. Then, a deep voice came from the sky. "Little girl, what do you want to call me for?" Hao Yuanyuan always felt this voice was a bit familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had heard it before. She didn't dwell on it and said, "Heavenly Way, today when I was using the space, I suddenly felt a shock in my head, and it was very painful, but now it's better and I can use the space normally again." What's going on? The Way of Heaven was silent for a moment before speaking. It might be because this world has been affected by evil forces, causing the space to become unstable. Because of this impact, terrible natural disasters have started in the outside world, and your space might also be under pressure, so such situations are normal. Hao Yuanyuan nodded, pouting slightly. "All right, will this happen again in the future?" "It's too scary." The voice of the Way of Heaven came. "It won't happen again. Such situations definitely won't occur in the future." Hao Yuanyuan suddenly paused and asked suspiciously, "How can you be so sure it won't happen?" The Way of Heaven hesitated and replied, "I'm also using my own power to slowly repair this world. Together, we will protect it. Evil forces definitely won't be so rampant anymore." Hao Yuanyuan nodded and summarized, "All right, how do you think my merit points have been accumulating lately?" The Way of Heaven responded with a smiling voice. "Very good, little girl. Keep working hard. I believe in you." Hao Yuanyuan received the praise and chuckled. She stepped out of the space. Time continued. Soon, the large group discovered a green oasis, not far away. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. "Look, am I seeing things? Is that an oasis? Such a lush place. I see water. It's a lake." Everyone hurriedly ran forward because they were very thirsty. Chief Hao looked at the oasis in the distance with surprise, but his brows did not relax. Instead, he asked strangely and curiously, "All the trees around are almost dying, but why are the plants here still so fresh and tender?" Lu Liangxiong also frowned. "This is strange. It's close to the south, but such tall vegetation like in the south shouldn't be here. Look at that big leaf. It's a plant found only in the forests of Yunnan. As far as I know, we are near Hunan." Yang Xie nodded and said, "That does seem a bit strange." Lu Xingxi looked at Hao Yuanyuan nearby. Hao Yuanyuan clearly heard Lu Liangxiong's words and looked a little embarrassed. She isn't good at geography, and she forgot that they are near Hunan now. It's quite awkward, and luckily no one knows she was involved in this. Hao Yuanyuan sighed in relief, turned around, and saw Lu Xingxi giving her a teasing look. Hao Yuanyuan glared back fiercely. "Don't tell anyone. Otherwise, I won't give you delicious food." Lu Xingxi quickly begged. Okay, young lady, I'm really scared of you." Hao Yuanyuan lifted her chin. huffed, and turned away. The main group ran toward the oasis, feeling the coolness of the lake water and the refreshing scent of the trees. But they were stopped by a group of uninvited guests. There were two fierce-looking men holding kitchen knives, glaring at everyone from Haojia village. The knives had some dried blood on them. The villagers of Haojia village stood still, staring at the lake inside the oasis, swallowing hard. Village head house spoke. "Good men, we mean no harm. We're just passing through and ran out of water, so we wanted to take some to continue our journey." The fierce man grinned with a foul smell and said, "I don't care if you have water or not. I warn you, get out of here quickly. This place is ours now, so you better leave, or we won't be nice to you." Village head Hao and Hao Dalong exchanged looks. Hao Dalong stepped forward and smiled. "Brothers, this oasis belongs to everyone. We don't want to take it over. We just need some water. Please do us a favor." Another man looked over the villagers and cast lecherous glances at the women, especially Li Jing, Zhao Hua, and Yang Shuya, who were young girls.
Li Jinukja Yuanyuan tigli.
Yang Shuya frowned uncomfortably, wanting to tear the man's eyes out. Lu Liangxiong blocked the man's gaze, staring fiercely at him. The man was not angry. He grinned with yellow teeth and spoke to the man beside him. "Lianzi, life is hard enough these days. Why not do us a favor and let them take some water?" Next to him, Liangzi frowned. Has this troublemaker changed his ways? Headman Hao's eyes moved, and he was about to speak to the young man. Suddenly, the troublemaker spoke with a foul tone, smiling lewdly. "How about we do something good and take in a few weak women who are falling behind? It could help these young men escape hardship better. What do you think?" Liangzi's eyes lit up as he looked at the women with decent figures. He grinned happily, showing yellow teeth. "Old man, you heard that too. We'll do a good deed and take in some women. You can leave behind the burdens, fetch water, and then hit the road." They both smiled, even starting to pick out women with their eyes, completely unaware that the villagers of Haojia village looked angrier and angrier. As they stepped forward to try to pull the women away, Hao Erlang and others exchanged glances, pulling out their knives and slashing fiercely. Ah! A pig-like scream pierced the sky. Liangzi had one hand cut off and was screaming wildly, clutching his arm. The troublemaker, who was not at the front, avoided the attack. His hair stood on end as he retreated desperately. Seeing Liangzi injured, he knew the situation was serious and quickly begged for mercy. "Good heroes, you can fetch water now. We won't stop you anymore." Headman Hao, understanding the importance of cutting off the problem at its root, knew they had already offended these people. If he let them go, once they gained strength later, they might turn against him. For the safety of Haojia village and its families, he reluctantly said, "Don't let him go." Headman Hao was an honest farmer who had dedicated his life to the villagers. Making such a decision took great effort from him. Hao Erlang ran forward, swinging his knife fiercely at the troublemaker, blocking the road like a bandit. He was spying on their villagers. Unforgivable. Soon, with everyone's help, the troublemaker and Liangzi lost their lives. Watching the bloody scene, Headman Hao spoke. "Remember, people don't harm me, and I won't harm them. But if someone harms me, I will kill them. The world isn't the same anymore. We've been through so much together, faced many crises. Our village must stay united. Only through unity can we survive." Everyone nodded in agreement. "We understand, Headman. We will stay united." Everyone listened to the headman. Everyone must survive together. After a lively chant culture, Head Hao quickly told everyone to go fetch water. The water in this oasis is different from other mountain springs. It has a hint of sweetness. It tastes especially good. Everyone eagerly leaned by the lake, greedily drinking the water like wolves. So sweet. Once they had enough, they took out large and small jars and frantically filled them with water. Hao Yuanyuan was also fed several sips of clear lake water by everyone, but she thought, it's not as good as her spiritual spring. Under the shade of the thick trees in the oasis, everyone rested for a while and prepared some simple food, usually eaten on the go. After finishing everything, Head Hao led everyone forward. They felt a bit reluctant, but after one last drink from the lake, They dared not look back and left quickly. How Yuanyuan didn't take back her spiritual spring, hoping it might help save more people. At this moment, the space's heavenly path spoke. How Yuanyuan's consciousness entered the space. She asked Heavenly Path, "What's wrong?" The Heavenly Path's voice was calm as it replied, "Little girl, I told you to save people. Why did your village kill 2 more today?" How Yuanyuan was confused.
Huh.
Even if I save people, I only save good ones. It doesn't make sense to save bad ones too, right? The Heavenly Path disagreed. Girl, you need to think from the perspective of universal love. They may have made some small mistakes, but they're still lives. How can they be killed just because they said the wrong thing? How Yuanyuan thought to herself, what is this green tea Heavenly Path? A chosen saintess? She tried to reason with it. If we leave such bad people alive, they might cause more deaths. So, why not kill them to save more people? The Heavenly Path said, everything can be discussed calmly. Why must you kill them to save others? Girl, I entrusted you with the task of saving the world because I hope you have great love. How Yuanyuan was about to explode with anger, rolled her eyes, and said, if that's the case, Heavenly Path, you should find someone else. I don't have that kind of great love. I only know that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they offend me, I will punish them no matter how far away. I am someone who holds grudges and won't forgive evil. I can't stand to see such villains live happily in this world. My way is different from yours. That's it.
Goodbye.
After saying this, how Yuanyuan's consciousness returned to her body, ignoring the Heavenly Path. She thought it was just a hypocritical saintess. There really are such things, trying to use love to change the world. I can't believe it.
I'm so angry.
After silently cursing several times, how Yuanyuan slowly calmed down. No more anger, no more anger. Getting angry only harms myself, and no one can take that away. She comforted herself by stuffing a piece of spicy beef into her mouth. She didn't notice when the space's natural order had left. At nightfall, how Yuanyuan and the others arrived at an old, ruined city. The leader of the Hao clan spoke. Let's rest here for a bit. We need to take a good break because we have to get up early tomorrow. Everyone responded with agreement. The men put down their bags and carts, then looked around for dry wood to start a fire, to keep wild animals away at night. The bright campfire shone in the dark night. Everyone kept some distance from the fire since the weather was already very dry. They wouldn't have lit the fire if it weren't for keeping away animals. It was too hot. As the night grew darker, everyone started chatting and gradually fell asleep. The guards on duty also began to feel sleepy in the peaceful atmosphere. Unaware, not far away, a group of soldiers was slowly approaching. They were getting closer to the ruined city. These soldiers were responsible for capturing people to build the city walls. They had traveled through several cities, but all were abandoned, and everyone had run away. The grumbling soldiers could only look further away for someone to catch. When they reached the abandoned city, they decided to rest there first. They hoped there might still be some people inside. As night fell, they finally saw the outline of the city. The big soldier took a deep breath and said, finally here. We have a place to stay tonight. A shorter soldier nearby said, yeah, it's been days since we had a good sleep. A bearded soldier looked worried and said, we need to catch people quickly. If we don't, I think the king will go crazy and we might all lose our lives. The big soldier snorted and said, there's no one left in the city. The villagers have all run away. Where are we supposed to find people? The bearded soldier rolled his eyes and replied, then tell me, what can we do? If we don't catch anyone, we'll all die. A shorter soldier tried to smooth things over, saying, hey, there's no point in talking about this. Let's get inside the city quickly and rest. We've been exhausted these past few days. Traveling through all that dust and wind, I can already spit out a handful of yellow sand. The tall soldier laughed loudly and patted the shoulder of the shorter soldier. Your words are really exaggerated. How can you eat so much sand? Haha. The mustached soldier said nothing, silently rolled his eyes, and internally muttered about how foolish they were. He was the first to step into the abandoned city. The tall soldier saw this and was about to scold the mustached soldier. Hey! Before he could speak, the shorter soldier pulled him back. Come on, big brother, don't bother with him. He's just been demoted and feels resentful. The tall soldier spat on the ground.
Bah!
I think he deserves it. With his stubborn attitude, it's no surprise he got demoted. The shorter soldier quickly held him back. Big brother, let's not argue. We should be magnanimous and not stoop to his level. The tall soldier snorted and pouted, then stopped talking. He led his horse along with the shorter soldier into the abandoned city. The mustached soldier entered the city first, ready to find a place to rest. Suddenly, he saw faint flames in the distance. When the tall and shorter soldiers entered, the mustached soldier quietly warned, "Shut up." The tall soldier was about to curse loudly, having endured him for a long time, but the shorter soldier held him back and whispered, "Big brother, don't speak. Someone's ahead." The tall soldier paused and looked carefully into the distance. Sure enough, there were faint flames.
He grinned.
Now we can catch them. Our lives are safe. The other two agreed, and even the mustache soldier didn't argue. The mustache soldier said, "Let's go quietly and see how many people there are." They nodded and slowly moved forward. A quiet crisis was approaching. The people of Haojia village were peacefully enjoying their evening. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves broke the silence of the night. Hao Erliang opened his eyes sharply. His senses had become much sharper. He initially thought it was villagers fleeing from hardship. But hearing the jingling of armor, Hao Erliang's heart sank. He wanted to extinguish the campfire first, so they wouldn't be noticed. However, it was too late. By the time Hao Erliang ran over to put out the fire, the glow from the flames had already revealed Haojia village and everyone around it. The tall soldier looked at the fleeing villagers and smiled. It seems that heaven is helping us. 3 people saw they were about to be caught and stopped pretending to be quiet. They strode forward confidently, trying to capture the villagers. The man was repairing the city wall, and the woman was confronting the officials.
Ha lang skjutet lodlig. Everyone, wake up.
Run! His voice was like cold water splashing into hot oil, causing a loud crackle. Everyone started to wake up. When they saw 3 stern-looking soldiers, they became alert.
Ha lang spokdagen, men step forward.
Women and children, go first. Following his orders, the men from Haojia village grabbed their tools and approached aggressively. The women also listened and turned to let the children and elders leave first. They knew they were not strong enough to fight, so they didn't want to hold them back. Hao Yuanyuan was also taken away. As she turned, she thought for a moment and handed Ha Erlang a police stun baton from behind the cart. Hao Yuanyuan said, "Dad, use this on them." Pointed at them and pressed the switch. "It will work." Ha Erlang nodded and pushed Hao Yuanyuan, saying, "Let's go quickly." "Don't worry." The 3 soldiers looked at the more than 80 men standing in front of them. They felt a bit nervous too. Big guy stared at Hao Erlang at the front and then spoke to the smaller soldiers. "Little 2, go quickly and call all the helpers from behind. Tell them there's a big prize here." The small soldier smiled and said, "Got it. I'll go right now." He turned his horse and was about to leave.
Dalang shouted, "Hurry.
Don't let him escape."
Lang, son lang, go.
Stop him. Ha Erlang shot out like a lightning bolt, just like a leopard. The soldier with the big arms tried to block him, but Hao Lang and others rushed to stop him. The big-armed soldier swung his big sword at Hao Lang, who dodged to the side and swung his tool back. The big-armed soldier raised his arm to block. Sparks flew where Hao Lang's tool hit his armor. Both stepped back a little. The big-armed soldier sneered, "You little guy, you're pretty strong. But you don't know who I am." He and the small mustached soldier charged forward. Their gear was much better than the villagers. Although the villagers outnumbered them, they relied on brute force, which made things messy. Some soldiers were hurt, but more villagers were injured. Hao Lang and the others couldn't take care of everyone. They fought fiercely, swinging their tools at the soldiers. In the struggle, Hao Lang's tool shattered, and the big-armed soldier showed a wicked smile. Hao Dalong held a broken sword, his eyes serious. At this moment, Hao Yuanjia called out for help. "Dalong, Help! Hao Yuanjie was on the left side of the small mustached soldier. He watched as the soldier's big sword was about to cut toward him, aiming straight at his neck. Hao Dalong rushed forward with fierce determination, trying to pull Hao Yuanjie away. At this critical moment, the small mustached soldier suddenly convulsed and collapsed to the ground, eyes filled with disbelief. The soldier fell to the ground still twitching, and it was clear that Hao Erlang was the one behind it. Hao Erlang chuckled loudly. This thing works really well. After saying that, he grabbed an electric baton and charged at the big-armed soldier. Dodging the soldier's attack, he moved behind him and pressed the electric baton against the soldier's neck. In an instant, the big-armed soldier's body twitched wildly, eyes rolling back. Then, with a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground, still twitching. Everyone finally relaxed and gasped for breath. Hao Erlang clipped the electric baton onto his waist and stepped over to help Hao Yuanjie up. Hao Dalong asked, "Are you okay?" Hao Yuanjie looked pale and weakly shook his head. "I'm fine." Erlang arrived just in time. I held everyone back. Hao Erlang patted Hao Yuanjie's shoulder. "Yuanjie, don't say that. You're not born to be a warrior like us. Your hands are for writing." Hao Yuanjie didn't seem comforted. His face looked more tearful and helpless. But now, in this world, someone like me is really useless. Hao Erlang was silent, feeling that he had a point. But he quickly thought, how could he agree? Yuanjie is very useful. However, how could he comfort Yuanjie? It was so hard. Maybe he should just take down a few more soldiers. He wanted to electrocute a few more. At this moment, Hao Dalong appeared like a divine being, saving Hao Erlang. He patted Erlang's shoulder. "Erlang, these soldiers aren't dead yet. First, take off their gear. And their horses are still fine. Let's tidy up and get out of here quickly. From what they said, there are probably more soldiers behind us. We shouldn't stay here long. Let's move fast." Hao Erlang nodded with relief, calling his uninjured brothers. They stripped all the clothes from the 3 soldiers, even their underwear, which they burned with fire. Very dishonest. Hao Dalong didn't have time to comfort Hao Yuanjie. He gathered everyone, grabbed 3 fine horses, and set off to chase the others. The women had been walking for a while. Fearing they might encounter other dangers, Hao Erlang and the others hurriedly chased after them. At another broken hut, they finally caught up with Hao Yuanyuan and the others. That day was especially dark. Elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people heard many footsteps and the sound of horseshoes approaching from behind, growing closer and closer. They all thought the men from Hao village had been defeated, tears falling down their faces. They dared not look back and quicken their steps. Some even started running. They pulled the elderly along as they ran. Hao Erlang and the others watched faintly from behind. Hao Erlang asked in confusion, "Big brother, are those people from our village?" Hao Dalong also wondered maybe. Hao Erlang scratched his head. "But is that mother? Why is she running? And Uncle Li, who has a limp, is he running too?" Hao Dalong was shocked but nodded. "It seems Uncle Li's leg is healed." Hao Yuanjie rubbed his eyes. "No way. Isn't he just hopping?" Everyone was silent. Hao Erlang loudly called out, "Mother, wife, why are you running so fast?"
Wait.
"Hey!" Hearing Hao Erlang's voice, Hao Old Lady paused, her mind racing with countless possibilities. Could it be? Could Hao Erlang have been captured alive? Then, taken by soldiers, threatened to betray others? That's too terrifying. Hao Old Lady dared not look back, afraid she'd see Hao Erlang's tragic state and be unable to move. She stopped, heart aching. Li Jing, nearby, happily said, "Hey, mother, I hear Erlang's voice." Hao Old Lady felt extremely sad inside. She grabbed Li Jing and choked back tears. "Don't look back. Erlang has been caught."
Run.
Li Jing was stunned. Her steps were pulled forward by Hao Old Lady. Tears welled up in Hao Old Lady's eyes. She closed her eyes tightly and shouted loudly, "Everyone, don't look back.
Run.
Run now." After saying that, she hugged Hao Yuanyuan and ran wildly. Everyone was confused but followed orders, exerting all their strength to run as fast as they could. How Yuanyuan watched her father grow farther away, feeling nervous, but unable to help herself from wanting to laugh. How Erling looked on, shouted once, then saw his family's figures running farther and farther away. He slowly fell into deep thought. How Erling panicked. Big brother, are Mom and them abandoning us? Are we being left behind? How Dalong helplessly rubbed his forehead. His younger brother, oh dear. The others, hearing how Erling speak, began to feel a little worried. No way. How can our mother abandon me? Wife. Wife. Don't leave me behind. Sob sob. Seeing the situation getting out of control, how Dalong quickly shouted loudly. Mother. Clan leader.
Wife.
Don't run away. How Lautai was stunned again.
Huh.
Her eldest son? Oh no. Have those soldiers also turned against her clever eldest son? Oh no, oh no, oh no. Fortunately, before How Lautai could think too much, clan leader How turned his head. He heard How Yuanjia's voice. Seeing the group getting closer and closer, truly people from their village, everyone finally relaxed. How Erling, panting, ran to his family. How Erling. Phew.
Mom.
Wife. Why are you running?
Phew.
I'm exhausted. How Lautai awkwardly smiled. He just exercising a bit, Feels pretty good. Li Jing also looked at her mother-in-law with a smile. Oh dear. Lu Liangxiong ran over, holding Yang Shui's small hand. Wife, why are you running? Didn't you hear me calling you? Yang Shui's blinked. Haha, everyone's running, I shouldn't stay still, right? You agree? The feeling of being chased is really exciting, Lu Liangxiong. Listening in on the side, Lu Xingxi. His mom's way of thinking is really new and interesting, such a unique woman. Everyone held tightly to their loved ones, afraid of being left behind again. After walking a while, they chose a more hidden spot and sat down again. By then, the sky was starting to get a little brighter, no longer as dark as before. Clan leader Hao said, everyone rest for a bit. We've been through a lot all night and haven't rested much. How Yuanyuan, smelling the blood in the air, knew everyone must have been hurt a little. She quickly took out some medicinal powder from her space, then applied it to her mother, asking her to come forward and treat everyone. Her medicinal powders were all miracle cures for stopping bleeding and sterilizing, like Yunnan Baiyao. After Li Jing left, How Yuanyuan sat there with a serious face. She had planned to directly use her space to eliminate those 3 soldiers, but during her attempt, she suddenly found she couldn't use her space. She couldn't shoot twice directly. How Yuanyuan took a deep breath. She guessed that it might be related to the last time she discussed with Tian Dao about why they needed to kill the bad guys. How Yuanyuan secretly thought angrily, this dead way of heaven can't be explained clearly. Dead White Lotus. Dead Saint Mother. They actually restricted her use of space? Unforgivable. Waiting for the King of Hell to come find her again, she will definitely complain fiercely. And about saving people. What's the big deal if she doesn't save them? From now on, no one can control her. If she wants to save someone, she will. If she wants to kill a bad person, she will. What kind of nonsense is this heaven's way? It doesn't matter. She's coming. Humph. Everyone rested until dawn. All their wounds were bandaged. The sky brightened. They saw the biggest prize from last night, 3 male horses, and curiously went over to touch them. Their bellies, their butts, their tails. How Yuanyuan felt nervous and scared.
She didn't dare.
The only time she had seen such lively horses was when she worked part-time at a horse farm during her studies. She helped clean the horses' stalls and shoveled manure. But as a cleaner, How Yuanyuan didn't get a peaceful work environment. One of the male horses kicked her into a pile of manure. Thinking back to that smell, ugh. But the horse farm owner paid her 500 yuan, so she was happy. That night, she bought some red flower oil for 2 yuan and treated herself, then enjoyed a good meal. Now, seeing these 3 horses, she absolutely couldn't touch them. That's her principle. Oh wow, this view is so high. Wow, it's swaying like riding a camel. Oh yeah. How Yuanyuan, who had been slapped in the face, was happily being carried by How Erlang on horseback. She enjoyed the fresh mountain air, but there was no sweet smell there. She leaned into Hao Erlang's arms, curious, and looked into the distance at the wilderness. She squinted and asked carefully, "Daddy, what's over there? Why are there so many people?" "So many." Hao Erlang carried Hao Yuanyuan and looked in the direction she pointed. Sure enough, there were really a lot of people. Hao Dalong told himself to stay calm and not act rashly. He decided to ride over and check the situation first. Old Lady Hao worriedly said, "Son, be careful." Hao Dalong nodded and turned to leave. In less than 15 minutes, Hao Dalong returned from that side. Hao clan leader asked, "Dalong, what's the situation?" "Hao Dalong, that is Farong City over there. I heard it's the only place nearby with a water source. Many disaster victims want to go inside, but the city gates of Farong City have never been opened. People can leave, but they can't enter." Clan leader Hao nodded. Water is hard to find now, so it's not surprising that they closed the city. If everyone goes in, Farong City will run out of water in just a few days. Hao Dalong agreed. Let's go around and avoid it. The more disaster victims there are, the more dangerous it is. We still have water, so we shouldn't waste time. Everyone agreed. So, they walked towards the south side of Farong City. However, just because you don't bother others doesn't mean others won't bother you. Hao Dalong's fine horse immediately attracted the attention of many disaster victims. They watched as Hao Dalong headed away. A group of disaster victims exchanged glances and then followed closely behind, but Hao Dalong's horse was very fast, and they soon fell behind. A group of disaster victims angrily spat dust from the ground. "We lost him." A dark-skinned woman silently looked at Hao Dalong's distant figure, biting her teeth. She wished she could go a little faster. In this disaster year, having such a good horse means her family must be quite wealthy and capable. Hao Dalong was just too fast. If he looked at her even once, she wouldn't be able to look away. She was confident about that. If only Hao Yuanyuan were here, she would probably start criticizing again. Is it really impossible to look away? She looked at him. He looked like a chimpanzee, so of course she couldn't help but stare. After all, evolving from a chimpanzee is quite an impressive skill. The people from Hao village headed towards the south of the city gates, walking quietly so as not to disturb the disaster victims outside Farong City and cause unnecessary trouble. But fate was not on their side. Despite their cautious steps forward, they were still noticed by that chimpanzee. The chimpanzee looked at the two handsome men on the horse and drooled. Only such men could match her. But how should she choose? The man she just saw seemed steady and mature, giving a strong sense of safety. But the other man was bright and cheerful, with handsome features. He was holding a child, probably his sister. How should she choose? She felt so conflicted. If both men liked her, maybe she should accept both. She couldn't bear to see her beloved man so sad. Wah wah wah, she was so kind and touched. The black monkey was still fantasizing wildly, while Hao Dalong and Hao Erlang were slowly walking away. The black monkey licked her lips and watched her two beloved men walk far away. Since not everyone in Hao's village had horses, some were slow, and she quickly caught up. She suddenly blocked the path in front of them. Everyone frowned and looked at her. Her face, dark from shyness, turned red and black as if she was blushing or shy. Her chubby body twisted and she nervously held her clothes, shyly looking at the two men on the horse. She made a disgusting sound, calling out, "Husband." Village head Hao frowned and asked everyone, "Whose relative is this?" Everyone shook their heads nervously. The village head couldn't just say anything. When did they become relatives with animals? If such a woman belonged to their family, how would their daughter look at her? The village head Hao looked at the almost twisted black monkey and said, "This woman? There's nothing urgent. We need to hurry and keep going." He tried to bypass her and continue forward. The black monkey paid no attention to whether the village head Hao stayed or left. When Hao Dalong and Hao Erlang were about to pass, she suddenly grabbed one of their ankles. She began to flirt wildly, making eyes at them. "Husband." Hao Erlang frantically swung his leg. After forcefully shaking it free, he cursed loudly. "Are you crazy? Why are you shouting that? Hao Dalong was also confused, quickly kicking his leg and pulling out his pant leg, feeling numb. Li Jing and Chen Shui were also stunned. What was going on? The horses Hao Dalong and Hao Erlang were riding seemed frightened and took 2 steps back. The black monkey looked at her pulled-out leg, her fingers rubbing her face, looking even more shy and pleased, her skin glowing. Her 2 husbands were indeed reserved. Only such men deserved her Cui home. Hao Yuanyuan, who was initially a bit dazed, now found the black monkey funny and smiled with her little teeth showing. Hao Junjun, standing nearby, looked at his sister in horror. How could she be smiling? Their father was being targeted by bad people. Hao Dalong took a deep breath and said, "This woman? We have no grudges or relations with her. You must have mistaken her for someone else." Hao Erlang also shouted loudly. Exactly. She just called him husband right away. What's wrong with you?
Step back.
The chimpanzee looked disappointed and shook its head. This husband wasn't very good. She preferred this steady man. He seemed more responsible. Then, the chimpanzee turned and pounced on Hao Dalong, acting shy and slow. "Husband, I came to find you." Suddenly, there was a loud crash. The chimpanzee was knocked to the ground. It looked like a lump of black meat, twitching on the floor. Chen Shui held a wooden stick, carried it on her shoulder, and looked down at the chimpanzee with disdain. "What's wrong with you? Who gave you the courage to stare at my man?" Hao Qiang, Hao Liang, and Hao Wen stood beside Chen Shui, glaring at her fiercely. This bad person trying to steal her dad. The chimpanzee was stunned. After reacting, it looked sadly at Chen Shui and the others. Then, with a betrayed expression, it looked at Hao Dalong, who was proud. You, Chen Kui, what you? I've never heard of our Dalong matching with anyone before. Old Madam Hao quickly got up and waved her hand. That's because it's never happened. The 3 brothers have never matched with anyone randomly. The villagers here can prove that. The villagers of Hao village nodded together. Yes, really never happened. The Hao boys are known to be honest and simple. Exactly, never matched with such a girl. Chen Shui snorted and stared at the chimpanzee. What? Did you hear that? Just because someone is a person, you rush up and call him husband. No manners. Old Madam Hao enthusiastically gave her eldest daughter-in-law a thumbs up. She never thought her usually honest daughter-in-law would be so tough. Women need to be like this to keep the family in order. Very good, very good. Seeing that Hao Dalong's approach wasn't working, the chimpanzee pretended to look pitiful and gazed at Hao Erlang nearby. Hao Erlang was disgusted by the chimpanzee's look and got goosebumps all over. Li Jing also stepped forward, blocking the chimpanzee's view, and stared fiercely. "This is my man. What are you trying to do?" The chimpanzee pouted and suddenly cried out, "Bullying, bullying." The chimpanzee's voice was loud and piercing, quickly attracting some nearby villagers. They slowly approached Hao village. Village chief Hao frowned, secretly worried that things might get worse. Hao Erlang also reacted quickly. He dismounted from his horse, ran to the chimpanzee, and struck her on the back of the neck. He successfully knocked the chimpanzee out. Chief Hao loudly shouted, "Let's go." Everyone quickly got on their feet and started walking forward. After Hao Erlang handed Hao Yuanyuan to Li Jing, he mounted his horse again, holding a firewood knife behind him. However, the disaster victims were slowly approaching. The water jar on the Hao family village cart could be heard clearly, with the sound of water inside. The disaster victims seemed to hear a beautiful sound. Water. They have water. Water. Stop them. Hold on. Stop. The disaster victims, like dried-up fish seeing a lake, eagerly rushed forward, trying to pull down the water jar from Hao village and drink greedily. Hao Erlang and Hao Dalong rode their horses, holding firewood knives, watching the disaster victims. They didn't want to hurt anyone unnecessarily. But the disaster victims jumped on them, trying to pull them off their horses. Hao Dalong and Hao Erlang began their justifiable defense. Hao Yuanyuan watched her uncles and father being entangled and wanted to help by using her space to shoot a bow and arrow. However, whoosh, A sound of the bowstring slicing through the air came, and Hao Yuanyuan's eyes lit up. Her space could be used again. Thud. The sound of an arrow hitting flesh was very clear. He got hit. Hao Ergo's voice was very obvious. Hao Yuanyuan looked over at the sound. The men of Hao village took out their bows and arrows, aiming at the disaster victims to help Hao Erlang and Hao Dalong escape. Hao Yuanyuan frowned. Her space. She aimed at the nearby trees again, and shot her bow and arrow using her space. Whoosh! Did it succeed? Hao Yuanyuan hesitated, then aimed her bow and arrow at another disaster victim and shot. Unfortunately, the short arrow from her bow didn't fire. Hao Yuanyuan understood that her space no longer allowed her to hurt others. Since her conflict with the heavenly Tao, it had taken control of her space. Hao Yuanyuan was so angry she wanted to curse. She cursed the ancestors of the heavenly Tao for 18 generations. She was so furious. Fortunately, the Hao villagers managed to control the disaster victims. Women and the elderly guarded the water jar to protect the water source. The men rushed out to confront the disaster victims. They usually ate well every day, so they had more strength than the starving and water-deprived disaster victims. The situation quickly changed. The people of Hao village did not attack the disaster victims harshly. They only told them not to come closer. Village Chief Hao looked at the victims, who dared not approach anymore, and decided not to fight. He loudly ordered, "Let's go." Everyone moved forward together. Hao Yuanyuan turned to look at the poor victims behind her and silently sighed. The world has really become a bad place. Near Furong City, Hao Yuanyuan threw another piece of green oasis, hoping to accumulate good karma. She wished for the world to return to normal soon. She could only do her best to help everyone live safely. Led by Village Chief Hao, Hao village moved quickly. They now had 3 horses to help carry things, which made everyone's burden lighter. In a hidden valley, the group stopped to rest and prepare for lunch. Hao Qiangqiang and the others listened well. They took a group of children to find dry branches nearby. There were many dry branches here because many trees had withered. Hao Yuanyuan watched everyone work hard. She casually dropped several juicy, large yellow pears and 5 or 6 fat wild chickens near Hao Qiangqiang's group. Hao Qiangqiang exclaimed, "Wow." Then he shouted, "Huzi, catch it quickly." Huzi reacted fast, turned around, and ran after the chicken. Hao Yongliang also cooperated perfectly, following closely behind. The fat wild chicken stood still, looking dazed, not moving at all. Soon the children swarmed and caught them all. The children cheered excitedly. Hao Junjun held a big fat chicken and ran over with a big smile, saying, "Dad.
Dad, look."
I caught a wild chicken." Hao Erlang smiled happily, eyes squinting. "Oh, my son is great." Just like me, Hao Qiangqiang and others also didn't want to be left behind. They each caught a chicken and ran over, saying, "I got one too." "I got one too." Many children caught chickens, but some didn't manage to catch any and looked down sadly. They had no meat to eat. They also wanted to eat meat. Hao Yuanyuan looked at the children who weren't fighting or grabbing, feeling soft-hearted. The children of Hao village were really obedient, never fighting over anything. She gently released several more wild chickens, aiming for each household to have one. Everyone watched as many wild chickens ran out from behind a tree in the valley. Their eyes widened in surprise. Then they quickly ran over to catch them. "Over there. Hurry up, where is it?" "It's also here." It was very lively. In the end, every family received a fat, juicy chicken. Headman Hao was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. Their village had always been very lucky. He felt like there was a lucky star watching over the village. And the lucky star, Hao Yuanyuan, had a big yellow pear that had never been discovered. Hao Yuanyuan was speechless. She ran on little feet to the place where the big yellow pears were kept. Seeing the ground full of big yellow pears, her clear little voice rang out, "Mom, Grandma, look." Li Jing and Grandma Hao quickly ran over to their obedient child and saw the ground full of big yellow pears. Li Jing picked up Yuanyuan, pinched her little nose, and said, "My little Yuanyuan, Yuanyuan giggled and covered her mouth with her hand, smiling. Grandma Hao smiled and gently patted Yuanyuan's little head, then called loudly for Hao Dolly and others. They brought baskets over to fill with the big yellow pears scattered on the ground. These big yellow pears looked very fresh and juicy. After leaving some for their own family, they carried the rest in baskets to deliver to Headman Hao and others. The big yellow pears were quite numerous, enough for each household to get one. Hao Samlang carried a basket and placed it in front of the headman, saying, "Headman, we just found these behind the woods. Please take a look and share them with everyone." While the headman Hao was handling a wild chicken, he saw a large basket of big yellow pears piled in front of him. His mouth opened wide in surprise. These. He looked at the basket of big yellow pears in shock. Such large pears he had never seen before. They looked juicy and sweet. The headman Hao even felt a bit thirsty. He said kindly, "Samlang, maybe you should take some home to eat. After all, you found them." Samlang smiled and scratched his head. "No need, headman. We kept some for ourselves. The rest you can share with everyone. There are so many, we can't eat them all." The headman Hao smiled, wiped his hands, and patted Samlang's shoulder. "Samlang, I really don't know how to thank your family enough." Samlang smiled. "It's okay, headman. You go ahead and share. I'm leaving now." He turned around and ran off, leaving the basket behind. Headman Hao looked at the basket of big yellow pears, wiped his hands again, and carefully picked it up. They were really big, bigger than his palm, and the smell was wonderful, a fresh, sweet aroma filling the air. Head Hao gently pushed Hao Yuanjie aside and said, "Yuanjie, go quickly and call everyone over. We're going to share the pears." Hao Yuanjie nodded eagerly and replied, "Okay, Dad, I'll go right now." Holding a basin, Hao Yuanjie loudly called out, "Everyone come over. We're sharing the pears." Everyone was surprised. "What pears? We still have pears. Where did they come from?" Some people were still surprised, but others already knew that Hao Yuanhao's family had contributed the pears. People lined up to receive their share. Seeing such large pears in their hands, everyone was amazed. They sniffed and found them very sweet and fragrant. With such big pears, each person could cut a large piece to enjoy at home, making their mouth sweet. Knowing the pears came from Hao Yuanhao's family, everyone gathered around after receiving theirs. Aunt Li looked gratefully at Grandma Hao and said, "Big sister, thank you so much. Such good pears are shared with everyone." Uncle Li nearby also looked very thankful. "Hao Peng's family, your kindness will not be forgotten. If you need anything, just ask." Grandma Hao smiled happily. "All right, it's settled then. Once we settle down, your family's Junzi will help us work hard." Uncle Li nodded quickly. "Of course. For sure." Aunt Chen raised her hand. "And our family's Baozi. Let him help too. He works very carefully." "Our family too, and my family." Everyone raised their hands eagerly, hoping their children could go work for Grandma Hao's family to repay their kindness. Grandma Hao smiled, holding Hao Yuanhao, accepting everyone's joy and gratitude. In Hao Yuanhao's mind, the merit box started ringing again. Doing good deeds also earns merit? Grandma Hao waved her hand. "All right, everyone, I understand. If there's anything useful in the future, I won't hold back. Now go back and cook your meals. Eat well, then we'll have the strength to keep moving. We will definitely reach a safe place safely." Everyone nodded. "Yes, we will be safe. Exactly, not to mention, I feel like the food on the escape route is better than in the village." "Haha, I think so too." Everyone went back to cook. The Hao family also set up their cooking pot, preparing to stew the prepared wild chicken. The Lu Xingxi family came over with the prepared chicken, wanting to share a meal together. Grandma Hao agreed. After all, their family has 3 people sharing 1 chicken, while their big family has 2 chickens. No matter what, their family benefits the most. Looking at the 3 fat wild chickens, Chun Chui decided to make fried chicken. After finding some dried wild ginger and wild scallions, she spread a thin layer of oil at the bottom of the pan. She lit the stove and started cooking. Then she threw the chopped chicken into the pan, and with a sizzle, the aroma of fried meat filled the air. How Yuanyuan helped silently by adding some oil and chicken drumsticks into the pan. Since more oil makes the dish tastier, she added a bit more. When the meat was almost cooked, Chen threw in the chopped wild scallions and wild ginger. She kept stir-frying, and after the oil cooked the scallions and ginger, a wonderful smell spread out. How Yuanyuan couldn't add modern ingredients like scallions and ginger, so she used her space to crush them and then added them under the meat. Chen simply sprinkled some salt for seasoning. Now it was how Yuanyuan's turn to shine. She added a little soy sauce, some MSG, a pinch of salt, and a bit of sugar to enhance the flavor. If only she didn't worry about others seeing the dish's color, she would have added some soy sauce for better color. Without it, the dish looked plain and unappetizing. But with the spiritual spring water she added to the chicken, it became especially tender and flavorful, with no fishy smell, and the seasonings made it taste even better. The dish was ready. Old Lady How divided the chicken among everyone, and each person got a bowl of tender chicken. Yang Shuya asked curiously, "Are 3 chickens enough for so much meat?" Lu Xingxi silently chewed his chicken and didn't speak, but it was obvious that it was thanks to his sister Yuan's effort. Holding Yuan's big leg, he felt full and happy, his life motto. How Yuanyuan also held a bowl with a specially selected chicken leg, eating it with a fragrant aroma. Adding the spiritual spring water made it especially tender and juicy. It was delicious. Yang Shuya and Lu Liangxiong ate even more happily, surprised that just adding some salt could make the meat so tasty. It was truly natural, pollution-free food from ancient times, sweet and fragrant. Everyone enjoyed a hearty meal. Zhao Hua also ate a big bowl, having eaten a lot of the meat this time. Although she felt a bit nauseous, she endured it. She knew she had to eat something to nourish the baby. Otherwise, her body would weaken. And what about the child? After lunch, Old Lady How cut the large yellow pear into 4 parts, giving each person a big piece. How Yuanyuan leaned close to Zhao Hua and said, "Third aunt, you should eat some pear. It's good for the baby and the baby likes it." Zhao gently patted How Yuanyuan's small head and smiled softly. "Okay, third aunt knows now." "Thank you, Yuanyuan." How Yuanyuan nodded happily and ran off to play with her older brother. Everyone took a short rest before continuing their journey. However, when they passed through a deep valley, they suddenly heard the sound of a wild animal. Everyone's hair stood on end. What could it be? Lu Xingxi remained calm, stepping a few paces forward. At that moment, a large white tiger suddenly appeared and roared, "Stay back!" Lu Xingxi understood and said, "Don't worry, we won't hurt you." The white tiger paused, its big eyes full of confusion. "Can you understand me?" Lu Xingxi nodded. "Yes." "What's wrong?" The white tiger looked nervous and said, "My cub is hurt. It was caught in a trap. I don't know what to do, human." Lu Xingxi was surprised but then asked, "Do you trust us?" The white tiger looked around and then at Lu Xingxi. "I trust you because you can understand me." Lu Xingxi nodded. "All right, wait a moment." He explained the white tiger situation to everyone, asking, "Her cub is hurt in a trap. Can we help her save it?" How Erling eagerly nodded. "Yes. Of course we can." Chief How also agreed. "Let's save it." Then, Gongzi and How Erling stepped forward together, wanting to see the little white tiger. How Daliang called a few others, making a group of 10 people plus Lu Xingxi, the translator, and How Yuanyuan, who strongly insisted on coming along. They followed the white tiger toward the trap, while the others waited nearby. Li Jing felt a bit nervous. Old Lady How patted Li Jing's shoulder and said, "Trust her, trust Yuanyuan." Yang Shiyaya heard this and looked at Old Lady How with confusion. She didn't understand what it meant or why they should trust Yuanyuan. She also didn't agree with How Yuanyuan going along, since she believed Yuanyuan might have a congenital heart condition and could get sick if frightened. But she only offered a suggestion. Yuanyuan still went, since it was someone else's child, and she couldn't interfere too much. How Yuanyuan and Lu Xingxi followed the white tiger into the deep forest. Everyone else was quite nervous, walking into the woods with such a large tiger. It was understandable to feel scared. Soon, they heard a small animal's whimper, full of pain and fear. Lu Xingxi gently touched the white tiger's neck and moved closer. Inside a trap, he saw the little white tiger's figure fallen into a deep pit. Below, there were some sharpened bamboo sticks buried, and the little white tiger had accidentally fallen onto them, getting pierced by the sharp bamboo. Bright red blood stained the white tiger's fur. The little white tiger was now barely alive, and when it saw its mother above the pit, it whimpering softly. "Mom, it hurts, Mom." It seemed to cry. The white tiger, heart aching, paced back and forth. She really wanted to jump down and rescue her child, but she knew the area below was very dangerous. If she went down, she wouldn't be able to come back up. The white tiger made soft crying sounds, asking Lu Xingxi, "Can you help me save my child?" "Please." Lu Xingxi nodded. "Don't worry, we will do our best." He looked at Hao Erlang and the others. Hao Erlang spoke. "Don't worry, it's not hard. We brought a rope. Someone is holding on to me from above. I can go down and pull the little white tiger out." After deciding on the rescue plan, Hao Dalong tied the rope securely around Hao Erlang, wrapped it twice, and pulled it tight. Then, everyone held on to one end of the rope while Hao Erlang slowly slid down. Getting closer. Soon, Hao Erlang reached the little white tiger, carefully pried open the bamboo sticks inside the trap, and gently pulled the little white tiger out. "Ah!" The little white tiger cried out in pain. The white tiger grew more anxious, pacing around nervously, her eyes full of worry. The rope was being pulled up bit by bit. Hao Yuanyuan saw clearly the little white tiger in Hao Erlang's arms. Its white fur was stained red with blood. It was barely hanging on, its head drooping in Hao Erlang's embrace. Hao Erlang jumped out of the trap. Hao Yuanyuan hurried over, followed by Lu Xingxi and the white tiger. Seeing the white tiger suddenly approaching, Hao Erlang's legs felt weak. Carefully, he placed the little white tiger on the ground. Hao Yuanyuan and Lu Xingxi exchanged a glance. Lu Xingxi blocked the view of others. Hao Yuanyuan took the opportunity to pour some spirit spring water into the little white tiger's mouth and dripped some onto its wounds. The white tiger suddenly trembled fiercely. It detected a very tempting and sweet fragrance in the air. Its big, curious eyes widened as it leaned closer to Hao Yuanyuan, trying to sniff more carefully. Long beard touched Hao Yuanyuan's small face. Hao Yuanyuan shook her head and pushed away the big white tiger.
"Oh."
"Get up, it's too itchy." The white tiger pitifully moved its big head and made a few soft sounds, as if it was whining at Hao Yuanyuan. Next to them, Hao Erlang watched the big white tiger getting close to his girl and almost stopped breathing. His daughter was sitting there, with no runny nose or anything, and her head was much smaller than the white tiger's. Hao Erlang was worried that the white tiger might suddenly bite and swallow his daughter. Seeing Hao Yuanyuan push away the white tiger, Hao Erlang was completely stunned. "Just,
"Ah."
huh?" But Hao Erlang bravely stepped forward, moved the two little kids closer, and gently pushed the white tiger aside so it wouldn't bite the children. The white tiger, pushed by Hao Erlang, turned its face away silently and looked at the big behind in front of it. It was really speechless. If it weren't for the fact that Hao Erlang had saved his child, the white tiger might have wanted to bite his behind. Hao Erlang didn't realize that his own plump, tempting behind was now the target of the white tiger. He kept pushing the white tiger, successfully making it stay farther away from the children. The people behind them looked at Hao Erlang with admiration. Hao Erlang was so brave, daring to use his behind to push the white tiger. Amazing! A role model for us all. Hao Yuanyuan looked at the white tiger's condition. It had gone from nearly dying to panting heavily. The wound looked much better, but Hao Yuanyuan hadn't fully healed the white tiger yet. After all, everyone saw how close it was to death when it first arrived. If it suddenly recovered completely, that would be quite frightening. Hao Yuanyuan secretly took some medicinal powder from her space and quietly handed it to Hao Erlang. Hao Erlang nodded understandingly. "Oh, right, I still have some medicine here." He opened the porcelain bottle and sprinkled the powder on the white tiger's wound. Everyone behind them, except Hao Dalong, looked at the scene with some pain. This was precious medicine. Using it so casually on the white tiger? Justo wanted to speak, but seeing that the powder had already been used, he could only shut his mouth in frustration. What a pity. The powder worked well, but the spiritual spring water was even more effective. The white tiger, now groaning softly, slowly woke up. The big white tiger leaned over and gently licked her, its only offspring. Oh, my poor child. Watching the little white tiger recover, a few people stood up, ready to leave and continue their journey. At this moment, the big white tiger jumped out and blocked their way. Everyone stiffened with fear, watching everything in front of them. Zhengzi's legs felt weak, and he tightly held Hao Erlang's arm.
What
does it want to do? Hao Dagwa trembled as he spoke. It might not be seeking revenge. Maybe it wants to leave us here as food for its babies. Hao Dagwa's words made everyone feel scared. Everyone felt hopeless. Could they really fight such a big white tiger? Lu Xingxi stepped forward, confused, and looked at the big white tiger. What do you want? He asked. The big white tiger sniffled and said, We, mother and child, can't live here anymore. Can we follow you? It kept glancing at Hao Yuanyuan with hopeful eyes. Hao Erlang, frightened, thought the tiger was eyeing Hao Yuanyuan, so he quickly picked up his daughter and shielded her from the tiger's view. The big white tiger saw how Yuanyuan was hidden and looked disappointed, then turned its hopeful gaze back to Lu Xingxi. It instinctively felt that the special, sweet water on the girl was very helpful to them. Lu Xingxi sighed and asked, What are you thinking? We're fleeing from hardship, and we don't have extra food to feed you. Why do you want to follow us? The big white tiger sniffled and said, Don't worry, my son, and I will help you hunt. We don't need you to feed us. We just want to stay with you. Lu Xingxi looked at it helplessly and then turned to everyone, saying, This big white tiger wants to follow us. Zhengzi was surprised. Follow us? Is it thinking of us as a storage for food? When it runs out of prey, it will eat us. Everyone thought Zhengzi's words made sense. Hao Dagwa spoke up. Xingxi, can you tell it that we really can't afford to keep it? Please don't follow us anymore. Hao Dali also agreed and said, Xingxi, it's really too dangerous for it to follow us. Lu Xingxi understood and turned to the big white tiger, saying, It's really not possible. You know, you're too dangerous for humans. The big white tiger looked pitifully at Lu Xingxi, then glanced at everyone, unsure of what to say, and could only hang its head and step aside. Seeing the big white tiger move away, Hao Erlang and the others left the place. However, Hao Yuanyuan was still in Hao Erlang's arms, looking back and meeting the tiger's pitiful, pleading eyes. Hao Yuanyuan sighed helplessly. She couldn't do anything. No matter how much she liked the white tiger, it was still a wild beast. People are naturally afraid of such animals. Even if she wanted the white tiger to join them, the villagers would never agree. As everyone left, Hao Yuanyuan used her mind to leave a bowl of diluted spiritual spring water for the white tiger. The white tiger looked at the suddenly appearing bowl, and its fur bristled all over. What is this? Immediately after, a tempting aroma wafted into the white tiger's nose. Unable to resist the lure of the spring water, it slowly moved to the side, gazing at the clear water, and then plunged its head in. Gulp gulp. The white tiger happily drank the water, enchanted by it. The motherly love made her hold back her last few sips. She lifted her paw, brought her injured little white tiger over, and held the spring water near its mouth. The little white tiger naturally leaned forward, just like the mother, gulping down the spring water eagerly. The little white tiger grew more energetic with each sip, its eyes wide open. After finishing, it surprisingly stood up. Its wounds had healed significantly, and it looked more spirited than before, no different from when it was uninjured, even more agile than before. The white tiger was amazed by her son's change, her eyes filled with increasing surprise. After a moment of silence, the white tiger carried her little white tiger and happily trotted toward the direction where Hao Yuanyuan and the others had just left. Since her tiger husband was gone and only her son was left, other tigers occasionally bullied her and her daughter. So she decided to follow these two children. She sensed that following them would bring food, especially since the water was so delicious. They simply gave it to her. She decided to act immediately. Opportunities favor prepared tigers. How Yuanyuan and the others returned to the main group, and as everyone gradually prepared to set out again, how Junjun was the first to notice the white tiger following behind. He excitedly pointed at the white tiger. "Mom, Grandma, there's a white tiger behind us." Grandma Hao turned her head to look, and how Yuanyuan also poked out her head, frowning in confusion. How did the white tiger manage to follow us? After exchanging glances with Hao Yuanyuan, the white tiger made a pleading face, showing its big, pitiful mouth. Meanwhile, the little white tiger looked confused, not understanding what its mother was about to do. Everyone's attention was drawn to the white tiger because of how Junjun shout. Everyone looked at it with fear. Aunt Li trembled and said, "Why does the white tiger keep following us?" "Junzi," Aunt Li's son, exclaimed, "Oh my goodness. Is it really going to eat us?" Everyone was terrified. They hurriedly moved forward. But no matter how fast they walked, the white tiger stayed close behind, neither too near nor too far. Chief Hao called Lu Xingxi over and asked, "Xingxi, can you talk to the white tiger? Our village's meat isn't very good. Can you ask it to find another food source?" Lu Xingxi hesitated, confused. Chief Hao continued patiently, "Our water isn't good, so the meat is tough. Plus, we're all old, weak, or sick, so the meat is even harder to chew. And young men, your meat would definitely be tough too. Please try to talk to it, don't fight with our villagers." Lu Xingxi wondered why they suddenly started talking about whether the meat was tasty, which made everyone feel uneasy and scared. He wanted to speak up for the white tiger. "Chief Hao, the white tiger doesn't want to eat us. It just wants to follow us with its son to escape from hardship." Chief Hao was surprised. "It's not going to eat us?" Lu Xingxi nodded. "Yes, they're having a hard time in that forest, so they just want to move to a better place." Hearing this, Chief Hao's worries eased a little. As long as it's not going to eat us, that's good. But then he thought, can we really trust what animals say? Maybe it's just pretending and actually plans to use us as a food store. That's possible too. Chief Hao became more convinced of this idea. He looked worriedly at the others behind him. What should they do now? Even though they had many people, they definitely couldn't fight such a strong white tiger. Lu Xingxi also wondered. He didn't think the white tiger would really do that, but Chief Hao made a good point. In the end, Lu Xingxi decided to try talking to the white tiger. However, the white tiger responded that this road wasn't theirs, and it could go wherever it wanted, walking sideways or lying down if it pleased. Lu Xingxi was speechless. All right, so it's just being stubborn, he thought. As evening approached, the white tiger moved a few steps closer. Everyone was so scared they grabbed their knives, ready to defend themselves. However, the big white tiger only threw the little white tiger at Hao's house, and then turned to leave. Hao Qiangqiang was confused. What does that mean? Hao Yangliang also couldn't understand. Does it not want this little tiger anymore? The little white tiger whined and protested. My mother does not want me. Nonsense. But Hao Yangliang couldn't understand what the little white tiger was saying. He looked at the little white tiger with pity. So sad. Look at it crying. It's so small, and its mother doesn't want it. The little white tiger snapped back. That's not true. My mother does not want me. Seeing the little white tiger about to get angry, Lu Xingxi quickly said, Liang, stop. The little white tiger's mother probably went to find food for it. She didn't abandon it. The little white tiger nodded with a whimper. Yes, my mother went to find food for me. Hao Yuanyuan leaned over, gently touched the soft little head of the little white tiger, and her eyes sparkled. Wow, so cute, just like a little kitten. Hao Junjun curiously scratched his head. Sister, what do you mean by little kitten? Hao Yuanyuan hesitated. Just a small animal, Hao Junjun pouted. All right then, the little white tiger, smelling a familiar scent on Hao Yuanyuan, leaned its head on her small hand and wagged it back and forth. This made Hao Yuanyuan giggle happily. Next to them, the tiger cub looked at the little white tiger with greed, eagerly approaching and asking Lu Xingxi, Can I touch it? Lu Xingxi nodded. Gently touch it, don't hurt it. The tiger cub nodded vigorously. then carefully reached out a small paw and gently petted the little white tiger. His eyes lit up with joy, and he covered his mouth, bouncing a little. Suddenly, he cheered happily. Wow! I touched a tiger. I touched a tiger. I'm cooler than Dad. The children nearby, hearing they could be even cooler than their dad, no longer felt afraid and hurried over, begging Lu Xingxi to let them touch the little white tiger. Lu Xingxi helplessly nodded, while the tiger cub kept reminding everyone, be gentle, okay? Be careful not to hurt the tiger. The tiger might eat us. The children became even more cautious. With nervousness and curiosity, they reached out their small hands and gently touched the little white tiger's back. That alone was enough for them to boast about for a lifetime. The little white tiger cooperated, whimpering twice and burying its head in Yuanyuan's palm. Maybe it was because its mother had told it to behave before leaving. After the children finished petting the little white tiger in line, they were all very excited and didn't want to wash their hands. They wanted to keep the tiger as a pet. They were so amazing. When the mother white tiger returned, she saw a group of children surrounding her only child. The white tiger's eyes flashed with pride. She knew no one could refuse her handsome and cute son. He looked so special and adorable. Unfortunately, she couldn't shrink down, or she would also want to snuggle with those children. The mother white tiger stepped forward and placed a deer down. Everyone noticed the movement and became alert, but when they saw the deer, they were a bit confused. This white tiger. She signaled with her actions what she wanted to do. First, she tore off 2 hind legs of the deer and threw them behind her. Then, she pushed the remaining meat forward with her paws. She made a howling sound. Children, share this with your family members. Lu Xingxi asked, are you just doing this for that? The white tiger nodded. What else would I do? Do you think I would abandon my only child and run away? Lu Xingxi hesitated. Well, not exactly. He translated for everyone. This is a hunt by the white tiger. She and her cub are sharing 2 hind legs, and the rest is for us. The villagers were silent and confused. What's going on? Lu Liangxiong said in surprise. First time I see a tiger bringing food as a gift. Yang Shuya also looked confused. Yeah, it's like a tiger stealing food from another tiger's territory. Today, I finally understand what it feels like to be a tiger's cub. Hao Junjun innocently asked, is it really giving us this? Lu Xingxi nodded. Hao Junjun's eyes sparkled. Wow, I like it. It's even cooler than Dad. Hao Erlang snorted coldly. Then you should call it Dad. Hao Junjun looked excited and eagerly looked at his dad. Really? Can I, Hao Erlang? So annoying. That brat. Meanwhile, the white tiger beside them snorted in disagreement. I don't agree. I'm a girl. I won't be called Dad. And I don't want this kid. Lu Xingxi smiled. She's a girl. How can she be your dad? Hao Junjun looked disappointed and nodded. Okay. Hao Wenwen also came over and said, that's too bad. The innocent words of the children woke up everyone in Haojia village. People started whispering quietly. Aunt Chen. Wow. This tiger is so powerful. It's really big, like a small deer. It just attacked without warning. Hao Erden replied nearby. Aunt Chen, you're talking nonsense. That's the king of all animals. A tiger? Hao Yuanjia, unable to believe it, rubbed his eyes again. Oh my, a real tiger has come to bring food. Then he turned to head Hao. Dad, should we take it? Seeing the sincere look in the white tiger's eyes, head Hao patted his head and said, what's going on here? In the end, Hao Yuanyuan represented everyone and accepted the deer meat. When the big white tiger rolled onto its belly to show friendliness, she secretly stuffed a piece of beef soaked in spiritual spring water into its mouth. The white tiger's eyes widened with joy as it looked at Hao Yuanyuan. It turned over and lay on the ground, wagging its tail even more happily.
It was like a dog.
If the white tiger knew people said it looked like a dog, it probably wouldn't mind. What's wrong with a dog? Can a dog eat such good beef?
No.
So, it was happy to be considered a tiger dog. Little white tiger saw its mother wagging her tail like that, so it also learned to wag its tail. Hao Yuanyuan laughed happily. Not wanting to be unfair, She also gave it a piece of beef soaked in spiritual spring water. Little White Tiger was even happier. So wagging its tail could mean getting meat. It decided it would wag its tail every day to become the coolest tail-wagging tiger. Awu! The sounds of the two tigers only caught the attention of Hao family members and Lu Liangxiong and his wife. Yang Shuyao smiled as she watched Hao Yuanyuan. This girl is really charming. Even the tigers like her. Lu Liangxiong nodded. He also liked this young girl. If only he had a daughter too. But thinking about the medical conditions in ancient times, he gave up. He definitely wanted a wife, not a daughter. Hao Yuanyuan and Hao Jinjin played happily around the big, white tiger. Meanwhile, in Hao village, they had already processed the deer given by the big, white tiger. Almost 2 jin of meat was divided among the families. Everyone cut some meat and cooked it with rice to make porridge, which was very tasty. Hao Yuanyuan's family was more luxurious. They fried a whole portion of meat, including some from Lu Liangxiong's family. They cooked a big pot of meat stew and steamed some sweet potatoes as the main food. The deer meat also included Hao Yuanyuan's special touch, various colorless seasonings added by Cuckoo. They successfully made a delicious pot of deer meat. Yang Shuyao ate and sighed again. Chen Chui, your cooking is really delicious. Chen Chui smiled and waved her hand. It's strange. I didn't find the food tasty before, but now, when I cook meat dishes with just a little salt, they smell so good. Why is that? Yang Xia thought she was being modest and smiled as she took another big bite of meat. Lu Liangxiong knocked twice and said, I can taste a bit of MSG. Yang Xia tasted it and asked, Really? Lu Liangxiong laughed and said, You wouldn't know if you didn't cook. Yang Xia snorted, But I can eat. The two of them kept teasing each other. Lu Xingxi couldn't stand their affection and went to find Hao Yuanyuan with his bowl of rice. He sat with Hao Yuanyuan, Hao Junjun, Hao Wenwen, and the other kids, huddled together, eating and watching the bonfire nearby. They looked up at the sky full of stars. Lu Xingxi felt very comfortable and relaxed. In modern life, he was surrounded by all kinds of information every day. Although he was happy as a child, he was quickly filled with elite education. As the only child in his family, he felt the pressure to inherit the family business. Since he was young, his parents didn't pressure him, but he still worked hard unconsciously. As he grew up, he became a CEO, managing company information and resources, dealing with others daily. It was very tiring. Now, looking at the starry sky and feeling the cool air, he felt more relaxed and comfortable than ever before. He could be a carefree child without academic or career pressure. There was nothing he needed to worry about. Lu Xingxi grinned and said, Yuanyuan, this place is also very good. Hao Yuanyuan looked at her family and her caring brothers nearby, then smiled and said, Yes, Lu Ge, this place is very nice. Lu Xingxi's smile grew wider. Suddenly, I don't want to go back so much. Hao Yuanyuan teased, Oh? Are you sure it's not because I helped you achieve freedom with toilet paper? Lu Xingxi laughed loudly. Of course. The combination of ancient ease and modern convenience is a winning move, Yuanyuan. Hao Yuanyuan crossed her legs and smiled, nodding in agreement. Everyone in Hao's village had meat that day, feeling satisfied and patting their stomachs, lying comfortably on the dry grass. They also accepted the addition of the big white tiger. As long as this big fellow doesn't hurt anyone, it's actually good to join them. Besides, we can go hunting together. The white tiger is peacefully lying in a spot far from the main group, but close to the Hao family. It is resting with its eyes closed. The little white tiger has more freedom. It comfortably snuggles with Hao Yuanyuan, already snoring with its eyes closed. The night quietly falls, with only the crackling sound of wood in the campfire. After a day under the hot sun, the ground is still warm. When the sun sets, a cool breeze arrives, making it easy to fall asleep. Everyone sleeps soundly that night. When they wake up, it is already early morning with the sun rising. Head of the Hao family rings a bell and beats drums to wake everyone. Old Hao gently pats Hao Yuanyuan's little bottom. Yuan Bao, move a little. Lie down properly. Don't fall off to the side. While speaking, he sets up a small shelter to protect Yuanyuan from the sun. Hao Yuanyuan groans softly. hugging the little white tiger and drifting back into sleep.